She is Han Jia, a 32-year-old girl. Her current job is a freelancer, specifically staying at home living off her parents. He is Min Cheon, 32 years old, a somewhat eccentric, super-introverted programmer and an extreme muscle fanatic. Destiny brought them together with just a joke, shall we get married? Neither of them knew what the hell was going on before entering a turbulent marriage, but in the end, they got a happy ending. Let's dive right in, guys. The story begins. The clear blue sky signals that a bustling Lunar New Year has arrived. In the parking lot, the atmosphere of reunion begins as the mother-in-law rushes out to greet her daughter-in-law. Oh, my daughter-in-law, it must have been a long and hard journey. Inside the kitchen, the sound of frying food blends with happy laughter. A toddler taking his first steps crawling makes everyone gasp because he is so incredibly cute. The maternal grandparents keep their eyes glued to the phone, watching clips of their grandson while laughing happily. She excitedly bragged, "Darling, do you see? He just said Abu while walking to his mother. Who does he get his intelligence from?" He didn't hold back either, adding, "Who else indeed? He looks just like our Jia Min." Meanwhile, Han Jia, a 32-year-old freelancer but actually unemployed, is struggling alone with a mountain of food. Seeing her mother replay a clip 30 times, she sighed, "Mom, do you know you've watched that clip 30 times? At this part, he is probably about to say Abu again. Jia's anger reached its peak when she saw her father stealing food with his bare hands. She snapped, "Mom didn't even help me, so don't get in my way. Please, Dad, stop eating with your hands." Her father remained nonchalant, "It tastes best when it's hot, yet you keep forbidding me from eating it." Frustrated from having to do everything alone, Jia yelled, "If you want to eat, fry it yourself. There are 3 people here, so why is only one person working their back off?" However, instead of helping, her parents kept teasing her about living off them and urged her to get married quickly. They even flaunted their affection, which was so annoying. Amidst the heated moment, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of Jimin's family. As soon as they saw their son-in-law and grandchild, the parents rushed out to warmly welcome them. "Oh, son-in-law, come on in. Was there a lot of traffic on the way?" While Jimin complained of exhaustion and was pampered by her husband with a foot massage right on the spot, Jia gave an implicit smile. She held a floral apron and walked over to greet them. "Are you here, my dear sister-in-law? Long time no see, I missed you to death." Jia did not forget to present a special gift. "I want you to wear this. I've prepared this patterned apron for you, you must love it, right?" Jimin was no pushover either, cleverly flattering her, "Dear sister, you look so pretty even in just an apron." "If I get—" Jia coldly handed over the apron and ordered, "Put it on." Seeing Jimin still looking dazed, she lowered her voice and forced, "Put it on quickly." Jia didn't even hesitate to threaten, "Before I show my gangster side, you'd better put it on, or else I'll show you what a real nightmare looks like." However, before she could finish asserting her dominance, her mother gave her a painful smack on the head. She scolded, "Haven't you dropped that thug attitude yet, young lady?" Jia could only hold her head crying in pain, then jumped up in resentment. "Ah, why did you hit me, Mom? My back is sore, my knees are tired, and my hands are numb. We must switch people. It's been a long time since you saw Jimin, so you're taking her side, right?" Seeing his wife being bullied, Jimin's husband quickly intervened, "Sister-in-law, don't be so unreasonable. My Jimin hasn't been feeling well lately." Hearing this, Jia's parents cheered joyfully. "Oh my goodness, is the 3rd baby coming?" As soon as the keyword unwell appeared, the whole family instantly switched to grandchild guessing mode. While Jimin pretended to be shy, saying she didn't want to have more children but her husband kept insisting, Jia's father turned to yell at her, "This is indeed a good omen. Jia, why are you still standing there staring? Hurry up and set the dining table." Extremely frustrated by the unfair treatment, Jia went outside, sat plucking leaves, and muttered, "How annoying." Sitting alone, Jia startled and turned back to look at the strange man who was nonchalantly eating chicken breast right in the smoking area. She wondered to herself, who is this, and why on earth is he eating chicken breast in a smoking area? Is he crazy? Jia asked in confusion, "Excuse me, but who are you?" The man replied calmly while chewing, "Do you really not remember me? I'm Jia and Min Cheon, the guy who always wears headphones and lives next door to you." The name sounded familiar, but her memory CPU was still loading with a red screen. Jia thought to herself that there was no way she could remember. However, as she began to recall the old neighbor, she suddenly realized something shocking and screamed out loud. "Jia and Min Cheon, that skinny kid who used to play games all day long?" Jia screamed in panic as she recognized her old acquaintance. Jia and Min Cheon calmly chewed his chicken breast and asked back, "Do I look that different, to the point you can't even recognize me?" His transformation that day was enough to make his old friends think the game had swapped characters. Looking at the spectacular transformation from a nerdy kid wearing headphones into a tall, muscular young man, Jia could only point her finger and shout, "Of course. How could I possibly recognize you? But what's with the chicken breast? I thought some crazy guy brought chicken breast to the smoking area to eat." Even though she was jumping up and down, Jia and Min Cheon calmly replied, "There's no— I also plan to eat at home, but my parents kept forcing me to eat New Year's dishes, which have insanely high calories. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, Han Jia could only mutter to herself, convinced that he had lost his mind. Jia and Min Cheon, who is the same age as her at 32, is an old neighbor and accidentally became her childhood friend. But actually, calling him a friend is a bit of an understatement. In Han Jia's memory, Jia and Min Cheon was the type of student who always wore headphones, detached from the world, and couldn't get along with anyone. A shy kid who, despite living in the same apartment building, always pretended not to know her at all. However, the truth was that Han Jia once had a slight interest in him. Thinking of this, she exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke, wondering why she suddenly bothered to recall the past. Looking back at herself now, Han Jia felt like an ugly duckling with nowhere to go. A 32-year-old freelancer without a formal contract, or in other words, long-term unemployed. Observing Jia and Min Cheon closely once more, Han Jia silently admired him, noting that he had changed quite a lot. Life and soul must be really good, as this guy now looks like a decent person and is actually quite handsome. His current visual is enough to keep the class reunion gossiping for 3 days. Currently, Jia and Min Cheon is an assistant programmer at a mid-sized company, simply someone who eats well, completely opposite to an unscrupulous Han Jia, who got scolded even at church and had no place to stay, so she had to grit her teeth and bear it. In her despair, she only wished that when she woke up tomorrow, the earth would split in half to end it all. She curled up in a corner in extreme gloom. She cursed herself, Han Jia, you should just bite your tongue and die. If you die now, God will nod and forgive you. Mom, Dad, please forgive this unfilial child for leaving before you. While she was drowning in her personal tragedy, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly asked, are you doing well? The abrupt question startled Han Jia, making her ask in confusion, huh, what? Seeing her overreaction, he calmly explained, why so surprised? I was just asking how your life is going. Han Jia forced a laugh, running her hand through her hair to hide her embarrassment, just the same as usual. What about you? In her heart, she secretly mocked herself, did she really look like someone who was doing well? Jia and Min Cheon sighed and replied, as for me, just so-so. Going to work, leaving work, exercising, playing games, showering, then sleeping. Hearing the list of daily activities of someone with a stable job, Han Jia felt attacked. What do you mean by a so-so? It sounds like you are living your life. He began to complain about being pressured by his family. Lately, my parents keep nagging me. They ask how old they are now and why I'm not thinking about marriage. But marriage isn't something you can do alone. Hearing this, Han Jia could only sigh, you've had a hard time. Jia and Min Cheon added with a gloomy face, that's not all. Just now, my aunt even recommended a matchmaking agency to me. She told me to sign up. The registration fee is 500,000 won. I'd rather use that money to top up my games. Han Jia thought to herself that his parents were truly serious about this. Jia and Min Cheon turned to look at her and asked, but are you okay? It seems like your parents don't nag you. Han Jia broke into a cold sweat, recalling the chaotic pressure from her own family, but lied, my family hasn't gone that far yet. However, in a moment of impulsiveness due to the intense pressure, Han Jia suddenly called out, hey, Jia and Min Cheon. While he was still dumbfounded and muttered, yeah, she blurted out a crazy proposal, how about we get married? Before her brain could even load, her mouth had already gone all in. As soon as the words left her mouth, the atmosphere between them instantly froze. Jia and Min Cheon was stunned speechless, while Han Jia's face turned beet red as she realized her slip of the tongue. To save face, she awkwardly tried to explain, well, both of us are being nagged about marriage anyway. In her head, Han Jia screamed at her own stupidity, but her mouth kept rambling, well, that didn't mean anything. Hey, listen to me, nobody loses anything in this, right? You're single, aren't you? Since we are both single, if you and I get married, it'll benefit both sides. Okay? Faced with the terrifying silence and Jia and Min Cheon's serious gaze, Han Jia began to panic. She laughed it off, trying to turn the proposal into a joke. Hey, why are you suddenly taking it so seriously? Can't I just make a little joke? She told herself she usually made teasing remarks to make the conversation less awkward, but deep down, she deeply regretted this excessive prank. Han Jia's crazy proposal seemed like a mere joke, but Jia and Min Cheon suddenly turned to his family and said, I can marry. Without wasting a single second, his father seized the opportunity and shouted, okay, deal. The speed of implementation was faster than a midnight flash sale app. Everything happened so fast that Han Jia could only utter a shocked huh? Meanwhile, both families rushed to shake hands and congratulate each other in high spirits. A grand wedding was quickly held. Standing before everyone's witness, when the marriage officiant asked about the vow to love each other until their hair turned gray and teeth fell out, Jia and Min Cheon confidently declared, I do. Meanwhile, Han Jia, in her gorgeous wedding dress, before long, a flight took the newlywed couple to a tropical beach for their honeymoon. Amidst the warm welcoming cheers of the locals, Han Jia was still out of her mind, unable to believe everything had progressed so rapidly. Before her brain could even accept the quest, the game had already auto-skipped the cutscene. That evening at the hotel room, the crisp sound of a beer can cracking open echoed. Jia and Min Cheon stepped out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, wiping his hair while comfortably exclaiming, "Wow, getting married is actually quite fun. I never expected to experience this in my life." Seeing Han Jia still sitting dazed on the bed with a beer can in hand, he walked over and asked, "Aren't you taking a shower?" Startled, Han Jia blushed and stammered in reply, let me finish this can first." Her hands began to tremble violently, constantly shaking the beer can as if searching for the last bit of composure. Sweating profusely, Han Jia stared blankly into space, screaming inwardly, "What on earth is this?" She was completely devastated upon realizing she had fallen into a trap of her own making, and now she had to face her wedding night with her former neighbor. To sum it up, everything had happened exactly like that, starting from Han Jia's crazy proposal, "This is insane, but why don't we just get married?" The flashback ended, and reality hit hard as Jia and Min Cheon, "We just got married like that, and now it is the first night of our honeymoon." Han Jia sat on the bed, her trembling hands tightly clutching her South Korean passport, unable to believe the reality. "How strange, how did I end up flying abroad already? Everything feels so surreal." Her brain was currently rushing deadlines faster than a food delivery app during peak hours. To check if this was a dream, she pinched her cheek hard, feeling a sharp pain. Ouch, it hurts, so it is not a dream. But even if it is real, she still finds everything happening way too bizarre. Han Jia stealthily glanced at her husband, wondering why on earth she married him. Right at that moment, Jia and Min Cheon began taking off his robe to change, accidentally revealing his toned six-pack abs and muscular arms. This visual was enough to freeze her brain's operating system for 5 seconds. Witnessing the hot scene right in front of her eyes, Han Jia could not help but gulp. Instantly, she slapped her own face repeatedly to sober up. What am I doing? Wake up, Han Jia, wake up. Seeing his wife's strange behavior, Jia and Min Cheon, who was now wearing star-patterned pajamas, asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Han Jia quickly waved her hand to cover her embarrassment. It's just because I'm sleepy." The guy simply replied flatly, "If you're sleepy, just go to sleep then." Seeing Jia and Min Cheon continuing to rummage through his suitcase, Han Jia asked curiously, "And what are you doing?" He kept searching while muttering with a regretful look, how strange, I've been..." Hearing her ask what that thing was, Jia and Min Cheon turned around and stared straight into her eyes with an extremely serious expression. "It's something necessary to make tonight go smoothly." These words struck Han Jia's ears like a bolt of lightning, causing her mind to drift into dark thoughts. What? Wait, something to make tonight go smoothly? Seeing Jia and Min Cheon still busily rummaging around, she backed away toward the head of the bed in fear, sweating profusely. She wondered in fear, what on earth is he trying to pull out? See, could it be a con? Her mind started racing wildly with images of cobalt blue. She recalled how confidently she had told her director that she looked great in this color, only to find herself begging her own mind to stop now. She reassured herself that since they were married, such things were natural, yet her heart kept thumping wildly because everything was happening so suddenly. When Jia and Min Cheon suddenly called out, "Han Jia, here it is," she screamed in panic, "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet." However, Jia and Min Cheon just looked at her with confusion and asked back, Prepared for what? It turned out that the items he had been searching for all this time were just some earplugs. He added with a smile, "Could you keep your mind clean, please?" Jia and Min Cheon casually explained, "Normally I don't do this, but when I'm tired, I snore a lot." Saying this, he put on his sleeping mask, wished his wife good night, and climbed into bed to sleep soundly. Han Jia froze in place, feeling foolish for overthinking. Han Jia quietly put in her earplugs and went to sleep. The honeymoon trip officially began. Leaving aside the romantic aspect, this was something anyone would dream of experiencing once in their lifetime. This fashion style makes him look like a glitched NPC in a game. The guy asked blankly in response, "Is there a problem?" Han Jia pointed straight at his feet and scolded, "That's my line. Who on earth wears socks with sandals, mister?" Ignoring the criticism, Jia and Min Cheon casually defended his point of view, "You don't know anything, wearing this is extremely comfortable. It's totally fine to wear this, no one is looking anyway, so why worry?" Han Jia's anger reached its peak. She growled, I am looking, you crazy guy. Feeling that she couldn't let her husband embarrass her any further, she grabbed his shirt and dragged him away, saying, this is not good, forget about the schedule, follow me. The two of them dropped by a clothing store together. While waiting, Jia looked at herself in the mirror and muttered, although I criticized him to no end, I'm not very confident in my own styling skills either. I haven't gone anywhere in recent years. Oh well, he will probably look much better than before, right? I have to approve his outfit first before we can go out. Her online stylist aura was turned up to the max, even though she was internally terrified. Just as she finished preparing herself mentally, Jia and Min Cheon pulled the curtain and stepped out. Jia said excitedly, this is awesome. Looking good, Jia and Min Cheon, it really suits you. However, before she could finish her compliment, she froze, her face paled. Jia and Min Cheon was still extremely proud of his new look. He confidently boasted, you still don't like this combination? If I wear this, I dare anyone to hit me. Jia was speechless. She thought to herself that for this guy, wearing clothes was no different from an animal changing skin color to survive. Unable to take it any longer, she rushed over and ordered, hey, if you're still human, wear something that makes you look like one. After a round of physical force and coercion, Jia finally chose a decent outfit for him, consisting of a loose t-shirt and dark shorts. Jia and Min Cheon scratched his head, looking in the mirror in confusion, is wearing this actually good looking? I really have no idea. On the contrary, Jia felt very satisfied, secretly praising her own aesthetic taste. Jia and Min Cheon looked at her and said softly, it looks good. At least I like it, so you should wear it like that. Just when they thought everything was settled, Jia and Min Cheon walked straight to the cashier and said loudly, I'll take 7 sets of this, please. Hearing this, Jia almost fainted. She shouted, stop, stop. The naive guy asked back, you said it looks good, shouldn't I buy a few more sets? Completely helpless against her husband's way of thinking, Jia covered her face and cried out to the heavens, while strolling around the stalls together, Jia and Min Cheon's gaze suddenly stopped at a bright orange and yellow patterned bikini on display. His brain instantly went into high alert mode, and he turned to ask his wife, hey Jia, our next schedule is trying out the banana boat, right? As soon as Jia nodded in confirmation, he suggested with an extremely serious expression, you already picked out clothes for me, so let me choose a swimsuit for you, okay? Looking in the direction of his finger, she blushed furiously and stammered, unable to find her words, what? Jia clutched the shopping bag tightly in her hands, her heart pounding as she thought about her neighbor's action. He bought it, he actually bought it. Jia and Min Cheon nonchalantly handed the bag to her and said, I bought this one, put it on later. She asked back in bewilderment, huh? Meanwhile, her mind began to race, wondering if this was some kind of trick of his. She reassured herself that since she had chosen clothes for him, it was only normal that he bought something back for her, but for some reason, her heart still felt inexplicably restless. Jia secretly glanced at Jia and Min Cheon, thinking that although he didn't seem like the sensitive type, this action really surprised her. The two of them walked together toward the sunny and windy dock area. Stepping into the changing room, Jia let out a sigh of relief before starting to worry, that wicked guy didn't tell me what kind of clothes he chose, it's making me so flustered. Recalling how many revealing swimsuits were at the shop earlier, she shuddered, wondering if he had bought some skimpy outfit like the ones on the mannequins just to tease her. Despite telling herself that Jia and Min Cheon seemed like a simple, mindless person, Jia still opened the bag with trembling hands. Expecting a smoking hot bikini but receiving an SSR tier diver skin in reality, the moment she saw what was inside, she could only let out a surprised huh? At the beach, Jia and Min Cheon, wearing a tight, jet black diving suit, excitedly called out as soon as he saw his wife step out, oh, Jia, what do you think? Satisfied, right? In front of him was Jia, frozen with a face darkened by frustration. She was wearing a diving suit covered from head to toe, looking like a professional diver lost on a tropical beach. Jia and Min Cheon kept talking proudly, earlier, while looking at the catalog, I was instantly captivated by this suit. It keeps you warm and reduces water friction, making movement much easier. You love it, right? His pragmatic mindset was so strong that even a romantic moment turned into a sports gear review. Looking at her husband proudly showing off his muscles in the tight black suit, Jia radiated a dark, murderous aura. She wondered if she should just kill this guy right now to get it over with. Suppressing her rising anger, she put her hand to her forehead. When the guy casually confirmed yeah, that's right, Jia pointed at the surrounding crowd wearing sizzling bikinis and swimsuits, then gritted her teeth, if you have eyes, look around. Do you know why they're dressed like that? The two stood completely out of place in the middle of the beach, becoming the center of attention in their bizarre wetsuits. Jia pressed him hard for an answer. Jia and Min Cheon casually replied, because it's hot, obviously. Hearing his naive answer, Jia sarcastically snapped, oh, really? So they strip because it's hot, but we don't feel the heat or something? She held her head in despair in her fully covered wetsuit, cursing, damn it. What are you planning to do in this? This is so embarrassing, how can we even have fun?
However, just a moment later, Han Jia's excited screams echoed across the sea as the two rowed a banana boat.
Her attitude changed completely. She enthusiastically enjoyed the thrill and secretly praised that it was super fun, and that this wetsuit was absolutely amazing.
Their journey continued with colorful souvenir photos capturing every memorable moment of the couple.
From delicious meals by the beach and Han Jia posing coolly on the wooden bridge, to the moment they both floated on a cute unicorn floaty. As the sunset painted the sea red, Han Jia walked along the sand while gluing her eyes to her phone to check the schedule. Let's see, the next destination is.
While she was busy calculating, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly called out, Han Jia, are you tired? Let's sit down and rest for a bit. Han Jia pouted and refused immediately. Rest? Why rest? There are only a few days left. We still have so many things to enjoy.
Jia and Min Cheon didn't say much but pointed straight down at her heel. Han Jia turned back in confusion, then panicked upon seeing her heel already red and bleeding from a scratch without her realizing it.
Oh? When did this happen?
Seeing Jia and Min Cheon looking at her so seriously, she smiled weakly to brush it off. Oh, I'm fine.
This is nothing.
But looking at his stern expression, Han Jia secretly thought to herself that she was definitely in trouble this time.
Jia and Min Cheon firmly ordered, sit down.
Seeing his wife still standing there in a daze, he proactively squatted down, turned his back to her, and urged, what are you waiting for?
Hurry up and get on.
Looking at her husband's broad and sturdy back, Han Jia blushed furiously, her heart racing as she stammered, but, what about you?
Jia and Min Cheon asserted firmly, I can't stand seeing your heel like that. Stop talking and get on.
Holding her slippers in one hand, he resolutely waited to carry Han Jia on his back for the rest of the way.
Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jia softly asked, am I not heavy? I'm really fine.
Jia and Min Cheon calmly replied, it's normal, just think of it as me working out.
Hearing his overly honest answer, Jia asked suspiciously, are you sugarcoating it?
The guy remained brutally honest, I'm fine, at this weight it's just like exercising, and your weight is perfect too.
With this weight, you must be around.
Afraid that Jia and Min Cheon would blurt out a terrifying number, Jia panicked and shouted, hey, stop. Leaning her head on his shoulder, Jia suddenly felt a strange peace that she had long forgotten.
She thought to herself, how long has it been? How long has it been since someone carried me on their back like this? Turns out, being on someone's back could be this peaceful.
To break the slightly cheesy atmosphere, Jia suddenly leaned close to Jia and Min Cheon's ear and blew softly.
The guy jumped in surprise because of the ticklish sensation and scolded, hey, why did you blow into my ear out of nowhere?
Jia giggled mischievously, because I like to.
Seeing his wife starting to act playful, Jia and Min Cheon grumbled, what's that? If you're dissatisfied with something, just say it. Jia playfully replied, I'm telling you. After walking for a bit, Jia suddenly wanted to capture the moment, let's take a picture.
So the two of them stood in front of the camera once again. Han Jia smiled radiantly next to Jia and Min Cheon, who was awkwardly posing under the setting sun. One was obsessed with social media photos, while the other was like a posing wax statue. That night, back in their hotel room, Han Jia flopped onto the bed, staring at the photo on her phone and fell into deep thought. How strange. She recalled the warning from an older sister that going on a honeymoon would inevitably lead to fiery arguments, and she absolutely had to win. However, reality was completely opposite of what she had imagined. Han Jia covered her blushing face and rolled around the bed in pure bliss.
Is it because they have only been married for a few days?
They barely even argued and only had fun together. She felt so happy that she wanted to stay in this place forever. She even started to prefer living abroad over her own hometown. Thinking back to the moment when Jia and Min Cheon decisively knelt down and told her to climb onto his back when her feet were bleeding, Han Jia couldn't suppress her emotions and pounded her pillow against the bed.
Oh my goodness. He insisted on carrying me on his back when my feet were hurting. Han Jia was still immersed in the sweet aftertaste of being carried on Jia and Min Cheon's back. She secretly admired how broad and warm his back was. Even though her heart was racing, the sense of security on that back made her flustered and scold herself, damn it, what on earth am I saying? She began to question her long-standing loneliness. Was she really feeling lonely that often? That must be why she felt instantly satisfied whenever someone treated her like this. However, turning around to see her husband sleeping soundly with a bizarre sleep mask, all the good feelings in Han Jia's heart suddenly plummeted. The effect of the broad back didn't last long before the sleep mask completely ruined the mood. To comfort herself, Han Jia reasoned that this satisfaction was simply because the trip was too expensive. Yeah, that's right.
This trip cost a lot of money, so it made sense for her to be satisfied. If she spent that much money, she would have a great time even traveling within Korea. With a cost of over 4 million won for a self-guided trip, she reassured herself that everything was fine.
The final night in the faraway land peacefully slipped away.
And so, the honeymoon ended beautifully, bringing both of them safely back to Korea. Their wallets were hurting, but the dopamine was still running at full capacity.
As soon as she got home, she cheerfully flattered, "Oh, Chef Kim, what's this? Why is there so much food today? What special day is it?" Her mother nonchalantly replied, "What else could it be? It's the day my daughter returns to the country, of course." Han Jia cried out in touch, "Seriously, Mom? So you prepared all this for me? Thank you so much, my beloved mom." However, her joy didn't last long before she noticed something unusual, a mountain of luggage piled up in the house. She anxiously asked, "But why is there luggage piled up in our house like this? It looks like something happened. Are we moving, Mom?" Her mother's response made her freeze. "It's not our house, but you are moving to your husband's house." Han Jia could only gape in astonishment. "Me?" Her mother reminded her of her previous promise. "Silly girl, didn't you say that after returning from your honeymoon, you would move in with your husband?" Han Jia suddenly recalled when she and Jin Min Cheon acted in front of her parents, where she even proactively suggested, "I think we should temporarily live at your house." Even though it was just empty words to get by at the time, she was now hoisted by her own petard. Her parents didn't give her a chance to explain, quickly pushing her out the door. "My sweet daughter, you must live happily. You can do it, right?" In the new house, surrounded by scattered cardboard boxes that hadn't been unpacked yet, Han Jia sat pensively at the table with a tense expression, her hands tightly gripping her thighs. She called out her own name as if to regain her composure. "Well then, Han Jia." Jin Min Cheon had now changed into a tight gym outfit, revealing his rippling muscles. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, he looked at her and said solemnly, "Let's get started." At that time, Han Jia didn't think much of it, only humming along to the melody, but now she truly understood the price she had to pay. Her hand trembled as she held the pen, her heart beating wildly. She told herself, as an adult, "I have to take responsibility for my foolish actions." Even so, Han Jia couldn't stop screaming inside. She reassured herself that everyone makes mistakes. Recalling the fateful moment at the park when she blurted out the marriage proposal, she could only cry out to the heavens, "Why does it feel like saying just one wrong word ruins an entire lifetime?" Just back from her trip, Han Jia was immediately kicked out of her parents' house with a blessing, "My beloved daughter, you must live happily." Thus, she officially moved in with Jin Min Cheon. In his tight gym outfit showcasing his muscular physique, Jin Min Cheon coldly proposed, "First, let's write a contract." Han Jia asked back in bewilderment, "Huh? A contract?" Looking at seeing Jin Min Cheon kneeling on the floor and asking what was wrong, she hurriedly waved her hand in embarrassment. It's nothing, my hand just went numb." Holding the piece of paper in her hand, Han Jia scratched her head in anxiety. What should I write now? Is this really necessary? While she was lost in thought, Jin Min Cheon urged her from behind, "Hey Han Jia, have you finished writing yet?" Startled, she replied, Wait, not yet." Feeling the heavy pressure, Han Jia clicked her tongue and decided to just go with the flow. She turned her back, busily writing down the terms for the marriage contract. Once done, Jin Min Cheon proposed with a highly serious expression, "Let's show them at the same time on the count of 3. Han Jia nodded in agreement, sweat pouring out from tension. The atmosphere was as tense as preparing for a college entrance exam, not a marriage contract. 1, 2, 3. Both simultaneously held out their contracts in front of each other. Jin Min Cheon confidently presented his 3 terms. First, stop smoking. Second, do not disturb the hamster. And third, voice any dissatisfaction immediately. Meanwhile, Han Jia also presented her demands: do not enter each other's room without permission, do not force each other, and always sit down and talk things through. As soon as she saw the very first line, "stop smoking," on, she pointed her finger at his face and screamed, "Once it's called a passion, even if it pierces your mouth, you still have to do it, haven't you heard that saying?" Leaving Jin Min Cheon frozen, she continued in frustration, "But quitting smoking means having to endure it for the rest of your life." On one hand writing the marriage contract, on the other hand turning on the lawyer mode to protect nicotine. Jin Min Cheon casually explained, "Is that so? But I hate the smell of cigarettes, you can quit gradually." Gradually? Hearing that, Han Jia screamed in protest, "I can't quit even a single bit, that's why I'm still smoking till now." She continued to question the second strange clause in the contract, "And what is Mouse doing here? Do not disturb Mouse, I don't get it at all." Seeing this, Jin Min Cheon calmly asked, Didn't I tell you?" Han Jia suddenly startled and gasped back, when she felt something brush past. Shaking, her face turned pale as she stammered, "Hey Jin Min Cheon, what was that under my feet just now?" Jin Min Cheon calmly replied, Under your feet." Han Jia shrunk back in fear, "Some hairy creature just brushed past my legs." It turned out to be a pitch-black cat wandering around. Han Jia asked in bewilderment. Han Jia couldn't help but be shocked by this bizarre name. The cat's name is Mouse? Seriously? Jin Min Cheon casually reasoned, "What do you mean seriously? Cats like mice, so of course its name is Mouse." Han Jia sarcastically replied, "So if I like eating chicken feet, is my name Han Chicken Feet?" His logic must have been built on an incomplete patch. Ignoring his wife's protest, Jin Min-cheon picked up the cat and introduced it solemnly. Han Jia, say hi. This is the little master of the house, Baby Mouse. He even intentionally mimicked a spoiled kitten's voice to tease her. Hello sister Han Jia, my name is Mouse, please take care of me from now on. Han Jia could only wave awkwardly. Hello there. She asked curiously, do you raise a cat? Why didn't you tell me before? Jin Min-cheon replied thoughtfully, because I didn't think there would be a time when I would live with someone else. Don't tell me you hate cats? Do you hate it that much? Looking at the cat with big, round, sparkling eyes that looked as if they were about to cry, Han Jia's heart suddenly softened. Facing the irresistible cuteness of the big boss, she blushed and admitted, actually, I like cats too. Hearing that, Jin Min-cheon breathed a sigh of relief. That's great then. He excitedly suggested. As soon as she held the cat in her arms and felt its softness, Han Jia exclaimed in surprise, so easygoing. Jin Min-cheon, standing nearby, did not forget to flatter the pet. While the atmosphere was gradually warming up, Han Jia suddenly asked seriously, Jin Min-cheon, let me ask you a question. While the guy was still looking dazed, she bowed her head, petting the cat, and continued, what if I said I hate cats or am allergic to cat fur? What would you do? Would you kick me out? Seeing Han Jia's worried and somewhat hurt expression as she held the cat tightly, Jin Min-cheon thought for a moment and then confidently offered a solution. No, I would raise it in another house. Despite having to pay rent, the answer was too practical but also harsh, leaving Han Jia stunned. She screamed in surprise, what? Han Jia asked back in panic, hey, what do you mean by that? What about the money? Jin Min-cheon calmly replied, money is not the issue, is it? We only married on contract, but we are still husband and wife by title. You trusted me enough to move into my house, so of course I have to do at least that much, right? Looking at his serious face, Han Jia suddenly went quiet. She thought to herself, this Jin Min-cheon guy, he values this marriage more than I thought. To be honest, I haven't thought much about this marriage until now. And then, the red stamp was pressed down. Just like that, the contract marriage based on the mutual agreement between her. The contract clearly states the terms. First, if you go out to smoke, you can only enter the house 10 minutes later. Second, do not disturb Mouse. Third, do not enter the other person's room without permission. Fourth, do not interfere in each other's private lives and do not use force. Finally, when there is any dissatisfaction, both must sit down and talk to each other. After completing it, Jin Min-cheon asked, is this size okay? But then he suddenly remembered, I almost forgot the important thing. Han Jia looked dazed, what important thing? Jin Min-cheon crossed his arms, announcing in a serious voice, this marriage contract can be cancelled at any time by either party. Han Jia was slightly flustered, is that so? She quietly recalled that this was the very condition she had mentioned right before getting married. The contract added term number 0, the contract is based on trust and respect, and if either party has any doubt, the contract can be cancelled immediately. This is the contract of grown-up children who are lying for the first time to receive forgiveness from society. The two sat opposite each other, the atmosphere becoming quieter than ever. Jin Min-cheon looked straight into her eyes and sincerely said, so Han Jia, I'll count on you in the future. He reached out his hand, waiting for a handshake deal. Han Jia smiled gently and replied, me too. The two hands clasped tightly, marking a vague new beginning. Finally, Han Jia placed her bright red thumbprint on the contract to officially confirm it. The marriage contract based on the agreement between Han Jia and Jin Min-cheon was finally officially signed. The first night at her fake husband's house passed in each person's private space. Putting aside the initial worries, everything still went quite smoothly. Han Jia sat with her knees hugged on the bed, engrossed in scrolling through her phone to order new furniture. She did not forget to complain that furniture is so expensive lately, and it seems she has bought all the necessary things, with her wallet emptying at the speed of a newly updated game patch with a new gacha. She told herself she had to wait for the furniture to arrive before she could properly arrange the room. Then she idly wondered whether Jin Min-cheon had to go to work tomorrow. Seeing nothing else to do, Han Jia collapsed onto the bed, enjoying the softness of the blanket her mother bought. She muttered to herself that it was about time to go to sleep. Staring at the ceiling, the feeling of reality began to sink in, leaving her stunned. Is this really the house where she will live starting tomorrow? Even now, she still could not believe this was true, that she was married and would be living here from now on. While lost in thought, Han Jia suddenly startled when she realized Jin Min-cheon was in the very next room. While she was still tossing and turning, on the other side of the wall, her fake husband was wearing a red t-shirt. Han Jia pulled the blanket over her face, trying to reassure herself that she had to adapt to living with others instead of clinging to her family forever. Although she claimed she was worried about whether she could sleep well, her eyes began to grow heavy as sleepiness set in. Completely contrary to her initial anxiety, Han Jia slept so soundly that her mouth fell wide open and she even drooled on her pillow. She slept like a log, oblivious to the world until the next morning.
As the sunlight began to creep into the room, the sound of boiling water on the stove and the clacking of knives and cutting boards echoed from the living room area. Han Jia woke up groggily, her eyes half open in confusion as she heard unfamiliar sounds in the house. In the kitchen, Jin Min Cheon was busy preparing something.
Hearing the noise, Han Jia walked out with messy hair, yawning and asking, "What is that noise so early in the morning?"
Seeing her, Jin Min Cheon calmly explained, "Jia, I'm just making breakfast like I always do."
Han Jia asked in surprise, "Breakfast? Ah, morning meal?" Seeing that she was awake, he offered, "You happen to be up just in time, want to eat together?" Han Jia excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, is there a portion for me too? Then thank you so much." Watching Jin Min Cheon's back as he busily worked, Jia secretly admired him. An office worker who made his own breakfast, he was indeed diligent. She cheerfully rested her chin on her hand and waited, thinking she must taste Jin Min Cheon's cooking. However, her smile suddenly froze when she saw Jin Min Cheon nonchalantly stuff a bunch of vegetables and meat into a blender. The roaring sound of the blender left Jia bewildered, and then the final product appeared, a lumpy, pale green liquid. That was none other than Jin Min Cheon's famous chicken breast smoothie, a dish deemed healthy but with an utterly indescribable taste. Jia sat there in a daze, staring at the glass in front of her with an unbelieving expression. What on earth was this? Jin Min Cheon poured some more while asserting, "That's breakfast." Still in shock, Jia asked again, "Breakfast?" The guy replied curtly, "Yeah, breakfast." Not wanting to disappoint her mock husband's goodwill, Jia closed her eyes and gulped it all down in one breath. Immediately, her expression changed. She covered her mouth because the taste was so horrific. It was incredibly fishy. "Someone save me." Jia slammed the glass down on the table, looking at Jin Min Cheon with a questioning glare. "Hey, Jin Min Cheon, I have a question. Is this all there is for breakfast?" Seeing she still had hope, she asked further. Extremely frustrated, Han Jia threw the protein bar away and jumped up, screaming, "Hey, Jin Min Cheon, are you kidding me? You call this breakfast?" Despite her screaming for normal food or at least cereal, Jin Min Cheon casually asked back, "What else? Isn't a protein bar normal food?" Han Jia cursed inwardly, just the fact that he considered this survival ration bar as a main meal was not normal at all. She began to deduce and pointed her finger accusingly. "Ah, I see. You hid the delicious food to eat lunch alone at the company, right? That's why breakfast is just this random stuff, isn't it? You are so petty and super stingy." However, when she looked at his lunch menu which consisted only of chicken breast and sweet potatoes, Han Jia suddenly froze. Memories of that Lunar New Year's Day flooded back. The sight of him casually chewing chicken breast in the smoking area made her cover her face in helplessness. She realized this guy was truly serious about his bizarre diet. Unable to believe her eyes, Han Jia decided to search the fridge to find the truth. As soon as she opened the refrigerator door, she felt like fainting when she saw nothing but mineral water, sweet potatoes, and countless bags of frozen chicken breast. Regretting so much how she used to criticize her mother's cooking, Han Jia collapsed onto the floor, mumbling an apology to her mother. "Mom, I'm sorry. I won't grumble about your side dishes anymore. I promise I'll be good." Seeing his wife lying flat on the floor with a miserable face, Jin Min Cheon innocently asked, "Isn't there anything to eat?" Han Jia smiled forcefully, bitterly replying, "What do you mean there's nothing to eat? There's so much. Just looking at these things is enough to make me completely healthy. I'm so incredibly happy." Seeing that things didn't seem right, Jin Min Cheon suggested, "Then why don't you go to one of the gukbap restaurants nearby?" Hearing about eating out, her eyes lit up brighter than car headlights. Han Jia looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "You're telling me to go eat gukbap alone? Is that really okay?" He casually confirmed, "Of course, it's your freedom. This much is enough for me, but you don't need to eat like me. If you want to eat something, just go out and eat comfortably." Hearing this, Han Jia suddenly realized she was so foolish to think they had to have breakfast together. Perhaps the habit of being woken up by her mother to eat breakfast together every morning, despite her constant nagging, had run deep in her blood. It made her forget that she was living in a highly free contract marriage. Hearing the clattering sound of packing things, Han Jia asked, "Are you going somewhere? Going to work?" Jin Min Cheon put his backpack on his shoulders, prepared his shoes, and replied, "Yeah, it's time, so I'm leaving now." Yawning deeply, Han Jia, "Don't you like the fact that you have to go to work while I stay home playing around?" Jin Min Cheon could only stammer in denial, completely flustered by the sudden attack from his fake wife. Seeing Jin Min Cheon staring blankly at her, Han Jia quickly made an excuse. "Why are you looking at me so intensely then? I will look for a job too, so don't make it hard on each other. It's only my first day moving in." Jin Min Cheon flusteredly stammered back. "It's really not like that." Seeing that he seemed to have softened up, Han Jia offered a bright smile and waved goodbye. "Then go early and come back early. See you at dinner, bye-bye." Jin Min Cheon could only mutter in agreement and quietly stepped out the door.
As soon as the door closed, Han Jia quickly pressed her ear against it to listen, then stealthily peeked through the gap to make sure he had gone far away. Once confirming that he had completely retreated, Han Jia immediately showed her true colors as a genuine lazy slacker. She raised her fist to the sky, laughing triumphantly in delight. "Job hunting my foot, I am going to have fun and play all I want, mwahaha." Standing in the middle of the spacious living room, she screamed in utter joy for finally having a free space of her own. "Before running out of money, I'm going to party to the max." Her laughter echoed. The guy looked at the happy couple walking hand in hand on the street through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh. How enviable, the scene was so sweet that any single person watching would automatically feel down. While his mood was hitting rock bottom, he suddenly spotted the familiar figure of Jia Min Cheon trudging along the sidewalk toward the office. Seeing Jia Min Cheon stop in confusion and look inside, he immediately rolled down the car window and called out enthusiastically. "Oh, Assistant Jin, long time no see." That was none other than Choi Sang-woo, Jia Min Cheon's close subordinate. "Assistant, do you have any idea how shocked I am?" Choi Sang-woo said as he drove, unable to hide his astonishment at his superior's sudden, dramatic change. The guy began to ramble about how Jia Min Cheon, a workaholic who never knew how to rest, suddenly called on a holiday to ask him to email a leave request for 10 whole days to travel abroad. Choi Sang-woo grilled him with a deeply aggrieved look. "Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Choi Sang-woo admitted that Jia Min Cheon had always been unpredictable. However, lately, he seemed extremely happy, even sitting there smiling to himself in the car today. Meanwhile, Jia Min Cheon's mind drifted back to this morning's moment, when Han Jia, while yawning widely, waved and warmly reminded him, "Go early and come back early, see you at dinner." The feeling of having someone waiting for him at home made Jia Min Cheon smile softly with happiness. Seeing his strange expression, Sang-woo couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is someone waiting for you at home?" "Who would be waiting for you at home anyway?" Jia Min Cheon nonchalantly dropped a bombshell, "My wife." This shocking answer made Sang-woo completely lose his composure, panicking and losing control of the wheel, causing the car to swerve wildly on the street accompanied by a sudden scream. Sang-woo stammered in utter disbelief, "What wife? Do you mean in a game?" But Jia Min Cheon calmly confirmed that it was a real wife, and they had married last week. He even intended to pull out his phone to show his subordinate the picture. Sang-woo's shout of "what" echoed throughout the car. At the same time at the office, Section Chief Soo-jeon was also frozen, her face turning pale upon hearing the shocking news. She could only gasp in despair, "Who?" While sitting in the back of the car, Soo-jeon was filled with disbelief and doubt. She muttered in despair, "With whom? Doing what?" This shocking news quickly spread to the office, causing a male colleague to burst out laughing out of sheer surprise. The entire office became lively, with everyone crowding around Jia Min Cheon to congratulate him. "Assistant Jin is married? Congratulations!" Faced with his colleague's enthusiasm, Jia Min Cheon could only scratch his head and shyly reply, "Yes." He had even thoughtfully prepared wedding gifts to share with everyone. Even though they received gifts, his colleagues couldn't help but feel regretful. "What a pity, you should have invited us to the wedding too." Today's office drama is easily enough to top the internal newsletter. Jia Min Cheon quickly came up with a plausible excuse to cover up his contract marriage. That's because it was a sudden decision, so we only held an intimate ceremony and invited family relatives." While the crowd was buzzing with gossip, Choi Sang-woo broke into a cold sweat, intending to sneak away quietly. "Oh right, I think I still have some code that needs working on." He was secretly overjoyed thinking he had escaped, but immediately changed his mind to look diligent. However, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder along with Cha Soo-yeon's menacing voice, "Mr. Choi, come out and see me for a moment." Right after that, a piercing scream echoed throughout the office. Cha Soo-yeon had now fully revealed herself as a queen mercilessly choking Choi Sang-woo. The poor guy could only yell out and plead, "Manager, I lose, I was wrong." Despite Choi Sang-woo repeatedly admitting his mistake and begging, Cha Soo-yeon furiously tightened her grip. "Hey, Choi Sang-woo, you said you were sure Jia Min Cheon didn't like anyone." Cha Soo-yeon, 33 years old, who was the department manager and Jia Min Cheon's boss, was completely out of control upon hearing that the person she secretly liked had suddenly gotten married. She grabbed Choi Sang-woo's shirt and shook him violently as if demanding justice. What on earth? Sang-woo was tortured to the point of losing his soul, lying flat in one place while Seo Soo-yeon remained completely dumbfounded. Right now, he still couldn't understand what was happening, having never imagined that someone like Assistant Jia Min Cheon would actually get married so soon. While massaging his aching neck, Sang-woo tried to justify his mistaken judgment. He insisted that before the Lunar New Year holiday, he was absolutely certain that Assistant Jin had zero interest in women. Seeing that Seo Soo-yeon was still skeptical, the young man continued to bring up convincing evidence. He asked if she didn't see all those massive muscles. "That guy doesn't drink alcohol, doesn't drink soda, and spends all day training his muscles." Sang-woo even thought the man didn't care about humanity at all, let alone women. Seo Soo-yeon fell into deep thought, constantly questioning in her mind why things turned out this way. Rewinding time to the past, this is a little intermission story about the life drama of manager Seo Soo-yeon.
Just hearing a brief summary makes it feel like a healing documentary mixed with a touch of real life. At 33 years old this year, she is currently a manager at a mid-sized medical company. In her past, she was a goddess in the engineering world and an Olympiad mathematics genius. Her ideal type of partner has always been a decent enough. By the age of 16, when she was the valedictorian of her high school, her standards were very clear, just someone good enough is fine. Preferably, he would be taller than her, smart enough, and easy to talk to. At age 22 in college, she only needed someone to lean on. However, at the age of 33, as she was about to become the youngest deputy head of the company, Soo-jeon seemed to have locked away her sensitive emotions. For the past 32 years, she had only known how to bury herself in work with the sound of clacking keyboards all night. In the end, what is a good enough person like? While Soo-jeon was sluggishly working, her colleagues whispered behind her back. They gossiped, "Why does manager Seo's mood seem so bad today? I heard the guy flirting with her is divorced with 2 kids." Hearing those words, Soo-jeon could only shed tears in silence. The clock struck 1:23 a.m., and she sighed in frustration. Ugh, seriously, is finding a decent person really that hard? She collapsed onto her desk, feeling deeply self-pitying because she didn't wish for anything extraordinary. She just wanted someone who understood her and could talk with her. Right at her most exhausted moment, a hand placed a soda can on her desk and called softly, "Manager Seo, I'm finished, please check it for me." It was Jia and Min Cheon. He stood there, looking dashing, making her heart flutter. From that moment on, the name Jia and Min Cheon was always on her mind. At a barbecue dinner, Choi Sang-woo, a junior colleague and the company's love consultant, excitedly declared, "Assistant Manager Jin? If it's about him, I am the ultimate expert." Hearing Choi Sang-woo babbling on and on, Cha Soo-yeon began to daydream about a bright future. Her heart fluttered at the thought of a 200,000 won wedding gift, then she dreamed of a gorgeous rose-filled wedding in May. She imagined herself as a beautiful bride, carried in Jin Min Cheon's arms to the sound of ringing church bells, dreaming of a sweet home with 2 children. However, the harsh reality hit her like a heavy blow, shattering Cha Soo-yeon's illusions into pieces. It's no big deal, after all, he is not the only guy in the world. Choi Sang-woo tried to comfort Cha Soo-yeon as she was completely devastated. Although she stammered in agreement that there were plenty of men out there, her tears kept flowing like rain, impossible to hold back. Witnessing this bittersweet scene, Choi Sang-woo could only cry out in horror. As night fell, Jin Min Cheon tiredly returned home, his eyes glued to his phone. He had no idea that from the darkness, Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon were stealthily watching him. Choi Sang-woo whispered urgently, Assistant Manager Jin is here. Manager, hide quickly. Hiding behind the corner, Soo-jeon asked anxiously, Choi, do we really have to do this? The two of them were acting stealthily, no different from paparazzi hunting for top idol dating rumors. Choi Sang-woo firmly asserted that they must verify this matter at all costs. He even made a sarcastic comparison between Chief Gukbap leaving, Assistant Jin getting married, and tomorrow being the end of the world. Which one is more likely? Soo-jeon innocently asked back, Huh? The Earth is going to be destroyed? Choi Sang-woo confirmed that their only goal was to find out the truth about whether Jin Min Cheon was actually married. However, while Soo-jeon was still afraid that barging in abruptly would cause trouble, Choi Sang-woo gasped in surprise, Hey, Assistant Jin is greeting a woman. Could that be his wife? His words made Soo-jeon panic and ask repeatedly, What? Where? In her heart, Soo-jeon couldn't help but wonder who on earth that woman could be to have married Jin Min Cheon. Her curiosity was so intense that her eyes shone brighter than a corridor sensor light. A cigarette was suddenly thrown to the ground. Through the gap, a girl with long blonde hair, wearing a tracksuit, was squatting with a completely nonchalant attitude. That was Han Jia. She looked up at Jin Min Cheon and casually asked, You're back? Witnessing the somewhat rebel, Jin Min Cheon trudged back home after a long day of work, softly announcing his arrival. Yeah, I'm back. However, what awaited him was not a warm welcome, but Han Jia is deeply annoyed, frowning face as she squatted there smoking a cigarette. Are you crazy? Seeing him just standing there blankly, Han Jia snapped, Is there a problem? She irritably squeezed the cigarette in her hand, while Soo-jeon and Choi Sang-woo kept stealthily watching them from behind the corner of the wall. Soo-jeon angrily thought to herself, Are you seriously asking that? Utterly shocked by his colleague's wife's appearance, Soo-jeon grabbed Choi Sang-woo's shirt in disbelief. Mr. Choi, is that woman really Assistant Jin's wife? Assistant Jin's type is a bad girl like that? Choi Sang-woo quickly tried to calm her down. Manager, please be quiet. Let's wait a bit more and hear what they are saying. Turning back to the main couple, Han Jia suddenly yelled out, Why did you come home so late? The shout startled the two stalkers, making them wonder if the couple was having a fight. Jin Min Cheon looked at his phone in confusion. Is it really that late? What time is it now? I just finished working out at the gym and ran straight back. Han Jia stood straight up and announced, It's already 8:20 now. Even though Jin Minchul tried to argue that this time wasn't considered too late, Han Jia still snapped, "But if you're coming—" Jin Minchul froze for a few seconds, cold sweat breaking out as he hesitantly asked, "Don't tell me you were waiting to have dinner with me?" Recalling Han Jia's unenthusiastic expression this morning, he became even more flustered. Having her mind read, Han Jia blushed furiously, pointing directly at her husband's face and yelling, "That matter and this matter are completely different." She fiercely asserted that calling to inform when coming home late is the minimum courtesy everyone should know. Witnessing this intense husband scolding scene, Choi Sang-woo silently admired how charismatic assistant Jin Minchul's wife was. Meanwhile, Cha Soo-yeon still could not stop doubting the authenticity of this marriage. Jin Minchul softly asked, "Is it okay if I call you beforehand?" The question left Han Jia momentarily dazed. "Huh?" Jin Minchul explained with a sincere face, "Didn't you say you felt uncomfortable when I called you? That is why I have been limiting my calls to you as much as possible." Han Jia was completely bewildered. She searched her memory but found no trace of such a request. "Did I say that? When?" After a moment of thought, Jin Minchul calmly replied, "In the 5th grade, I believe." The answer made Han Jia want to faint as she cursed in her head. What on earth? Breaking into a cold sweat, she mimicked holding a phone to confirm the unbelievable truth. If it was in the 5th grade, that was the era before mobile phones, when we had to call each other on landlines, right? Jin Minchul nodded in confirmation. He still clearly— Han Jia awkwardly scratched her head, breaking into a cold sweat because she couldn't recall a single memory from their childhood days. She mumbled, I don't remember." Seeing her flustered, Jin Minchul calmly replied, "It's okay." Regaining her composure, Han Jia tried to speak firmly to assert her point. "Anyway, what I meant to say is—" However, she suddenly stopped with a suspicious look, sensing an unusual vibe. Behind the corner, Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon were sweating profusely, trying to shrink back so they wouldn't be spotted. Noticing his wife's strange behavior, Jin Minchul asked with concern, "Huh? What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Han Jia looked around and reassured herself, Nothing. Just now, I suddenly felt like someone was watching us from over there. I must be imagining things." Meanwhile, Choi Sang-woo was struggling to hold back the agitated department manager Cha Soo-yeon. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Minchul picked up his phone and confidently settled the matter. "So, based on what you said, it's fine for me to call you for personal matters in the future, right?" Han Jia could only force a smile and replied reluctantly, "Oh, of course, no one's saying otherwise." Inside, her mind was screaming and, in the distance, Choi Sang-woo breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That was a close call, almost got caught. But wait, Jin Minchul's wife. I feel like I have met her somewhere before? Late at night, Han Jia stood in the bathroom, brushing her teeth while constantly grumbling about her temporary husband's bizarre eating habits. Whether it is morning or night, he always eats the chicken breast smoothie. Even the monkeys in the zoo probably eat better food than him. Am I wrong? However, what troubled her even more was Jin Minchul's terrifying memory. But wait, the 5th grade? Was it back in 5th grade? She suddenly recalled the image of the old days, when they were still kids communicating through a tangled corded landline phone. Han Jia spat out the mouthwash, asking herself in disbelief, how could he remember that? How long has it been? 20 years? So it was really from once upon a time? Returning to her room, Han Jia sat blankly on her bed, her hands constantly playing with her blonde hair. Come to think of it, was it around that time? When I stopped hanging out with Jin Minchul. Back then, the two children lived in the same neighborhood. Being the same age and attending the same kindergarten, they were always attached to each other like shadow and bone. They were so close that the teachers probably thought they were a buy one get one free combo. Their family situations were also similar, with both parents busy earning money, leaving the two children to grow up together during scorching sunny days. Thinking back, Han Jia and Jin Minchul used to be so close, but why did everything turn out like this? Actually, at that age, she had no other choice because if she kept sticking to a boy, her friends would tease her for dating him anyway. It was because of the fear of those rumors that Han Jia started to keep her distance. Even when Jin Minchul excitedly called to invite her over to play a newly released game package, she brushed it off and shouted, I don't care, I'm hanging up. Their relationship grew even more distant when they both entered Daesung Middle School, and Han Jia was the one who proactively ignored Jin Minchul first. Even when her friend approached to say hello, she still casually passed by with her group of friends like strangers. She left Jin Minchul standing there with his hand hanging awkwardly in the hallway. Returning to reality, Han Jia scratched her head in deep regret for her childish past. Feeling humiliated remembering those actions, she threw herself onto the bed and buried her face in the pillow in frustration. Tossing it, curious, she opened her messages to check and was stunned to see that their chat history so far consisted of nothing but dry texts regarding marriage procedures and passports. Han Jia flopped down on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling in deep thought, unable to believe they had lived so coldly together without a single personal message.
Thinking about how she had just snapped at someone who had silently endured her coldness for all these years, she suddenly felt a deep pang of guilt. She repeatedly punched her pillow to vent her frustration, blaming herself for being so heartless. In the quiet of the night, Han Jia wondered if she should go over to Jin Mincheol's room to apologize. Meanwhile, in the next room, Jin Mincheol was staring thoughtfully at his phone. He let out a soft sigh and buried his head on the desk, as if struggling with a very intense inner conflict. Finally, he gathered all his courage to hit the send button. Han Jia's phone suddenly vibrated, startling her. She hurriedly picked it up and was astonished to see an unexpected gift from her husband in name, a set of fiery hot spicy chicken feet, her absolute favorite dish. Han Jia was stunned, wondering how on earth he could have known her preference. Overwhelmed with emotion, Han Jia sprang out of bed, rushed straight to Jin Mincheol's room, flung the door open, and called his name out loud. Her sudden appearance startled him so much that he jumped in. Seeing his wife barge in, Jin Mincheol quickly reminded her of the rule against entering each other's room without permission. Han Jia just replied with a quick "oh, I forgot," then knocked on the already open door and said, "Knock knock, excuse me, happy now?" She held up the contract, pointed straight at clause number 5, and solemnly declared that whenever either side had any dissatisfaction, they must sit down and talk it out. Han Jia flashed a determined smile, asserting that she had a grievance that needed to be resolved immediately. The spicy chicken feet and white rice balls were beautifully arranged on the table. Han Jia pressed the ice-cold beer can against her cheek, exclaiming in delight, "Oh my, it seems the beer is still cold. It's amazing how the beer stayed this cold during delivery." Seeing her lost in enjoyment and forgetting her main purpose, Jin Mincheol reminded her, "Hey, Han Jia, didn't you have something to say? You said you had a grievance." Jin Mincheol asked anxiously, "Could it be that I made another mistake?" Han Jia casually waved her hand, It's not that serious of a mistake. It's just that you have no manners." Seeing her contract husband looking bewildered, not understanding what manners meant in this context, she slammed her hand on the table, pointed straight at the beer bottle and yelled, "I mean this." Jin Mincheol covered his face in helplessness, unable to believe his wife was throwing a fit just over food. He was as panicked as a gymgoer hearing that chicken breast was going extinct globally. Han Jia opened a beer and said in a low voice, "Could it be that what you're dissatisfied with is also about food? If that's the case, you could have just told me tomorrow morning." "Well, there's that, and I've also been thinking a lot." She looked at him and continued, "You and I have never really sat down to talk. So, now that we have some snacks, let's sit down and have a chat." When Jin Mincheol muttered that there was no law stating chicken feet must go with beer, Han Jia snorted and asserted firmly, "Chicken feet are snacks, that's a national law." She poured a glass full of foamy head and handed it to him. "What's wrong? I'm offering you a beer, you don't want to take it?" Jin Mincheol stared at the beer glass with an extremely tense expression, making Han Jia break a sweat from anxiety as she pressed. Why aren't you taking it?" He hesitated. "It's not that, it's just..." Suddenly, Jin Mincheol flexed his arms, showing off rippling muscles that looked ready to burst through his t-shirt, and proudly declared. She thought to herself, "It's my fault, I must be crazy." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Han Jia was about to give up and told him that he didn't need to drink with her and could just go back to his room. However, Jin Mincheol surprised her by standing up to prepare his own snacks. He insisted that sitting down to talk like this was truly necessary for them to get along better. Han Jia flashed a bright smile and eagerly suggested, "Even if we don't drink the same beer, we can still clink our glasses together." Seeing her temporary husband starting to cooperate, she was thrilled. "Oh, Dr. Jin Mincheol, he." But when Jin Mincheol asked her what she wanted to talk about, Han Jia suddenly froze. Cold sweat poured down her face as she realized she didn't actually have anything serious to talk about. She told herself she hadn't thought it through and just wanted to invite him for a drink. To cover her embarrassment, she raised her glass and stammered, Well, the thing is, let's toast first." The clinking sound echoed, and Han Jia squeezed her eyes shut, gulping down the beer in one go to find some courage. She told herself that once the alcohol kicked in, she would naturally know what to say. 2 hours quickly passed under the quiet night sky, and the room was now filled with laughter and empty beer bottles rolling on the table. It turned out that with a bit of alcohol in their systems, they actually had a lot to talk about. Han Jia was completely drunk by now, her face flushed red as she pointed at Jin Mincheol's face, slurring his name. "Hey Jin Mincheol, don't you really remember?" She began bringing up the past to tease him, recalling the day he lost a game so badly that he stormed outside, trembling with rage by the front door. Jin Mincheol could only cover his face in embarrassment, arguing that he was just letting her win. However, Han Jia kept laughing gleefully at how his reaction was exactly the same as back then. Resting her head on her hand with dreamy eyes and a happy smile, she softly murmured, "It was so fun back then." Memories flooded back as Han Jia recalled how, after finishing school, they would rush over to each other's houses just to play video games. They played fighting games together, bickering back and forth, and then fighting like cats and dogs. But those were truly wonderful times. Returning to reality, Jin Mincheol looked at her slumped over the table, mouth wide open and starting to snore.
He called out softly, "Hey Han Jia, are you asleep?" Seeing her so drunk that she fell fast asleep right at the dining table, Jin Minchul could only stand there, looking utterly helpless. The dining table had now doubled as a free, luxury bed. He reached up to scratch his head in confusion, staring intently at his fake wife's disheveled blonde hair. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped closer, gently reaching out his hand to touch her hair. He poked her gently with his finger. She screamed in panic, "Oh my god, you scared me." "Is that an alarm?" Jin Minchul casually held out his ringing phone and warned her, "You'll catch a cold if you sleep out here. If you're tired, go to your room and sleep. I'll clean up this place." Han Jia blushed furiously, sorry. Yawning constantly as she walked, Han Jia blamed herself for having such a low alcohol tolerance lately. She had only had a little but was already completely drunk. She sweet-talked Jin Minchul into cleaning up for her. But he was no pushover, demanding a game match in return, which made her pout and refuse. Han Jia rubbed her sleepy, blurry eyes, thinking it made sense. After all, she had chugged down all the beer that was meant for both of them. Suddenly, she stopped and called out sharply, "Hey Jin Minchul, bring your ear over here." While he was still asking confusingly, "My ear," Han Jia suddenly snatched the glasses right off his face. Ignoring Jin Minchul's yells after being tricked, she casually put on the oversized glasses. She let out an excited "oh" in amazement. Han Jia wore Jin Minchul's glasses and laughed gleefully, "Kiddo, your eyesight seems really bad, ha ha. I already suspected it back then when you played games all the time, honestly, ha." Seeing her starting to mess around, Jin Minchul reached out his hand and demanded, "Hey Han Jia, stop playing around. Give me back my glasses." But Jin Minchul anxiously asked if she was drunk, but Han Jia firmly asserted that she was still sober. She lifted the glasses high and continued to tease, "What's wrong, what's wrong? Are you afraid your silly face without glasses will look even sillier?" Standing opposite and looking directly at Jin Minchul, Han Jia confessed, "I've wanted to say this for a long time, you look so dull wearing these glasses, you know that?" She stepped closer and grumbled, "Are you an old uncle or what, wearing such thick glasses?" Suddenly, Jin Minchul pinned Han Jia against the wall, startling her into shouting teasingly, "Oh my goodness, Jin Minchul caught me." Despite being cornered, Han Jia still grinned and asserted, "You seem to have misunderstood. Even if you pin me to the wall, I won't give these glasses back." However, under Jin Minchul's serious gaze and low voice, the smile on Han Jia's lips suddenly froze. She looked up at the flawless, handsome face of her fake husband without his glasses, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Her heart throbbed rapidly in Han Jia's chest as she faced Jin Minchul's intense, pressuring gaze. He leaned his face closer, exuding a powerful charm that left her completely frozen, breaking into a sweat from tension. Jin Minchul softly repeated his demand in a mesmerizing tone, "Give it to me." In the cramped space filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, Han Jia clutched the glasses tightly to her chest, completely conquered by the unexpected. The sound of her heart pounding frantically felt as if it would leap out of her chest. In the silent space, Jin Minchul pinned Han Jia against the wall. Without his glasses, his gaze became sharp, cold, and incredibly captivating. Han Jia froze completely, her face turning crimson as she could only let out a startled gasp. Han Jia quickly put his glasses back on him to save face, then ran desperately into her room. The door slammed shut with a dry thud. Han Jia leaned her back against the door, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Her heart continued to beat erratically. A burning sensation spread throughout her body, leaving her clutching her chest and breathing heavily to calm herself down. Han Jia covered her face in confusion, her mind in a chaotic whirl as she wondered what on earth was happening to her. What was that? Just now, Her brain tried to stay rational, but her heart was absolutely running wild. The image of Jin Minchul's handsome, masculine face without his glasses lingered vividly in her mind, impossible to shake off. Utterly desperate at this sudden fluttering of her heart, she slumped to the floor, clutching her head in distress. Seriously. The next morning arrived quickly, with the rustling sound of someone putting on shoes breaking the quiet atmosphere. Jin Minchul sat flat on the floor putting on his backpack, with Mouse sitting quietly nearby, observing its owner. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned surprisingly chilling. Jin Minchul's face at this moment. Jin Minchul whipped around when he saw Han Jia sneakily standing at the door. He asked in confusion, "What's this? You've been doing that since earlier." Han Jia startled and flatly denied, "It's nothing." She tightly covered her face, scolding herself, "No, Han Jia, how can you say it's nothing?" Recalling her rowdy and excessive behavior while drunk last night, she felt incredibly regretful. No matter how drunk she was last night, she had indeed gone a bit too far. Right from the start, she was already in the wrong. With a personality that couldn't stand lingering guilt, she resolved, "That's right, if I'm wrong, I must apologize. I just need to behave normally again, just like usual." Seeing Jin Minchul preparing to leave, Han Jia summoned all her courage and called out sharply, "Hey, Jin Minchul." The guy turned around in confusion, "Huh?" Han Jia hesitantly began, "About last night.
But facing his calm expression, she suddenly began to stutter, breaking out in a cold sweat. I. In her head, she kept urging herself, Han Jia, why are you hesitating like this? Just say you're sorry, it's just one simple sentence. However, despite her best efforts, the apology remained choked up in her throat, making her whole body tremble. Just as she was stuck and speechless, Mao suddenly appeared and let out a meow. Like finding a lifesaver to escape her embarrassment, instead of apologizing, Han Jia she stood there acting like a cat, wriggling right in front of Jin Min Cheon, making the atmosphere suddenly become extremely awkward. Witnessing his wife suddenly turning into a cat, Jin Min Cheon froze, sweat pouring down because he didn't understand what kind of mental issue she was having. Even Mouse looked at her with a judgmental, contemptuous gaze, as if looking at a lunatic. The real cat was even feeling second-hand embarrassment for this overly committed roleplay. Realizing her actions were incredibly silly and humiliating, Han Jia stood frozen, her face darkening as she wished she could just sink into the ground immediately. And so, a new working day began. According to what you said, your wife imitated a cat's meow this morning? Choi Sang-woo frowned in disbelief upon hearing Jin Min Cheon recount the story at home. He narrowed his eyes judgmentally. Is it possible that early in the morning you already want to flex your romance? I'm married, I'm happy, is that what you want to show off? Jin Min Cheon quickly denied it, admitting that he truly couldn't understand what she wanted and hoping that someone with a lot of relationship experience like Choi Sang-woo could decode it. When Choi Sang-woo suggested asking department manager Cha Soo-yeon for advice, Jin Min Cheon could only break out in a cold sweat seeing her fuming. Glaring from afar and radiating a threatening, jealous aura, Choi Sang-woo sighed and concluded, okay, fine. Choi Sang-woo stroked his chin thoughtfully, so, your wife imitated a cat's meow? Isn't she just trying to do EGO? Or maybe she just wanted to joke around? Hearing Jin Min Cheon assert that their relationship was not that kind of playful one, Choi Sang-woo widened his eyes in surprise and asked back, wait, aren't you married? Right after that, he pulled a comb out of his pocket, casually groomed his hair, and confidently declared, whatever, in short, you found the right person, the literal professor of love. Choi Sang-woo began explaining his philosophy by comparing it to fixing a computer, saying that when encountering a problem, the first thing to do is check its format. Jin Min Cheon listened, his face sweating at the sheer profundity of his subordinate. Choi Sang-woo posed charismatically, raising his finger to emphasize, so, what I mean is, first of all. The scene shifts to after work, as Jin Min Cheon tiredly returns home, gently opening the door to announce, I'm home. Han Jia was already waiting at the door with a bright smile on her face. Looking at Han Jia's bright smile, Jin Min Cheon suddenly felt anxious, sweat pouring down like rain. He recalled the passionate advice from Professor Choi Sang-woo. Assistant Jin, remember this. When talking to women, the most important thing is empathy. The second thing is also empathy, do you understand? Jin Min Cheon told himself following the instructions, if you don't understand the problem yet. Jin Min Cheon hesitantly looked at Han Jia and suddenly uttered an awkward meow to imitate her. Witnessing this scene, Han Jia, who was laughing, suddenly froze, feeling so humiliated that she wanted to cough up blood on the spot. A white flag of surrender was raised, signaling the end of her resilience. Han Jia, 32 years old, currently unemployed, officially laid to rest here, with the cause of death being extreme humiliation. In her imagination, she transformed into a fallen general on the battlefield, but in reality, she was lying flat on the floor. Jin Min Cheon looked down at his wife in confusion and muttered, oh, that's weird, Choi Sang-woo said she would like it if I just did that. Hearing a stranger's name, Han Jia jumped up with her eyes wide open in horror. She immediately rushed over, grabbed and ruffled Jin Min Cheon's hair, and screamed, hey, Jin Min Cheon. Did you tell someone else about what happened this morning? Han Jia furiously demanded to know why he had spread her embarrassing story to an outsider. Jin Min Cheon ran while trying his best to explain that because he was so flustered and didn't know what to do, he had asked his colleague for advice. This cat incident officially became an unforgettable dark memory in both of their lives. To put an end to the matter, a new clause was quickly added to the marriage contract. Han Jia resolutely wrote down the new rules with her pen, stating that everything happening between the two of them must be kept secret. Rule number 1, no leaks, no drama, no global chat. However, Jin Min Cheon still did not want to give up. He hesitantly asked, but Han Jia, can I ask you a question? In the end, the meow sound. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Han Jia gritting her teeth and snapping the pen in her hand with an overwhelming murderous aura. Sensing the imminent danger, Jin Min Cheon quickly retreated, it's nothing. Their turbulent married life went on like that for a few days, until a loud slam on the table echoed through the office. Jin Min Cheon stealthily hid behind his computer monitor to observe the situation on the other side. After hearing Choi Sang-woo's report, Cha Soo-yeon flashed a mysterious smile and muttered, oh, is that so? Great, a housewarming party. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she loudly announced to the entire office, let's throw a housewarming party. Han Jia was casually drinking water and almost spat it all out upon hearing the shocking news. What? A housewarming party? Jin Min Cheon confirmed as he took off his jacket, yeah, a housewarming party. Still in shock, Han Jia demanded to know why they were suddenly organizing such a thing. Her nominal husband scratched his head. Seeing Han Jia looking uncomfortable, Jin Min Cheon quickly reassured her that he was just mentioning it beforehand, and no one was forcing them at all. He confirmed that attending the company party was completely voluntary, so she should feel free to share her thoughts without worrying too much. Han Jia fell silent, gently touching her lips and pondering for a long while. While Jin Min Cheon was still awkwardly trying to explain further, Han Jia suddenly changed her attitude. She confidently declared, "Let's just do it." Her decisive decision left Jin Min Cheon completely stunned, only able to utter a bewildered huh? He waved his hands frantically. "No, you don't have to force yourself like that." However, Han Jia stood her ground and snapped back. "What do you mean by forcing? I said let's just do it." Jin Min Cheon was still suspicious and pressed her for the reason why she agreed so easily. Han Jia casually crossed her legs on the sofa, folded her arms powerfully, and blurted out a blunt line, "I just feel like it." Normally, after moving into a new house or getting married, people will invite family, friends, and loved ones over for a housewarming party. Simply put, it is a traditional party to exchange greetings so that both sides can visit and help each other in the future. Although it is not mandatory, this is an event everyone must experience once or twice in their lives. Even if the guests already know about the party, there are still countless things for the host to prepare. Han Jia wondered why she had agreed so easily. But then she smiled triumphantly as she realized the real reason, simply because that guy Jin Min Cheon didn't like this at all. Seeing Jin Min Cheon anxiously trying to dissuade her, asking if she was really going to do it and saying it wasn't too late to back out, Han Jia immediately brushed it off, asking what he was talking about and telling him to get to work. Looking at his retreating back, she chuckled sinisterly to herself. She muttered that this jerk must have had a lot of fun watching her make a fool of herself last time, so now she had to make him taste the bitter fruit of karma to feel satisfied. Seeing Jin Min Cheon's depressed face, Han Jia gleefully thought to herself that karma had truly come fast. The young man tried to calm her down, saying, "Jia, sit down, calm down and have some tea first." But she, with devil horns practically appearing on her head, laughed out loud. For what, exactly? She mockingly told him that if he didn't like it, he could just go to the company and reject it, but then she waved goodbye cheerfully. How could that be? "Don't worry about it, see you after work." Just as Jin Min Cheon was about to leave, he suddenly turned back to look, leaving Han Jia slightly dazed. Contrary to his previous gloomy expression, he suddenly flashed a gentle smile, making her feel confused and wonder what was happening. Jin Min Cheon softly said. Han Jia stood there twirling her hair, wondering in disbelief why that guy suddenly looked so happy. She thought to herself that being forced to do something he disliked should have made him annoyed, so how could he smile so comfortably like that? And so, Han Jia's journey of observing her fake husband officially began. It was like an adventure diary full of mysteries about Jin Min Cheon waiting for her to discover. The first characteristic of Jin Min Cheon is that he is a highly efficient dinosaur. He is no different from an eco-friendly robot, always looking for ways to maximize energy savings. From grinding up food because he is too lazy to chew, to only hanging around the house exercising or playing games with the motto, "Stepping outside is a storm." The second characteristic of this guy is that he easily succumbs to others' favors. Just a little begging and he will surrender immediately. The proof is that even though he disliked it, he still agreed to drink beer with her, and is still wearing the outfit she chose during their trip until now. Han Jia continued to analyze. Clearly this guy did not like the housewarming party at all but just couldn't bear to refuse. He could have completely used her as a shield by saying, "My wife doesn't like it," and that would be the end of it. However, the moment the word wife popped into her head, she began to wonder in confusion what Jin Min Cheon would call her when they were outside, whether it would be his wife, family, or even hubby. Although she told herself that since they were married, calling her that was not wrong, Han Jia couldn't help but feel crazy embarrassed. She recalled his smile as he left the house and wondered if she had missed any important details. But then, she stretched her arms, casting away all stray thoughts to focus on reality. In front of her was the most crucial task, preparing for the upcoming housewarming party. However, just 2 hours later, Han Jia began to regret it and wanted to back out immediately. Amidst the piles of trash bags and messy food ingredients, she was going crazy having to call her mother for help over the phone. Hearing her mother list a series of ingredients from soy sauce, sesame oil to garlic, Han Jia screamed in despair. "What did you say, Mom? Soy sauce, sesame oil, garlic, and then what else?" As soon as she heard her mother mention fish sauce, she felt like exploding. Fish sauce? Why on earth would you put fish sauce in galbi? In the midst of the chaotic moment, the pressure cooker suddenly hissed and released thick smoke, signaling an imminent overflow. Han Jia could only scream in panic. A scream of "Oh my god" echoed through the apartment building as Jia completely collapsed under the massive pile of kitchen chores. However, the appointed hour finally arrived. The sound of the door opening signaled that the guests had arrived. Despite being exhausted, Jia forced a professional smile to welcome the guests. "Welcome, everyone." As soon as he saw his wife, Jin Min Cheon asked worriedly, "Hey, are you okay?" Jia, without saying a word, leaned in close to her husband's ear and threatened him in a whisper, Jin Minchul, you'd better treat me well from now on. Jin Minchul broke into a cold sweat, secretly thinking to himself that he had told her there was no need to host this, but she just insisted on doing it. Quickly regaining her warm demeanor, Jia welcomed her husband's colleagues. It must have been a hassle getting here.
Please, come on in.
As soon as they stepped inside, everyone gasped in amazement at a feast packed with mouth-watering dishes. From tofu soup and braised pork to rolled omelets and various side dishes, everything was beautifully presented.
Jia flatteringly said, it's not much, but please enjoy your meal. The crowd immediately responded with enthusiasm. What do you mean not much? The table is packed. We will definitely enjoy it. Choi Sang-woo praised while eating, wow, this is top tier.
I'm so jealous, even manager Cha Soo-yeon, despite her grumpiness, has to admit the food is absolutely delicious. Seeing his colleagues misunderstand, Jin Minchul honestly tries to clarify, no, this is my first time. But instantly, Han Jia pinches him hard, making him let out a sudden gasp. She laughs it off, saying, oh my gosh, it's nothing at all.
The housewarming party takes place in an extremely lively atmosphere with laughter echoing through the night.
What surprises his colleagues the most is the sight of Jin Minchul, who is usually extremely strict about his health, now continuously chugging down a glass of beer.
While everyone is enjoying themselves, Choi Sang-woo looks at Cha Soo-yeon and whispers, so? Are you satisfied now? Personally coming to the housewarming party to confirm things about assistant Jin Minchul and his wife, are you satisfied yet?
Cha Soo-yeon can only look down at her plate in silence, her face full of disappointment. In the kitchen corner, Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon are whispering and gossiping. Choi Sang-woo points out suspicious signs, noting they don't look like a couple at all, even noticing they aren't wearing wedding rings. Extremely annoyed by her subordinate's blunt words, Cha Soo-yeon gives him a painful nudge. Choi Sang-woo winces and cries out, I get it, I was just asking, stop nudging me. He puts his hand to his chin, Suddenly, Choi Sang-woo stood up, holding his tablet and confidently introducing himself. Hello everyone, I am Choi Sang-woo, the cute guy and the mascot of this company.
Everyone around laughed out loud at his enthusiasm.
Choi Sang-woo thought to himself that the time was ripe to break the ice for assistant Jin Minchul.
He turned to ask everyone, shall I start now?
While Jin Minchul looked visibly anxious, Han Jia, who was already tipsy, cheered excitedly, go ahead and start. Choi Sang-woo explained that before coming here, he had gathered all the questions and requests from everyone for Jin Minchul. Looking at the long list on the screen, even he had to marvel at the massive number of requests.
Choi Sang-woo warned them in advance, my dear couple, there might be some slightly sensitive questions or requests here, is that okay with you too?
Han Jia patted her chest and boldly declared, it's fine, let's start. Jin Minchul could only break into a cold sweat out of anxiety, telling himself that he couldn't predict what questions would pop up. Choi Sang-woo began scrolling through the screen, so, the first item is a request from department manager Seo Soo-yeon. Seo Soo-yeon sat in the corner, her face blushing red as she covered her mouth in embarrassment, but her eyes couldn't hide her anticipation. On the tablet screen, a short but shocking phrase appeared, kiss each other. Han Jia still hadn't realized the severity of the situation, still smiling brightly.
Seeing Han Jia's curiosity, Choi Sang-woo loudly read out the first request.
Jin Minchul froze when he saw the words displayed clearly on the screen, you too, please kiss, written by Cha Soo-yeon. Choi Sang-woo smiled and nodded, his finger quickly swiping across the tablet screen to move to the next part. While Cha Soo-yeon gasped in surprise and the other colleagues laughed with delight, Jin Minchul quietly poked the back of Han Jia's hand.
An internal SOS signal was immediately sent out. Seeing his strange behavior, Han Jia turned to him in confusion and asked, what's wrong? Han Jia leaned close to Jin Minchul's ear, whispering to ask if he was okay. Jin Minchul whispered back, expressing his worry about the current atmosphere as everyone seemed about to ask highly private questions. He reminded her of his previous promise not to tell anyone about their situation, fearing it might make her uncomfortable. However, Han Jia calmly reminded him that on paper, they were indeed husband and wife. She reasoned that playing a happy family in front of everyone was not troublesome at all, and might even benefit both of them. Not knowing what the future would hold, Han Jia still wore an intriguing smile and suggested, so to avoid any trouble, let's just improvise and stay in sync with each other. Faced with his fake wife's initiative, Jin Minchul could only nod in agreement. A new temporary rule was officially established, to maintain. Choi Sang-woo continued to lead the game with a rather sensitive question for Han Jia. Where, when, and how did the two of you propose to each other? Both Han Jia and Jin Minchul froze, breaking into a sweat because it hit too close to home. Choi Sang-woo started counting down the time, warning that if they did not answer, they would have to drink a glass of beer as a penalty. Han Jia anxiously wondered if there had ever actually been anything called a proposal between her and this guy. Just as she was about to give up and accept the beer penalty, Jin Minchul suddenly declared confidently. I was sitting and eating chicken breast in the smoking area when she suddenly proposed to me. Jin Minchul's brutally honest answer left Choi Sang-woo gasping in surprise. Han Jia was completely stunned,
breaking into a cold sweat because she never expected him to reveal that harsh truth. In her head, she began to rewind the memory of their highly unstable marriage journey. At that time, it was true that Jin Min Cheon was eating chicken breast in the smoking area. It was also true that she was the one who proposed first, and that they got married afterward was an absolute fact as well. Recalling her past self screaming, "Damn it, why don't we just get married?" Han Jia could only cover her face in sheer embarrassment. With no other way to cover up that unromantic truth, Han Jia closed her eyes and gulped down the entire glass of beer amidst the cheers of her colleagues. She downed it. Everyone, let's give her a round of applause. While Jin Min Cheon was trembling with fear, Han Jia secretly leaned close to his ear and threatened in a low voice, "Jin Min Cheon, you're meeting me outside in a bit." Choi Sang-woo, seeing how lively the atmosphere was, excitedly moved on to the next question. However, the moment he saw the content on the screen, his expression changed. "Oh, this one is heavy duty." The question appeared, highly challenging. "Where was your first kiss?" Both Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia flinched, their faces turning pale as the question hit a sore spot. Choi Sang-woo continued to press them. "Are you two going to answer or drink this time?" Han Jia began to frantically search her memories. She wondered when their actual first kiss was. If they counted the wedding, she had actually warned him beforehand, "We are only pretending to kiss, okay? If you kiss me for real, I'll kill you." Okay. And Jin Min Cheon had obediently agreed back then. Thinking about having to say their first kiss happened at the wedding seemed a bit awkward. Han Jia scratched her head, not knowing how. Choi Sang-woo began counting down decisively, 3, 2. However, just before the time ran out, Jin Min Cheon suddenly declared confidently, "When we were 5, at preschool." This shocking answer caused Han Jia, who was drinking beer, to spit it right out in sheer astonishment. "Hey, when did you and I ever kiss?" "No, wait, preschool?" Han Jia shrieked in shock at Jin Min Cheon's unbelievable answer. The colleagues immediately erupted, cheering in excitement at the shocking news. "Oh my god, preschool? Are you two childhood sweethearts?" Jin Min Cheon casually looked at his fake wife and asked back, "Don't you remember? Your nickname back in preschool was the kissing monster." He dealt another critical blow by revealing that back then, Han Jia would kiss anyone she ran into, leaving her utterly speechless with embarrassment. Unable to contain herself any longer, Han Jia rushed over, grabbed Jin Min Cheon tightly, and screamed, Hey, how long ago was that?" Witnessing this violent yet sweet interaction, everyone laughed happily. "Ah, those two really suit each other." The party finally ended, and Han Jia saw the guests off with a warm smile. "Thank you both so much. We had a great time, get home safely, everyone." But the moment the door closed, she immediately dropped her act, grabbed Jin Min Cheon's head, and dragged him inside. "Jin Min Cheon, get in here right now. Where do you think you're escaping?" Jin Min Cheon cried out in pain. "Ouch, wait, you said we had to improvise." Han Jia furiously demanded, "Hello? You call that improvising?" While Jin Min Cheon could only groan in pain, "It hurts," outside, department manager Cha Soo-yeon was silently watching them with a thoughtful expression. She wondered what on earth she had even come here for. The atmosphere inside the car grew quiet as it rolled through the brightly lit streets. Choi Sang-woo, while driving, spoke up thoughtfully. "It seems department manager CO was right. Before the Q&A session started, I was already a bit hesitant, but watching those two answer made me feel like things were a bit awkward." He began to suspect that Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia had something highly unusual about them, unlike other normal married couples. Cha Soo-yeon crossed her arms solemnly, her sharp gaze fixing ahead as she concluded, Anyway, there are more than just 1 or 2 suspicious spots. Let's find a way to investigate this thoroughly." "Enough," Cha Soo-yeon softly uttered as she sat in the car with a heavy expression. Choi Sang-woo, who was driving, had to pause. "Okay, I understand. Then the assistant and I will." Choi Sang-woo was shocked by his superior's sudden decision. He yelled out in disbelief, "What, is that enough? Does that mean you are giving up?" The sudden braking almost made the car lose control. Cha Soo-yeon gasped in panic, "Are you crazy? Why did you slam on the brakes out of nowhere? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Sang-woo still could not believe his ears, continuing to press, "Are you planning to give up so easily? Why all of a sudden? You clearly kept denying it, saying it wasn't true and that you would confirm it with your own eyes. And yet..." Cha Soo-yeon only lowered her head, replying sadly, "Well, I saw it." The image of Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia happily being together flashed back, making Cha Soo-yeon's heart clench. She thought to herself that after seeing them, she finally understood. Because there was simply no room for someone like her to squeeze in. Soo-yeon cracked a bitter smile to comfort herself. "Anyway, that's enough. I have confirmed it." Seeing his older colleague give up so pitifully, Sang-woo felt both frustrated and heartbroken. He told himself that he had also worked hard on this for a long time. He gritted his teeth and gripped the steering wheel in frustration. Seriously." Choi Sang-woo turned to look at Cha Soo-yeon with a suggestive gaze and asked, "Are you free, manager?" "I know you are. He began to complain about how everyone else had been drinking happily, while he was the only one who had to drive, which felt incredibly unfair.
Choi Sang-woo sincerely proposed, "I don't need you to drink with me, I just need you to sit next to me. I'm counting on you." The unexpected request made Cha Soo-yeon blush, and she smiled softly and replied, "What's this? Then you have to let me treat you." Choi Sang-woo excitedly agreed immediately, "No problem. Is there anything you want to eat?"
Cha Soo-yeon excitedly scrolled through her phone and exclaimed, "Let's see, I saved a restaurant that serves 2+ beef last time."
Hearing about the expensive, premium beef, Choi Sang-woo panicked, "Huh? Wait, are you trying to make things difficult for me with beef?" His wallet's HP dropped by 50% after just one click on the menu. Cha Soo-yeon retorted cutely, "What? Didn't you ask me what I wanted to eat? Can't you treat me to something like this?"
Faced with the beautiful woman's playfulness, Choi Sang-woo smiled and gave in, "Alright, let's go."
Cha Soo-yeon was overjoyed and even demanded beef tartare, leaving Choi Sang-woo with nothing to do but lament his empty pockets.
The car sped off into the brightly lit. The chirping of birds signaled the start of a brand new morning. However, that peace instantly vanished when they both opened their eyes and woke up. Han Jia and Min Cheon let out a terrified scream in unison. They realized they were sharing the same bed, wrapped under a single blanket in an incredibly awkward situation. The chaotic housewarming party finally came to an end. It wasn't until 11 a.m. the next Saturday that Han Jia and Min Cheon sat down together for a serious reflection session on what had happened. Han Jia crossed her arms, staring intently at her makeshift husband who was kneeling apologetically on the floor, and demanded, "Do you understand now? Do you know what you did wrong?" Min Cheon looked up, innocently listing his offenses, in front of everyone, mentioning how he first kissed at the age of 5 in kindergarten was very embarrassing. Receiving a cold look from Han Jia, he continued his self-reflection, "And the fact that you proposed to me in the smoking area while I was eating chicken breast was also highly shameful." Seeing Min Cheon still blankly asking why is that, Han Jia could only hold her head and scream at his complete lack of tact. She worried that if anyone was sharp-witted, they would immediately suspect whether they were a real married couple.
Han Jia suddenly froze, reminding herself to stay calm.
Looking at Min Cheon casually playing with mouse, she whispered to herself that her partner was indeed. He is the kind of person who, to avoid trouble, is willing to buy 7 identical outfits at once so he doesn't have to think about what to wear every day. He is even such a crazy guy who prioritizes convenience to the point of only eating protein bars and sweet potatoes for breakfast. Seeing his wife getting angry, Min Cheon quickly hugged Mouse and coaxed her, "Mouse, Daddy is being scolded. Can you go over there and play for a bit?" Han Jia was completely helpless, realizing that wanting to have a normal conversation with this guy was a huge mistake. She solemnly commanded, "In short, from now on you are forbidden from gossiping with anyone about our first kiss at the kindergarten.
If people ask about that matter, you must answer differently." Min Cheon could only ask back in confusion, "Huh, why? Didn't you see everyone's reaction yesterday? In this world, is there any couple whose first kiss was at a kindergarten?" Han Jia snapped in dissatisfaction at her husband's careless answer.
Min Cheon calmly hugged Mouse and replied, "If you look for it, you can find one." He began to pose a difficult question that left Han Jia speechless, "So, in short, when and where should I say our first kiss was?" This question made Han Jia freeze. She shocked to realize a harsh truth: it is indeed strange for a married couple not to have had their first kiss yet. Recalling their wedding, when the officiant asked them to kiss, Jia scratched her head in frustration and explained, "Back at the wedding, we were only pretending to kiss." Seeing Min Cheon about to bring up the kindergarten incident again, she snapped, "Can you please shut up for a moment? I'm trying to think." Jia began to drift into wild thoughts. A first kiss with Min Cheon? She had never even considered such a thing. She blushed, covering her lips with her hand as she questioned the process of dating. Wait, shouldn't we go on dates before kissing? From speculating about their school days to wondering how long they should date before it's appropriate to kiss, Jia felt like she was going crazy from these random thoughts. Wait a minute, this is nothing, so why am I overthinking it so much? Right when her mind was in total chaos, her phone rang continuously with message alerts, startling her. Seeing her mother's name on the screen, Jia quickly picked up. Instantly, her mother's bright face appeared on screen with an affectionate greeting, "Is my daughter doing well?" Seeing her father there too, Jia asked in surprise, "Are you with Dad, Mom? What's going on? Why so sudden?" The family video call connected right when her brain was still processing a zipped file of crush confusion. Catching sight of Min Cheon hovering nearby, her mother cheered excitedly, "Oh, son-in-law Jin is right there with you. Seeing you two together so early in the morning." Jia curiously asked why her mother called via video so suddenly, and her mother excitedly rotated the camera to show the surrounding scenery to her daughter. Seeing the movie theater brand name, Jia immediately guessed it was a cinema. She sarcastically asked if the two of them went on a date and called to show off to their daughter. But her mother laughed merrily, revealing a more important reason, "Oh ho ho, that is also true, but there is something else."
Today, the movie Spaghetti Man, No Way Home is premiering. Hearing the name of this bizarre superhero movie, Jia could only open her mouth in shock. Spaghetti Man? Spaghetti Man is actually a superhero movie about Heater Hacker, a man who accidentally gains superpowers after eating radioactive spaghetti. Hearing this origin story, one can tell the screenwriter was both hungry and overly creative. Seeing her mother about to spoil the entire plot, Jia quickly stopped her. Alright, no more spoilers, okay? Her face turned pale when she heard her mother excitedly brag that since the movie had just premiered this morning, the two of them had gone to watch it early to get a grasp of the content. Just as her mother was about to say something more about the main character, the call suddenly disconnected with a beep. Freezing for a few seconds, Jia suddenly turned to command Jin Min Cheon with an extremely determined look. Hey, Jin. For Jia's family, this is not simply going to the movies, but a special punishment unique to her household. If they do not watch it quickly, the person who watched it first will immediately spoil the plot to annoy the next person. It is the family's law of survival. Watching late automatically means getting the plot spoiled. Jia recalled the time she maliciously revealed the culprit to her mother, or how her younger sister Jimin gleefully spoiled the ending for her older sister right after watching. At her house, if you don't watch newly released movies immediately, you are as good as dead, so both of them hurriedly caught a taxi and headed straight to the theater. Finally, the couple landed at the movie theater in Jia's absolute excitement. She was overjoyed, holding a large bucket of popcorn along with grilled squid and soft drinks. Even though their seats were not in the center row, it was better than nothing. Seeing Jin Min Cheon sitting next to her with a serious and anxious expression, Jia asked while munching happily. Would you, Jin Min Cheon, what's with that face? Do you not like Spaghetti Man now? Or do you hate coming to the cinema? If you didn't like it, you should have said so from the start. Jin Min Cheon defended himself. No, I like this series too. I've been looking forward to it, and I really want to watch it, but... Jia curiously asked, but, seeing Jia freeze, Jin Min Cheon covered his face with his hand and explained. Well, because, you mentioned it to your parents earlier. You asked if they called to brag about going on a movie date or something. So, does what we are doing right now count as a date? Extremely startled by his innocent question, Jia yelled out, hey! Her shout prompted the theater staff to remind them, the movie has started, please keep quiet, customers. She quickly mumbled an apology and then turned to glare at her fake husband. In her heart, Jia couldn't stop screaming, oh gosh, that Jin Min Cheon is really something, why did he suddenly bring that up? The movie began with the image of Spaghetti Man, full of muscles and immense strength. Jia was quickly drawn into the plot, getting so emotional that she burst into tears. This is crazy, it's so interesting. What should I do, what should I do? While deeply engrossed, Jia reached into the popcorn bucket and accidentally brushed against Jin Min Cheon's hand. The warmth from his hand stunned her, making her heart race. The two of them stared at each other in embarrassment in the dark theater. Jia buried her face in her hands, her heart in a total panic. This is driving me crazy. As the ending credits rolled on the screen, she completely burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Ooh, wow, sob, that was so awesome. Despite a few regrettable parts, for Han Jia, the movie was still top tier. She stole a glance to her side, silently wondering how Jin Min Cheon felt, because when watching a movie with someone else, we often have a habit of noticing and gauging the other person's emotions. As it turned out, Jin Min Cheon had been a die-hard fan of Spaghetti Man for the past 20 years. He stood straight up, clenched his fists, and shouted with tears of absolute satisfaction streaming down, my life has nothing left to regret. Witnessing Jin Min Cheon so excited, Han Jia also felt incredibly satisfied and thrilled. She repeatedly patted her fake husband's back hard, exclaiming triumphantly, crazy, right? I told you going to watch it was an amazing idea. As they walked, Han Jia excitedly recalled the scene where Spaghetti Man cried, but then she suddenly paused as another thought flashed through her mind. Han Jia suddenly realized that even though she rushed to watch it just because she was afraid of spoilers, going to the movies together on the weekend and chatting while taking a stroll like this felt no different from a normal date. Standing on the escalator, she casually asked if there would be a sequel. Jin Min Cheon, his eyes glued to his phone, replied that he had heard such rumors. Looking at his back, Han Jia thought to herself that this was the first time she and Jin Min Cheon had actually gone out on a proper outing. Suddenly, a man squeezed past from behind, saying, excuse me, let me through, and bumped hard. The hard collision made Han Jia lose her balance, her feet stumbling off the escalator steps. Jin Min Cheon startled and turned his head, his eyes full of surprise when he saw Han Jia falling towards him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, her blonde hair flying wildly, obscuring his vision. The surrounding people couldn't help but stir in confusion, startled by the sudden accident. Jin Min Cheon quickly turned and caught Han Jia, causing her to fall right into his arms in the middle of the moving escalator. Their faces were inches apart. Han Jia blushed furiously, completely frozen in an ambiguous position as she clung tightly to Jin Min Cheon. She could only let out a short exclamation, ah. The bystanders were amazed and blushed seeing the hot scene right on the escalator. In the moment of losing balance, Jin Min Cheon quickly turned to support Han Jia.
The fall made her land completely in his chest, accidentally creating an unexpected kiss. Han Jia froze, her eyes wide with shock as she felt the warmth radiating. Even now, the memory of that awkward first kiss with Jin Min Cheon remained extremely vivid in her mind. Han Jia's hand squeezed the popcorn bucket tight. Somewhere nearby, the sweet scent of caramel from a bucket of popcorn drifted around the two of them. Jin Min Cheon was still straining to carry Han Jia in an ambiguous posture, making passers-by whisper. A child passing by innocently called out to his mother, "Mom, look. Those two are holding each other." The mother quickly covered her child's eyes and reminded him, children shouldn't look. Instantly, Han Jia snapped back to reality. In a panic, she pushed Jin Min Cheon away to escape his embrace. They separated in extreme embarrassment, their breathing rapid from the sudden incident. With her face flushed with shame, she stammered, "See, can you put me down?" Jin Min Cheon was equally flustered, only able to mumble in response as he gently lowered her to the ground. They stood awkwardly amidst the crowd as the atmosphere turned freezing cold. Unable to bear this humiliation any longer, Han Jia suddenly turned around and ran away as fast as she could. Seeing Jin Min Cheon calling after her in bewilderment, she suddenly stopped. She spun around, pointed her finger at him, and screamed, Delete. Under her temporary husband's confused gaze, Han Jia solemnly declared, "In the name of the cardcaptor, I command you to erase the memory from just now. This level max embarrassing situation makes me just want to Alt F4 from real life." Han Jia held up 3 fingers and demanded, "Don't you know the 3-second rule?" Han Jia firmly asserted that anything happening within 3 seconds can be completely erased. She used the example of picking up food dropped on the ground within 3 seconds to eat it again, illustrating her logic. However, seeing Jin Min Cheon's serious expression, Han Jia suddenly felt guilty and quietly withdrew her hand. Ignoring Jin Min Cheon's startled shout, she once again bolted as fast as she could to escape reality. Han Jia's ultimate destination was the smoking area to relieve the psychological shock she had just experienced. "I just talked absolute nonsense." Han Jia slumped onto a bench in the smoking area, covering her face in deep regret. She scratched her head in frustration, thinking back to the utterly absurd words she had just uttered. What did she mean by anything happening within 3 seconds can be erased? In short, that's not it, but since it only happened within 3 seconds, I can erase it. Han Jia scolded herself like an elementary school student. Her heart was filled with anxiety, wondering how she could look Jin Min Cheon in the eye from now on. She tossed her cigarette into the ashtray, sighing deeply, not knowing how to escape this ironic situation. Right at that moment, Jin Min Cheon appeared with an extremely solemn expression. He frowned, covering his nose due to the pungent smell of cigarette smoke, and spoke up. "Hey Han Jia, you just went to smoke, didn't you? If you smoked, you should have waited for the smell to clear before coming back. Honestly, you." While Han Jia was still blankly asking Jin Min Cheon decided, "Didn't you feel anything at all? We just touched lips earlier." In response to her panic, Jin Min Cheon coldly uttered just 4 words, 3-second rule. Seeing Han Jia still frozen in shock, Jin Min Cheon nonchalantly reminded her, "You said that within 3 seconds, everything can be undone. So doesn't that mean it never happened?" Han Jia was choked up, only able to bitterly mumble in agreement, yeah, that's right." Jin Min Cheon immediately changed the subject, asking if she wanted to eat something before leaving or just go home straight away. Han Jia was now completely mentally exhausted, only able to reply, "Up to you," with a soulless expression. At the food counter, the staff quickly brought out their meals. Han Jia stared blankly at the sandwich in her hand in an extremely terrible mood. She asked herself, what on earth is this? What kind of situation is this? She couldn't believe Jin Min Cheon could act so nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. While Han Jia was busy tormenting herself, Jin Min Cheon had already started refueling. He casually munched on his grilled chicken sandwich without forgetting to keep his eyes glued to his phone screen. This innocent guy, seeing her staring blankly at him, Jin Min Cheon looked up and asked if she had something to say. Han Jia sighed, covering her embarrassment by saying she just found it amazing that he still stayed loyal to chicken breast even at the movie theater. However, just as she was about to let it go, the memory of that shocking kiss on the escalator rushed back vividly into her mind. The image of the two hugging each other, intensely sharing a lip lock, made Han Jia freeze in panic, her brain replaying the past scene like a highlight reel that she couldn't erase in time. Han Jia tried hard to shake her head to dispel the embarrassment, telling herself that maybe she was overthinking, since it was just an accidental lip contact between 2 adults. Still, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart thinking about the fact that they were married, went to the movies together for the first time, and even kissed. She stole a glance at Jin Min Cheon, wondering if he felt any spark at all. Walking behind her, Jin Min Cheon suddenly called out in a sharp voice, "Han Jia." He stopped, took off his glasses with an extremely serious face, and stated that this was not okay at all. Before Han Jia's bewildered eyes, he solemnly declared, it was more than 3 seconds. Jin Min Cheon continued to analyze with a perfectly straight face, saying from what he remembered, it was about 5 seconds.
But he was sure it happened for more than 3 seconds. Hearing this, Han Jia's heart suddenly pounded wildly. Seeing his fake wife frozen, Jin Min Cheon scratched his head and suggested, "What I want to say is, can we just consider this our first kiss? I mean, the thing we discussed this morning about when our first—" Han Jia forced a smile, thinking that since things had already gone this far, she might as well just let it be. However, right after that, a loud slap resounded. Just like that, 32-year-old Han Jia, who had only been married for a month, boldly declared that she was leaving home. The sole reason she could no longer stand it was because she absolutely hated looking at Jin Min Cheon's face. The poor husband stood frozen with a bright red handprint imprinted on his back, still dazed and wondering where on earth he had gone wrong. Han Jia dragged her suitcase straight to her sister's house, finding Jimin and her brother-in-law completely frozen by her sudden appearance. She quickly summarized the entire situation and flashed an imploring smile. To cut a long story short, that's how it is. Brother-in-law, Jimin, I hope you two can help me out. Han Jia dragged her suitcase rustlingly to her sister's door with an awkward smile. So, can I? Seeing their older sister suddenly showing up with her luggage to ask for a place to stay with a guilty look, Jimin and her husband could only look at each other in sheer awkwardness. Immediately, a massive inner meeting was established inside Han Jia's mind. She began a live broadcast dedicated solely to different versions of herself throughout various periods. Hello, from this moment on, Han Jia's 13,261st meeting is officially called to order. The meeting interface. First of all, I will briefly explain the reason for holding this meeting. Everyone can see the projection screen, right? The image of the accidental kiss at the cinema 5 hours ago is displayed clearly on the big screen for the different versions of Han Jia to evaluate. The past versions of her start whispering and gossiping. The 30-year-old Han Jia nods, admitting it was indeed a slip-up, while the 25-year-old Han Jia is continuously going omo because of the shock. The present Han Jia bites her nails while explaining with a guilty face, anyway, it was just an accident, a total slip-up, right everyone? Even now, I am still completely dumbfounded. But what truly makes her explode is the scene where Jin Min Cheon nonchalantly suggests, can we just consider this as our first kiss? Han Jia slams the table in anger. Look at that, isn't this absolutely crazy? How could he say those words in a situation like that? How can there be someone so carefree in this world? The other Han Jiahs nod in agreement that his behavior was indeed too much. Only the 5-year-old Han Jia, who used to have the nickname Kiss Maniac, asks innocently, isn't kissing supposed to be fun? The little girl even casually offers a candy and asks, is the candy yummy, leaving the present Han Jia completely speechless. The inner council is debating, but it feels as out of sync as a primary school reunion. Brushing aside those silly words, she analyzed that she didn't want to go back to her mother's house because it was far, and she was afraid her parents would pry into her married life. Han Jia proudly drew a getaway plan from Jin Min Cheon's house straight to Jimin's. That's why I'm taking temporary shelter at Jimin's house. Oh my god, am I a genius or what? Right at the climax of the meeting, 15-year-old Han Jia suddenly raised her hand to interrupt. I have a question. The present Han Jia coldly replied, what? The strategy sounds logical. The 15-year-old self questioned, does my 32-year-old self have no friends? The present Han Jia immediately denied it. She confidently asserted that she had plenty of friends around and didn't necessarily have to go to her sister-in-law's house for no reason. However, in reality, Han Jia was holding her head in pain because too many unexpected things had happened lately. She reassured herself and her other versions that Jimin and her husband owed her a massive debt of gratitude, so her coming here was entirely reasonable. Han Jia began to list her immense contributions to show everyone. She was the matchmaker who arranged the fateful blind date for the two of them. Even back when she was working, she generously gave them pocket money to go out flirting, and did her best to push them towards marriage. With such a huge debt, Han Jia was certain Jimin couldn't ignore her. Action followed thought. She carried a luxury gift bag to present to her brother-in-law. As soon as Jimin saw her sister, she enthusiastically praised her. Wow, you didn't mind the long distance to come here and even brought a gift on such a precious weekend, you truly are my kind sister. However, the younger sister immediately turned her face, asking with a suspicious look. Suddenly coming to my house on the weekend without any notice, what's going on? After all, how did our family raise you? Han Jia was not one to back down, smirking as she replied. Perhaps they raised me just like they raised you. Inside the house, the atmosphere was extremely lively as the kids were jumping onto their father's back to play. Seeing the chaotic scene, Han Jia wondered why her nephews and nieces were so overly active, while her brother-in-law seemed quite quiet. Jimin firmly asserted that the kids took after her, which was why they were like that. She even teased Han Jia to think back to when she was little, warning that her future children would probably be even more mischievous. The image of the kids drawing all over their father's back made Han Jia shudder just thinking about it. Suddenly, Jimin changed her tone, calling out suggestively, oh, my mother's eldest daughter. Han Jia also responded with, oh, my mother's youngest daughter, to match her.
Jimin leaned close to her sister's ear, flashing a mischievous smile.
Anyway, since you're here on business, I also have something to tell you. Sister, did you know that the movie Spaghetti Man has already been released?
Jimin was frustrated because she couldn't spoil the movie, while Han Jia triumphantly sat eating her noodles.
Suddenly, Jimin asked, is something going on between you and brother-in-law?
The sudden question made Han Jia spit out her water. She hurriedly cleaned up, laughing awkwardly and saying nothing was wrong, but Jimin knew her older sister all too well.
She added, I know your bad habit. Whenever something bad happens, you panic and run away immediately, don't you?
Jimin asserted that something must have happened between Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon. She wanted to escape but had nowhere else to go, and going back to their parents' house would invite too much scrutiny, which is why she fled here. Han Jia was completely stunned by her younger sister's sharpness. Seeing that she was caught, she shifted to an emotional display, acting cute. Well, about the reason? I just wanted to see you and my niece and nephew. Jimin pretended to be so touched that she cried, making Han Jia feel guilty. But immediately after, Jimin clapped her hands and cheered, perfect timing. The plan to turn the tables was activated in 0.1 seconds with zero loading time. The scene shifted rapidly. Han Jia was now carrying and leading the children, while Jimin and her husband joyfully prepared to go out. Ignoring her husband's worried question about whether it was alright, Jimin confidently assured him that her sister had promised to babysit. The younger sister didn't. The girl began her arduous babysitting job, coaxing the little one not to chew her hair and to use the pacifier instead. 2 hours later, the kids were running wild, screaming to go play, while Han Jia's face was completely covered in bizarre drawings they had painted. At the age of 32, Han Jia truly understood the greatness of parenthood for the first time. She lay flat on the floor, letting the children climb all over her. Hoping to get some rest, she suggested watching the Pororo cartoon, but her niece Yoonji insisted on playing horsey. By the little master's command, a horse had to neigh. Thus, Han Jia had to bend her back crawling on the floor acting as a horse for the two children to ride in sheer helplessness. This experience instantly unlocked her endurance skill at the level of a trial parent. Just as she was at a dead end, the doorbell rang, saving her life. Han Jia was overjoyed, using the excuse of a delivery guy arriving to escape the children, even though they still clung tightly to her legs, demanding the horse to neigh. With her face smeared with colorful drawings, she secretly opened the door to peer outside. However, the person standing at the door was not a delivery man, but Jin Min Cheon waiting with a gift box in his hands. Seeing Jin Min Cheon ask if a delivery had arrived here, Han Jia panicked and slammed the door shut immediately. She stood with her back against the door, breathing heavily, her heart pounding rapidly out of utter surprise. Outside, Jin Min Cheon.
Han Jia's eyes spun in absolute panic.
She could not believe her eyes when she saw Jin Min Cheon appear.
A barrage of questions filled her mind. Wait, hello? How did he know to find me here? Don't tell me he put a tracker on me.
Amidst her chaotic thoughts, her niece Yoonji tugged at her arm and whispered, Auntie, who was that person just now?
Still completely dazed, Han Jia could only stammer in response, huh? Just now, well, that was just a strange person. Someone we should not get involved with. However, little Yoonji innocently asked again, is that so? Could it be this person? Saying this, she held up her phone, clearly displaying a picture of Jin Min Cheon, leaving Han Jia completely frozen as she gasped, what? Yoonji excitedly explained, my mom told me that if this person comes looking, I should open the door for him. Uncle Hada, my mom said he would buy delicious food for me too. Realizing she had been shamelessly betrayed by her younger sister, Han Jia screamed in sheer frustration. Back to reality, Yoonji was cheerfully feeding ice cream to her younger brother Abu, open wide. Contrasting the children's liveliness was the suffocating atmosphere surrounding the fake couple. Jin Min Cheon knelt with a deeply apologetic and contemplative expression, while Han Jia knelt opposite him, her eyes shyly avoiding his. The two sat motionless by the small table, neither of them saying a word to the. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Han Jia spoke up to break the ice, hey Jin Min Cheon, let me ask you a question. How did you know I was here to come? Jin Min Cheon kept his solemn face, holding his phone and replying, well, your sibling called me. They told me to come here quickly and take you home. Hearing this, Han Jia gritted her teeth, clenching her fists and screaming inside, damn it, Han Jinmin, you brat. But once she calmed down, she suddenly felt guilty. Actually, come to think of it, Jinmin did nothing wrong, she used to do the exact same thing whenever their parents argued. Childhood memories rushed back to when the two siblings used to huddle in a corner, watching their parents fight. Back then, Jinmin asked, sister, how long do we have to be like this? And Han Jia could only sigh, I have no idea, maybe until we grow up. A bitter experience concluded, couples may fight, but they belong together. To avoid unnecessary worries, it is best to stay close during every argument. Even though she understood, Han Jia couldn't help but feel resentful, tears welling up in her eyes. It was still so frustrating. She turned and snapped at Jin Min Cheon, Jin Min Cheon, are you stupid or what? Seeing him blankly ask she continued to yell, just because they told you to come, you actually came? I avoided you because I was feeling uncomfortable. Jin Min-cheon, are you really?
Jin Min-cheon pushed up his glasses, wiped his sweat, and calmly recalled the rule, article number 5 in the contract. That is, whenever there is dissatisfaction, both must sit down and talk to each other.
He looked straight into her eyes and sincerely asked, Jia, you are angry with me right now, aren't you? Why are you angry, and where did I upset you? You have to tell me. Witnessing his naive frankness, Han Jia could only give a forced smile in the dark. She thought to herself, is he trying to drive me crazy?
Logically it made sense, but emotionally, she felt like she was being interrogated for a non-existent mistake. Jin Min-cheon looked straight into Han Jia's eyes and naively asked again, so, why are you angry with me? That blunt, silly question made her freeze instantly.
Cold sweat poured down her face out of utter embarrassment. In her mind, Han Jia began to question herself, why am I angry anyway?
At that moment, memories of the accidental kiss at the cinema suddenly rushed back. Even though it was just an accident, it was still her very first kiss, making her heart flutter in an inexplicable way. However, just when she was about to use the 3-second rule to pretend it never happened, Jin Min-cheon ruined it. He precisely calculated the time and bluntly stated, it was more than 3 seconds, though. While Han Jia's heart was racing and she was secretly hoping for something more, the guy completely wiped out all romance. He casually suggested, can we just consider this our first kiss then? In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Ni Seung-ji suddenly appeared and unexpectedly popped a spoonful of mint chocolate chip ice cream into Han Jia's mouth.
The little girl smiled brightly and asked, it's good, right auntie? My mom said that when you're upset, eating sweets is the absolute best. You're not mad anymore, right?
Han Jia stood frozen, feeling all her resentment instantly melt away before the innocent child's pure heart. Eun-ji also eagerly offered Uncle Jin Min-cheon a bite, but he quickly waved his hand in refusal since he wasn't particularly fond of this flavor. Feeling childish for holding on to past grudges in front of the kids, Han Jia began focusing on playing with baby Abu. She cooed, Ego, my lovely baby, you already know how to enjoy this taste at such a young age? As expected, you have great taste. Even though the little boy pinched her cheek painfully, Han Jia reassured herself that the accidental kiss only happened once, and they were both adults now, so there was nothing to get worked up about. Meanwhile, little Eun-ji persistently clung to Jin Min-cheon, begging him to take a bite, insisting he would get addicted immediately. Wait, or is it that both of us still haven't grown up yet? Late into the night, the full moon hung high in the sky, as if witnessing a domestic comedy full of awkward twists. And so, Han Jia's first runaway from home in anger after marriage quickly ended after barely half a day. It was all thanks to the warm support of her sister's family. Standing at the doorway, Jimin and her husband along with the kids waved goodbye, have a safe trip home, see you all later. Jin Min-cheon gave a slight nod and the dry sound of suitcase wheels dragging echoed along the quiet street. The two of them walked in silence through the gloomy night air. The sound of the dragging suitcase continued steadily. Han Jia lowered her head in regret, screaming internally, this is crazy. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have stayed in my room. Walking like this is even more embarrassing. While she was drowning in her extreme embarrassment, Jin Min-cheon suddenly broke the silence with an unexpected confession, I'm sorry. Han Jia looked up in surprise. The guy kept walking head down, but his voice was full of sincerity, indeed, I should have said this first. Those things about the contract I mentioned earlier, thinking back, the first thing I should have said was an apology. Jin Min-cheon stopped and looked straight at Han Jia with apologetic eyes, I'm sorry. About what happened at the movie theater, and me saying to treat it as our first kiss, I was being insensitive. Looking at the pitifully serious face of her fake husband, Han Jia paused for a moment. She crossed her arms and questioned him, hey Jin Min-cheon, do you really think that's the reason why I'm angry? Her counter-question left Jin Min-cheon completely bewildered. He stuttered in confusion, is it not? Han Jia sighed softly, covering her mouth to hide her embarrassment. She began lecturing him about his habit of apologizing needlessly. The apology you are saying is just because you see me angry. It was the same when we were kids, every time something happened, you would apologize mindlessly. You still haven't cured that habit, have you? Childhood memories flooded back with the image of young Jin Min-cheon always bowing his head in apology whenever he upset Han Jia. Jin Min-cheon hastily explained, no, I felt truly sorry, that is why I did it. Han Jia flashed a mischievous smile and declared grandly, anyway, it is true that you were wrong, so you will have to be punished, huh? Seeing Jin Min-cheon panic and ask about the punishment, she smiled and asked back, don't you remember when we were young? Han Jia showed a playful smirk. She pointed at Jin Min-cheon and declared loudly, every time like that, you have to get a forehead flick. She ordered her fake husband to quickly come closer to receive the punishment, first, come over here and get a flick. Jin Min-cheon stood frozen, stammering with anxiety, He clutched his head with a terrified look on his face, hesitantly asking, do I really have to get a forehead flick? Jin Min Cheon grimaced and complained that he absolutely hated getting flicked by her.
This is because this punishment was always so painful that it made him feel dizzy. Seeing him trying to evade, Han Jia immediately raised her fist.
However, before receiving his punishment, Jin Min Cheon softly said, "Before flicking your forehead, I'll tell you why I'm angry." Han Jia suddenly froze as she remembered what had happened. This morning, they had discussed a lot about their first kiss, yet at the cinema, an unexpected accident made them accidentally kiss for real. Han Jia's face suddenly turned serious, and she said in a low voice, "But I don't like it." She flatly asserted that no matter how much she thought about it or how many times, she would not accept that ironic accident as their first kiss. In the middle of the quiet street under the lamppost, Han Jia stepped closer, gently cupping Jin Min Cheon's face in her hands, and declared, "So, I will decide it now." Jin Min Cheon froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Han Jia through his glasses. She smiled faintly, then unexpectedly placed a gentle kiss on his forehead.
The surrounding space seemed to freeze under the dim yellow light.
Jin Min Cheon was completely stunned, blankly touching the spot where he had just been kissed. Han Jia looked straight into his eyes and spoke clearly, "Listen carefully, Jin Min Cheon. This." She flashed a bright smile, her cheeks blushing charmingly.
Han Jia pointed at Jin Min Cheon and firmly declared, "Is our first kiss." Connecting the dots from Jin Min Cheon's story, Choi Sang-woo realized that the story of the kiss at 5 years old was just a disastrous misunderstanding. He wondered, piecing together assistant Jin Min Cheon's words, that if the story he told that day was just a misunderstanding, then why was their first kiss in front of his brother-in-law's house? The image of Han Jia proactively cupping Jin Min Cheon's face and gently placing a soft kiss on his forehead flashed vividly in his mind. Choi Sang-woo nodded, summarizing the situation, "So you mean you misremembered the day of your first kiss, which made your wife sad, right?" He further analyzed that since everyone in the company blindly believed the story of the kindergarten kiss at 5 years old, Jin Min Cheon was now struggling with how to correct the rumor properly. Seeing his colleague's brooding face, Choi Sang-woo suddenly lost his temper and yelled, "Why are you even overthinking such trivial matters?" He bitterly complained that since leaving the housewarming party, he had been so exhausted that he could barely speak. Yet, Jin Min Cheon still dragged him into these minor issues for advice. Noticing Choi Sang-woo's strange behavior, Jin Min Cheon asked in confusion, "Did something happen after that day? Didn't you eat well and head home happily?" The question hit the nail on the head, making Choi Sang-woo break into a cold sweat. He stammered in denial, "Yes." Right at this moment, the figure of department manager Cha Soo-yeon appeared near the vending machine, making Choi Sang-woo jump in shock. "Oh, Manager CO." As soon as their eyes met, Cha Soo-yeon showed clear signs of embarrassment, her cheeks blushing a shy pink. Choi Sang-woo stood beside her, covering his face in utter shame, while Cha Soo-yeon suddenly burst into a bright smile, quickly bowed, and ran away. Witnessing his colleague's strange reaction, Jin Min Cheon could only scratch his head in confusion and ask, "Choi Sang-woo, did I do something wrong?" Choi Sang-woo, who was so devastated he wanted to vanish on the spot, snapped, "Can you please just shut up for a second?" Although it might be a bit sudden, today Choi Sang-woo decided to introduce himself in detail so everyone could get to know him better. His full name is Choi Sang-woo, he just turned 29, and he is Jin Min Cheon's direct subordinate. With his handsome looks and overflowing confidence, he often runs a hand through his hair with style and declares, "You found the right person. Aren't I a relationship expert?" In the company, Choi Sang-woo is famous for being a gossip enthusiast, possessing top-notch eloquence, and acting as a love counselor for everyone. However, the truth behind that expert label is actually a massive trick. In reality, Choi Sang-woo is a true introvert. Instead of wild parties, he prefers lounging at home the most. The reason Choi Sang-woo is so perceptive when it comes to women is that he has 3 extremely formidable older sisters. Over the years, he has had to play the role of an unwilling listener, patiently hearing out his sisters' terrifying outbursts. He really drove me crazy, so annoying. He almost crossed the line with me, he is just not tactful at all, is he? How can there be such a person in this world? Every time it happened, Choi Sang-woo could only nod in agreement, right, isn't it? Thanks to those harsh training sessions from his older sisters, Choi Sang-woo suddenly became an extremely sharp psychologist. Even when practicing taekwondo, he could easily read other people's feelings and casually drop a line, "She likes you." Choi Sang-woo also did not forget to urge his friend, confess to her quickly and go on a date, instead of annoying others. Just like that, the misunderstanding grew day by day, and Choi Sang-woo suddenly became the king of romance, a matchmaker who successfully paired up to 20 couples. However, the harsh reality was that even at his age, Choi Sang-woo had never once been on a proper date. He burst into tears, admitting that he had absolutely no real-life dating experience. In the quiet space, only the chirping of birds on the power line remained, as if teasing his loneliness. The worst nightmare of Choi Sang-woo's life finally came when he opened his eyes and realized he was sharing a bed with Section Chief Cha Soo-yeon. In an atmosphere thick with danger, both of them froze, staring at each other with blank eyes and pale faces due to shock. Choi Sang-woo broke into a cold sweat, his hands trembling as he gripped his thigh in utter panic. His mind was in turmoil with 10,000 questions. "I have really thought of every possibility already. What should I do now? What on earth should I do? Why did things turn out like this?
He began to blame everything, from the premium top-blade beef plate to the galbi, and even the kimbap, which was perfectly fine, just to find an excuse for this ironic situation. While Choi Sang-woo was still bewildered, not knowing where to hide his face, Cha Soo-yeon softly called, "Sang-woo." Wrapping the blanket tightly around herself, she bowed her head in embarrassment and murmured, "I'm sorry." The manager's soft apology was like a splash of cold water waking Choi Sang-woo from his confusion. Looking at her timid posture, his memories suddenly traveled back in time to many years ago. In fact, the first time he met the manager was not at the company, but back when they were both college students.
It was the freshman orientation for the computer engineering department in 2020 at a resort. Choi Sang-woo, who was only 20 at the time, was a naive freshman with parted hair and a signature baseball jacket. As soon as he appeared, he was barked by a sharp voice, "Hey freshman, can't you move your legs any faster?" The person standing with hands on hips, radiating an overwhelming aura, was none other than his 24-year-old senior, Cha Soo-yeon. With her long flowing black hair and the charisma of a soon-to-graduate big sister, she scared Choi Sang-woo so much that his face turned pale. He could only stammer in response, "Why, yes." At that time, manager Cha Soo-yeon constantly pointed her finger and yelled, forcing the newcomer to work immediately. "What are you doing standing there blankly? Can't you see your seniors working? Are you just planning to stand and watch?" Faced with the fierce senior, Choi Sang-woo could only bow head and repeatedly apologize. I'm sorry." Thinking back to the past, Choi Sang-woo secretly mocked himself. To think about it now, why was he so afraid of her back then? They were only 4 years apart. Returning to reality, Cha Soo-yeon was casually eating. She looked at the guy who was lost in his reminiscence and reminded him, "What are you doing, Chief Choi? It's going to get cold." Choi Sang-woo startled, only scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. No, it's just, turns out the company boss in real life switches to casual dining mode just like a normal NPC. Cha Soo-yeon excitedly picked up some pickled radish and put it into Choi Sang-woo's bowl. "Wow, let's add some pickled radish to the soup." Seeing him hesitate, she proudly asserted, "It seems you don't know, putting pickled radish in this soup is absolutely delicious." Looking at his superior's playful side, both agreed to remain silent and act as if that night's incident had never happened to maintain the composure of mature adults. However, reality was not that simple. Standing together in the elevator, both Sang-woo and Soo-yeon could not hide their awkwardness, their faces flushed and sweat pouring down. The loud thumping of their hearts echoed through the cramped space as the elevator slowly moved up to the 7th floor. The suffocating atmosphere forced them to stand far apart, neither daring to look directly at the other. Sang-woo still could not forget Soo-yeon's sad smile and her apology that night. He constantly questioned the true meaning behind her words, only to realize that he was the one who was immature, still clinging to the past. Looking at Soo-yeon, who was looking down with flushed cheeks, Sang-woo realized that the manager was indeed not that mature either. A sudden wave of emotion welled up inside him, making it impossible to remain silent any longer. In a sudden burst of impulse, Sang-woo suddenly slammed his hand against the elevator wall, startling Soo-yeon. He turned to look straight at her with determination and called out, "Manager, I." Soo-yeon turned around blankly, her eyes wide with astonishment at her subordinate's sudden action. As the elevator ascended, her heart plummeted to the ground floor. However, the moment he met Cha Soo-yeon's gaze, Choi Sang-woo suddenly blushed furiously, sweating profusely. The two fell into an awkward silence. Sensing the extremely suffocating atmosphere, Cha Soo-yeon forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong, Chief Choi? Is something the matter?" Choi Sang-woo quickly waved his hands, laughing it off to cover up. It's nothing, manager." Nothing at all." The young man lowered his face hesitantly, stammering, "Well, then." Inside, Choi Sang-woo's mind was screaming wildly. He rubbed the back of his neck, his face changing color from tension, before boldly blurting out, "About that." Right at the climax, the elevator chime rang out, cutting him off. A delivery man pushed a handcart in and said, "Please let me in." The appearance of a third person left them with no choice but to step aside, neither of them daring to look each other in the eye. The atmosphere in the elevator now became even more awkward than before. The delivery man stood right in the middle, separating Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon, each standing in a corner in sheer embarrassment. Time passed until 11:10 a.m. Choi Sang-woo had now returned to his desk, but his mind was completely daydreaming elsewhere. He slumped onto the table, his soul seemingly. Choi Sang-woo slumped at his desk, scratching his head in sheer panic. What is wrong with me? What should I do? I can't think of anything. The image of manager Seo Soo-yeon looking embarrassed as she stepped out of the elevator kept haunting him, making him deeply regret his actions. It would have been better if I hadn't opened my mouth back then. If so, both of us could have pretended everything was normal. But then he conflicted with himself. If he just let it go, he would end up overthinking even more. While he was in a state of confusion, a voice suddenly called out, "Section Chief Choi?" Choi Sang was startled and looked up, seeing Jin Min Cheon standing nearby, handing him a protein bar. You looked like you lost your soul just now. Is something wrong? Choi Sang-woo waved his hands in embarrassment. Assistant Jean? Ah, no, it's nothing. He secretly thought, normally Jean Min Cheon is quite clueless, so why is he suddenly so sharp-eyed and caring today? Watching Jean Min Cheon casually munching on the protein bar, Choi Sang-woo suddenly had an idea. Wait. In theory, Assistant Jean is already a married man. Actually, not just in theory, but in reality. Maybe he is even better at this than me. Acting on his thought, Choi Sang-woo hesitantly asked. Assistant Jean, would it be rude of me to ask you this? Well, surely you and your wife have times when you bicker and feel awkward with each other, right? However, a new clause had just been added to the contract after the housewarming party to make their relationship smoother, allowing them to bend the rules to a certain extent. Remembering how Han Jia had proactively kissed his forehead to make up after their argument, Jean Min Cheon told himself that bending the rules a little bit would be fine. He flashed a bright smile, gave a confident thumbs up, and said to Choi Sang-woo, "We had a fight recently, but my wife kissed me, and just like that, we made up." Choi Sang-woo froze with a darkened face upon hearing this, uttering in a lifeless voice. "Oh, really? Wow, hearing that story makes me want to mute my life for a few seconds to avoid getting hurt." Choi Sang-woo sarcastically wished Jean Min Cheon longevity, not forgetting to tell him to live with his wife until their hair turned gray. As night fell, the young man walked alone in dejection, sighing because he was only good at gossiping about others while his own matters were a tangled mess. Finally, Choi Sang-woo decided to pull out his phone to seek help from his second older sister, who was highly experienced in complicated relationship matters. He closed his eyes tightly in tension, standing on the quiet street while screaming internally at his own dead end. The phone rang repeatedly, echoing through the bookshelves and prestigious trophies in a luxurious room. Finally, an excited female voice echoed from the other end of the line, welcoming him. The person who answered was Choi Yeonju, 32 years old, Choi Sang-woo's second older sister. She is a famous romance novelist and a social media influencer. Yeonju teased her youngest brother for taking the initiative to call today. She analyzed thoroughly about an ambiguous relationship being rushed too fast, leading to awkwardness, making Choi Sang-woo sweat bullets and admit it. Choi Sang-woo earnestly begged for a way to mend the relationship, not forgetting to promise to buy 2 full-set macaron boxes to reward his expert sister. However, just as he was excitedly ordering, Yeonju suddenly dealt a critical blow, directly asking if the friend's name was Choi Sang-woo. Exposed to the truth, Choi Sang-woo froze and immediately hung up to run away, leaving his sister sighing at her younger brother who chose to escape once again. It turned out that in his sister Yeonju's eyes, Choi Sang-woo was still just a naive and cute youngest brother. He leaned against the car, panting in frustration as he was easily read by his older sister. Choi Sang-woo secretly cursed his sister for being so sharp-eyed about trivial things, leaving him speechless and not knowing what to say next. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he only wished there was someone to whom he could comfortably pour his heart out. Right at this moment, a girl with long blonde hair, wearing a light blue puffer jacket, walked past. Choi Sang-woo stopped, wondering if this was someone he could talk to, but then felt something was not quite right. Realizing she was the wife of Assistant Jean Min Cheon, he hesitantly said hello, and the two stood facing each other in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Han Jia also recognized her husband's subordinate, so she gave a forced smile and greeted him back. Seeing Han Jia on her way home, Choi Sang-woo tried to find a topic to break the silence. He looked at the bag of pastries in her hand and praised this macaron shop for being very delicious, as his older sisters at home loved eating them. Han Jia could only laugh it off, saying she also saw good reviews online, so she stopped by to try. The awkward conversation dragged on for a few more sentences until Han Jia made an excuse of having urgent business to leave. Looking at Han Jia's hurried figure as she walked away, Choi Sang-woo suddenly felt a strange familiarity. He frowned and questioned himself, strange, why do I keep feeling like I've met her somewhere before? This wasn't the first time this feeling had appeared, it had actually started brewing since he met her at the housewarming party. A fragment of memory from the distant past suddenly rushed back into Choi Sang-woo's mind. The image of a girl wearing glasses with reddish-brown hair appeared, next to a young Jean Min Cheon who was drinking water all by himself. Choi Sang-woo was shocked as he suddenly remembered something earth-shattering, and asked in astonishment, could it be? His expression changed as the truth gradually unfolded. He silently gasped in utter shock, could it be that she is the spicy chicken feet sister from back then? Choi Sang-woo eagerly recognized his acquaintance, while Han Jia asked in confusion, who are you? The young man did not hesitate to introduce himself as Choi Sang-woo, Sister Yeonju's younger brother. Seeing that Han Jia still didn't remember, Choi Sang-woo recalled old memories of when they met a few times at his house. She had even bought a super giant. She tried to cover it up, claiming she had no idea what he was talking about, but Choi Sang-woo looked sad, thinking she was just playing dumb. After saying that, he began to recall a middle school story. He reminded her of how she and his older sister used to brag in front of him, and even called her by the nickname Spicy Chicken Feet Sis. Han Jia coldly brushed it off, asserting he was mistaken and that if he craved chicken feet, he should go find a food cart himself. However, when she heard him mention her debut works like "Is this heat because of summer?" or "Why can't I become a secretary?" Han Jia suddenly froze as he hit the nail on the head. Choi Sang-woo went on and on, saying that although those works were now outdated, no romance novel fan back then didn't know the author with the pen name Spicy Chicken Feet. He firmly asserted that she had personally signed an autograph for him, leaving Han Jia with no choice but to let out a desperate scream as her long-kept secret was exposed right in the middle of the street. Han Jia wistfully recalled her past, a time when instead of pursuing her dreams, she chose a major that made it easy to find a job. She aimed for a prestigious university rather than selecting a field she truly loved. Although she managed to get into university, she soon realized it was not a good fit for her. Han Jia's college days were filled with nothing but fatigue and frustration from gossiping about pointless matters. That was until she found solace in the pages of a book titled, "Youth is About Choosing Safety First." At that time, Han Jia really had nothing to do. The 22-year-old student spent all day lying around in her friend's rented room reading novels. But then, she had to sigh in boredom. Why are novels these days so uninspiring? The friend whom Han Jia trusted completely was Choi Yeonju, the second older sister of Choi Sang-woo. The two met in a general education class. Yeonju was an extremely shy, quiet person, and they usually met only once or twice a week. If there was one special thing about Yeonju, it was that she absolutely loved reading. Han Jia lazily complained, "It's so boring that I can't read anymore, is there anything else?" But then she realized Yeonju loved writing even more than reading. Seeing her friend engrossed in the computer, Han Jia curiously rushed over. "What's this? What's this? Oh my, are you writing again?" Ignoring Yeonju's flustered protests, wait, don't call me an author, Han Jia excitedly glued her eyes to the screen. The lines of text appearing made her so emotional that she burst into tears on the spot. Han Jia screamed in excitement, "Choi Yeonju, you are truly crazy. What is this? What is this? It's so amazing, absolutely top-notch." She spared no To Yeonju's amazement, Jia firmly asserted that if this world still had a conscience, this work would definitely be well known. Seeing how fun her friend's writing was, Jia flashed a radiant smile and suggested, "I mean, this writing thing, when I'm bored, maybe I'll try it too." Yeonju gently smiled and replied, "Up to you." However, no one expected that those casual words would open a new chapter in both of their lives. Amidst the continuously flashing lights of the reporters' cameras, Jia stood bewildered on stage receiving a prestigious award. From then on, she was officially addressed by everyone as an author. Not long after, Yeonju also officially made her debut, and together they became true writers just like that. Looking back now, Jia still finds the whole situation absurd. Before presenting the award, they should have called to ask if she really wanted to use that pen name. Gazing at the Rookie of the Year certificate, with the first prize awarded to the work "Is This Hotness Because of Summer?" by the author Spicy Chicken Feet, she could only sigh in frustration. At least they should have contacted her first. If she had known she would win, there was no way she would have chosen such a random name. Recalling the memories of that day, when Yeonju curiously asked if she planned to use that pen name forever, Jia just clicked her tongue with a laugh, saying she wouldn't pass anyway, so she just picked a random one. Who would have thought that just because she was busy eating spicy chicken feet on the submission day, that name would become tied to her career? One wrong name, and an author's entire life. Returning to reality, Choi Sang-woo was still excited. "Sister Chicken Feet, are you living well?" Han Jia, sipping her drink noisily, glared at her subordinate with annoyance. "Not well at all. And could you please call me by my name? My name is Han Jia." At the age of 32, she officially admitted that she used to be a famous novelist under the pen name Spicy Chicken Feet. Choi Sang-woo was still in disbelief. "Wow, so you actually married assistant Jin Min Cheon, Han Jia? How did you two end up together?" Even Han Jia could only shrug helplessly. "I'm wondering about that myself. How did we even end up as husband and wife?" Feeling interrogated, she immediately counterattacked by bringing up Choi Sang-woo's situation. "Let's skip that. So anyway, Choi Sang-woo, you and that situationship partner of yours had a passionate night together, right?" Choi Sang-woo blushed furiously and quickly denied that it was his story. This made Han Jia compromise with a sigh. Yeah, it's not you. Let's just pretend it's your friend's story." Han Jia saw right through him and questioned, "You're indeed worried about that, but don't you find it a bit off? Since we know each other, how could you tease me like that?" Choi Sang-woo broke into a cold sweat, stammering that he had no intention of teasing her and genuinely wanted her advice. Han Jia sighed. She recalled the old saying that enduring 3 times avoids anger, but she had already endured 3 times and still felt terribly annoyed. Choi Sang-woo innocently asked if his story made her angry, making Han Jia hold her face because she couldn't just beat him up to relieve her frustration. She went straight to the point. "So, according to you, do you want to resolve this awkward situation with her?" Han Jia looked directly into Choi Sang-woo's eyes, her face becoming extremely serious. "Choi Sang-woo, let me ask you a question." Seeing the guy blankly reply yes, she lowered her voice and presented 2 choices. "Right now, is what you need someone to listen to your story? Or do you need someone to push you forward?" The question hit the nail on the head, making Choi Sang-woo freeze, his face changing with tension. He stammered in extreme embarrassment, What are you talking about, sister, then laughed it off, claiming everything was already crystal clear. Han Jia gently stirred her glass, staring into Choi Sang-woo's soul, and delivered a critical blow. If she was just someone you didn't care about in the first place, why would you hesitate like this? Am I right? Leaving the cafe, Choi Sang-woo walked dejectedly in the night. He silently complained that both his sister and Han Jia were writers, yet their empathy was so low. They only said what they wanted to hear without caring about his feelings. But then, he had to secretly admit that those blunt words helped hit the spot and made him re-examine his own feelings. At her private home, Cha Soo-yeon was lounging on the bed in her star-patterned pajamas with her stuffed rabbit when she was startled by her ringing phone. Seeing the name of manager Choi Sang-woo clearly on the screen, she panicked so much that she tumbled off the bed, making a loud thud. Scrambling to get up and answer the phone with a pale face, she heard Choi Sang-woo's warm, deep voice on the other end, Manager, could you listen to me for a moment? Cha Soo-yeon sat flat on the floor, her head aching from the impact, and stammered to ask what was so important that he called this late. Choi Sang-woo smiled gently, sincerely confessing that he simply wanted to hear her voice. This sudden confession made Cha Soo-yeon blush furiously, and she quickly asked if he was drunk to be speaking so strangely. Choi Sang-woo softly replied that he had planned to go out for a few drinks, but feared that if he got drunk and said these things, it would be rude and disrespectful to her. Hearing his serious words from the other end of the line, Cha Soo-yeon's heart felt like it would leap out of her chest in sheer shock. Choi Sang-woo stood under the dim streetlight, staring resolutely into space. He took a deep breath to gather his courage and made a bold proposal. Manager, can I come see you now? Cha Soo-yeon asked back in panic over the phone, See me? What are you talking about, at this hour? Why all of a sudden? She hesitated, saying they could meet and talk tomorrow, asking why he had to come over and cause trouble. However, Choi Sang-woo confidently declared, What trouble? I'm already standing in front of your house. The reply made Cha Soo-yeon's limbs go weak as she screamed, What? Choi Sang-woo quickly reassured her that it wouldn't take much time, 20 minutes at most. Even though Cha Soo-yeon tried to plead or suggested talking over the phone, he firmly insisted. This was absolutely not something that could be discussed over the phone. Cha Soo-yeon fell into a state of utter panic when she looked at herself. She had just removed her makeup and was wearing bright pink star-patterned pajamas, a complete stay-at-home look that was definitely not ready to meet anyone. Choi Sang-woo's sudden appearance flustered her so much that she accidentally broke some items in her room. Her mind was a jumbled, chaotic mess, making it impossible to rationalize the current situation. To snap herself out of it, Cha Soo-yeon slapped her own cheek painfully. She shouted into the phone, Chief Choi, 10 minutes, no, I mean 30 minutes, can you wait for me? Hearing her flustered voice, Choi Sang-woo stood in the apartment lobby and smiled softly. He replied with absolute sincerity, As long as you are willing to come out, I can wait for as many minutes as it takes. After hearing Cha Soo-yeon agree to meet, he hung up and let out a long sigh to relieve his heavy tension. Stamping his feet while waiting for his manager in the chilly night, a familiar quote suddenly popped into Choi Sang-woo's head. It was a line from a novel he had read in the past, If you come at 4 in the afternoon, then from 3 o'clock I will already begin to feel happy. When he was young, he had always wanted to know the true meaning of that quote, and now he finally understood this fluttery feeling of waiting for someone. Suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon stepped out looking more put together in a long cardigan. She shyly spoke up, Did you wait long? Choi Sang-woo looked at her with a calm smile on his lips, though in his heart, he was telling himself that even if his heart was about to explode, he had to appear completely composed. Seeing him remain silent, Cha Soo-yeon softly asked, So, what is it you wanted to say? Choi Sang-woo scratched his head in confusion and suggested, Well, first, should we find somewhere to sit down? Cha Soo-yeon also murmured in agreement, Yeah, right. They walked together to a deserted playground brightly lit in the late night. Sitting on the swings, Choi Sang-woo gently explained, Instead of a playground, why don't we go somewhere like a cafe? No, I think somewhere with just the two of us is better. Sweating profusely, he emphasized with a serious face, Well, I won't speak for long. Cha Soo-yeon sat beside him, her face clearly showing no less tension and restlessness. A long silence enveloped the quiet space. Cha Soo-yeon softly asked to break the silence, So, what is it, the thing you wanted to say? Choi Sang-woo mustered all his courage, his hands gripping the swing ropes tightly, his face flushed and extremely serious. Wait, about that, the reason I came here is... Just as Cha Soo-yeon was anxiously waiting, Choi Sang-woo suddenly reached into it. Unexpectedly, Choi Sang-woo pulled out a large gift bag and handed it to Cha Soo-yeon with a bright smile. I accidentally bought too many macarons, so I came here to share them with you, manager. Cha Soo-yeon was stunned as she received the bag. She squealed with excitement upon recognizing the famous brand. Wow, I know this place. You must have stood in a long line to buy these, right? Oh, I've been wanting to try them so much. Seeing the manager so happy, Choi Sang-woo smiled along. Cha Soo-yeon smiled radiantly, her cheeks flushing with happiness. Wow, they must be delicious. Thank you, Chief Choi, I will enjoy them very much. Both of them burst into hearty laughter in the empty playground,
completely dissolving all the previous awkwardness and tension between them.
Choi Sang-woo forced a laugh to hide his embarrassment, but inside, his heart was screaming wildly, "That's not it, Choi Sang-woo. You didn't come here to meet her for this reason." The sound of the swing creaked dryly in the quiet night. Cha Soo-yeon sat pensively on the swing while Choi Sang-woo bowed his head, holding his hand over his mouth in deep anxiety. Seeing her subordinate hesitate, she gently spoke up, "Choi Sang-woo, is that everything you wanted to say?" Cha Soo-yeon smiled gently, holding the bag of treats, and thanked him sincerely. "I will enjoy them." "Thank you, indeed, you are the only one who cares about me." She stood up, preparing to leave, and did not forget to say, "So, see you at the office tomorrow. You've worked hard." Seeing Cha Soo-yeon about to leave, Choi Sang-woo panicked, thinking that things shouldn't end like this. He rushed forward, grabbed her sleeve tightly, and shouted, So Choi Sang-woo enthusiastically pushed the swing for Cha Soo-yeon. He laughed cheerfully, "Wow, this is so fun and exciting, isn't it, manager?" "Ha ha ha." Cha Soo-yeon could only mumble in response to the young man's excessive enthusiasm. Choi Sang-woo tried to calm himself down, recalling Han Jia's advice that had helped him realize his true feelings. He clearly remembered her question, "If it was someone you didn't care about at first, why would you hesitate so much?" Right? Choi Sang-woo's gaze suddenly became more determined and serious than ever. He abruptly called out, "Manager." Seeing Cha Soo-yeon turn around in confusion and ask, "Huh?" he stepped forward, gripped her shoulders firmly, and asked directly, "That day, do we really have to pretend nothing happened?" The direct question made Cha Soo-yeon flush red to her ears. She stammered back in utter confusion, "What? Oh, so if we don't pretend it didn't happen, what do you mean we should do?" Choi Sang-woo gripped the swing ropes tightly, his face red with emotion as he burst out, "But I can't do it. Even though I really want to forget, I just can't, so what am I supposed to do?" Witnessing the sudden outburst of her subordinate, Cha Soo-yeon could only look bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" Choi Sang-woo seemed to lose control as he shouted, "Of course I know this sounds ridiculous." He began to ramble about his days of trying to erase the memory. "But do you know how difficult it has been for me lately? Do you know how hard I've tried to forget about that day?" Choi Sang-woo recalled stuffing himself with instant noodles because he heard eating was the best way to forget. He even stood under a freezing cold shower, letting the water pour over his head like a waterfall to wake himself up. Hearing this, Cha Soo-yeon could only secretly think that he was actually living quite well. Choi Sang-woo concluded with a serious face. "In short, I have tried so hard to forget. Yet, why can't I seem to erase what happened that day? But now, I finally know the reason." When Cha Soo-yeon curiously asked for the reason, he confidently declared, "Because that was my first time, so that must be why I can't ever forget it." The shocking answer made Cha Soo-yeon scream in disbelief. "El liar! Choi Sang-woo, you must have done that many times already." It turned out he was just a blank sheet of paper. She furiously exposed his fake persona. "You claim to be an expert. You even gave relationship advice to so many people." Only then did Choi Sang-woo admit the harsh truth. "Well, I also just realized that theory is very different from practice." Cha Soo-yeon was completely speechless at this fraud. Suddenly, Choi Sang-woo knelt down in front of her and spoke in a deep voice. "I came here because I wanted to tell you that." Looking deeply into Cha Soo-yeon's eyes with a face flushed with embarrassment, Choi Sang-woo pressed, "Do you understand?" Cha Soo-yeon at this moment was completely defeated. She could only cover her mouth with her hand, her blushing cheeks stammering out sounds like I'm in extreme confusion. Before Choi Sang-woo's sincere confession, Cha Soo-yeon's face turned beet red. She mumbled back, "I don't know." Choi Sang-woo exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Cha Soo-yeon continued to confess in embarrassment, I don't know how to forget it either, it's just that I've been pretending not to know all this time." She bowed her head and confessed honestly, "To be honest, I think we shouldn't forget what happened that day, both me, Choi Sang-woo, and you too." Cha Soo-yeon huddled on the swing, her hands tightly clasped in confusion, Late at night in the quiet apartment complex. At home, Han Jia was carefree enjoying a sweet macaron pho. Jin Min Cheon sat opposite her, narrowing his eyes to observe her for a long time, then muttered thoughtfully, Suddenly, he called softly, "Han Jia." While she was still busy eating, Jin Min Cheon added a fatal question, "Did you gain weight?" The question was like a bolt from the blue, causing Han Jia to freeze, her eyes wide with terror while the piece of cake was still in her mouth. She stammered to herself, "Gained? Who?" She stepped closer and demanded, "Who are you talking about?" Jin Min Cheon turned back to, seeing him casually petting the black cat while softly calling Jia, Han Jia stood frozen in place. She silently cursed in her mind, wondering why he said something so easily misunderstood. Her confusion was rising exponentially. Jin Min Cheon lifted mouse up, observing thoughtfully before commenting, "It wasn't this heavy before. Or is it because it has gained weight due to the recent cold weather?" Seeing that her fake husband had no intention of calling her fat, Han Jia let out a sigh of relief.
She quickly chimed in to cover up her embarrassment. Animals are naturally like that anyway. Some living in cold regions usually gain a lot of weight when the weather gets cold. She continued to explain like a professional that perhaps Mouse was getting fatter to prepare for the upcoming winter. Hearing this, Jean Minchel nodded in agreement. Oh, that could be true. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, then I'll turn up the indoor temperature a bit. Han Jia could only stare at him, completely speechless. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window, signaling the start of a new day. Jean Minchel was fully prepared with his backpack on, busy putting on his shoes at the entrance. Hearing the rustling sound, Han Jia peeked her head. A clicking sound echoed, signaling that Jean Minchel was about to leave the house. Han Jia stood at the door, gently waving her hand and advising, "Be careful on your way." Jean Minchel hesitated and replied, yeah. But just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly froze. He turned around, looked straight at Han Jia, and called out softly, "Hey, Jiaya." Seeing her look at him in confusion, he suddenly raised his hand to make a gesture. Jean Minchel hesitantly waved goodbye. I'm leaving now, see you later." Han Jia poked her head out the door, waving back awkwardly, "Yeah, be careful." Watching Jean Minchel's retreating figure, she began to break into a cold sweat. She secretly wondered what was wrong with him today that his expression was so strange. Han Jia suddenly startled in fear, questioning herself, could it be that he has found out? Meanwhile, Jean Minchel clenched his fists, walking with a tense face as if hiding something major. Han Jia looked down at Mouse, who was cuddling against her legs, her heart filled with anxiety about her secret. It was about her secretly giving snacks to Mouse. Mouse looked up at her, meowing eagerly for food. Looking at the automatic cat feeder program strictly for 3 meals a day, with each meal being only 30 grams, Han Jia held the treat puree in her hand and sighed apologetically. Jia looked at the cat staring at his tiny bowl of food and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She thought to herself that even though it was for his health, such a small portion was simply too little for a cat. Seeing Mouse looking at her with teary eyes as if he were about to cry, she immediately started playing a game to cheer up the big boss. Jia reached out her hand and commanded, "Mouse, paw." Instantly, the cat lifted his paw to respond skillfully. She continued to command, "Other paw," and then shook hands. Seeing Mouse intelligently follow every request and cooperate perfectly, Jia was overjoyed and hugged the cat tightly, pampering him. "Oh my goodness, this is crazy. How can my baby Mouse be so incredibly smart?" To reward his good behavior, Jia excitedly opened a tube of cat treat. "Wow, Mouse, sister has a treat for you." Before she could even finish her sentence, the cat snatched the treat from her hand as quick as lightning, making her marvel at his strict separation of business and pleasure. But his face did look a bit arrogant. Though she kept reassuring herself that even if she fed him a lot, she also made him exercise and play a lot so it would be fine. But when she picked the cat up, the heavy weight in her hands made it impossible for her to lie to herself any longer. Jia smiled awkwardly, officially admitting the harsh truth. He really did gain weight, didn't he? She let out a soft sigh, but still tried to pretend it didn't hurt. Wait a minute, it seemed this wasn't just about Mouse. She began to wonder in panic. Looking back, she realized she had been ordering food constantly lately. The warning signals from the app were clearer than any weight reminder but had still been ignored. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on the electronic scale that had always sat there, though she usually barely paid it any attention. Jia suddenly froze as a sense of anxiety washed over her, making her stand still like a dark ghost in the middle of the room. With a highly suspicious look, Jia glared at the scale and tapped it lightly with her foot to turn it on, and the scale lit up immediately. However, instead of worrying, Jia laughed happily, holding Mouse tightly in her arms to reassure herself. That's right, how could a human gain weight so easily, right? Right, my Mouse? While Jia was feeling triumphant, the black cat looked at her with a highly judgmental gaze. She began to delude herself, blaming her nominal husband, that Jean Minchel must be out of his mind lately because of his busy work. Why on earth did he leave a broken scale here? To Jia right now, that electronic scale was definitely garbage because it brought an indescribable pain to her heart. She looked at Mouse expectantly. Isn't that right, Mouse? Her question made the cat break into a cold sweat and let out a very awkward meow. The entire room fell silent, with only her belief trying to prove her hypothesis was correct. Han Jia immediately rushed to her wardrobe to put on a fashion show at home. Changing her clothes, she laughed out loud. That's more like it. How could someone gain weight without even knowing it? Han Jia constantly switched up her style, from a cute floral dress to a rebellious look with ripped jeans, then a classy suit, and finally a cool leather jacket. She posed confidently in front of the mirror and said in triumph, "This fits perfectly fine. It might be a runway at home, but the confidence is definitely Fashion Week material. It fits like a glove." Han Jia was stunned to see how flattering the new outfit was on her. She smugly thought that the scale from earlier must have been broken, as there was no way she could gain weight so easily. However, her joy was short-lived when a dry ripping sound echoed, followed by a cold sensation from behind. Han Jia froze, feeling as though not only her pants but also her heart was being torn in half by the brutal truth.
That evening, the atmosphere in the house became extremely tense.
While Jin Min Cheon was diligently chugging down his protein shake, Han Jia suddenly slammed her glass onto the table and commanded loudly, "Another glass!" Seeing his wife's fiery determination, Jin Min Cheon could only break into a cold sweat, telling himself that drinking more was good.
Yet, Han Jia winked, pointing her finger at her temporary husband with a mischievous look. "So you mean you want to ask me to teach you how to exercise?"
She secretly thought that Jin Min Cheon was naturally an expert in working out, and he also loved instructing others, so he would definitely not refuse. Although she felt a bit shameless to ask so suddenly, Han Jia was still determined to carry out her plan. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon rushed over and tightly grabbed her hands with burning eyes.
"You got that right, Han Jia."
He firmly asserted that at this age, exercising is no longer an option but a necessary must-do. Jin Min Cheon's excessive enthusiasm made Han Jia's face turn red, her heart pounding as she stuttered.
"So when do we start? Today or tomorrow?"
Han Jia panicked, wondering why this Jin Min Cheon guy suddenly held her hands so tightly.
The guy excitedly announced, "I'll go to the gym to sign you up."
At this moment, Han Jia suddenly snapped out of it and realized she had forgotten two extremely important things about this temporary husband.
The first thing was that Jin Min Cheon was the madman who nonchalantly ate chicken breast during Lunar New Year to stay in shape.
And the second thing, an office worker who consistently drags himself to the gym every single day is absolutely impossible, unless he is a genuine fitness fanatic. Cruel reaction. Jin Min Cheon stood towering like a mountain above her, coldly calling out, "Han Jia, get up." Han Jia lay flat on the workout mat, her soul completely drained of any strength to resist.
Although utterly exhausted, she still tried to regulate her breathing. This muscle-obsessed programmer was truly too strict of a trainer.
Seeing her still lying there, he stepped closer to push her to continue training. The effectiveness of the workout session depended heavily on her own perseverance. However, Han Jia at this moment just wanted to close her eyes and sleep right on the floor. Surely she would still have to endure even more brutal exercises ahead. The strict diet and bodybuilding routine were indeed not easy at all. Many times she secretly regretted agreeing to join this challenge. But looking at her husband's toned body, she found her motivation again. One day she too would possess the figure she had always dreamed of. The sweat drops falling on the mat proved her hard work.
No success comes easily without going through rigorous training.
However, Jin Min Cheon had no intention of letting her off, continuing to lean down and remind her, "We still have to train our lower body." And just like that, she was worked to exhaustion, while her husband was still training with abs. Jin Min Cheon coldly brushed off the hand clinging to his arm. Looking straight at the strange girl, he bluntly declared, "I am sorry, but I am already married." Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, freezing Han Jia right where she stood behind him. Not stopping there, Jin Min Cheon turned toward her and continued, "And this person?" He suddenly wrapped his arm around Han Jia's shoulder, pulling her firmly against his chest in front of everyone around.
Jin Min Cheon proudly claimed his ownership, "Is my wife." His sudden action and public confession made Han Jia's face turn crimson with embarrassment and confusion.
Her mind was filled with sheer disbelief. This move left the strange girl completely frozen, only able to utter a bewildered "what" before the harsh reality right in front of her.
The girl stammered helplessly, "What, you are already married?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Jin Min Cheon firmly replied, "Yes, I am married." As he spoke, he bluntly introduced, "This is my wife." Seeing the other party still in a daze, he delivered another painful blow by clarifying that he was a married man, not some free tofu for taking, leaving both the girl and Han Jia completely speechless at his brutal. Feeling deeply embarrassed, the strange girl covered her face in shame and reproached, If you are already married, you should have told me sooner." However, Jin Min Cheon only coldly dropped a critical line, "But you didn't ask me." Utterly humiliated by the disastrous misunderstanding, she quickly bowed, apologized, and ran off because she felt so rude. After resolving the trouble, Jin Min Cheon casually turned and asked, "Let's go home, Han Jia," leaving her with nothing to do but murmur a response awkwardly. Unluckily, the elevator was under repair, so the two had to trudgingly walk down the stairs. Each footstep echoing in the quiet space only made Han Jia feel even more flustered. At this moment, her face was burning red with embarrassment, thinking to herself that if anything happened to her, it would surely be dying of sheer shame. She kept dwelling on the thought of what wife, feeling extremely self-conscious being stared at by so many people. Han Jia trudged down the stairs while covering her face in embarrassment. In her head, chaotic thoughts were swirling around. But what did that guy Jin Min Cheon call her in public? Wife, family member, acquaintance, hubby. The image of Jin Min Cheon confidently declaring, "This is my wife," kept replaying in her brain more than a trending TikTok song. Overwhelmed with shame, Han Jia quickly zipped her jacket to cover her face and collapsed. Seeing Han Jia acting strangely, Jin Min Cheon asked worriedly, "Jia, are you okay? If you are too tired, I can carry you." She startled and yelled to hide her embarrassment. I'm fine, I'm totally fine. But immediately after, she stole a glance at him with a complex look. Still, this Jin Min-cheon guy gets a lot of attention from girls. Han Jia began to suspect that Jin Min-cheon's visual was of the silent but deadly type. She told herself his appearance was actually quite decent, even though he usually seemed a bit dry. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Han Jia probed, does this kind of thing happen to you often? Seeing Jin Min-cheon still confused, she explained further, well, what just happened earlier, those girls asking you to show them how to work out. He nonchalantly admitted, sometimes, but after working out, they always invite me to cafes or bars. Jin Min-cheon frowned in confusion, why go to those places after working out? There's nothing to eat there anyway. Han Jia thought to herself that with a brain filled only with muscles, if any girl flirted with him using protein shakes, he would probably fall for her instantly. Sure enough, Jin Min-cheon added, if they sold protein shakes there, maybe I'd reconsider, leaving her with no choice but to agree silently. Jin Min-cheon also wondered why those girls always disappeared from the gym after just 3 days. Looking at her hands trembling from exhaustion, Han Jia bitterly realized, it's you, Grandpa, you are the problem. Did this brain system assign you this task? She thought to herself that if even someone as determined as she was got thrashed to pieces, how could those without a clear training goal endure this? To make matters worse, taking advantage of the broken elevator, he casually told her to use the stairs to stimulate her lower body. Even though she felt like she was withering away because of this crazy guy, looking at Jin Min-cheon's back, Han Jia still quietly admired that he made her feel somewhat at ease. Han Jia's legs began to shake uncontrollably after the horrific workout session, and she shockingly realized she had been too subjective. Ah, wait. Now is not the time to feel at ease or whatever, she would have to do this exercise again tomorrow. Thinking about having to repeat those body-torturing movements, she shuddered in fear. If she kept training, she would probably transcend to the afterlife. Han Jia felt like her future was about to officially belong to the prehistoric era. Even though she knew she was the one who proactively asked for help, and Jin Min-cheon was very enthusiastic about helping her after work. However, her survival instinct made her want to give up, she had to save her own miserable life first. Han Jia hesitantly called out, hey, Jin Min-cheon. The moment he turned around, she was completely frozen by his radiant smile. Huh? What's wrong, Han Jia? In her heart, she screamed in surprise, what is this? What is wrong with this guy? Why is he smiling like that? This is the first time I've ever seen him smile like this. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, why are you smiling so brightly? Jin Min-cheon casually admitted, well, because you're here with me. Jin Min-cheon continued to open up with an extremely happy expression, working out with someone is much more fun than I imagined. Working out together, sweating together, it's really great. Seeing the sincerity shining in his eyes, Han Jia felt her heart skip a beat. She found herself in a situation where it was very hard to say, I can't go to the gym anymore, because she was someone who easily softened in such a warm atmosphere. Unable to say no, Han Jia could only vent her frustration by repeatedly punching Jin Min-cheon just to let off some steam. The guy looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hey, why are you suddenly picking a fight? If you have a problem, just say it. Even while being hit, Jin Min-cheon's face remained blank, like a CPU that hadn't loaded the situation yet. And just like that, she unintentionally found herself spending time working out with Jin Min-cheon every day. The next morning, as the birds began to chirp, Han Jia was still writhing on her bed with a completely exhausted body. She sat up with messy hair, starting to recall Jin Min-cheon's advice. But what did that Jin Min-cheon guy say again? Something about morning walks helping to stretch the muscles. Walking so early in the morning, exercising to stretch muscles, can you believe it? Even though she was complaining, Han Jia still decided to put on her shoes and go out. While jogging, she was amazed to realize that Jin Min-cheon's words were completely accurate. Oh, it actually works. She just intended to take a stroll, but her whole body felt so light. Han Jia's mood changed so fast, even faster than the shifting weather. The feeling of her body being so light made her a bit scared of human adaptability, but then she quickly felt optimistic, thinking she would lose weight soon. While focused on running on the track, a voice suddenly called out from behind, making her freeze, Han Jia. A man in a gray hoodie was standing and watching her from afar. Han Jia turned around in shock, just as he pulled down his hood and gasped, wow, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, you're Jia, right? The man with messy curly hair looked straight into Han Jia's eyes and gently asked, long time no see, right? Han Jia tried to speed up to escape his pursuit, but the man behind still persistently chased her and shouted, Jia, wait up. Feeling exhausted, Han Jia yelled in frustration while running, I'm so tired, I'm going to die. Despite his desperate pleas for her to stop, Han Jia flatly refused, no, I already said I don't want to. Ultimately, due to his extremely poor physical condition from smoking, the guy collapsed right on the running track. The young man almost met his ancestors before he could even hit on the girl. Han Jia also had to stop, leaning her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, and secretly regretting not exercising regularly. Just then, the sound of an inhaler being sprayed caught her attention, making her turn back with curiosity.
It turned out he had asthma and was using his rescue inhaler right there on the ground. Even though he was struggling to breathe, he didn't forget to mock Han Jia's expensive workout gear and told her to just go. Truly, she had the appearance of someone who ate well and dressed nicely, typical of a critical Virgo man born in September. Seeing this, Han Jia could only politely bow and prepare to leave. However, he loudly criticized her for not having the decency to stay and keep talking. Afterwards, he handed her a business card with the name Na Yang Diak. Strangely, it was integrated with a ruler. Resting on a stone bench, Han Jia examined the card closely and wondered why the lines on it did not look accurate at all. Hearing this, Na Yang Diak burst into a smug laugh and admitted that he intentionally made it wrong. Han Jia's former managing PD Na Yang Diak, continued to talk endlessly about his bizarre marketing strategy. He probably asked, "Look, didn't you also ask me why those lines were misaligned? Quite curious, aren't you?" Han Jia looked at him with eyes full of prejudice, silently cursing in her head, "Crazy guy, is he out of his mind?" As if reading her thoughts, he smirked deviously, "You're thinking crazy guy, he is out of his mind, right? So you've thought about me once more. That means I succeeded, didn't I? Succeeded in my marketing strategy. Okay?" But Han Jia was trembling with anger, and he even added, "Oh look, Jia, this is a park, you shouldn't litter." She gritted her teeth and replied, "I know, that's why I'm holding it in so much." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as Na Yang Diak unexpectedly asked, "How have you been lately? Are you not writing anymore?" Han Jia startled and resisted, "Oh, what's this? Suddenly getting straight to the point? Planning to start attacking me?" Han Jia felt like she had just been blindsided by a brutal psychological damage combo. He quickly waved his hands to explain, "No way, normally when an author and PD Na meet, they greet each other like that." "Don't be mad." Old memories suddenly rushed back, making Jia lost in thought. However, the serious atmosphere did not last long before the alarm went off repeatedly. This made Na Yang Diak panic. "Oh, is the meeting today, not tomorrow? I completely forgot." Seeing his frantic state, Jia could only stand frozen and speechless. He hurriedly stood up to say goodbye. "Anyway, it was nice meeting you. If you are free next time, let's grab a bite together." Before running off, he did not forget to remind her to call him. Jia stood silently, watching his figure gradually fade away. She pulled her cap down, hiding her emotional eyes. Looking at the business card still nestled in her palm, she muttered to herself. Jia crushed the business card in her hand, her face showing clear irritation mixed with exhaustion. At this moment, she had only one thought, call him? Do you think I'm crazy? She walked down the empty street, leaving the unpleasant memories behind. As night fell, lights from the apartments began to flicker on. Inside the room, a strange atmosphere enveloped the space as 3 glowing candles were lit on an elegant holder. Jin Min Cheon froze, sweat dripping down as he witnessed the scene before him. She leisurely used her knife and fork to cut each piece of food in an aristocratic manner, completely contrasting with her usual disheveled appearance. Jin Min Cheon could only swallow hard, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost, likely trying to recall a shaman's phone number in his head. Unable to stand this eccentricity any longer, Jin Min Cheon hesitantly spoke up, "Hey, Han Jia." She casually replied, "Huh, what is it?" Covering his face in sheer helplessness, he cried out, "Well, it doesn't matter what you eat or how you eat it. But do you really have to eat like that? It looks as off-putting as eating sour fermented pork with shrimp paste. Look at her, dressed up in glamorous clothes, using a tissue as a napkin, holding premium cutlery to cut vegetables. Even the fancy wine glass in her hand is actually filled with a protein shake." Han Jia casually argued back, "I'm just setting the mood, as long as I eat normally, what's the big deal?" Jin Min Cheon could only sigh, "No, it's just that the way you eat is a bit strange." "Do you really think blending chicken breast is normal?" Having her sore spot hit, Han Jia started to flare up, "Vegetables every day, chicken breast every day. I'm just changing the way I eat to feel more comfortable, why are you so dissatisfied?" Seeing her get angry, Jin Min Cheon could only bow his head and take it, saying, "That's not it." Han Jia continued to chew her food with an expressionless face. Lying down on the bed, Han Jia could not help but blame herself for accidentally making the dinner atmosphere awkward. She felt extremely guilty towards Jin Min Cheon, and at the same time, she was going crazy as her life was constantly disrupted by old relationships, from Yeonju's younger brother to that PD Na Yang Diak. In her desperation, Han Jia began to dream of the taste of soju and spicy chicken feet, but then she quickly shook her head to dismiss the thought, determined to maintain her weight. She encouraged herself to be more mature and believed that she could definitely do it. Right at that moment, a knock sounded on the door along with Jin Min Cheon's call. "Jia, can you come out here for a second?" Even though she was exhausted, she still scrambled up and went to open the door with a puzzled look. But the moment the door cracked open, Han Jia completely froze, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight before her. A hand was extended in invitation, and before her eyes now was Jin Min Cheon in a black suit, a fedora, and a white armband, looking exactly like the legendary Michael Jackson. With a look that was both serious and a bit embarrassed, he gently suggested, "Would you like to dance with me?" Han Jia was stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she saw Jin Min Cheon's outstretched hand inviting her. However, in response to that enthusiasm, Han Jia only gave a forced smile and bluntly prepared to close the door. "Oh, no thanks." Seeing, after a period of tussle, both sat back on the sofa in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Han Jia began to question, "So in short, you think I went crazy today because I was unhappy?" Jin Min Cheon quickly explained that he had no such intention, but Han Jia continued, "So you did that because you wanted me to cheer up, right?" Upon receiving his confirming nod, she still couldn't help but wonder, but why dancing? Jin Min Cheon honestly explained that he watched movies and saw people doing that to feel less sad. Hearing this, Han Jia began to feel that this guy was also a bit romantic, but then she curiously asked, "What movie did you watch that had that scene?" Jin Min Cheon's answer, "It's an Indian movie," left her completely speechless. He even babbled on that in those movies they dance all day long, even during stressful times or gunfights. Watching Jin Min Cheon dancing to illustrate, Han Jia could only cover her face in helplessness because although his logic was correct, it was very strange. Hearing the lively music, Han Jia suddenly realized that Jin Min Cheon had been playing cheerful and exciting songs all this time to cheer her up. Seeing that she seemed to be swayed, Jin Min Cheon gently reminded her, "In the past, you also said something like this." Childhood memories flooded back, when little Jin Min Cheon was eating chocolate all by himself with a highly awkward face, feeling that the action was so weird. "If you are not embarrassed, the people around you will be." However, that feeling completely disappeared when Han Jia was by his side, as he realized that Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia with sincere eyes and gently said, "Instead of going crazy alone." His innocent and bizarrely kind nature made Han Jia freeze for a few seconds. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she burst into laughter. Her laughter echoed through the room, making the tense atmosphere completely vanish. Jin Min Cheon sat dazed on the sofa, his face showing clear confusion. "What's wrong, Han Jia? Why are you suddenly laughing like that?" Han Jia held her stomach as she laughed, wiping away her tears. She sheepishly confessed that she shouldn't have laughed at his kindness. She nodded in agreement with Jin Min Cheon's philosophy. "Yeah, you're right. Instead of doing weird things alone, doing them together is more fun, isn't it? I told you so, huh?" Suddenly, Han Jia looked at him with a meaningful gaze and suggested, "Jin Min Cheon, I just thought of something even more fun than dancing. Want to do it together?" A triumphant smile appeared on Han Jia's face as she dragged Jin Min Cheon out into the bustling streets at night. Seeing the destination, Jin Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat. He stammered to make sure, "So, the fun thing you mentioned is eating grilled pork belly and drinking soju?" Han Jia excitedly shook the soju bottle vigorously, smiling brightly as she asked, "Don't you find it fun?" "I'm having so much fun." Seeing Jin Min Cheon still hesitating, she urged him, "Hey, let's let loose today. No nagging allowed on a day of eating and playing like this." Jin Min Cheon could only sigh, thinking to himself, "I wasn't nagging, but there's something else even more fun." When Han Jia asked in confusion, he brought up lighting candles to eat meat earlier. She immediately brushed it off. Candles at a time like this? How could that ever taste as good as charcoal? While swiftly cutting the meat over the glowing hot charcoal stove, Han Jia exclaimed, "Heaven isn't somewhere far away, it's right here." Continuing the meal, Han Jia explained further that dressing up and going to a luxury restaurant was too predictable and boring. She smiled mischievously at their suits. "A couple dressed like this coming in to grill pork belly, don't you find it both interesting and bizarre? The two of us look no different from wealthy conglomerates going camping but with a system error." Even though Jin Min Cheon admitted it was indeed strange, Han Jia was still excited to start a new game. She wrapped a huge piece of meat and held it close to his mouth, invitingly saying, "Open wide." Jin Min Cheon froze, reacting exactly as Han Jia had predicted. She explained that on special days like this, she liked to do unusual things, and then coaxed him cutely, "So, pamper me a bit, open wide." Before Jin Min Cheon could even enjoy the wrap, he fell straight into a spicy trap from hell. As soon as Jin Min Cheon, Han Jia laughed triumphantly, "But I never said I wouldn't put it in, I never said that." The fun continued all the way to the karaoke room, where Han Jia was straining herself to hit the high notes of the song Good Day. With a perfect score of 98, she proudly struck a pose to Jin Min Cheon's appreciative applause. Without giving him a moment to rest, Han Jia immediately shoved the microphone in his face, forcing Jin Min Cheon to sing next as they stood in a bustling building in the middle of the night. A sense of joy lingered in every step, making Han Jia think to herself, "This is so much fun." She recalled her childhood days when she used to play games, jumping over floor tiles and telling herself, "This is a volcano. And all around is lava. Step out of the yellow line and you're dead." Okay, Han Jia realized that others would find this really weird. But when there is someone to do these things with, it turns out to be so much fun. She smiled radiantly, letting the toy devil horns on her head blink in the night. However, don't get carried away, because Han Jia is the type of person who joins the fun with all her heart but gets incredibly embarrassed once it's over. She covered her face in shame, while Jin Min Cheon casually wore a fedora, holding a red balloon in one hand and pushing a toy butterfly that clattered and squeaked in the other. Han Jia felt like her dignity health bar had just dropped to 1 HP. Looking at his deadpan expression, Han Jia could only complain to the heavens, hello, look at him. She became even more embarrassed when she remembered that she was the one who bought that childish toy for him. Jin Min Cheon, however, was still laughing and talking lightheartedly, playing like these little kids is really fun, Jia. Even though she was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground, Han Jia still muttered to herself, can you just be quiet for a moment? But even if it was awkward, she still had to say it. Han Jia mustered up all her courage and called out, hey, Jin Min Cheon. The guy paused, turning his head to look at her with a puzzled expression. Han Jia hesitated, her lips trembling slightly, today. Under the magical streetlights, she twirled a lock of hair, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she still tried to finish her sentence, thank you for coming with me today. Witnessing this sudden expression of gratitude, Jin Min Cheon froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He thought to himself, why this sudden reaction out of nowhere? Jin Min Cheon tilted his head to look at her, his face full of worry, Han Jia, are you sick somewhere? Seeing her bewildered expression, he added bluntly, you know, when people are about to die, they usually do things they don't normally do. Han Jia furiously thought to herself, are you the one who wants to die? However, she still maintained her calm and seriousness. Anyway, I think I should say this. If you don't want to hear it, cover your ears. Flashing her warmest smile ever, Han Jia sincerely said, thank you for today. Thank you for paying it. Stretching her arms refreshingly, Han Jia immediately announced, oh boy, so let's end it here today. Seeing Jin Min Cheon about to speak, she quickly waved her hand to stop him, trying to hide her embarrassment. I'm so shy, so don't ask anything else. Even if you ask, I won't answer. She even squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head vigorously. I don't know, I can't hear anything. However, her avoidance was instantly cut short when Jin Min Cheon suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed her wrist. He looked straight into her eyes and called her name decisively, Han Jia. Jin Min Cheon lowered his voice, teasing her with an extremely serious expression, why do you always interrupt me? I also have something to say. Han Jia's brain at this moment displayed only a single line, warning, heartbeat exceeding capacity. His words left Han Jia stunned, and she stammered in surprise, why, you have something to say? Jin Min Cheon's gaze grew deep and resolute. He began to lean his face closer, making Han Jia blush and her breathing turn rapid with embarrassment. The distance between the two narrowed to the point where Han Jia could clearly feel the warmth radiating from him. Seeing Jin Min Cheon's face right next to her, Han Jia completely panicked. At that moment, only a single thought remained. Memories suddenly rushed back to when Jia was just 10 years old, as the whole family gathered to watch a very popular movie at the time. An unexpected scene appeared on the screen, startling young Jia. It was a scene of the two main characters sharing a passionate kiss amidst the white snow. Jia quickly covered her younger brother Jin Min's eyes and screamed in surprise, ah. At the age of 12, starting to feel self-conscious, Jia blushed and wondered, oh, why so suddenly? Her younger brother Jin Min struggled and protested, sister, what is this, what is this, what is this? Too flustered by the scene on the TV, Jia called out to her mother repeatedly, Mom, Mom. When her mother turned around with a puzzled look, she yelled, why are they kissing there? It is so weird. How can they kiss in public like that? Hearing his daughter's question, Jia's father casually kissed his wife's cheek and smiled, saying, why not? If you want to kiss, just kiss, right, my love? Her mother could only remind him embarrassedly, this man, the kids are watching, leaving Jia hiding her face in shame, seriously. Later, when her mother explained the meaning of a kiss, Jia gradually understood. That moment does not just happen out of nowhere, it comes when you naturally feel. When she was young, she had always wondered about the deep meaning of those words. But right at this moment, standing before the breath and gaze of Jin Min Cheon, Han Jia suddenly gasped. Could this be the moment? Han Jia wondered as her heart raced. Seeing Jin Min Cheon approach with a deep gaze, she gently closed her eyes, anxiously waiting for something romantic to happen. In this feeling, she clearly felt his warmth enveloping her, her lips slightly parting in anticipation. However, instead of a kiss, Jin Min Cheon casually held up a black thread in front of her. He smiled brightly as if he had just accomplished a great feat. A stray thread. It was on your neck. It turned out that him coming so close earlier was just to pick a stray thread off her clothes, making the romantic atmosphere vanish in an instant. Jin Min Cheon even sighed in relief, exclaiming with delight. It's been bugging me to death. That feels so satisfying. Witnessing his thoughtlessness to the point of being completely oblivious, Han Jia froze, her face darkening with disappointment and anger. She gritted her teeth and yelled. Hey, Jin Min Cheon. Without giving him time to realize what was happening, she decisively grabbed his tie and pulled it. She pulled decisively, causing the fedora on his head to tumble to the ground.
The two of them were completely immersed in that sweet moment under the sparkling streetlights. Under the pale yellow light, the unexpected kiss seemed to make time stand still, and though the fedora lay on the ground, neither of them cared. As their lips parted, Han Jia was still in shock, her brain probably replaying the scene in slow motion. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Jin Min Cheon, her breath still coming in short gasps. The air suddenly became so suffocating that they both turned away at the same time, pretending to cough to clear the extreme awkwardness. Han Jia's face flushed red, her heart beating wildly as she thought, what did I just do? Jin Min Cheon was not doing any better, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Stuttering, he broke the silence. Hey Han Jia, what did you do out of nowhere? Just now, you. Jin Min Cheon tried to find an excuse to justify the awkward situation. It's a bonus. The absurd answer left Han Jia frozen. She repeated in despair, a bonus? A bonus? A bonus. Embarrassed to the point of wanting to vanish instantly, Han Jia collapsed, screaming in her head, what do you mean bonus? Seeing her intense reaction, Jin Min Cheon hurriedly explained, I just want. She casually put her fedora back on her head and smiled suggestively, thinking it originally depended on the giver. She turned on the faucet, letting the cool water soothe the flush on her face and lips, which still carried the lingering trace of the kiss. Looking at herself in the mirror with a pensive gaze, Han Jia silently reflected on this unexpected turning point. As soon as she entered the restroom, Han Jia was still smug about her extremely cool closing line. That was right, the free gift originally depended on the giver, so why should the receiver worry about it? At this point, her brain was probably running a romance novel heroine scenario automatically. However, the moment the door closed, she immediately punched the wall, driving herself crazy with embarrassment. She screamed in her heart, what on earth did I just say? The more she thought about it, the more Han Jia found herself utterly foolish. A free gift depending on the giver's heart? What did kissing and free gifts even have to do with each other in the first place? She scratched her head and pulled her hair, her face distorted with embarrassment, blaming herself for talking like that. Looking at herself in the mirror, she bitterly admitted that she had run away out of sheer panic. But she also knew she couldn't keep hiding in here forever. She began to question herself, why did I kiss Jin Min Cheon anyway? Then she suddenly recalled his highly. In the end, why is that? A truth lay clearly before her eyes that she could not deny. If he were just someone she didn't care about from the beginning, why would she be hesitating like this, right? Thinking up to this point, her heart began to beat wildly out of control. Memories of Jin Min Cheon suddenly flooded back, from the moment he carried her on his back along the beach under the brilliant sunset, to his deep, intense gaze when looking at her. The sound of her pounding heart grew louder and louder. Han Jia recalled the times they were close, and the warmth and protection Jin Min Cheon had given her. Especially that moment when he confidently declared to others at the gym, this is my wife. That statement, along with his warm hand resting on her shoulder back then, made Han Jia's heart flutter violently once again. Standing in the restroom, Han Jia tightly clutched the fedora to her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. She let out a soft, self-mocking laugh, ha, ha ha. Meanwhile, outside, Jin Min Cheon was also standing in front of the sink with an equally troubled state of mind. He repeatedly splashed cold water on his face, trying to regain his composure after that unexpected kiss. Water droplets still clung to Jin Min Cheon's masculine face. He stared blankly into space, whispering in his mind with doubt, is this real? As for Han Jia, she still stood there with. Under the magical streetlights, the fedora on Jin Min Cheon's head fell to the ground, marking the moment they both immersed themselves in a passionate kiss. When their lips gently parted, both Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia froze, their breath rapid and full of embarrassment. However, the scene suddenly changed in a bizarre way. Han Jia found herself transforming into a director with a fake mustache, holding a megaphone and screaming in anger, cut, cut, cut. What are you guys doing? Kiss properly. The female director kept criticizing, do you think kissing is a game for 3-year-olds? What kind of first kiss is that short? Kiss a bit longer. She even laughed haha while using 2 teddy bears to demonstrate aggressively, do you know what kissing is? You two have to French kiss and bite each other's lips. Faced with the relentless onslaught of her director self, Han Jia wondered in bewilderment, but we did bite. Ha, our tongues did greet each other a bit. She even fiercely challenged, what's wrong with you guys? Do you want me to demonstrate again? Right after that declaration, the image of Jin Min Cheon taking the initiative to approach and giving her a deep, passionate kiss appeared vividly once again. Ah! Han Jia woke up in shock, lying frozen on the bed with expressionless eyes. She muttered in utter confusion, what kind of dream is this? A sense of humiliation washed over Han Jia, making her toss and turn, kicking the blanket furiously to vent her frustration. Damn it, what a cursed dream! But then, a shocking realization hit her, making her feel like she was about to explode. Did we actually kiss? A kiss, did that Jin Min Cheon and I really kiss? Han Jia stood dazed in the middle of the room in her pajamas, her mind still reeling from last night's events.
She trudged toward the door, her heart heavy with tangled thoughts about their contract marriage and that sudden kiss.
Jin Min Cheon and I, getting married, kissing, and I actually liked it?
Just as she was lost in her train of thought, Jin Min Cheon suddenly appeared with his hair dripping wet after a shower. His sudden appearance startled her, causing her to let out a flustered gasp. Jin Min Cheon casually put on his glasses and grumbled slightly, "You scared me."
Is that you, Han Jia?
In the face of his highly masculine presence, Han Jia suddenly became meek and replied in an unusually respectful tone, "Yes, it is me, sir." This attitude made Jin Min Cheon wonder why she was suddenly speaking so formally. Seeing her lethargic expression, he asked with concern, "You look unhappy so early in the morning.
What's wrong?"
Han Jia could only brush it off with a half-hearted reply, claiming, although she couldn't find the answer immediately, Han Jia suddenly remembered a small tip to test one's feelings, which was to observe how the other person ate. She told herself that if that person still looked attractive even while eating, the answer was definitely yes. However, reality slapped her hard when she saw Jin Min Cheon gulping down his drink in a wild and crude manner. Han Jia stood frozen with a dark expression, completely helpless, wondering if this dragon-like drinking style should even be considered in her evaluation. Trying to regain her composure, Han Jia reassured herself not to judge based on his current appearance but to remember their most recent meal together last night. Yet, as the memory of her cutely feeding him meat resurfaced, it dragged along the image of the passionate kiss she had initiated right after. As soon as Han Jia's brain finished loading that memory, it instantly went into red alert. An overwhelming wave of shame and embarrassment hit her, making her lose control and slam her head hard onto the salad plate right in front of Jin Min Cheon. The loud thud left him staring in sheer astonishment. Jin Min Cheon asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" upon seeing Han Jia face down on the table in such an unusual manner. She tried to cover up her embarrassment with an incredibly silly excuse, "There was a mosquito on the table, you know?" Jin Min Cheon could only respond speechlessly, "Do you catch mosquitoes with your head? Can you just let me eat in peace? Either you're crazy." Han Jia began to reassure herself that yesterday's kiss was definitely just because she was drunk, or at least because she was too excited about being able to drink that she acted recklessly. She deluded herself into thinking that this was the misattribution of arousal effect. It is a psychological phenomenon where people mistake stress and anxiety for romantic feelings for another person. Han Jia realized that their contract marriage life, full of anxiety about being discovered, combined with the intense daily workouts, was the reason she misread her feelings for Jin Min Cheon. She told herself everything was just a temporary misunderstanding, like scenes in a movie or the passionate dream she had last night. Thinking of this, Han Jia collapsed onto the table again and groaned miserably. Seeing Han Jia not budging, Jin Min Cheon frantically leaned down close to her face and asked, "Jia, are you okay?" The moment she looked up, Han Jia was stunned by his face being right next to hers. The distance was so close that she felt her heart starting to buffer. His deep gaze along with his gentle question, "Where does it hurt?" made her face turn bright red and feel so hot as if it was about to explode. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Han Jia screamed frantically and pushed him away. "What is this? Why are you getting so close?" Han Jia screamed to assert that she was completely normal. Jin Min Cheon could only sigh in relief, thinking something had happened to her. However, just as he was about to turn away, Jin Min Cheon suddenly stopped. "Ah, that's right. I was going to say something earlier but forgot." Han Jia held her breath in anticipation. "Huh? What is it? This is driving me crazy." Jin Min Cheon hesitated and brought it up again, "About last night." Hearing that, Han Jia instantly froze, her eyes turning into chaotic swirls from sheer embarrassment. Before he could even finish saying "we," she frantically looked for an escape. "Oh, I'm done eating, so I'll go to my room to check on some work." Jin Min Cheon asked in confusion, "Huh?" But Han Jia had already quickly run to the sink, urging him while washing, "Jin Min Cheon, you have to go to work, right? Just leave it there and let me wash the dishes. Have a nice day, goodbye." Han Jia shouted and slammed the door, leaving Jin Min Cheon standing dazed in the middle of the room with a bewildered face. He scratched his head in confusion, his mind still hung up on last night's kiss. That morning at the company, Jin Min Cheon showed up with a lost expression, making Choi Sang-woo. Seeing Jin Min Cheon still dazed, he pointed down at his feet and laughed out loud, "You even put on mismatched socks." Jin Min Cheon looked down at his mismatched socks, one blue and one yellow, and could only utter helplessly, "Ah." To regain his composure, he went into the kitchen to brew a cup of coffee. However, his mind was so far away that he did everything unconsciously. Instead of tearing open the coffee packet to pour into the cup, Jin Min Cheon casually threw the whole unopened packet directly into the trash can. Jin Min Cheon's CPU at this moment must have glitched so hard he failed the tutorial. Holding the empty packet, he poured hot water into the cup with professional ease. While scratching his head with a thoughtful look, he picked up the cup of hot plain water and gulped it all down. "Ah, so hot." Jin Min Cheon spat the water everywhere from being burned, his mouth continuously hissing in pain. As he wiped his mouth, the passionate images of last night suddenly rushed back as if put on auto-replay highlights in his mind. Han Jia's blushing face, the passionate kiss, and her deeply suggestive words, a kiss, after all, depends on the heart of the giver. His heart began to beat rapidly as he recalled that moment. Jin Mincheon covered his face and smiled wryly, sighing to himself, seriously? He took off his glasses, revealing a face flushed red with extreme embarrassment and confusion. The two walked side by side into the gym, where a highly energetic welcoming sign appeared. You've already passed the hardest part of bodybuilding, so work hard. Jin Mincheon turned to look at Han Jia, clenching his fist with determination and encouraging her, let's do our best today too. Seeing his smile, Han Jia could only give a stiff smile in response. In the middle of the gym, they both shouted the fighting slogan to boost their spirits. However, behind that excited appearance, Han Jia's mind was extremely chaotic. She told herself that everything that happened was just an accidental event when her hand decisively grabbed his tie. Going back in time about 20 hours ago, that passionate kiss vividly reappeared in her mind. Han Jia reassured herself that calling it an accident was correct, as it had both a clear cause and purpose. Yet, she still couldn't stop herself from feeling extreme humiliation. Even while performing warm-up exercises, she couldn't stop tormenting herself for caring so much, even having strange dreams at night. She secretly glanced at Jin Mincheon, who was enthusiastically training, and thought to herself in frustration, yet this guy doesn't have any reaction at all? Watching Jin Mincheon exerting himself during powerful push-ups, Han Jia told herself that she hadn't expected anything from him from the beginning, but a faint, indescribable feeling of disappointment still sparked in her heart. While she was deeply lost in thought with a blushing face, Jin Mincheon suddenly leaned in close and whispered right into her ear. The sudden call made Han Jia jump in surprise. She screamed and tightly covered her ears in sheer panic. What the heck? Why did you suddenly whisper in my ear? Has the system mission been really weird lately? Seeing her overreaction, Jin Mincheon could only explain casually that he had called her, but she did not bother to answer. Jin Mincheon casually asked if she had finished warming up. Han Jia, still dazed by last night's kiss, could only stammer in reply that she was somewhat done. Seeing this, the guy immediately concluded, so we will start now. Han Jia, still unable to compose herself, stammered back, asking what they were starting. Jin Mincheon flashed a smug smile and immediately introduced the weight rack in front of them. What else could it be? Of course, it was lifting weights. Seeing Han Jia looking bewildered, Jin Mincheon reminded her that he had already told her on the way. At that time, she had even nodded repeatedly, agreeing to work on her upper body. Only then did Han Jia bitterly realize that she had been completely tuned out. Her mind was so occupied with thoughts of the kiss that she hadn't heard a single word. Looking at the cold iron weights in front of her, she began to feel a chill run down her spine, recalling several horrific accident videos she had watched on YouTube. She asked hesitantly with great anxiety, hey Jin Mincheon, is this Jin Mincheon was speechless, wondering what on earth she had watched online to be so obsessed, though he also admitted that such a thing could potentially happen. Seeing Han Jia's face turn pale, he quickly reassured her that she had an experienced PT right here by her side. However, when Jin Mincheon decisively dragged her to the workout spot, Han Jia couldn't help but scream out in anxiety. What do you mean by surely? In the end, Han Jia had to reluctantly lie down on the workout bench in absolute terror. Looking at the massive iron bar right in front of her face, even before the weights fell, she was already imagining the ending of her life. Worrying way too far ahead, she even threatened to write Jin Mincheon's name in her will if anything happened to her, even carving the name Jin Mincheon clearly to make him take responsibility. Jin Mincheon just nonchalantly shot back, asking how she could write a will if she was already dead, leaving Han Jia completely frozen as she realized she had just said something extremely absurd. After a brief examination, Jin Mincheon decided to load a 10 kilograms plate on each side for her to start her first exercise. Han Jia collapsed onto the bench, her eyes rolling back as she stared at the 10 kilograms plates looming right in front of her. She looked at Jin Mincheon in panic and asked in an incredibly insecure voice. Hey, are you telling me I have to lift this? 10 kilograms. Seeing Jia frozen in surprise, Jin Mincheon casually explained, this bar is only about 8 more kilograms, but that's actually light. So you won't be meeting your ancestors anytime soon. Jia could only remain speechless, thinking to herself that her concern wasn't about life or death, but rather that it was simply too heavy for her strength. Jin Mincheon gripped the bar tightly, ready to assist, looking down at Jia with an incredibly determined gaze. He asserted with complete confidence, but, I can lift it. Jin Mincheon leaned down close to her face, instilling absolute trust in Jia's heart with his deep, warm voice, Jia, I won't let you get hurt. That's why I'm here, so don't worry anymore, just listen to me. His gentle words and handsome face at such close proximity made Jia's heart suddenly skip a beat. An indescribable, warm sensation spread throughout her body, causing her face to flush red as her heart beat at maximum capacity. Jia scolded herself in a panic, Heart, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly dancing the lambada and cha-cha-cha? She frantically patted her chest to calm her rebellious heart, wondering why it was beating so wildly and unreasonably. Looking up at Jean Mincheon's face from a lying position, she felt he had suddenly become incredibly attractive and masculine. Jean Mincheon's gaze, still filled with care and reliability, completely captivated Jia. She stared so she was so flustered that she could only whisper a weak reply, Han Jia reached out with trembling hands to grasp the barbell, right next to Jean Mincheon's firm hands. They began their first exercise amidst an atmosphere filled with awkwardness at the gym. Han Jia strained to lift the barbell, her breath coming in short gasps due to the heavy weight of the iron. She screamed inwardly when she saw Jean Mincheon leaning closely right above to spot her. The distance between them was so close that it felt suffocating. Even though he encouraged her, saying, "Good job, Han Jia," she felt this situation was anything but normal. Jean Mincheon calmly reminded her to be careful and regulate her breathing through her nose as she lowered the weight. However, her rapidly pounding heartbeat made Han Jia panic and wonder if this reaction was okay. Noticing his workout partner's unease, Jean Mincheon softly reminded her, "Hey, you are too tense. Focus on breathing evenly." Looking at her trembling hands on the iron bar, Han Jia realized her heart was not just beating fast from exhaustion. Her eyes accidentally met Jean Mincheon's serious face from an upward angle. Her face flushed red as a sudden thought crossed her mind, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Is it because we are too close? Jean Mincheon's presence at this very moment completely threw her mind into disarray. Totally unaware, Jean Mincheon continued to count the rhythm enthusiastically to cheer her on. "That's right, Han Jia, 1. She tried to find a reasonable excuse for her abnormal heart rate. Now she knew why her heart was beating so fast. It was just because she had trained too intensely. Standing up with trembling legs, she told herself that anyone's heart would beat wildly when exercising in that position. Han Jia stared into space, trying to dismiss the chaotic emotions beginning to spark in her heart. She recalled the marriage contract with her name on it, reminding herself to stay rational because reality is different from novels, yet her heart had lost its way long ago. She sighed, deciding not to let these vague feelings shake her resolve, and told herself to just let things flow naturally. Han Jia started packing her things to prepare to leave. She took off her jacket and threw it hard onto the chair, her body still drenched in sweat and burning hot after the intense workout. Right at that moment, Jean Mincheon's voice suddenly echoed from behind, "Hey Han Jia." She turned around in confusion and saw that he had already stepped close, gently taking the jacket and placing it back over her shoulders. Han Jia stood frozen, sweat still dripping from her body after the intense training session. Suddenly, Jean Mincheon approached her and called softly, "Han Jia." She turned back, completely puzzled. "Huh?" Han Jia gasped in surprise. "Huh?" She gently pulled the hem of her. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn awkward, she called his name, Jean Mincheon. Jean Mincheon flinched as if he had just been caught red-handed. Han Jia wondered, what is this all of a sudden? The guy stammered, scrambling for an explanation, well. Jean Mincheon turned his face away, speaking hesitantly, "You might catch a cold." Han Jia looked bewildered. "Huh? Can't you find a less awkward excuse, mister?" He continued to explain that it has been getting cold lately. If she dresses lightly after working out, the chance of catching a cold is very high, and he would be disappointed if she fell ill. Hearing this, Han Jia suddenly cheered with excitement. "Oh, that's right." She told herself she really couldn't afford to get sick, as being bedridden right now would be absolute hell. She excitedly zipped up her jacket, secretly enjoying his concern. However, Han Jia quickly realized something was off. She looked at Jean Mincheon with a mischievous gaze. "Jean Mincheon, do you ever listen to what you're saying? Are you delirious?" Seeing him sweat bullets in embarrassment, she pointed at the other gymgoers dressed very lightly and pressed. "If I get sick from not dressing like this, what about them? Will they freeze to death?" Jean Mincheon was completely speechless, standing frozen with a guilty look on his face. Han Jia stepped closer, teasing him with a mischievous look. "Hey Jean Mincheon, you're acting a bit strange. Does me wearing thin clothes bother you that much? Are you embarrassed? Right? Come on, tell me." Faced with her relentless teasing, Jean Mincheon sighed helplessly. "Huh, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, he decisively pulled his t-shirt up, exposing his rippling muscles right in front of her. This action made Han Jia panic and scream, "Hey! Ah!" She frantically pulled his shirt back down, scolding him, "Are you crazy? Hey, put it on, put it on." Contrary to Han Jia's panic, Jean Mincheon calmly asked back, "Why? Does it affect you?" While Han Jia was still completely shocked by what on earth was happening, Jean Mincheon suddenly looked at her with a deep gaze. He asserted, "I do mind. I don't know about you, but it bothers me." Standing in the middle of the gym with his six-pack abs on display, Jean Mincheon continued to declare, "So?" Han Jia froze, her eyes wide, staring at him in utter shock. Without giving her time to react, Jean Mincheon grabbed her zipper and decisively pulled her jacket all the way up to her neck. He did this to cover the thin shirt inside. After making sure she was fully covered, he gently asked, "Is this okay?" Han Jia, still completely. Seeing this, Jean Mincheon just muttered an okay and silently turned away. After leaving the gym, the atmosphere between the two became extremely quiet. Under the flickering streetlights of the city at night, Jin Min Cheon maintained absolute silence. Looking at Jin Min Cheon's back, Han Jia smiled softly and thought to herself that, come to think of it, he had always been that way. Memories of childhood suddenly rushed back, to when she was just a little girl with a bright green cast on her leg.
Back then, the small Jin Min Cheon stubbornly insisted on carrying her on his back, despite Han Jia's resistance. I'm really fine, you don't need to carry me home, it's not like I got hurt because of you, you're so annoying. Han Jia could only sigh at her friend's stubbornness back then. Is this not working? How are you even going to carry me when you're shorter than me, yet trying to show off? But Jin Min Cheon still strained his neck, asserting with determination, I can do it. The result was a clumsy and trembling struggle to carry her, which exhausted Han Jia. Even when someone suggested, should we take a taxi, she firmly refused, no, I want to go on my own. This is even more exhausting. But in response to that stubbornness, Jin Min Cheon just coldly uttered a single word, no. That day, it took them a whole 2 hours just to cover a distance that normally. Seeing Jin Min Cheon's cheerful, self-satisfied thumbs up, Jia just wanted to explode with anger. What was with the thumbs up? You didn't even let me go, it was so tiring. She did not hesitate to give him a hard, painful flick on the head, making him cry out, ah. In her heart, she secretly thought, this annoying kid can be really irritating. However, seeing Jin Min Cheon's innocent smile and face flushing red with happiness at that moment, Jia's heart suddenly softened. She quietly admitted to herself, but I don't hate him. Returning to reality under the night streetlights, Jin Min Cheon's warm, deep voice suddenly broke the silence, well done. Just a single compliment, yet Jia's heart fluttered even more than a notification from a crush at midnight. Seeing Jia blankly asking, huh, he looked straight into her eyes and gently praised, you did great in training today, let's keep it up tomorrow. His sincere encouragement made Jia freeze. She slightly pulled up her collar to hide her face, which was blushing red with shyness and happiness. Jia called out to Jin Min Cheon, making him turn back in confusion, huh? Without any warning, she proactively reached out and tightly held his hand. Having his hand held, his CPU instantly overheated. Jin Min Cheon stuttered in shock, Jia, what's wrong? Seeing her remain silent, he asked shyly, why are you holding my hand? Jia blushed slightly. Jin Min Cheon looked at her in confusion, is there a problem? If there is, I can let go. Han Jia remained silent, but random thoughts began to flood her mind. That night, she came up with a hypothesis, what if, just what if, she recalled the marriage contract with the bright red thumbprints. If they hadn't come together because of the constraints of that contract, but rather because of true love, perhaps the bond between them would have started in a completely different way. Han Jia held Jin Min Cheon's hand tightly as they walked silently under the streetlights. It was a night where she thought about many meaningless things regarding their relationship. Meanwhile, at a quiet restaurant, an orange-haired woman with glasses was slowly enjoying a glass of red wine. Sitting across from her was Na Yang Diak, who smiled as he ate and called out, ah, Yeonju. Seeing her look at him, he rested his chin in his hand nonchalantly and announced, I just met Han Jia. The statement made Yeonju freeze, her eyes growing deep and full of thoughts. Back to the love story of the manager. Choi Sang-woo stared at Cha Soo-yeon, asking tensely, so? Sitting on the swing with a sad face and avoided gaze, Cha Soo-yeon remained silent for a moment and softly replied, it's nothing, Choi Sang-woo. Let's end it here. These words made Choi Sang-woo explode instantly as he yelled in frustration, huh? What is this? You can't just end it like this. Choi Sang-woo felt that leaving someone halfway like this was the worst thing, even asking if she was deliberately trying to find ways to make him angry. Sang-woo still refused to give up. He demanded that Soo-yeon just speak her mind, even if she found him overbearing. He asserted that he understood her and was not the type to easily get angry just because of being rejected. Faced with his determination, Soo-yeon lowered her head and admitted, I know, and that is why I am afraid. Looking at Sang-woo squatting in front of her, she feared their relationship would change if she was truly honest. Soo-yeon confessed that her personality was actually very bad and she did not usually treat others well. However, Sang-woo was the only person she could comfortably talk to like this. With a sad smile and eyes full of deep thoughts, Soo-yeon softly murmured, I am afraid of losing this. She looked at Sang-woo with a solemn expression, admitting she was extremely worried that the words she was about to say would ruin their current relationship. At that moment, with sweat dripping from her face, Soo-yeon gathered all her courage to confess, to be honest, I do not want to forget what happened that day either, for both myself and you. This unexpected confession left Sang-woo frozen, his face flushing red with shock. Soo-yeon hesitated, her hand gripping the iron bar tightly as if trying to hold onto her last bit of composure. Sang-woo did not let her escape. He stepped closer and pressed her, are you afraid? Do you not want things to change because you are afraid? He stared straight into her eyes and brought up the past. Don't you remember? That day, you were the one. In the face of Choi Sang-woo's intense advance and direct reminder of the past, Cha Soo-yeon blushed with embarrassment. She could only scream his name in utter confusion, as Sang-woo. Choi Sang-woo summoned all his courage and, with a flushed face, shouted decisively, "I like you." He looked straight at Cha Soo-yeon, sweat pouring down from nervousness, yet he still tried to explain, "It's not because of what happened that day, but I've liked you for a very long time." Choi Sang-woo confessed that he should have said this long ago, and that he truly wanted to date her. His gaze became firmer than ever, that someday was today. Cha Soo-yeon froze on the swing, her eyes wide with surprise and her heart pounding wildly, only able to utter a bewildered wow. Her face turned bright red, and she bowed her head to hide her shyness while her heart rate showed no signs of calming down. Without making her wait any longer, Choi Sang-woo gently stepped forward and held her trembling hands tightly. Sensing his sincerity, Cha Soo-yeon softly murmured her thanks in choked emotion while they were still in the park. And that was exactly how Choi Sang-woo officially ended his single life. He started dating the girl he had secretly loved after 29 years of his life. Returning to reality, Choi Sang-woo was driving with an extremely radiant smile. He proudly bragged, "I've rambled a bit too much, but in short, I have a girlfriend now." That person was none other than Cha Soo-yeon, who was sitting right next to him with an incredibly awkward However, the atmosphere inside the car became extremely tense due to the presence of a third person in the back seat. Jia and Min Cheon sat blankly with a darkened face, sweat dripping down due to extreme awkwardness. Cha Soo-yeon could only mumble, calling out to assistant Jin, while Choi Sang-woo also began to feel uncomfortable. The silence lasted so long that the car behind had to honk loudly to remind them when the traffic light changed color. When it was time to work at the office, Choi Sang-woo seemed to be energized by love, typing on his keyboard continuously at a dizzying speed. Today's keyboard must have been under a lot of pressure from his love's KPI. Witnessing this unusual enthusiasm, his boss laughed out loud with delight. "Ah, working hard today, huh? Of course, the keyboard is so smooth today." While his colleagues worried he would ruin the computer, Choi Sang-woo continued to work enthusiastically with a non-stop smile. Cha Soo-yeon, sitting nearby, could not hide her shyness when encouraged by the boss to keep up that spirit. At lunch, Choi Sang-woo was still laughing and talking cheerfully with his colleagues, while Jin Min Cheon quietly sat eating canned food alone in a separate corner. After work, Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon always said goodbye to each other with sweet wishes. "Go home safely." "Okay, you too." When night fell, a goodnight text was sent exactly at 11:33 p.m. At the office, Choi Sang-woo worked with absolute enthusiasm. He clicked away at his keyboard with a bright smile on his face. This loop of happiness continued day after day. There were still the same after-work greetings, the same goodnight texts sent at exactly 11:35 p.m., and energetic working hours. However, that initial excitement began to show signs of cooling down. It was still the same old polite exchanges, the same mechanically repeated goodnight texts. Choi Sang-woo's face gradually became blank and soulless. He started to feel exhausted facing the mounting pile of work. Added to that were the endless overnight company drinking parties. Choi Sang-woo, the 29-year-old guy who was always present at every gathering, suddenly woke up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. He gasped in shock, "This isn't right." Lying restlessly in bed, Choi Sang-woo questioned himself, "Does this feel a bit like when we weren't dating?" It wasn't until 2 weeks after his official confession that he bitterly realized the truth. He and manager Seo Soo-yeon had known each other for a long time. Intimate actions or eating meals together had already been a perfectly normal habit before. Choi Sang-woo anxiously wondered, "Is this really okay?" After a moment of thought, he firmly concluded, "Not at all." Grabbing his phone, he realized he needed to do something to make a change. At the same time in another place, manager Seo, both were lying in bed, looking at their phones with their own distinct feelings but sharing the same purpose. Cha Soo-yeon made up her mind, "That's right, because Choi Sang-woo always messages me first." She told herself, "Today, I will be the one." Her trembling hands pressed each key to send an active message. However, the moment the message was sent, both of them fell into a state of extreme shock. Choi Sang-woo stared wide-eyed at his screen, while Cha Soo-yeon was so flabbergasted that all the color drained from her face. On the phone screen, Choi Sang-woo had just sent "Good work today" at 11:34, then right after that at 11:38, Cha Soo-yeon also sent the question, "Are you asleep yet?" Both cried out "What?" with blushing faces at this embarrassing coincidence. "I can't sleep." Cha Soo-yeon curled up under her blanket, her face burning red as she heard Choi Sang-woo's voice over the phone. The young man on the other end of the line was not doing any better, scratching his head while trying to remain respectful. "The message you sent me was to ask if I was sleepy, right?" Cha Soo-yeon was so embarrassed that she mumbled back that she wasn't sleepy at all. Although she felt extremely awkward about the typo in her message, she was secretly grateful that Choi Sang-woo was considerate enough to understand her intention. Silence lasted for more than 3 seconds, making the atmosphere suffocating. Choi Sang-woo stared at the screen, and Choi Sang-woo regained his composure and gently confessed, "I was about to sleep, but suddenly I thought of you." These words made him secretly hope he hadn't made a mistake. Cha Soo-yeon anxiously asked if she was bothering him, making Choi Sang-woo incredibly thrilled. "SHGUQ." Choi Sang-woo stared blankly at the heavily misspelled message he had just received from Cha Soo-yeon. He scratched his head, helplessly trying to spell out each letter. What on earth is this? Was she trying to say sleep? He was starting to doubt his own language skills. How could anyone decipher this? While Choi Sang-woo was still busy speculating whether she meant sweeping the floor, another notification popped up. Cha Soo-yeon quickly sent a correction. No, Choi Sang-woo, I meant to ask if you were asleep yet. On the other end, Cha Soo-yeon was squirming on her bed, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She screamed in despair, what is this? Stop it, boo-hoo. Making consecutive typos like that made Cha Soo-yeon want to reset her life. She cursed herself for why the letters E and W had to be right next to each other. Just as she was about to erase the evidence, her phone suddenly rang. The incoming call from Choi Sang-woo made her let out a terrified scream. The phone kept ringing relentlessly, driving Cha Soo-yeon crazy. What should I do? Hearing his voice, Cha Soo-yeon quickly crawled under her blanket, only daring to peek her eyes out and replying in a tiny voice, Why, yes, I'm listening. What's the matter? Choi Sang-woo gripped his phone tightly, his face showing extreme tension. In his head, he was screaming as he realized the pattern had been completely broken after 2 weeks of dating. Meanwhile, Cha Soo-yeon was still flustered, pressing the phone against her forehead. She really wanted to say something, but shyness completely choked her mind. To break the suffocating atmosphere, she sighed softly and pretended to let out a long yawn. Cha Soo-yeon started babbling about random things to find a way to end the conversation, forcing a smile to compliment him. Choi Sang-woo, you have a really nice voice, it sounds very relaxing. Cha Soo-yeon intended to end the call with a goodnight wish and a promise to see each other tomorrow. But Choi Sang-woo, with his heart pounding wildly, suddenly launched an attack. Let's go on a date. These words shocked Cha Soo-yeon so much that she stammered, WH what? Choi Sang-woo retorted that they had been dating for 2 whole weeks, leaving her utterly dazed as she realized she had only just registered that fact. Choi Sang-woo started to break into a cold sweat, wondering what on earth he had just done. Just because he didn't want to hang up, he had let those words slip out. While he was scratching his head, agonizing over what to do next, Cha Soo-yeon suddenly asked hesitantly from the other end of the line, right now. Choi Sang-woo gathered all his courage and made a bold proposal, is right now okay? In the dead of night, Soo-yeon screamed into the phone, what do you mean? Do you even know what time it is? Sang-woo casually checked his watch, is it 11:37? It is 38 now. He firmly asserted that when it came to her, time did not matter at all. With a flushed face, Sang-woo gathered all his courage to confess, I miss you. He eagerly asked if she would come out to meet him if he came over right now. Soo-yeon grimaced in distress, sighing as she called his name, hey, Sang-woo. Hearing him reply, yes, she took a deep breath and yelled through the phone, don't you realize how rude it is to go anywhere at this hour? Facing his girlfriend's fierce reaction, Sang-woo could only laugh sheepishly and admit she was right. Ultimately, instead of an abrupt late-night encounter, they ended up picking a date for an official rendezvous. Sang-woo stood waiting at the cinema ticket counter with an anxious expression. He kept adjusting his hair and checking his phone in anticipation of their very first date. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sang-woo, causing him to blush as he turned around in confusion to greet her, hi. Appearing before him was Soo-yeon, completely bundled up from head to toe in a long overcoat, a pulled-down hood, and yellow sunglasses covering her face. She shyly grabbed the hem of her coat, softly apologizing for looking at his girlfriend's spy-like outfit. Choi Sang-woo stood frozen, sweating profusely as he stammered, manager, your clothes. Cha Soo-yeon anxiously explained that she was afraid of accidentally bumping into acquaintances or colleagues here, which was why she disguised herself so thoroughly. Seeing her ask in worry if it was a bit too much, Choi Sang-woo quickly waved his hands and gave a forced smile to reassure her. No, it's cute, but this is also a bit, that hat. He tried to compliment her, saying she looked like a celebrity, but did not forget to remind her that on such a crowded weekend, dressing so differently might make her feel uncomfortable. Choi Sang-woo firmly asserted that the probability of them meeting someone they knew here was extremely low, then quickly led Cha Soo-yeon into the theater. However, the moment he stepped into the row of seats, he suddenly froze in shock and gasped, wow. Right in front of him, Han Jia was sitting blankly with a box of popcorn in her hands. The unexpected coincidence made Choi Sang-woo utter a surprised while Cha Soo-yeon behind him began to panic. Choi Sang-woo stood frozen in the middle of the aisle, his mouth wide open in shock. Han Jia's sudden appearance instantly made their private date extremely awkward. While Han Jia was still looking up in confusion, Cha Soo-yeon was so terrified that she shrank back, quickly hiding behind Choi Sang-woo's back to avoid being spotted. She completely misunderstood that the intimacy between the two was progressing rapidly right inside the movie theater. Choi Sang-woo's face flushed red as he waved his hands frantically in denial, saying that was not the case. Meanwhile, Cha Soo-yeon was trembling with fear of her identity being exposed. She tightly grabbed the hem of Choi Sang-woo's shirt from behind and whispered, what should we do? He could only whisper back urgently, let's go outside first. Seeing that pulling scene, Han Jia became even more excited. She thought to herself, are they planning to get intimate on their very first date? How wonderful. In his mind, Choi Sang-woo screamed,
begging her to stop those dark thoughts immediately. The two quickly retreated to the hallway to avoid being seen. Choi Sang-woo let out a long sigh, his face showing complete helplessness.
Oh dear, why did we have to run into Han Jia of all people? Am I some kind of magnet that attracts everyone?
He felt extremely embarrassed and told himself that from now on, he would never want to run into acquaintances while on a date again.
Cha Soo-yeon was still in shock as she hesitantly asked to confirm. Was that person just now manager Jin Min-cheon's wife? Choi Sang-woo confirmed that it was indeed her.
At the same time, he felt that bumping into Han Jia in such a strange place was truly hard to believe. His strange remark left Cha Soo-yeon questioning him with a look full of suspicion. Suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon spotted a familiar. Cha Soo-yeon hid tightly in Choi Sang-woo's arms, her heart beating wildly.
Sang-woo, what's going on?
Her brain was loading at 1%, but her heart was running at 200% capacity. Choi Sang-woo only made a soft shushing gesture to keep her quiet. Their faces were so close that they could clearly feel each other's warmth and embarrassment. Right on the other side of the wall, Jin Min-cheon was happily holding a jar of limited edition spaghetti man pasta sauce, an item restricted to one per customer. He boasted to himself, "My luck today is quite amazing, I didn't expect to find it here." As he walked away, Jin Min-cheon secretly regretted, "It would have been great if Han Jia had come with me." He was completely unaware that the young couple was hiding right next to him. Once Jin Min-cheon's figure faded away, Choi Sang-woo and Cha Soo-yeon finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. However, their intimate posture at this moment made both of their hearts feel like they were about to leap out of their chests.
The loud thumping of their hearts echoed in the quiet corridor of the cinema. The atmosphere suddenly became stiflingly hot.
Cha Soo-yeon was dizzy from the extreme closeness, her mind spinning, so hot, so close, his breathing, my heart. She wondered how long they had been in this position, and how just a tiny slip could make their lips touch. Staring at Choi Sang-woo's lips right in front, SSS. Suddenly, both of them flinched and jumped far apart as if shocked by electricity to escape the intimate moment. To break the extreme awkwardness, Choi Sang-woo wiped his dripping sweat and smiled forcefully, asking, "It's a bit hot, isn't it, manager?" Seo Soo-yeon also frantically fanned herself with her hand, stammering in agreement, "Right. I didn't think the ventilation fan here was working." They could only laugh it off, blaming the movie theater's broken air conditioner to hide their rising embarrassment. Leaving the theater, Choi Sang-woo suggested grabbing something cold to eat because the weather was too hot. They both stopped by a famous online cold noodle restaurant called New York Naengmyeon. However, it was truly a small world. While it was normal for a famous restaurant to be crowded, meeting acquaintances there was an absolute disaster. Right at the next table, two colleagues from Development Team 3, Shin Shire and Song Eun-young, were also slurping away. Choi Sang-woo could only break into a cold sweat, trying to eat as fast as possible to make a quick escape. Meanwhile, Seo Soo-yeon still had to endure in her tight disguise to avoid being recognized. They planned to go to a karaoke bar to unwind, but as soon as they cracked the door open, they saw Division Chief Jang Sang-cheon. Their last hope was a cafe rumored to have an amazing vibe. However, upon arrival, a closure notice due to debt stared them right in the face, leaving them both utterly exasperated. Why did everything have to go so wrong for them like this? Walking down the street with ice cream in hand, Choi Sang-woo let out a long, weary sigh. He wondered why, even on the weekend, they seemed to bump into colleagues everywhere they went. Seo Soo-yeon could only shrug and guess that people probably just didn't want to stay home. While eating, Choi Sang-woo suddenly stared at Seo Soo-yeon's face. He reached out and gently touched the corner of her lips, grumbling, "Sep, why can't you eat neatly? You're not a child anymore." That natural gesture caught Seo Soo-yeon completely off guard and left her frozen in place. But what was even more shocking was that, right after, Choi Sang-woo casually put the finger with the wiped ice cream into his mouth and licked it clean. It took only a few seconds for him to realize his subconscious action, causing his face to turn bright red with embarrassment. Seo Soo-yeon cried out in shock, "Hey, why did you eat that?" Choi Sang-woo frantically defended himself, claiming he didn't even know why he did it. But then he laughed it off because, after all, it brought him a sense of joy. He breathed a sigh of relief as a chaotic dating day finally came to an end. Choi Sang-woo wondered what they should do next to save the evening. The proposal made Cha Soo-yeon blush. She stammered in extreme embarrassment. "Are we going now?" "Where to?" Choi Sang-woo looked at her in confusion and replied firmly, "Of course." Immediately, the scene changed, and they were standing in front of a high-rise building with a flashing New York motel sign. Standing in front of the motel parking entrance, both of them stared inside in silence. Choi Sang-woo could only exclaim wow in utter amazement. Cha Soo-yeon's face turned red as she stammered in shock. Where to?" Choi Sang-woo, slightly bewildered by her overreaction, asked back. "Huh?" Choi Sang-woo's brain immediately went into overload, with a series of critical error messages popping up due to this disastrous misunderstanding. Realizing things were going south, he hastily grabbed Cha Soo-yeon's hand and firmly pulled her away. Pulled away so suddenly, Cha Soo-yeon could only cry out his name in surprise.
Sang-woo.
She stared at his back with a blushing face, her eyes still filled with a hint of expectation. However, the place Choi Sang-woo led her to turned out to be a claw machine shop with a colorful claw machine sign.
She asked in confusion to confirm. Is this the place you said we were going to?
Choi Sang-woo laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Choi Sang-woo secretly expressed his admiration because this claw machine shop was right next to the motel. He told himself that although everyone is in a hurry nowadays, playing here on their first date was still a decent choice. Even though his rational mind said they weren't at the stage to go that far yet, he blushed furiously when remembering the fact that they had actually slept together. Seeing the somewhat pensive and disappointed expression clearly on Cha Soo-yeon's face, Choi Sang-woo began to panic.
The boss seemed disappointed, so what should he do?
Choi Sang-woo stood in front of the claw machine, his heart pounding with anxiety. Cha Soo-yeon stood behind him, her face flushed with embarrassment as she wondered what she should do in this situation. Suddenly, Choi Sang-woo softly called out, "Boss."
Startled, she replied, Huh, Choi Sang-woo? Choi Sang-woo looked at her with sincere eyes and confessed, Do you remember times like this, when I wanted to show my masculinity?
Cha Soo-yeon could only utter, "Oh," completely taken aback by her younger colleague's sudden seriousness.
Choi Sang-woo pointed at the red fox inside the machine and asked, Didn't you want that fox?
Seeing Cha Soo-yeon looking bewildered, unable to recall when she had said that, he reminded her of the group dinner, where she had wasted 50,000 won and still left empty-handed. Recalling her frustration back then, Cha Soo-yeon admitted she really did want it. Choi Sang-woo asserted with burning enthusiasm, "Okay, watch closely, this Choi Sang-woo will definitely get that fox for you." Choi Sang-woo secretly rejoiced because he had successfully changed the atmosphere and found a reasonable excuse. He told himself this was a golden opportunity to prove he was a cool man after those recent system mission moments. Looking at the tiny joystick, Choi Sang-woo cheered himself on, "You can do it, Choi Sang-woo." He resolved that he absolutely had to catch the fox toy to make a strong impression on the beautiful lady. His hands began operating the machine with absolute focus under Cha Soo-yeon's watchful eyes. However, life is not a dream. Even though the money spent had reached $120, the fox still lay completely still. Choi Sang-woo stood there in a daze, his face devoid of life, while Cha Soo-yeon beside him was also speechless. In the end, the store owner had to give them a similar plush toy along with a friendly reminder that they could just buy it if they couldn't catch one. Because of his excessive spending, Choi Sang-woo was scolded harshly by Cha Soo-yeon. He wept silently, bitterly realizing that this first date was truly ruined. Walking home under the sunset, Choi Sang-woo sluggishly summarized a disastrous day. They couldn't watch the movie, he didn't even know what the food tasted like, everything felt unstable wherever they went, and he had made so many mistakes today. Choi Sang-woo was in a daze, his face filled with remorse and disappointment. He blamed himself for turning the first date he had anticipated for so long into a terrible experience. He felt as if he had stolen Cha Soo-yeon's precious weekend. Watching her back as she walked ahead, Choi Sang-woo asked himself in agony, "Is this how it—" Unable to hold back any longer, Sang-woo bowed his head and spoke, "I am sorry, manager." He forced a bitter smile, asking her if today's date was not going very well. Sang-woo sincerely confessed that this was not at all the plan he had prepared, because his only true wish was to make her happy. Hearing that sincere apology, Cha Soo-yeon suddenly froze. She turned her head to look at him and said, "I do not know what you were thinking, but—" Cha Soo-yeon gently lowered her face, her voice becoming sweeter than ever, "I really liked today." She began to list the mishaps that had occurred. Even though they could not watch the movie or go to a cafe, she somehow still liked today. To Cha Soo-yeon, the cold noodles were truly delicious, playing the claw machine together was incredibly fun, and even the thrilling sensation of hiding from their co-workers was exciting. Her face flushed red as she hid her mouth behind the plush toy and stammered, "So, what I mean is, I really liked today." Cha Soo-yeon's unexpected confession left Sang-woo completely frozen, his face burning red with happiness. Flurries of pink hearts seemed to float around them, bearing witness to the sweet atmosphere at that moment. Cha Soo-yeon stole a glance at him and continued, "To be honest, it would be a shame to go home now." Sang-woo flusteredly called out, "Well, manager, next time, you had better look forward to it." Choi Sang-woo was full of vigor, pointing his finger and declaring with absolute determination. He was certain he would personally claw that fox plushie for her. Cha Soo-yeon asked back in daze, "Huh? Isn't this a date?" She secretly smiled happily under the brim of her hat, whispering to herself, "No, it will be even bigger, much more than that." As the sunset enveloped the city, Choi Sang-woo softly confessed in apology, "Today was a bit off, but next time will be better." The moment he got home, he frantically called out for his mother and then his father. Carrying a pile of items in a state of extreme stress, Choi Sang-woo did not forget to call his older sister, Nuna. Choi Sang-woo rushed over and hugged his mother affectionately, "Mom, I love you. Nuna, I will be good to you." This sudden action left his mother utterly bewildered. "You've only just got home, why are you acting like this?" Someone in the house even shouted in annoyance, "What is it, get lost." In a room with a sign hanging "Please knock," Cha Soo-yeon was gazing lovingly at the golden rabbit she had just received, thinking to herself, I've got another little one. She smiled happily, murmuring to herself, anyway, Choi Sang-woo was really, it doesn't matter even if he couldn't claw it. Recalling Choi Sang-woo's face at that moment, she wondered softly, is he always like that? She continuously rubbed her face against the sweet stuffed animal to savor the lingering aftertaste of their date.
Meanwhile, in Jin Min-cheon and Han Ji-a's apartment, the TV was playing a bizarre movie where a character shaped like spaghetti confidently declared, I am your mother.
The moment they both fell asleep together on the cramped sofa under the dim light of the living room, they looked like nothing less than a real couple. Looking back on the past journey, Han Ji-a introduced herself as an unemployed 32-year-old freelancer who had accidentally married her childhood friend Jin Min-cheon simply due to the intense pressure of getting married. Since their honeymoon 3 months ago, her life had been completely turned upside down by the workout fanatic Jin Min-cheon. Not only did she have to train like a professional athlete, but she also had to follow a strict diet. It all started with a call last weekend when Jin Min-cheon invited her to see the movie Space War showing at the theater. Standing in front of the ticket counter, Han Ji-a confidently ordered food with a ridiculous contradiction, since I'm losing weight today, please give me squid, popcorn, and a Coke Zero. Standing next to her, Jin Min-cheon could only remain silent, thinking to himself that if she had considered her calorie intake, she should not have ordered popcorn in the first place. Although she had accidentally witnessed a shocking scene involving a colleague at the theater earlier, Han Ji-a decided to keep that secret to herself. Contrary to their expectations of a thrilling movie, Han Ji-a sat exhaustedly in her theater seat, her face looking half dead from sheer boredom. Meanwhile, Jin Min-cheon could only watch helplessly as she drained her energy over such a terrible movie. Han Ji-a grumbled frustratingly to herself, Han Ji-min, that crazy brat, he definitely knew this movie was garbage before telling me. She gnashed her teeth in determination, just you wait, I will get my revenge on you later. At 4 p.m. that afternoon, while Jin Min-cheon was casually munching on a cucumber slice, Han Ji-a grabbed the TV remote and suggested watching another movie. She firmly declared, what we watched earlier can't even be called a movie. This is the real deal right here. Seeing Jin Min-cheon tell her she could go anywhere or do whatever she liked, Han Ji-a suddenly remembered something. She asked curiously, wait, didn't you say you just bought a game from somewhere? And just like that, their movie party kicked off spontaneously without any particular reason. Watching Jin Min-cheon casually sit down next to her, Han Ji-a couldn't help but wonder, what's up with him? Why is he sitting next to me so naturally? She glanced at the pile of raw carrots and cucumbers in his hands and sighed. What's with that pile of raw carrots and cucumbers anyway? They aren't even prepared. How can anyone eat that while watching a movie? He is just like a rabbit. However, such is the power of habit that Han Ji-a also began reaching out to grab some food unconsciously. By the third movie, drowsiness began to take over, causing Han Ji-a's eyes to grow heavy and close before she knew it. The space fell completely silent, with only a faint glow remaining on the TV screen, which was the exact situation of them both. Under these circumstances, Jin Min-cheon dozed off in a sitting position with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Han Ji-a stretched out on the sofa, resting her head on his lap with a black cat sleeping soundly on her stomach. Han Ji-a woke up in a daze, her eyes wide open with surprise, wondering if she had really fallen asleep. But then she realized an even more shocking truth, she was sleeping in a very awkward position. Just above her, Jin Min-cheon's face was gradually lowering close to hers. This left Han Ji-a only able to utter in utter confusion, ah, yes. Right at that moment, Jin Min-cheon also gently opened his eyes, looking straight at her and letting out an astonished oh. He looked down at Han Ji-a, who was still half asleep on his lap, and calmly asked, are you awake? Did you sleep well? Facing his handsome face at such close proximity, Han Ji-a's face instantly flushed red. Her heart pounded wildly as if it were about to jump out of her chest. To hide her extreme embarrassment, Jin Min-cheon stared blankly at her and wondered, what are you doing? Han Ji-a waved her arms around frantically and shouted awkwardly, I'm stretching. Sinking onto a corner of the sofa with her heart still racing, she secretly asked herself, nothing happened, right? Even though she knew they had both fallen asleep for a while, Han Ji-a couldn't help but fear the worst might have happened while her guard was down. Thinking back to the scene of Jin Min-cheon's face being so close earlier, Han Ji-a jumped up to stretch once again to dispel her dark thoughts. She inwardly blamed herself for this unacceptable vulnerability, then peeked at Jin Min-cheon with suspicious eyes, nothing happened while I was asleep, did it? Responding to her anxiety, Jin Min-cheon still casually kept his eyes glued to the screen, of course not, a lot of things happened. It turned out the only thing he cared about was the plot of the movie currently playing. Jin Min-cheon excitedly explained, do you know this part? This part is a bit confusing, but if you watch the director's commentary. Witnessing his extremely focused expression, Han Ji-a could only smile bitterly. Well, she should have guessed, this was Jin Min-cheon after all. She told herself that with his personality, looking closely at Jin Min-cheon's face, Han Ji-a suddenly realized that this guy was truly emotionless. She thought to herself that even his own mother probably couldn't read any thoughts through that concrete face, which almost never changed its expression.
Han Jia tried to rummage through her memory to see if he had any other expressions before. But the result was just a series of identical stiff faces, even when he forced her to exercise. No, if she thought about it carefully, there was that one time. Han Jia suddenly recalled the moment after a workout session together when Jin Min Cheon flashed a rare smile and said, "I will be very excited." She quickly shook her head to dispel the train of thought. She would stop thinking about it. She would stop because exercising would probably be better. However, resentment still crept in, making her feel uncomfortable. Why did it feel like she was the only one enduring this? Han Jia bitterly realized that she was always the one who initiated everything, from hanging out to even the passionate kiss that she had proactively initiated. Recalling her own impulsive proposal, "If it's that uncomfortable, let's get married," contract and all, Han Jia could only blame herself. It was all her fault. A confession like this was truly a mute on life and self-feeding her own heart. She felt restless when it seemed like she was the only one who cared about that kiss, while Jin Min Cheon remained completely unfazed. Her frustration welled up, and Han Jia suddenly reached out her leg to poke Jin Min Cheon hard. Being attacked suddenly, the guy asked in Han Jia hummed a tune while smugly looking at Jin Min Cheon's confused expression. She softly hummed MMM suggestively. Seeing no reaction from him, she continued to poke him with her toes to tease him. Jin Min Cheon suddenly reached out and grabbed her foot tightly, asking, "What's this?" Han Jia casually replied, "Nothing." But Jin Min Cheon seemed to see right through her. He asserted, "I'm sure you have a reason for doing this." Han Jia smiled brightly, "Just teasing you. Not everything needs a reason, I did it simply because I wanted to." Instantly, Jin Min Cheon squeezed her toes hard, making her scream in pain, "Ah." He nonchalantly declared, "I can do this too," and began to press firmly on the sole of her foot. Han Jia gasped in panic, "What?" She struggled frantically, "Hey, why are you suddenly touching my feet?" Jin Min Cheon looked at her with an extremely serious gaze and shot back, "No reason at all." Seeing him start to massage her professionally, Han Jia asked in surprise, "Wow, are you used to doing this?" Jin Min Cheon while pressing explained, "Both the heel and this spot, the muscles are very stiff. I was a bit worried when I heard you stretching earlier, you should do this more often." Suddenly being touched on a sensitive spot, Han Jia blushed and giggled uncontrollably from being tickled. "But why did you do that so suddenly?" Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia seriously and remarked that it seemed she had never had a foot massage before. He advised her to endure it for a bit because she would feel very comfortable later. His voice was calm, but his hands were actively pressing the acupoints, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Han Jia was still suspicious and asked repeatedly if he really knew what he was doing, whether he had studied it properly, or if he had some ulterior motive. Immediately, a very strong press made her gasp, letting out a wow, before screaming in pain, "Ouch, go easy on me." Jin Min Cheon casually explained that they say if it hurts when pressed here, it means her lungs are not in good shape. He took the opportunity to advise her to quit smoking. This made Han Jia silently admit to herself that she wanted to, but just couldn't do it. After a while of massaging, the painful sensation gradually disappeared completely. Han Jia closed her eyes in enjoyment and silently thought that he was doing an amazing job. Jin Min Cheon proudly asserted, "See? It's good, right? I told you I studied it properly." Childhood memories suddenly rushed back. Han Jia recalled that since they were young, Jin Min Cheon had been very good at this, even offering shoulder massages for 10 cents for 10 minutes. The comfortable feeling spread throughout her body, making her fully indulge in it, thinking it was just too good. The sudden collision pushed both of them into an unexpected situation, with their faces extremely close and their breaths blending together. Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon froze in an incredibly close face-to-face position on the sofa. Their eyes widened, staring at each other in stunned silence. Amidst that suffocating silence, Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon clearly felt each other's warmth. Both could only let out awkward mumbles while their hearts pounded wildly as if about to burst. The distance narrowed so much that just a slight slip would make their lips touch. However, right in the middle of that romantic moment, a sudden sharp pain struck. Han Jia shrieked in agony, oh my god, my leg has a cramp." Jin Min Cheon asked back in utter confusion, Huh? A cramp?" While Han Jia was writhing in pain, the guy suddenly raised his hands, imitating a cat, and meowed, "Meow meow." Witnessing Jin Min Cheon's bizarre behavior, Han Jia froze, her face filled with question marks. Even the black cat lying nearby let out an astonished meow. Jin Min Cheon casually explained his lame joke, "Well, since you had a cramp, I thought finding a cat to meow would make the pain go away." Han Jia collapsed on the floor while Jin Min Cheon tried to help her stretch, screaming helplessly, "Stop it. Don't explain that joke anymore." Fleeing to the bathroom to wash away her embarrassment, Han Jia splashed water on her face while muttering miserably. She wondered why she was always the only one feeling so embarrassed. Covering her face with a towel, she couldn't stop speculating about her makeshift husband's personality. Was Jin Min Cheon the type of person who enjoyed making others feel embarrassed just to watch their painful reactions?
Memories of his incomprehensible actions and bizarre outfits, even during their honeymoon, flooded back, making her suspicious.
Did he do that on purpose to annoy her?
Her mind began to race wildly, but she still couldn't find any logic. However, Han Jia quickly realized that wasn't the core issue causing her restlessness. Looking at herself in the mirror with a flushed face, her heart fluttered once again as she recalled the moment they almost shared a kiss on the sofa.
But that wasn't the real issue. Was it true that they almost kissed? Or was it just a mistake?
Standing in the bathroom, Han Jia's heart was still pounding as she remembered the tense atmosphere and the extremely close distance from earlier.
She asked herself what would have happened if she hadn't suddenly gotten a cramp. Scratching her head in embarrassment, she screamed silently to herself, "What on earth was I thinking? Wouldn't a kiss have been better?" She recalled the moment on the sofa, when everything from the atmosphere and the timing to the fluttering emotions, she wondered what Jin Min Cheon had been thinking and secretly asserted that with his personality, he would definitely not refuse if she took the initiative. He might just go with the flow and sail along.
Han Jia gently stroked her hair, feeling herself once again placing expectations on that idiot. She feared that if Jin Min Cheon really knew what to do next, the two of them would definitely cross the line. Looking back at the scene of them both falling asleep on the sofa, Han Jia fell into a state of chaos.
I can't be sure. How can I tell the difference between reality and a dream? What is the truth? She told herself not to rush into accepting any choice.
Yet, her hand unconsciously touched her lips. The lingering bitter taste of the cucumber made her assert firmly, but this, the bitterness remaining on my lips, is definitely real.
Ah!
Han Jia blushed, her heart pounding fast before the undeniable truth. The next morning, when the sun was already high up, she decided to get to the bottom of it. Seeing Jin Min Cheon fumbling to put on his shoes to prepare for work, Han Jia called out, "Hey, Jin Min Cheon.
Let me ask you something."
She hesitated, stepped closer, and then demanded, "When I fell asleep while watching the movie, nothing happened, right?" Under her scrutinizing gaze, Han Jia urgently forced him to swear to me that nothing happened. Jin Min Cheon was slight. Jia gently touched her lips, narrowing her eyes suspiciously, "Really? Looking at your sneaky behavior." She flashed a knowing smile. Jin Min Cheon began to break into a cold sweat.
He stammered, confirming once again, "Yeah, it's nothing."
Afraid of being exposed, he quickly turned his face away and tried to sneak off. "I'll be late, so I have to go now." Witnessing that clumsy acting, Jia thought to herself triumphantly, "Look at him, that reaction, there's definitely something fishy. He's absolutely doing something behind my back, I swear." She gleefully watched Jin Min Cheon's retreating back, finding teasing this guy truly entertaining.
Look at his acting, so cute. Should I tease him for a few days? That sounds like fun.
That was all Jia had complacently thought about her victory, but the subsequent reality was much harsher. Jin Min Cheon began to avoid her like the plague. He only left a short note, "Eat this, I'm heading out first," and then vanished. Whenever Jia tried to speak to Jin Min Cheon, he would coldly cut her off, "Sorry, I'm very busy. I'll be working in my room today." Even though they had previously decided to respect each other's privacy, this behavior made it obvious that Jin Min Cheon was intentionally avoiding talking to her. This Cold War state lasted for 4 consecutive days, culminating in Jin Min Cheon sending a brief message, "I'm skipping the gym today." Jia was ecstatic, rolling on the floor hugging Mouse while laughing triumphantly, "Wow, I never thought I'd live to see this day."
Jin Min Cheon giving up the gym? Mouse, did you see that? Your dad said he's going to quit the gym, ha 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 ha.
But her joy was short-lived as Han Jia suddenly froze, her face darkening with suspicion.
She grit her teeth, wondering, wait, does this mean he wants to fight me?
Feeling challenged, Han Jia furiously typed her retaliation, "If that's what you want, I'll play along."
You really want this, don't you?
While she was fiercely composing those hostile messages, her phone suddenly vibrated violently.
Seeing Jin Min Cheon's name calling on the screen, Han Jia gasped in disbelief, he's calling me?
Taking a deep breath, she answered the phone with a pouty voice, "Alright, let's see about this." "Hey, Jin Min Cheon, what are you?" On the other end of the line, Jin Min Cheon's faint, slurred voice asking where she was left Han Jia slightly flustered. She hurriedly ran to a casual local pub in the city according to the address he sent. The moment she stepped into the pub, Han Jia froze completely at the scene before her. The table was covered with empty alcohol bottles and unfinished side dishes. Jin Min Cheon was so dead drunk that he had collapsed onto the table, snoring away with a bright red face. Han Jia was dumbfounded as she witnessed a battlefield right before her eyes. On the table, countless beer and soju bottles rolled around, serving as clear evidence of a wild drinking party. Jin Min Cheon had completely collapsed by this time. His face was flushed red from drunkenness, and he was snoring steadily right on the wooden tabletop. Sitting next to him, his junior Choi Sang-woo was in no better shape. His face was puckered up as he kept sobbing and choking back tears. The moment he saw Han Jia, Choi Sang-woo wailed out desperately, "Jia Nuna!" His crying blended with Jin Mincheol's snoring, creating an incredibly chaotic scene in the late-night pub. She understood Jin Mincheol's personality all too well, so the chances of him taking the initiative to invite someone for drinks were definitely slim to none. After scanning the scene, Han Jia decisively concluded, so, this crazy guy must be the cause. Her target was locked onto none other than Choi Sang-woo, who was sitting there crying. As soon as her mental analysis was complete, Han Jia radiated a chilling, murderous aura. She glared at Choi Sang-woo with cold eyes and growled, "Can I beat you up first?" Panicking, Choi Sang-woo waved his hands frantically and screamed in utter terror, "Wait a minute. That's so sudden." Han Jia showed no mercy, continuing to press him with fierce accusations, "You're the one who got Jin Mincheol into this state. Did you force someone who can't drink to join you?" Choi Sang-woo tearfully explained how someone of his low status could ever force Jin Mincheol to drink beer. He asserted that Jin Mincheol was naturally very stubborn, even flatly refusing the director's invitation before. Choi Sang-woo looked at Han Jia with a look of grievance. "Nuna, you know it too. Whenever we invite him, isn't he always like that?" Han Jia suddenly remembered her husband's muscle-obsessed nature, someone who always feared that just a single drop of alcohol would throw all his workout efforts down the drain. The image of Jin Mincheol flexing and declaring, "I will lose all my muscles," came back to her, leaving her speechless, only able to utter, "Ah." After a moment of chaos, Han Jia had to help her drunk husband home. The taxi carrying them sped away quickly, leaving behind the faint streetlights amidst the quiet night neighborhood. Choi Sang-woo sat in the front, constantly rambling about Jin Mincheol's unusual behavior at the company over the past few days. He wondered if he should mention how Jin Mincheol wasn't like his usual self at all, constantly being absent-minded and messing up work as if he couldn't focus on anything. Choi Sang-woo even hesitantly raised a highly curious question, "Also, did you two have a fight?" Han Jia quietly looked at her husband, inwardly mocking that ridiculous assumption. She told herself that it would actually be better if the two of them had a real fight. Because at least then she could feel some real reaction from him. Suddenly, Jin Mincheol seemed to turn into a different person as he rushed forward and hugged Han Jia tightly, startling her. Amidst the rattling of the vehicle, he nuzzled his face into her shoulder, mumbling babyishly, "Are you Han Jia? I think you really are Han Jia." Han Jia screamed in panic as her drunk husband clung to her tightly. Jin Mincheol became even more excited upon hearing her voice, laughing, "Hee, that's definitely Han Jia's voice." While trying to push away his approaching face, Han Jia snapped, "Hey, this is gross, get away, you're drunk." Despite his wife's resistance, Jin Mincheol still puckered his lips for a passionate kiss, making Han Jia scream in fear, "Ah! Stop it right now." Finding himself rejected flatly, he suddenly put on a pitiful face like an abandoned puppy, asking, "Is that a no?" Han Jia firmly said no, but she suddenly froze when she saw Jin Mincheol's eyes turn piercingly cold. He lowered his voice, bringing up a haunting memory, "Han Jia, did you do this after we kissed?" That kiss. In Han Jia's mind, her own past words proudly echoed, "A kiss is decided by the person who wants it, you know." She frantically pushed Jin Mincheol away, screaming at him to stop this nonsense immediately. Han Jia angrily questioned why he dared to distort the words she had never said, then solemnly corrected her true definition from back then, "Service always depends on the person who wants to give it, you know?" She confronted her husband, asserting that the kiss back then was merely a type of service she had bestowed upon him. Jin Mincheol innocently asked back, "Huh, are they different?" Han Jia blushed furiously, shouting to assert that kissing and service are two entirely different concepts. However, Jin Mincheol suddenly looked at her with an extremely deep gaze and threw out a loophole-filled argument. "So, because giving a kiss is a form of service, it doesn't count as kissing, right?" Han Jia was completely frozen before the drunkard's crazy logic. She bitterly realized that although this was nonsense, this very argument had completely locked down all her retreats. On the chessboard of the mind, Jin Mincheol had decisively made his final checkmate move. He leaned close to Han Jia's ear, whispering suggestively, "Give me some service." The sudden attack from her drunk husband sent her into a panic, her face flushing red as she screamed out loud, "Ah!" The scream startled the taxi driver. He glanced through the mirror and smiled playfully, "Are you two newlyweds?" Han Jia stammered in shock, "I'm sorry." But the driver continued reminiscing, "You two are so sweet, it reminds me of my own wedding days. Have you guys been together for—" Han Jia could only utter what, in utter bewilderment. She secretly questioned herself. In reality, they had been married for less than half a year, yet here she was, having to carry this dead drunk husband of hers back home. Looking at Jin Mincheol resting his head on her shoulder, Han Jia blushed furiously at his uncharacteristic, over-the-top display of affection. She screamed internally, thinking that anyone would assume they were newlyweds at this rate. Though she grumbled outwardly, deep down, she had never truly realized or thought about her current status. The taxi driver added another comment, "Your husband seems to love you very much." Han Jia stammered, repeating the word husband with a face full of disbelief. She embarrassedly corrected him, "No, he is my husband because we are married, but—" Staring at Jin Mincheol sleeping soundly, Han Jia suddenly fell into deep thought.
She realized that this 32-year-old man seemed very conscious of the title husband, and occasionally he even called her wife quite naturally. However, annoyance quickly took over. Han Jia turned to complain to the driver, "Should I just call this guy my enemy? He only makes me annoyed and never listens." Seeing her frustration, the driver curiously asked, "Did you two have a fight?" Han Jia immediately denied it. "No, not at all." She thought to herself that if the two of them actually had an argument, perhaps her heart would feel lighter than having to face this terrifyingly sweet situation. Suddenly, Han Jia came up with an idea and shouted, "Excuse me, driver, wait. Can I change my destination?" After getting the driver's consent, she suddenly froze when she heard him call out, "Ma'am." Han Jia was completely stunned. For the first time in her life, the 32-year-old girl had to hear someone refer to her as ma'am. The driver continued, "Even so, your husband loves." Knowing for sure he was about to say something cheesy, Han Jia quickly interrupted, "Sir, that sentence is too loaded." "That is enough." The taxi glided through the silent night. Jin Min Cheon woke up with a pounding headache. He looked around in confusion and gasped in bewilderment, "Huh?" Right in front of his eyes, Han Jia stood with her arms crossed, wearing a mysterious smile. "Are you awake?" Jin Min Cheon was still in shock, stammering to ask why she was here. Han Jia clapped her hands with satisfaction. "It seems you don't remember anything, do you? Congratulations on keeping your life intact." Jin Min Cheon still didn't understand what was happening. He pressed her about what had transpired in the taxi that made her say such things. As soon as he regained his senses, he realized with panic that he was in. She showed her wrist, showing off the red bracelet. "Tada, this is the ticket to the museum, it's free." Han Jia continued to explain a secret about this Ferris wheel, saying that if you press the bottom of the window and send a sign like this, you can keep controlling it even when there aren't many people. So cool. Jin Min Cheon was completely frozen, not understanding what she was talking about. Suddenly, Han Jia rushed forward, pushing him down onto the seat, making Jin Min Cheon scream in surprise. She declared firmly, "I am talking about this, you can't go out now. We will go around for a few hours until I am satisfied." Jin Min Cheon pleaded in panic, "Jia, wait." Jin Min Cheon trembled before his wife's intense attitude. Han Jia stared deep into his eyes and demanded, "You remember getting dead drunk, right?" She asserted that no matter how one looked at it, the reason he went drinking was because of her. Han Jia began to recall the fifth clause of their marriage contract: "If there are any complaints, we must talk to each other first. If anyone has a problem, they must speak up first." She cornered Jin Min Cheon with steel-hard arguments, "I have a complaint, so I have to speak now. But someone ran away and went drinking. Since I already took care of you, this is settled, right?" Han Jia clapped her hands decisively, signaling that enough small talk had been made. She leaned back with an air of authority, looking at him with a calculating gaze. Well, from now on, Han Jia was getting down to business. The truth game should begin right away. Jin Min Cheon repeated blankly, "Truth or dare?" Han Jia nonchalantly explained the rules of the game, stating that he must answer every question truthfully, otherwise, he would have to perform a dare. She smirked mischievously, "You don't know it? This is a game where you have to answer someone else's questions honestly. If you can't answer, you must do a dare. I wanted the two of us to drink, but let's settle it with a forehead flick today instead. And if you lie, the game is over." Seeing Jin Min Cheon panic and cover his forehead with his hand, Han Jia laughed teasingly, "What kind of reaction is that? A forehead flick with just one finger is nothing to worry about." The moment Han Jia declared the deal sealed, a memory of a passionate kiss following a forehead flick suddenly flashed back, making both of them blush. Startled, Han Jia quickly waved her hands and yelled to hide her embarrassment, "Hey, hey, hey! Don't get any wild ideas." Jin Min Cheon could only reply blankly, "I didn't even say anything." To regain her dominance, she threatened her husband, "I'm going to flick you with all my might. So if you don't answer honestly, I'll flick you." "Yeah, you'll see." Jin Min Cheon questioned himself whether this game made everyone look foolish, as having to expose the whole truth sometimes genuinely made oneself look silly. He sighed softly, looking at Han Jia with deep, contemplative eyes. "As for that, I don't know where you learned it from, but I won't lie, even if I have to die." Faced with her husband's determination, Han Jia smiled gently, silently observing every change on his face. Han Jia confessed that she also had unpleasant memories from the past that she always wanted to forget. She excitedly encouraged him, "If you are curious, you can ask about it when we play the game. After all, no matter what you want to ask, I will answer you truthfully. That is why, Jin Min Cheon, do you really want to miss this opportunity? You can ask me this and that, plus, this might be the first and last time you get to flick my forehead. So, who starts first?" Han Jia suggested excitedly. Although she really wanted to go first, to ensure fairness, she decided to settle it with a game of rock paper scissors. The result was Han Jia playing paper while Jin Min Cheon played rock. She flashed a mischievous smile and declared, "I won, so I get to ask." Without giving him time to prepare, Han Jia delivered a critical blow. Jin Min Cheon, do you like me?
The direct question made Jin Min Cheon freeze up, sweat pouring like rain while his heart pounded uncontrollably.
The guy could only stammer, what? But Han Jia flatly pressed him, don't pretend you didn't hear, I'm counting down.
Right after the countdown of 3, 2, 1, a thunderous forehead flick rang out, leaving Jin Min Cheon clutching his head and crying out in pain in the middle of the slowly drifting Ferris wheel.
Seeing Jin Min Cheon in pain, Han Jia nonchalantly teased, what an overreaction. Jin Min Cheon grimaced and explained that the flick was really no joke. Regaining his serious composure, he firmly declared it was his turn and asked a similar question, Han Jia, do you like me? Facing her husband's expectant gaze, Han Jia cast her eyes down slightly and let out a lingering reply, I don't hate you. The answer made Jin Min Cheon's heart throb wildly in his chest once again. Han Jia looked at him with a deep, thoughtful gaze and emphasized once more, I don't hate you at all. Seeing him staring blankly at her, Han Jia blushed and snapped to hide her embarrassment, what, is there a problem? Min Cheon was about to ask further, wait, if you don't hate me, then. But Han Jia quickly cut him off, oh, only one question, now it's my turn. She suddenly shifted the topic to an extremely sensitive matter about that cucumber taste. Jin Min Cheon gulped nervously as Han Jia brought up the memory of the day they both fell asleep while watching a movie in the living room. She asserted firmly, my lips tasted like cucumber, even though I didn't eat a single piece. And, as you know I don't eat cucumber. She continued to question his strange behavior the next day when he constantly avoided her. Jin Min Cheon's face was now pale and sweating profusely from being caught. Han Jia decisively concluded, so, my question is about that matter. Han Jia looked straight into Jin Min Cheon's eyes, raising a question that suddenly froze the atmosphere in the Ferris wheel cabin. She asked, did you touch my lips while I was sleeping? Jin Min Cheon froze, sweating like a waterfall because he was caught off guard. Seeing him remain silent, Han Jia continued to press him with a sharp tone, do you want me to be more specific? You kissed me that day. Jin Min Cheon could only lower his head to avoid her gaze, his face clearly showing confusion. Han Jia lightly smirked, seemingly holding the winning hand, you didn't do it? Silence is useless. She added, until you answer me, I will keep asking this question forever. Under the immense pressure, Jin Min Cheon finally let out a weak denial, I did not. Han Jia let out a soft sigh of disappointment. She crossed her arms and said sarcastically, alright, since that is your answer, it ends Han Jia's first game of truth or dare. Jin Min Cheon asked in confusion why everything stopped so suddenly. Han Jia solemnly repeated the iron rule from the beginning, if you lie, the game ends. Han Jia clicked her tongue in regret, it is all on your conscience. She looked out the window, blankly telling herself that if he insisted it was not a lie, she had no choice but to accept it. Han Jia bitterly joked to ease her disappointment, I just thought I was sleepwalking and went to eat cucumbers, and nothing really happened between the two of us. However, Jin Min Cheon suddenly looked up. His eyes became extremely firm as he asserted, I did not do that to your lips. The completely unexpected answer left Han Jia staring blankly, uttering a soft ha in utter shock. Jin Min Cheon stared deeply into Han Jia's eyes. He lowered his voice, repeating it once more to confirm he was not lying. To Jin Min Cheon, sincerity was the most important thing. Just like how you said you wouldn't lie to me, I also didn't want to deceive you. He gathered all his courage to expose his long-hidden truth, I kissed you. While Han Jia was still in a daze, unable to compose herself, Jin Min Cheon slowly raised his hand. He gently touched her forehead right above her eyes and whispered, right here. Han Jia stammered back in astonishment, my forehead? She could not understand why he had done that. This made Jin Min Cheon flusteredly explain that he truly had no bad intentions. He confessed that he saw Han Jia sleeping soundly at the time. Although he told himself he shouldn't, looking at her face made him unable to resist touch. Jin Min Cheon suddenly mumbled apologetically, I'm sorry. Han Jia could only cover her forehead, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she realized the kiss wasn't on her lips as she had thought. She softly replied, no, this isn't something you should apologize for, quietly realizing how things actually were. Han Jia crossly questioned him, so you're saying because it was my forehead, all this trouble started just because you kissed my forehead? Seeing Jin Min Cheon bow his head in apology again, she waved her hands in panic, no, I wasn't even going to say anything. She silently scolded this dummy for answering so quickly, leaving her feeling deflated and wondering what she was even expecting from someone who never dared to cross the line like him. Han Jia questioned whether that forehead kiss was really the best Jin Min Cheon could do, suddenly feeling a wave of deep disappointment creeping into her heart. She covered her face with both hands to hide her humiliation, secretly admitting that she actually wanted more than that. Seeing Jin Min Cheon mumble another apology, Han Jia snapped that she was the one who should apologize for misunderstanding him all this time. Han Jia lowered her face, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment as she secretly admitted that their relationship was never a conventional romance. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon leaned his hand firmly against the glass window, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute and deep. He looked intently into Han Jia's eyes, explaining in a low voice that his apology just now was not for the past, but for the present moment. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Jean Minchul solemnly declared, I should apologize for what I am about to do to you. He recalled what Han Jia had once said, that he should kiss the person he truly desired. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Han Jia's heart pounded wildly in her chest as she realized the distance between them was gradually disappearing. She uttered a startled gasp of surprise, frozen in place as she watched Jean Minchul's face slowly draw closer. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. In the distance, the first sparks of the fireworks began to soar into the silent night sky. Resounding explosions broke the silence as the brilliant fireworks burst open, lighting up the night sky with vibrant colors. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Han Jia's eyes widened, reflecting the magnificent glow of the grand fireworks. In that romantic setting, Jean Minchul decisively pulled Han Jia close and gave her a passionate kiss right inside the cabin of the Ferris wheel. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Fireworks exploded right before her eyes, incredibly brilliant, making everything around seem to freeze in Han Jia's amazement. Late that evening, the light from the bursts of fireworks kept flashing continuously, enveloping the gently drifting Ferris wheel. Right there, Jean Minchul took the initiative to step forward and do that to her first. His hands gently ran through her hair, holding her tightly in passion. A sudden and intense kiss left Han Jia only able to cling tightly to his shoulders in shock. However, right in that romantic moment, she suddenly realized a harsh truth. Jean Minchul's kiss tasted incredibly bitter. Oh my goodness. Han Jia grimaced in disgust, her mind spinning as she wondered what on earth this crazy guy had just eaten to make it taste so horrible. Could it be cucumber again? She shockingly realized the disastrous combination of cucumber and alcohol spreading in her mouth. The sensation was so realistic that Han Jia felt as if she herself had to chew that detestable snack. Despite the weak resistance in her mind, Jean Minchul was still passionately lost in the burning kiss. And there was the pungent smell of alcohol too. Han Jia screamed inside as she had to endure this mixed flavor. She could never have expected that she would have to find out her husband's drinking menu in such an ironic and passionate. Jean Minchul held her tightly, his eyes behind the glasses seemingly having lost all sobriety. As soon as the kiss ended, Han Jia immediately pushed her away. She grimaced, stuck her tongue out, and coughed repeatedly because of the bitter taste still lingering. Han Jia gasped for breath, looking at her dazed husband in front of her and snapping, Hey, Jean Minchul, you now. Before she could finish her sentence, Jean Minchul collapsed, resting his head on her shoulder in a completely drunken state, oblivious to everything. Seeing him suddenly fall asleep, Han Jia exclaimed in shock, What? She went crazy, trying hard to push away the face stuck to her body and yelled, Hey, that's dirty, Jean Minchul, are you crazy? Wait, Han Jia clumsily supported Jean Minchul's weight. She secretly cursed this crazy situation. Looking at Jean Minchul's face close up, her heart still kept beating wildly despite her feeling full of weariness. She let out a tired sigh. Down at the base of the Ferris wheel, two operators were happily chatting and joking with each other. As the young couple's cabin gradually descended and stopped, they stepped forward to open the door for the passengers. Suddenly, a hand from the inside slammed hard against the glass, making both of them startle in terror. That hand trembled and slid down the glass like a helpless cry for help. The cabin door had just opened, and the two employees stood frozen in shock at the bizarre scene. Han Jia appeared with a haggard face, swollen cheeks, and a dazed look in her eyes, as if she had just survived a life-or-death battle. She was struggling to carry her completely drunk husband on her back, leaving the onlookers staring in absolute silence. That was everything that happened on that fateful day, an event that Han Jia could only describe as the first-time drinking crisis. Due to the lingering aftermath, the two decided to immediately add a new rule to their marriage contract. What was it again? No drinking and driving? Ah, right, no kissing while drunk. Jean Minchul held the pen with an extremely serious expression, sweat dripping as he wrote down each word under her close supervision. Seeing him hesitate, Han Jia crossed her arms authoritatively and demanded, What is it? If you have any complaints, just speak up. Jean Minchul stared blankly at the paper and mumbled in response, Complaints? None. Losing her patience, Han Jia urged, Then why aren't you continuing to write? Jean Minchul pondered in silence for a long while Han Jia stood beside him with a squinted, triumphant smile. Finally, they reached an agreement to add the sixth clause to the contract, no kissing after eating cucumbers. Looking at those words, she told herself, wouldn't it be highly unpleasant to leave a bitter taste in one's mouth after every kiss? Han Jia tried to reassure herself that this was the only reason they added that rule, and there was nothing else to it. As he prepared to leave for work with his backpack on his shoulders, Jean Minchul suddenly stopped at the door and called out softly, But, Han Jia, are you really just going to leave like this? She thought to herself, what else do you want? Just get going already. Han Jia crossed her arms, looking at Jean Minchul suspiciously, What? Do you have a problem?
With his hand on the doorknob, preparing to leave for work, Jin Min-cheon replied hesitantly, "No, I don't have a problem."
"I just thought you would be angry."
Carrying his backpack, he stood at the door looking anxious and restless. Jin Min-cheon suddenly turned back and called out softly, then. He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, about that rule of not kissing after eating cucumbers.
Then, he boldly popped a daring question, "What if I haven't eaten cucumbers yet?"
The unfinished question left Han Jia blushing furiously, her heart racing with sheer embarrassment.
Unable to take the teasing any longer, Han Jia yelled out, "Just leave, go quickly."
She screamed inwardly, "Don't ask me about things like that." That morning at the office, Jin Min-cheon had to apply an ice pack to his forehead to ease the pain. He proactively called his colleague Choi Sang-woo and hesitantly apologized. Choi Sang-woo curiously pointed at his boss's forehead and asked, "But what is that on your forehead?" Jin Min-cheon casually explained that it was ice to treat a forehead flick.
The answer left Choi Sang-woo bewildered. "A forehead flick? What happened to you this morning?"
While Jin Min-cheon smiled smugly as he recalled the sweet morning, Choi Sang-woo secretly felt lucky that he had called someone to pick him up. Han Jia sullenly pushed the vacuum cleaner around the house, but her mind was still drifting because of Jin Min-cheon's words. She grumbled to herself, "Anyway, Jin Min-cheon, that crazy guy just kept talking, every single word." Lost in her thoughts, the black cat named Mouse suddenly rushed over and pounced on her leg, making Han Jia jump and cry out, "Ah!" She bent down to soothe him. "No, Mouse, mommy is cleaning up, let's play later." However, the stubborn cat still climbed right onto her shoulder and sat there proudly, making Han Jia sigh helplessly, "Hey, I told you to stop.
Why do you always do this when mommy is vacuuming?" Right at that moment, the phone rang, cutting through the atmosphere. Han Jia blankly picked up her phone to check. "Huh? An alarm? Is the alarm only ringing now? How long was I planning to sleep?" But as soon as she looked at the screen, her face turned pale at the notification. The stock market charts are plummeting uncontrollably, with lightning bolts signaling an impending financial disaster. Han Jia stands frozen, her eyes wide with horror as she stares at the harsh reality unfolding right before her eyes. Honestly, Han Jia is not unemployed. She has always been proud to be a high-class freelancer, someone who doesn't need to work endlessly to enjoy an affluent life. Lounging on a long chair in a glamorous beach outfit, she smugly believed she could rely solely on royalties and stocks. She was confident she could earn plenty of spending money every month without lifting a finger. Indeed, it's not that Han Jia doesn't work, she just hasn't planned her future yet. Referring to herself as a grasshopper with a lot of money, she once enjoyed the life of a true professional parasite. Completely shocked by reality, Han Jia frantically taps her phone, screaming, Hey, is this broken or what? Why is it suddenly dropping like this?" Staring at the bright red negative 9.28%, she begins to lose her cool. Why is it free-falling? Oh, this is way too much. Yet right after, Han Jia tries to regain a fake sense of composure, reassuring herself. Don't worry about it anymore. Flicking her hair with confidence, she deludes herself. Selling now would make me a total amateur. Even though her income is tanking, Han Jia casually vacuums the floor. However, 4 days later, the situation began to spiral out of control. Jin Min-cheon watched anxiously as Han Jia lay motionless on the floor, with their losses hitting negative 18.18%. Seeing him ask what she was doing, she only mumbled in reply, "Just breathing." "Come on, as long as I'm still breathing, there's still a chance to recover." Jin Min-cheon looked at his wife's pathetic state with concern. "If you're going to breathe, at least do it in a comfortable way." Han Jia remained flat on the floor, asserting with a vacant face, "Lying like this is the most comfortable way." Her mind right now was a chaotic mess of unwilling thoughts. I mean, there's no reason for the stock to drop like this without any reason. She truly couldn't comprehend it. Her rage erupted when she read malicious comments online about divorce and property division. Han Jia gritted her teeth and cursed, "This bastard ASDBKNFE." Han Jia writhed on the floor, frantically flailing her arms and legs in utter helplessness. Why suddenly do this when everything was going fine? They should be careful with people who are investing. Facing the unstoppable plunge, she decided not to hesitate for another second. There's no reason to hesitate, I'm selling it right now. The next morning, while the birds were still staring blankly at phone screens, Han Jia showed a bright. However, that smile instantly vanished when she saw a bright red positive 12.3% appear. Right after she sold it, it surged again. Han Jia screamed in furious resentment, "Don't play with me. Having such bad luck after already being down, if it were me, I would have had a heart attack." The rage made Han Jia unleash a torrent of bitter curses. "If it was going to be like this, then I should have. Why is it like this now?" Just as she was losing her mind, Jin Min-cheon suddenly appeared and asked, "Is something wrong, Jia?" His sudden appearance made her jump in surprise and blurt out, "Huh?" Han Jia frantically hid her phone behind her back and flatly denied, "No, it's nothing." To escape the humiliating reality, she hastily put on her shoes and dashed outside. "I'm going out for a bit and will be back." Despite Jean Minchul asking, "Aren't you going to eat?" she only managed to shout back, "Why, it's fine, you go ahead and eat first." Sitting dazed at the cafe with a lollipop in her mouth, Han Jia tried to stay focused. Must stay alert, must stay alert. Living off stocks, these kinds of things are bound to happen anyway, right? She comforted herself with highly optimistic logic. What goes up must come down, that's life. But after a short while, curiosity once again triumphed over reason. Han Jia reopened her phone, intently watching the rising and falling numbers as it, standing in front of the window display of Christmas sales, Han Jia began to have risky thoughts. If not now, I feel like I'll miss a great opportunity. Looking at the discount sign, she calculated in her head, a 20% discount, then a 10% increase. Isn't that a 10% discount compared to the original price? With her face burning with determination, she declared confidently, don't people say that bad luck brings opportunities? Despite warnings that careless investing would soon leave her empty-handed, Han Jia decisively clicked the buy button. That's right, if not now, when would she buy? Investing always comes with risks. However, the stock market once again slapped her painfully. Whenever she bought at the peak, it dropped, and whenever she sold at the bottom, it rose. Han Jia bitterly admitted, the market just doesn't go my way at all. Back at the gym, Han Jia sat blankly like a lifeless soul. Her vacant eyes were glued to her phone screen, which displayed a disastrous loss. The 32-year-old woman could only utter in despair, how? Again? Seeing her sitting motionless, Jean Minchul approached and asked out of curiosity, Jia, aren't you working out? Startled as if caught red-handed, Han Jia, we'll focus now. Seeing her sneaky intense demeanor, Jean Minchul curiously asked if she was playing some new game. Han Jia was stunned and asked back, why do you think it's a game? Jean Minchul honestly explained that because he saw her using her phone so much lately, he thought she was addicted to some game. Han Jia bitterly thought to herself, it's this difficult and you think it's a game? My account is about to vanish in real life. Hearing Jean Minchul excitedly say that if the game was good, he wanted to play too, she could only break into a cold sweat in embarrassment. Han Jia worriedly wondered what she should do, as her actions were clearly making Jean Minchul worry. She began to hesitate whether she should tell the truth or not. She reassured herself that telling the truth at this moment was not a wise choice. Looking back at their relationship, Han Jia understood that maintaining clear boundaries was the key to sustaining this contract marriage. According to rule number 4, which forbade interfering in each other's private lives, she told herself that any trouble or personal matters must be each individual's responsibility. Han Jia felt extremely guilty for making Jean Minchul worry. However, knowing his personality, she was sure that if he found out about her disastrous stock situation, sighing softly, Han Jia forced a smile and waved her hand to cover it up. It's nothing, just a movie I'm currently obsessed with. Not wanting Jean Minchul to worry too much, she eagerly stood up to stretch and shouted, alright, we came here to work out. Let's train hard, ha ha ha. However, reality was harsher than ever, as her current financial situation had reached a critical red alert. Back home, despite trying her best, Han Jia couldn't take her eyes off her phone screen as the numbers kept plummeting without stopping. She began to torment herself, why didn't I just sell it? At least I would have kept half. But then, the fear of the stock price skyrocketing right after selling, just like last time, made her hesitate indefinitely. Jean Minchul quietly observed her with concerned eyes, while Han Jia could only stare back in silence with a pale, worried face. I think I should just let it go and live a normal life. Getting half insane over this would be dangerous. I don't know, I give up. I can't live a normal life if I keep stressing out like this. Han Jia clutched her head in frustration, deciding to surrender before the trading screen died in floor limit blue. She muttered to herself, sigh, if I just leave it there, it will probably live or die on its own. Then, she resolutely tapped the button to delete the stock app from her phone. Tossing the phone aside, Han Jia reassured herself that she must focus on herself and absolutely not cause others to worry any further. She looked toward the screen. The truth is, if the story had to be summed up, she should have sold all her stocks that very day. A shocking scandal involving the board of directors broke out, shaking the market and causing a relentless daily downward spiral. Watching the numbers evaporate, Han Jia stubbornly deluded herself that she hadn't lost anything until she actually sold. She even deleted the app, but then bitterly realized that the days of making money just by breathing were officially over. Han Jia, a 32-year-old freelancer who once prided herself on not having to work, is now facing the prospect of job hunting. Having done nothing for so long, looking for a job now felt a bit exhausting. Just as she was lost in thought, Jean Minchul's voice called out, Han Jia. He approached with a plate of food, his expression extremely solemn. Let's talk for a moment. Han Jia, mid-bite of her apple, suddenly froze as a sense of unease welled up inside her. Talk? She worried about what could make him so serious, especially since she already had too many things on her mind. Jean Minchul sat down on the sofa, looking down tensely, and asked quietly, is there a problem? Han Jia began counting on her fingers, calculating a series of financial burdens.
First was this month's debt, and second were the various bills and food expenses since the two of them split the living costs. While she was engrossed in the pile of numbers, Jin Min Cheon suddenly interrupted. Han Jia looked back at him blankly. Jin Min Cheon gazed at her with a deep look, sweat dripping down his forehead as he hesitantly asked a shocking question. Is it true that you found someone you like? Where am I, and who am I? Why is he asking something completely unrelated to the empty wallet of this miserable girl? Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia sat opposite each other on the sofa, the atmosphere suddenly becoming strangely tense. Jin Min Cheon lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched in embarrassment, while Han Jia remained dazed, not understanding what was happening. Even the plate of apples on the table seemed to fall silent in the face of this extreme psychological shock. Right after that, Han Jia exploded, her face contorting in shock as she yelled, "Who do I like?" Jin Min Cheon sighed softly and began to explain that he had watched a video of a couple on YouTube about how to test a partner's feelings when they act strangely. The video claimed that if the other person behaves differently than usual, they must have someone else on the outside. Han Jia could only grimace with contempt, thinking that it was just a strange and nonsense YouTube channel. However, looking at the list of listed signs like avoiding conversation, hiding the phone, suddenly going out, and being unable to sit still, she was shocked to realize that all of them had been accurately verified with her own behavior over the past days. Jin Min Cheon added a fatal blow, or they are lying, making her stammer in protest, lying. He brought up the time she said she was watching a movie in the gym but actually had suspicious behavior. Jin Min Cheon still did not stop observing. He gently pointed out her changes. Han Jia, maybe you don't realize it, but you have certain fixed habits. He recalled that whenever Han Jia found something interesting, she would eagerly find a way to let everyone know immediately. But now, his eyes saddened as he noticed the distance. But, even the movie you are watching, you don't tell me about it anymore. At that moment, Han Jia suddenly realized, so that's the reason. How could I hide it from this idiot anyway? Cheating is also a heavy word, isn't it? She told herself, I get it now, the reason why he misunderstood. Realizing things had gone too far, Han Jia sighed helplessly, I guess nobody can help me now. To dispel this groundless suspicion, she decided to expose the embarrassing truth, calling him over, Jin Min Cheon. Lean your ear in here. Seeing him still looking bewildered and asking, Han Jia decisively pulled. The truth was, right after hearing the secret about the financial mess, Jin Min Cheon gasped in utter disbelief. You lost that much? Han Jia, with a withered face, admitted, to be honest, I wasn't calm at all. I was so driven to madness that I deleted the app. While chewing a piece of apple, Han Jia confessed that this was the reason she had been restless all this time, as it was the source of income that funded her lavish lifestyle. She softly said with remorse, I didn't want you to worry, so I kept quiet, but I guess it doesn't matter now. I'm sorry. Jin Min Cheon listened in silence, swallowed hard in tension, and asked with concern, Are you really okay? Han Jia replied in bewilderment, Okay with what? It's money, not dry leaves, how can I be indifferent about it? Boo-hoo. Jin Min Cheon sat closer on the sofa, hesitantly bringing up the practical matter. I mean, if all your money is gone, what about your living expenses? Han Jia quickly brushed it off to protect her last shred of pride. It's fine. That money wasn't meant to last anyway. As long as I'm still capable, I can make it back. Yet, deep down in her heart, she was screaming, I am absolutely not okay. The image, Han Jia wondered how many people in this world would actually be fine after losing such a large sum of money. No matter how much she lost, she felt pity for herself as her hard-earned stocks completely evaporated. But what bothered her even more was that she did not want to be misunderstood by Jin Min Cheon. She stole a glance at Jin Min Cheon, seeing him still thoughtfully watching her with a worried and pensive look. Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia, his face showing genuine sincerity. He hesitantly offered to help. If you're okay with it, I can help you with living expenses. Instantly, Han Jia felt a sensitive nerve get touched. She panicked, screamed out loud, and decisively yelled to stop him. Stop! Han Jia firmly crossed her arms into an X shape, solemnly declaring that everyone must solve their own financial issues. She stood with hands on her hips, loudly asserting that she knew Jin Min Cheon's personality too well, which was why she chose to stay silent. After all, according to their rules, money was a private matter for each person. Facing her firm attitude, Jin Min Cheon could only hesitantly mutter that their actual living expenses were not that much anyway. Han Jia lowered her eyes, deeply appreciating his kindness and care for her in her heart. She thought to herself. However, she remained firm in her reasoning simply because of her own self-respect. Han Jia confessed that ever since leaving home, she had promised herself to take care of her own life through her personal abilities. Although her face still showed a hint of confusion with sweat dripping down, she still squeezed out a forced smile to assert her independence. Han Jia was proud because she had never humbled herself to beg anyone, even though this was the first time she had fallen into such extreme destitution and agony. She looked at Jin Min Cheon with eyes full of thoughts, secretly wondering if he would still trust someone who was destroying a house like her. Standing in the middle of the room, Han Jia quietly pondered, feeling absolutely miserable in her current situation.
Suddenly, a warm hand gently touched her earlobe. Jin Minchul decisively brought both of his hands up to cup Han Jia's face and hold her ears firmly, looking straight into her eyes and asserting firmly, "I trust you." To her astonishment, Jin Minchul gently called out Han Jia's name and sincerely confessed that he had never, not even once, considered her an untrustworthy person. Han Jia was completely frozen, her eyes wide open as she looked at him in choked emotion while Jin Minchul's steady hands were still covering her ears. "Ah! Ah!" Han Jia screamed out loud when she felt her ears being gripped tightly. "Konan du bung mat, pong lon gulen, Jin Minchul, why did you suddenly grab my ears?" Jin Minchul calmly replied, transmitting energy. Hearing this absurd excuse, Han Jia could only snap back, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Seeing her intense reaction, Jin Minchul casually reminded her, "Don't you remember? That was the trend when we were kids." Childhood memories suddenly rushed back, of a mischievous little Han Jia grabbing Jin Minchul's ears and shouting energy transmission to share their strength. Jin Minchul explained in a low voice, "Han Jia, since you don't want to receive financial support, I wanted to cheer you on at least." He gently asked, "Is that okay?" which left Han Jia so flustered that she could only let out a humph to hide her embarrassment. She thought to herself, "Well, aren't you just Mr. Nice Guy?" Unable to stand this atmosphere for another second, Han Jia hurriedly ran into her room. She still couldn't believe what had just happened, leaving Jin Minchul standing there completely dazed. As soon as she entered the room, Han Jia held her head, her face as red as a tomato. That crazy guy. Why did he suddenly grab them? She recalled the time she had done that to him as a kid. Back then, everything was simple and without any deeper meaning. Yet Jia sat flat on the floor, leaning her back against the door with her heart beating rapidly and uncontrollably. It was more stimulating than she remembered. Her tiny heart had probably skipped a beat. A week later, Jia was busy preparing for new beginnings. Seeing her dressed in neat office attire, Jin Minchul gently asked, "Another interview?" She enthusiastically replied, "Yep, both of them." As she was about to leave, Jin Minchul called her back and waved, advising, "Be careful." Jia smiled confidently and waved goodbye. "Definitely." Strolling under the clear blue sky, Jia secretly told herself that she had been too lucky in everything, from graduation and work to this marriage. She realized that when they acted together, the ideal life at age 32 always seemed like a distant dream. But the reality was that she couldn't just stand still in one place forever. The life of a 32-year-old employee named Han Jia officially began. She confidently walked through the bustling streets. But right at that moment, a heavy truck suddenly rushed toward her at a terrifying speed. The blazing headlights engulfed her small figure right in the middle of the intersection. Life is so tiring. Why does it always push people into a dead end, everyone? The doctor breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the patient pass the critical stage. "Oh, she's awake." Jia sluggishly explained that calling it an accident was a bit of an overstatement, as the car had only lightly brushed against her. She pleaded with her mother not to make a big deal out of it, since she did not feel any pain at all. In reality, her fall was due to sheer exhaustion after long days of wandering around looking for a job with a stack of resumes in her hand. Even when facing trouble, she only thought of enduring it on her own. 2. Jia sadly admitted that she was currently in the hospital. Even though it was just a minor collision, the doctor still requested that she contact her guardian immediately. Hearing her mother ask about her husband's reaction, Jia asked back in confusion, "My husband?" Her mother casually replied, "Who else but your husband? Didn't you say you were calling your guardian?" 2. It turned out Jia thought she had called her mother, but her mother firmly asserted that in emergency situations, the primary guardian must be the husband, and only then the mother. She emphasized, at a time like this, the person the doctor needs is someone like that, the one who runs to your side immediately. Do you understand? If your husband isn't needed now, then when would he be? 2. Jia sat thoughtful. The curtain was pulled open, and Jin Minchul appeared, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily from running all the way here. He asked anxiously, "Han Jia, are you okay, Han Jia?" Han Jia gasped in shock, "Huh? Jin Minchul, why are you here?" Jin Minchul stammered in response, "Why, your mother told me," leaving her utterly bewildered as she repeated, "Am my mother?" Immediately after, Jin Minchul's eyes turned freezing cold as he turned to face the driver standing nearby. Jin Minchul stepped forward, emitting a terrifying aura that made the other man tremble. He glared at the man in front of him and growled, "Is it you?" Jin Minchul firmly grabbed the driver's arm, squeezing so hard that veins popped, and roared threateningly, "The one who injured my wife. Calm down, buddy, your wife has been blessed by her ancestors." Han Jia was stunned by Jin Minchul's intense reaction. She thought to herself, Jin Minchul, I didn't know he could react like this. The driver could only bow his head submissively, repeatedly pleading, "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." Seeing how tense the situation was, Han Jia quickly intervened to stop him. "Calm down, Jin Minchul, I'm fine."
Just then, the doctor had to step in to mediate. Hold on a second, guardian, your family member's current condition is. Han Jia pondered quietly about the definition of family, a group of people related to one another, usually centered around a married couple. She smiled softly to herself and thought, indeed, we are a family now. Looking at Jia and Min Cheon, the guy was still deeply worried, his face glistening with sweat as he asked, Han Jia, are you really okay? Does it hurt anywhere? His sincere concern warmed her heart. He was worried whether she was injured and comforted her when she faced difficulties. Han Jia nodded in confirmation, yes, I'm very fine. Hearing this, Jia and Min Cheon finally breathed a sigh of relief, is that so? That's a relief. She realized that family is someone who is happy when you are happy, and sad when you are sad. This familial affection is truly sacred. A relationship can be seen as natural, but Jia and Min Cheon still didn't seem fully at ease. He frantically asked again, Han Jia, as I thought, it hurts, doesn't it? Han Jia blushed, waving her hands frantically to explain, I said I'm fine. I'm just suddenly hungry. In the end, she decisively told Jia and Min Cheon to go back to the company. Even though he still hesitated and wanted to stay, Han Jia firmly insisted that she wasn't in any pain. She also quickly settled everything with the driver as he kept bowing. She thought to herself, I don't want him to be like that again, at least until things stabilize. Now this couple really knows how to worry about each other. Her target now is to quickly regain her balance. Emotional stability is the most important thing right now. Sunflower, she knows she needs to stand firmer than ever. Four-leaf clover, hopefully everything will be settled soon. Cherry blossom, fight on, Jia. Sparkling heart. Jia reassured herself to stay highly focused, even though her legs were still wobbly as she pushed the four-pole along the hospital corridor. She told herself to resolve this mess step by step, because her top priority right now was earning money for living expenses. Although she regretted not being able to attend the interview as scheduled, Jia decided to immediately accept a part-time job to make ends meet. While lost in her calculations, she suddenly brushed past a strange man in a black shirt. The man stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at her in utter surprise. Jia was also stunned, her eyes wide open as she stared blankly at his slightly rugged face with stubble. He smirked slightly and muttered a suggestive line, oh ho ho ho, an acquaintance but not a close one, hee hee. The beep of the car key echoed as he casually unlocked his car, then looked at Jia with a mocking gaze, I thought you got hit by a truck and fainted? He laughed loudly, mocking that her life as a writer was indeed as rich and dramatic as ever. Its sheer expensiveness made her let out a shocked gasp, marveling at the owner's wealth. Afraid of scratching this mobile fortune, she hurriedly took a wide detour to the side. She couldn't help but mutter enviously about how many rich people there were out there. Han Jia sat in the convertible, her hair fluttering in the wind, but her face was a mask of pure endurance. She wondered what kind of person would enjoy driving such a showy car in the middle of the street. The answer appeared instantly when the man beside her began coughing violently. Na Yandiak bragged as he drove, so, isn't my car top tier, even though he kept coughing repeatedly due to his illness. Han Jia was shivering from the cold and snapped at him to close the top and hold onto the steering wheel because she was terrified to death. Watching him drive while using an asthma inhaler, she could only realize in silence that this was indeed his true character. Na Yandiak sprayed his medicine while muttering curses at his damn asthma. He regretted and wondered if he should have brought her along in a different car. Han Jia tiredly told him that just closing the top would be enough, but she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity if he really had other cars. He smirked and bragged about having many other cars, though he admitted they were actually all rentals. Han Jia was stunned, oh, they're rentals? No wonder it felt strange, I thought you won the lottery. Na Yandiak immediately threw a cheesy pickup line, the lottery? If so, accompanied by a bizarre wink, Han Jia got goosebumps all over, her face contorting in disgust. Oh really, don't do that. How many times have I told you not to say such cheesy things? He just laughed out loud, thinking that the deeper the impression, the better, despite her insisting it was not good at all. Suddenly, Na Yandiak glanced at her outfit and wondered why she was wearing a suit like she was going to a wedding. Han Jia explained in a low voice that she was going to an interview today to earn money, leaving the PD slightly surprised. Na Yandiak wondered if she had a lot of royalty money, so how could she have spent it all so quickly? Han Jia closed her eyes in exhaustion, confessing that things had been piling up lately, making her feel like she had hit rock bottom. He stroked his chin and thought. Han Jia has no money? She'll do anything because she needs living expenses? Although Han Jia hastily denied ever saying such a thing, Na Yandiak still wore a sinister smile behind his sunglasses and muttered, then. Seeing Na Yandiak smirk suggestively, Han Jia immediately caught on to his intention. You're planning to ask me to rewrite, aren't you? He casually teased her, wondering if someone was no longer an author, so how about taking a simulation job? Faced with her disgruntled expression, Na Yandiak suddenly made an offer, if you're looking for a job and need money right away, how about a job at a cafe? Hearing the words coffee shop,
Han Jia was dazed for a moment. He began to paint a highly attractive scenario. I know a wealthy person who runs a coffee shop purely out of passion. Few customers, but high salary. Well, interested? Han Jia narrowed her eyes with suspicion. That sounds so fishy. Aren't your words contradicting each other? If there are few customers, why hire someone, and why is the salary so high? In response to her questioning, Na Yangdiak only smiled mysteriously. So what if they contradict? You find it strange and ask, what else? With that, Na Yangdiak held out a business card in front of Han Jia and asserted, just go there. Whether to try it or quit, to believe or not believe my words is your choice. Looking at the smug smile of the PD behind his sunglasses, Han Jia broke into a light sweat from embarrassment. He instructed carefully, think it over and get in touch, the interview date is written inside. This time, make sure not to throw it away. As night fell, Han Jia walked slowly along the empty street, her mind still filled with thoughts. His two proposals weren't bad, but being indebted to that uncle hurt her pride a little. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks when she saw a familiar figure standing under the street lamp, Jia and Min Cheon. Why was Jia and Min Cheon here? She noticed he was still wearing the exact same clothes from the hospital this morning. A sudden thought crossed her mind, making her heart flutter. Could he have been standing here waiting? Han Jia suddenly realized his silent thoughtfulness. If she had waited at the hospital, she would have felt pressured, so did he wait here just to walk home with her? Her heart fluttered rapidly, and she couldn't help but let out a bright, blissful smile. Han Jia let out a loud shout and decisively dashed toward him. She ran while calling out his name, Jia and Min Cheon. Before Jia and Min Cheon could even react, Han Jia leaped up and enthusiastically hugged him right in the middle of the street. She naturally clung tightly to him. Jia and Min Cheon was startled by her sudden embrace in public, stammering her name, Jia. She excitedly bombarded him with questions. Wow, are you off work? Didn't the company say anything? Have you had dinner yet? Faced with her sudden enthusiasm, Jia and Min Cheon could only stammer with a sweat-drenched face. Seeing his stiff reaction, Han Jia wondered, what's wrong? Why such a cold reaction? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? She looked up at Jia and Min Cheon innocently, completely unaware that his face had already turned as red as a ripe tomato out of embarrassment. On the crowded street, their intimate behavior drew surprised whispers from the people around them. Only then did Han Jia realize her embarrassing display. She quickly laughed it off, saying, it's not what it looks like. However, contrary to Jia's fluster, Jia and Min Cheon suddenly tightened his arms, hugging her tightly into his chest, making her cry out in surprise, The rapid thumping of heartbeats resonated loudly in both of their chests. Jia called his name in a daze, Jia and Min Cheon. But he still held her tightly and confessed, why couldn't I reach you at all? I was so worried. Jia explained that she had left her phone on silent, but Jia and Min Cheon still repeated gloomily, I was so worried. Back at the hospital, I kept worrying whether you were hurt anywhere. Even though Jia asserted she was fine, he still asked again to make sure. Too embarrassed by the many eyes staring at them, Jia muttered, really? But let's put that aside, everyone is looking at us. She was the one who proactively hugged him first earlier, and now she actually knows how to be shy? Despite Jia's embarrassment, Jia and Min Cheon held her even tighter and whispered, just a moment, let's stay like this for just a moment, just a little longer. Feeling the warmth and sincerity from him, Jia softly replied, yeah. And she quietly realized, sure enough, he worried about me so much. Feeling the warmth and sincerity from Jia and Min Cheon, Jia told herself, he is truly too kind. She realized that she did not want to see his worried face for even a single second longer. She decisively pushed him away gently and declared, don't worry, I found a job. Jia and Min Cheon asked back in bewilderment, huh? Han Jia immediately explained that an acquaintance had recommended a job at a cafe and told her to give it a try. Seeing him about to speak, she cut him off right away. What do you mean it has to be me or it won't work? Han Jia flashed a bright smile, declaring that her boring unemployed life had officially ended, and she would start working tomorrow. To celebrate this important milestone, she excitedly suggested they hold a small party. She even playfully winked at her dictator, can we have just one cheat day, trainer? In the face of that adorable pleading, Jia and Min Cheon gently smiled and agreed, yeah, whatever you want. Who could possibly resist such cuteness? Looking at his expression, Han Jia thought to herself that she definitely preferred his smiling face over his worried look from earlier. As they both walked under the brilliant sunset, Jia and Min Cheon asked if she had chosen what she wanted to eat. Han Jia immediately insisted on having some drinks. Seeing him question her about losing weight, she mischievously declared an eternal truth of sisterhood, delicious food has 0 calories. However, the happy day passed quickly, and the next, just stepping into the cafe, Han Jia froze completely, cold sweat pouring down when she saw the person sitting in front of her. An artistic cup of coffee was already placed on the table, and the glass-wearing woman with bright red hair was looking at her suggestively. She spoke with sarcasm, what a surprise, you arrived right on time. Of course, because I thought you would be late. That person was none other than her old friend. Well then, Ms. Han Jia, shall we begin the interview? I, Han Jia, was originally enjoying a normal life like anyone else, just like the carefree grasshopper in the fable. But life is not a dream. When a financial crisis hit and sent everything spiraling down, I suddenly realized how important working really is. Even though I sent out applications and received interview calls from quite a few places, the only results I got back were harsh rejections because nowhere found me suitable. In this vast society, why is it so difficult for a small person like me to find a job? Just when I was suffering from constant rejections, I recalled Na Yangdiak's proposal, go there. Whether you try it or quit, deciding to believe or not believe my words is your choice. And now, I am facing my boss from my former workplace. The woman with long orange hair is attentively browsing my resume on her tablet with a thoughtful expression. The information appeared quite poorly, dropping out of college halfway, having 2 years of call center consulting experience, and mostly just short-term part-time jobs without any special achievements. Witnessing that scene, I could only break out in a cold sweat, while she softly exclaimed, "What is this situation?" Right from the moment that Na Yangdiak introduced this as an easy-as-pie part-time job, I already felt something extremely suspicious. Recalling his easy smirking face in my mind, I regretted trusting him too easily even more. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the table startled me. Seeing my dazed state, the woman gently pushed up her glasses and inquired warmly, "Is something wrong, Miss Han Jia? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Under these circumstances, I felt like my entire body was in a state of unease. In my heart, I was screaming in sheer desperation, "Why does it have to be Yeonju?" I stammered a forced response, "Oh, no, I'm fine." I silently cursed that damn Na Yangdiak. He should have at least given me a heads up, even though I knew all too well he would never do such a thing. My heart thumped so wildly against my chest that I wanted to explode from embarrassment. It had been years since I last contacted her properly, yet here I was, thick-skinned enough to show up and ask for a job. Noticing my fluster, Yeonju gave a warm, reassuring smile, "Don't be nervous, Han Jia. If I hadn't wanted to hire you, I wouldn't have called you." Yeonju started the interview with a sharp remark, "Right? Our relationship is so comfortable that you didn't even bother to dye your black hair roots but still boldly came for the interview." She did not hesitate to add another painful blow. And after cutting off contact for several years, you suddenly came to find me to ask for a job. Our relationship is wonderfully fun, isn't it? Han Jia could only remain silent in the face of the sarcasm. She secretly thought that her old friend's style of speaking, which hit right on the mark, had not changed at all. Yeonju sighed, admitting that she did not expect the two of them to meet again under these circumstances. But as she scrolled to the marital status section in the resume, she suddenly froze at the line, "Married." Yeonju was stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the tablet screen. She took off her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose repeatedly as if to confirm she was not mistaken. After a few seconds of suffocating silence, Yeonju could not hold back and screamed out loud, making the whole cafe shake, "Huh? You're already married? Your mouth. Why did you scream so loudly? Is it not allowed for people to get married?" Han Jia grumbled softly. Looking at Yeonju, Han Jia recalled the times they played video games together, or the long nights she lazily lounged around in her red tracksuit. Meanwhile, Yeonju was still diligently typing and working late into the night. Since then, Han Jia had started to admire people with clear goals and passion like Yeonju. With an impressive track record of 2 completed novels and 3 drama awards, Yeonju had never tasted failure since her debut. To Han Jia, who always thought she only debuted out of luck, Yeonju was a true writer she always acknowledged. Now, standing before that talented friend, she could only watch silently with a complex state of mind. How ironic that her old friend Yeonju had become her recruiter. The moment she heard that Han Jia was married, Yeonju burst out laughing. "Put. Ha ha ha. Han Jia, you got married?" Seeing her friend laughing uncontrollably, Han Jia could only say huffily, "What's so funny?" In Yeonju's eyes, the image of someone like Han Jia, who stayed cooped up in her room all day reading web novels and scratching her belly all night, getting married was beyond her wildest imagination. People like that always surprise us like a game of peekaboo. Yeonju curiously probed if Han Jia's husband was a mutual friend of theirs, and why they ended up getting married. Facing the relentless onslaught, Han Jia broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "Let me see, how do I put this?" As soon as she saw the photo of Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon on the phone, Yeonju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Han Jia, what is this, what is this, what is this?" She remarked that Han Jia's husband looked much closer and more affectionate than she had imagined. Once again, the dazzling aura of the wealthy businesswoman Yeonju made Jia cover her face and exclaim, "What is this? Is she a goddess? Does having money really turn you into an immortal? Sigh, when will we have excess money so we can work just for passion?" Yeonju confirmed the schedule, "Start coming to work on Monday." Jia excitedly agreed immediately, "Okay, Monday it is." Before getting into the car, Jia looked at her friend with a sincere gaze. "Ah, that's right, Yeonju, I'm really glad to see you again." Yeonju was slightly taken aback by her old friend's confession. She smiled gently and replied, "Thank you." Watching the taxi slowly roll away, Yeonju waved and reminded her, "Get home safely." Jia also didn't forget to wave goodbye, "Yeah, bye-bye." At home, the cat mouse slightly perked up its ears, listening to the noise outside the door. Jia and Min Cheon had just stepped into the house and said, "I'm home," when Jia was already wearing a sparkling party hat, dancing wildly to celebrate. She performed some highly excited dance moves, leaving Jia and Min Cheon standing frozen in bewilderment. "Huh?" Seeing Jia dancing in such a bizarre way, Jia and Min Cheon asked anxiously, "Are you hurt somewhere?" Jia smiled radiantly and shouted proudly, "Hurt? No way. I got the job. It's a massive success." Jia and Min Cheon was too stunned to believe his ears. "What, really? Is it so real that you are celebrating this hard?" In the quiet, Yeonju sat quietly in the dark room, recalling Han Jia's smile and words of gratitude from this afternoon. "Thank you." She smiled gently and said to herself, "Thank you for what?" Then, she turned back to the glowing computer screen in the middle of the night. A flickering candle was suddenly lit, casting a warm glow. Jia, Min Cheon and Jia put on birthday hats, preparing for a small celebration party at home. Jia excitedly counted the beat, 1, 2. Then, they both blew out the candle on the cake together. The fateful Monday morning at the second cafe finally arrived. Yeonju clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention and introduced loudly. "Attention everyone, let me introduce the new employee who will be working with us starting today. I told you before about hiring someone new, right?" Jia bowed politely, "I look forward to working with you all." Yeonju continued, "This is Han Jia. She is of the same age and was my classmate at university." After that, she introduced the young man standing at the counter. "Over there is the key player of our shop, Li Shu. New job, new colleagues, everything is new. Do your best, girl." Yeonju told Jia to ask Shu if she had. Next, she introduced the remaining member, and this is Junaji. The moment she saw Han Jia, Naji gasped in shock, "Huh?" Han Jia also froze, recognizing her as the fake girl who had openly flirted with Jin Min Cheon at the gym with squats and a highly obvious fall. "Oops, I fell down, huh?" Both of them stood frozen, staring at each other as the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Naji stammered, while Han Jia couldn't help but scream in utter shock, The two girls pointed at each other's faces before the bewildered Yeonju and Siwoo, signaling a turbulent start at Han Jia's new workplace. Returning to her private space, Naji was meticulously preparing her outfit. She leisurely put on a white shirt, buttoned each button, and neatly tucked it into her stylish, rhinestone-embellished skirt. After arranging her long, glossy black hair, Naji gently ran her fingers through it and smiled subtly in the mirror, exuding beauty and absolute confidence. "Shall we go?" The young 25-year-old girl, Junaji, started her new day with ultimate confidence. Even if she was considered narcissistic, she was always proud of having top-tier beauty and taste. As she passed by two guys on the street and heard them admire, "The girl who just passed by is so cute, isn't she?" Naji didn't hesitate to turn back and reply haughtily, "Excuse me, but I heard everything. It's nice to be complimented, but isn't this girl a bit too shameless?" She even challenged them to praise her even louder, as she loved the feeling of being admired. It turned out that Naji wore headphones without playing any music, just to eavesdrop on what people were saying about her. To show off her beauty, she willingly walked an extra 10 minutes to her workplace, the second cafe. She secretly thought her boss must be out of his mind to offer such crazy working benefits. The highest salary in the industry, comfortable working conditions, and absolutely no micromanagement. Naji was full of hope that she would take over the recently vacated manager position. It was a title that made her feel powerful and much more majestic. To Naji, the managerial post was the key to a fulfilling life, complete with money, looks, and honor. She eagerly held them up, imagining a secure future with everything in her hands. However, the harsh reality struck immediately. Thud. The sound of the mop hitting the floor instantly shattered her daydream. Naji glanced at the woman standing next to her with a look full of resentment. Right in front of her eyes was a brand new nameplate clearly stating the title, Second Cafe, Han Jia, Manager. Wake up, gorgeous. Reality is a bit harsh, isn't it? Watching Han Jia calmly cleaning up and complaining about the old mop, Naji felt as if her entire world had just collapsed. The 25-year-old female employee could not accept that her dream manager position fell into someone else's hands. Naji screamed in dissatisfaction at the director, "Excuse me, but clearly I should be the next manager, shouldn't I? I have contributed so much to our shop. While her colleague Siwoo had dedicated over 3 years with a 5-star rating, Naji had actually only worked for 7 months with almost zero contribution. Witnessing her unmatched confidence, the director could only sigh, knowing that was exactly why she made her decision. Unable to hide her jealousy, Naji sullenly questioned director Yeonju, but why does it have to be her? Someone without much experience in this field. As an employee, I need a convincing explanation. In response to that arrogance, Yeonju coldly dropped a powerful statement, because I am the recruiter. I will hire whoever I want for my shop and deploy them as I see fit. Do you need any more explanation? The sharp final blow left Naji trembling, only able to mumble, no, ma'am. Well, if you don't have the capability, you'd better tone down your voice to save yourself the embarrassment. While wiping the plates, Naji secretly observed Han Jia with suspicious eyes. Who is this person? Who on earth is she? She could not understand why someone as ordinary looking as Han Jia could be surrounded. Watching Han Jia casually scratching her head while studying the menu, Naji wondered what on earth she had done to receive such incredible backing. Naji squinted her eyes in judgment, finding Han Jia's appearance to be quite average, no different from the older sister she used to hang out with. She wasn't even the nerdy, glasses-wearing type Naji had imagined. However, as soon as they had a private moment at the back of the cafe, Naji was startled when Han Jia profusely apologized, saying, I'm really sorry about what happened at the gym. She regretfully admitted that she genuinely hadn't known back then, otherwise, she would never have dared to act that way. In the face of the girl's sincere attitude, Han Jia gently flicked Naji's forehead and smiled warmly, saying, it's fine, it's in the past anyway, let's just let it go. Han Jia's decisive action and extremely cool demeanor completely won Naji over, making her scream inwardly, so cool. She wiped the dishes frantically, so touched that she almost called her sis. Although she secretly admitted that Han Jia was indeed cool, Naji was still determined never to acknowledge a manager with zero cafe experience. While lost in her thoughts, Han Jia suddenly called out to her, perfect timing, could you take a look at this for me, Ms. Naji? Han Jia's sudden initiative shocked Naji so much that her voice cracked, and she could only whisper, oh, yes. Holding the recipe book in her hand, Han Jia calmly pointed to a line and asked. Naji was enthusiastic at first, but as soon as she realized this was basic knowledge, a wicked idea popped into her head. Naji covered her mouth and sneered, intentionally looking down on her. Ahem, manager Han Jia, aren't you embarrassed? A manager who doesn't even know this. However, Han Jia kept a blank face and bluntly replied, I asked because I didn't know. Han Jia's straightforward answer left Naji stunned, wondering why her attack had absolutely no effect. Still refusing to give up, she pressed further, aren't you embarrassed for not knowing? Han Jia calmly explained that being embarrassed now is better than making embarrassing mistakes while working later. She didn't stop there, casually putting her arm around Naji's shoulders and leaning in close to ask about the third and fourth steps of the recipe. This overly natural action threw Naji into a panic, her face turning red with embarrassment. She began to wonder whether Han Jia was truly carefree or just pretending to be oblivious to her obvious hostility. How can someone have absolutely no sense of boundaries like this? If someone treated me like this, I would probably go crazy. Looking at Han Jia from an extremely close distance, Naji was suddenly stunned by her superior beauty. Who is this person? Up close, she is actually quite pretty. A strange feeling sparked, making her unable to focus, even finding Han Jia much more attractive than she had imagined. Unable to bear the rising confusion, Naji quickly turned her face away and shouted to escape, I don't know either, don't ask me, ask Mr. Li Shu. Then she left Han Jia standing there in a daze. Han Jia coldly reminded Naji to memorize all the recipes before the shop opened to avoid getting in everyone's way. Naji turned red with anger, silently cursing in her mind, so annoying. Just then, a middle-aged male customer appeared, tapping his hand on the table in an overbearing manner. Even though Naji was extremely annoyed, she still had to force a professional smile to greet him. The man spoke flirtatiously, still as pretty as always, huh? Naji could only curse in her heart, wondering why she was so unlucky to have to take this old man's order. He went even further, calling himself brother and her younger sister intimately. Naji missed me too, right? Looking at his face, Naji thought to herself that he looked even older than her own father. He complained that he hadn't seen her at the counter a few days ago, so he thought she had quit, then suddenly demanded her personal phone number. Naji cleverly refused by pointing to the shop's phone number hanging on the door. This action made him start grumbling, claiming he had bought a lot of coffee just. Naji thought to herself in frustration that she had never asked him to buy anything, wishing this guy would just disappear. Just as she was looking for a way to slip away, Han Jia suddenly appeared, putting her arm around Naji's shoulder intimately. Ego, dear customer. To Naji's astonishment, Han Jia eagerly asked if the man needed her phone number, then asserted that if a customer wanted it this badly, she must definitely give it. Naji screamed out in horror, while the male customer grinned with delight because someone finally understood him. Hearing Han Jia introduce herself as the new manager, the man smugly praised her way of working. Naji feared Han Jia would give him her real number, standing frozen as she watched the new manager hastily writing something on a piece of paper. Han Jia smiled and handed the paper to the customer. Customer, here is the phone number you ordered. Naji panicked and tried to stop her, but it was too late. The man took the paper, smiling sleazily as he promised he wouldn't do anything to her, only wanting to drive her out for meals occasionally. However, the moment he saw the number 112, the emergency police hotline clearly written on the paper, his smile instantly froze. Serves him right. The customer's face distorted with anger as he glared at Han Jia with resentment. You. Facing his hostility, Naji stood behind, completely frozen, unable to believe the audacity of the new manager. The elderly customer was shaking with anger, stammering speechlessly after being played right in front of so many people. Seeing him still hesitating, Han Jia continued her attack. What's wrong? I already gave it to you, but you still won't contact me? Or should I just call you directly? She pointed straight at the piece of paper as she spoke, serving as a stern warning that left the man completely silenced. Feeling humiliated, the customer began to lose his temper, slamming the table and yelling, You little brat, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Faced with that aggression, a terrifying aura suddenly welled up in Han Jia's eyes like a fierce tiger. She growled back, What about you? Do you know who I am? Han Jia's scary psychological shift instantly shut the man up. Instinct told him that she was absolutely someone he should not mess with. He could only stammer back in fear, No, I don't know. See, just asking back made him back down immediately. What a show-off. Realizing he had stirred up a hornet's nest, the customer quickly laughed it off, brushed it aside, and hurried out of the cafe with some empty compliments to save his last bit of face. Once he was out of sight, witnessing the extremely cool rescue, Naji looked at Han Jia with eyes full of admiration and softly whispered her thanks. Han Jia casually brushed it off, but Naji still worriedly asked if doing that was really okay. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Han Jia turned back to look at her in confusion. Naji anxiously reminded her that she had just argued with a customer, and if this reached the director's ears, strange rumors might start spreading. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Contrary to the younger girl's panic, Han Jia calmly replied that they would deal with it when it comes. This indifferent attitude left Naji completely shocked, but Han Jia asked in return if her head didn't hurt from worrying about things that hadn't even happened yet. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. She asserted that if it actually happened, she would just take responsibility, making them both burst into laughter to clear the tense atmosphere. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Although she outwardly showed dissatisfaction, in her heart, Naji began to see Han Jia in a different light. She secretly admitted, I know she is definitely a responsible person, but isn't this a bit too much? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Watching Han Jia professionally taking orders, yes, a macchiato and a hot latte, please, Naji told herself that this was, after all, a basic element in the service. Naji constantly reminded herself that she was the enemy of Junaji. She had stolen the man she fancied and even took that manager position, which was absolutely unforgivable. Just then, a new customer walked into the shop. Han Jia quickly stepped forward to greet her with a professional smile. Welcome to Second Coffee. However, the customer's request instantly froze them both in place for a few seconds. Give me a hot iced Americano to go, please. Naji paled, realizing that the toughest opponent had finally appeared. She thought to herself, the villain of the hot iced Americano has arrived. This was villain number 002, nicknamed the frowning middle-aged lady. She was a frequent customer who was always ready to blow a fuse if the shop didn't meet her absurd demands. Naji secretly judged her as a troublesome person who always sought to annoy others in a polite manner. Seeing Han Jia remain silent, the customer began to snap. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me ordering? She started rambling, boasting about having this drink in Milan and complaining that the service here was not classy enough. Surprisingly, Han Jia responded in the exact same exaggeratedly sweet tone. Yes, you ordered a hot iced Americano. Witnessing her mimic the other's tone, Naji could only look on in utter shock, wondering if her manager was planning to The new female manager casually brought out a tray with a hot Americano and a separate cup of ice, then warmly said, Here is the drink you ordered. Your hot ice Americano is ready. Seeing the customer's bewildered expression, Jia smiled and explained, Depending on your preferred temperature, you can add as much ice as you want and enjoy. The customer was speechless and could only stammer in agreement. I see, that actually makes sense. As the customer left with a polite goodbye, Naji was still in shock. She screamed internally, Wow, is it really that simple? That is brilliant, I would never have thought of that. Suddenly, Jia turned and called out, Oh, by the way, Naji. The younger girl could only reply in confusion, Yes. Jia burst out laughing. In this case, do I have to pay for the ice? Ha ha ha. From then on, the eccentric behavior of the new manager continued to bring hilarious situations to the cafe. A prime example was when she encountered two customers shouting loudly and laughing boisterously, disrupting the entire space.
Jia immediately appeared with a notice in hand. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but you have violated our shop's legal requirements. The paper clearly stated that customers must speak softly to avoid disturbing others, and exceeding 70 dB would be dealt with by law. Polite people must walk softly, speak gently. The customer flew into a rage, pointing his finger and shouting in Han Jia's face.
No, I paid for coffee, and you won't even let me speak? Where is the manager? Get them out here, where is the manager?
Han Jia maintained her calm smile, raising her phone to confidently declare.
Yes, I am the manager. We will refund your money.
So if you do not leave the cafe within 1 minute, I will bring my legal team to file a lawsuit. Threatened with a lawsuit, the two customers hurriedly fled the cafe, muttering bitter curses.
Han Jia sighed wearily as she watched them go. Seriously, did they swallow a microphone? I thought I was going deaf. She quietly turned to her employee.
Li Shu, bring some salt over here. I need to sprinkle some around the shop.
Salt? Oh, wait, why are you sprinkling salt?
Li Shu looked bewilderedly at Han Jia, who was busy scattering something on the floor after the troublesome customers left.
Han Jia replied nonchalantly. What, didn't you know?
When you want to ward off bad luck, you have to sprinkle salt. The young Li Shu could only scratch his head, admitting this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Even when she ran out of regular salt, Han Jia held up a bottle of herb salt, hesitating. Will this work?
Is it okay?
This still counts. Naji thought to herself that she wouldn't mind having an older sister like that.
However, the moment she saw Shu staring intently at Han Jia, Naji's protective instincts kicked in.
She leaped up from behind, covering Shu's eyes with both hands and nagging him loudly. What are you doing instead of focusing on your work, Shu?
Naji was determined not to let him look for even another second.
Shu could only stammer in utter embarrassment as he tried to call out to his co-worker. The lively atmosphere of the cafe suddenly shifted to the luxurious silence inside a sleek black limousine gliding down the street. Na Yandiak adjusted his collar and respectfully asked the woman in the back seat, "What do you think, Madam President? What was your impression after meeting her in person?" The woman, sporting short hair and fashionable sunglasses, took a sip of her coffee, her face completely expressionless. After a brief silence, she softly muttered, to be honest, I am quite disappointed.
Her reply startled Na Yandiak. Pardon?
She continued to assess Han Jia thoughtfully. She is quick-witted, and has an aura shining from behind that mask.
Working in a cafe is simply not fitting for her. Oh my, giving a compliment that sounds so shocking.
Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Han Jia was still cheerfully serving customers. Yes, please wait a moment, I will ring the buzzer when it is ready. She had absolutely no idea she had caught the eye of an influential figure. That mysterious woman,
she smirked with great interest. Why are you only introducing her to me now?
As night fell, the second coffee sign lit up to signal closing time. Han Jia smiled and waved goodbye to her colleagues. Good work, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Li Shu and Nari politely replied, see you tomorrow, manager. The sound of the door locking shut echoed dryly. Han Jia stretched her body, letting out a satisfied sigh to shake off her fatigue. She told herself that, after all, her first day of work had ended beautifully and successfully beyond expectation. Walking under the streetlights, Han Jia began to reminisce about the hilarious troubles that occurred today, from the haughty customer to the difficult Milano lady. She smiled softly with a sigh of relief.
So many things happened today, thank heavens there were no major disasters.
However, her smile vanished instantly when she spotted a huge cardboard box sitting conspicuously at the street corner.
Han Jia squinted at the trembling object and asked mockingly, can you come out now?
I know you've been hiding there for a while.
Having been discovered, the cardboard box flinched with a rustle. A flustered voice from inside asked, since when? Han Jia replied, speechless, what do you mean, since when? I knew you were there from the very beginning. Your body is so huge, yet you're hiding under that box?
You really are terrible at hiding, huh? Unable to hide any longer, Jia Min Cheon scrambled out of the box, his hand still holding the cardboard flap to cover half. The guy wore an extremely out-of-place disguise consisting of a bright yellow t-shirt with the word Bruce printed on it, a cap, and glasses.
Jia Min Cheon scratched his head, his tone incredibly serious. I think this is a perfect disguise, isn't it?
Witnessing her temporary husband's comedic appearance, Han Jia froze, her face completely pale.
She could only utter in utter helplessness, seriously? Han Jia couldn't believe her eyes. She pressed him further. Do you really think you wouldn't get caught?
After catching the stalker, she made Jia Min Cheon stand and listen to her nagging for a full 20 minutes right in the middle of the street. Jia Min Cheon stubbornly pointed at his hat, trying hard to justify himself. I really thought so.
Doesn't this look totally different from normal? The hat already covers half of my face, doesn't it?
Han Jia looked at him with sheer exasperation, silently marveling at his innocence to the point of naivety.
Well, you are quite honest.
It's just that no matter how many times I look, it's still you.
She glanced at his vibrant outfit and commented, "If I really have to say something, maybe it's that you put a bit of effort into changing your clothes." "Ah, does it look okay?" Han Jia immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. "No, it just means you normally don't care about dressing up at all. Why are you always so cold to me?" Han Jia squinted, staring intently at the stalker Jin Min Cheon, and asked, "But why are you here? Do you have business around here?" She pointed out the absurdity since this place was completely out of his way home. After racking his brain for a while, Jin Min Cheon began to make excuses with a professional-sounding pretext. "You see, I am starting a new exercise." The guy explained that he needed to change his workout routine, which had become too boring. Instead of running on a treadmill, hiking like this was a perfect alternative. Hearing that, Han Jia suddenly showed a knowing smile and teased him. "Really? That is such a pity." Her words made Jin Min Cheon startle, his face changing color due to anxiety. Han Jia gently ran her fingers through her hair, looking at him flirtatiously, then delivered a critical blow. "I thought you came here to pick me up, my heart was beating so fast." Seeing Jin Min Cheon frozen in embarrassment, she continued to pretend she believed him completely. "I see, you are doing a new exercise, right? I hope you are having fun with it." Looking at Jin Min Cheon's blushing face, Han Jia could only laugh secretly with satisfaction for teasing this stone-faced guy. She clearly knew he came to pick her up, yet she still pushed him into a corner. Boo-hoo. Both walked silently in the quiet space of the night street. Jin Min Cheon sighed gloomily, only whispering a low hoon to get it over with. Suddenly, Han Jia's feet slipped on the tiles, making her lose her balance. She screamed in panic, "Wow!" While Jin Min Cheon also called her name in panic, Han Jia fell forward with a terrified face. Later, Han Jia collapsed on the bed. She held her head, her face flushing red with embarrassment as she screamed inwardly, "My goodness, what on earth did I just do?" It was all because of her clumsy behavior earlier. Han Jia thought to herself, "Seriously, I tried so hard to act shy in front of Jin Min Cheon, only to end up tripping like a child." The disastrous fall forced Jin Min Cheon to bear her full weight, and a dry, cracking sound from his shoulder sent a shiver down her spine. When she fell, the sound from his shoulder did not sound good at all. Watching Jin Min Cheon push through his workout for an hour with an endurance-filled expression made Han Jia even more anxious. Oh dear, something is definitely wrong. He did not look like his usual self. Although Jin Min Cheon casually rotated his shoulder joint while sitting at the computer, she knew he was just trying to act tough. He said he was fine, but from what she could see, he was definitely not okay. Feeling uneasy, Han Jia quietly approached his door and softly called out, "Jin Min Cheon, are you in there? Can I come in for a moment?" Just as she cracked the door open and stepped inside, Jin Min Cheon, who was shirtless, startled and panicked, quickly stopping her. "Hey, wait a minute." Witnessing his muscular physique and firm shoulders up close, Han Jia froze, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Overwhelmed with embarrassment at the sight, Han Jia quickly shut the door, stammered an apology, and fled. "I'm sorry for—" Jin Min Cheon turned around blankly and asked what she had just said. Han Jia panicked, covering her face with her hands, and stammered, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything. I'll walk around for about 30 minutes and come back, so you don't need to mind me." However, her eyes accidentally caught sight of the pain relief patches scattered on the floor. Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief, sitting down on the chair with her face still blushing. So what you said means you are putting on the pain relief patches by yourself, right?" Jin Min Cheon turned his back, admitting that when he held her back, it seemed he had strained his shoulder and back muscles. How guilty it felt to cause someone pain in such an unimaginable way. Han Jia frowned in protest. "If it's that much, you should have asked me for help. Putting that on by yourself is very difficult." Even though Jin Min Cheon insisted he could do it on his own, Han Jia still didn't believe him. "Can you really do it alone? The shoulders are fine, but the back, from what I last saw, it doesn't seem like you can reach it." Faced with her suspicion, Jin Min Cheon suddenly became serious. "Han Jia, don't you know the method to apply a back pain relief patch by yourself?" He casually placed the patches on the floor and instructed, "Look closely. First, you need to know where you want to apply the patch, and place it on the floor like this." Immediately after, Jin Min Cheon performed an action that left Han Jia speechless. He lay down on the floor. Witnessing that scene, Jia could only scream inwardly. "Are you a hedgehog or something? Who on earth does that?" As expected, the patches had been applied terribly. Some were peeling off. Others were stuck on crookedly across his bare back. Jia's frustration instantly flared. Not a single patch is attached properly. "Give them to me. Stop being so stubborn. Let me do it for you. If you keep doing things like this, when are you ever going to grow up?" Carefully, Jia peeled off one of the patches and prepared to help the stubborn man. Although Jin Min Cheon kept insisting that he could handle it himself, Jia immediately shut him down. "Shoo! Sit still while I'm still being nice." Then she asked softly, "You want me to place it around here, right?" Jin Min Cheon replied with an extremely confusing instruction. "No. In the area shaped like an X." Jia frowned. What? Can you please speak like a normal human being? Focusing intently, her eyes traced every line of Jin Min Cheon's back as she searched for the exact spot. Thinking about it now.
Nothing had really changed since they were children. He had become much larger and more muscular than before. Looking at that massive back, Han Jia secretly wondered what on earth this guy had eaten to develop such a colossal build. Exaggerating a bit, she felt like she could build an entire farm on this back, no kidding. Suddenly, memories of their trip together rushed back, causing Han Jia's heart to instantly beat out of control. There it goes again, her heart has lost control and is beating wildly, hee hee. In the quiet space of the room, Han Jia's hand unconsciously reached out, gently brushing against Jin Min Cheon's hot, bare skin. Each fingertip touched, then her entire hand pressed firmly against those firm muscles. Her eyes were glued to the masculine back in an irresistible fascination. Han Jia's hand gently touched Jin Min Cheon's bare shoulder, then unconsciously caressed along the firm muscles. Feeling the strange touch, Jin Min Cheon began to break into a cold sweat. He gently turned his head and called her name, Jia. The sudden call startled Han Jia, her heart pounding rapidly with extreme embarrassment. Even though she had been caught, her hand still glided gently over his hot skin. Han Jia stammered back to hide her shyness. Oh why, what's wrong, Jin Min Cheon? Jin Min Cheon looked at her with a deep gaze and replied bluntly, well, because you keep caressing my back. The straightforward words made Han Jia jump. She shrieked, then hastily laughed it off when he asked her back, is there something strange? Oh, what a weird question from this blockhead. Han Jia's mind was a complete mess right now. Am I crazy? What on earth am I doing? She scolded herself for acting so shamefully and frantically scrambled for an explanation to save the situation. Han Jia quickly pulled her hand back, her face blushing red as she forced a smile. No. I was just impressed by how firm your back is. It's super solid, you know. To distract him, she began to repeatedly punch his back, making Jin Min Cheon cry out in pain. Wait, Han Jia. That hurts a lot. Jin Min Cheon grimaced and rubbed his shoulder, muttering miserably. Is it really that hard? Even when it hurts like being beaten, yeah, just like rock. While Jin Min Cheon was still rummaging around the desk, Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief. Looking at the item she had just found, she secretly thanked God for managing to control the situation in time without getting into any further trouble. Han Jia gave a subtle smile, feeling secretly smug for escaping the awkward moment so smoothly. She sat directly on Jin Min Cheon's back, but an extremely indescribable feeling welled up inside her. What now, girl? You just put out the fire and now you're pouring gas on it? She thought to herself, but why does it feel even weirder than before, or is it just me? Suddenly, a simple task like putting on a pain relief patch became so complicated and suggestive, leaving her completely flustered. I'm doomed, now I'm just like the frog in Kanjui and Pajui. It feels like things are slowly getting worse as Han Jia begins to press down hard on Jin Min Cheon's bare back. Suddenly, his voice breaks the silence, Han Jia. Han Jia startled, trying to reply, why, yes. Jin Min Cheon frowned slightly, his voice a faint whisper of endurance, you're digging your nails in, so it hurts a little. Hearing this, Han Jia's face suddenly flushes red, her heart pounding wildly as if about to leap out of her chest. She frantically apologizes to hide her embarrassment, sorry, I'm so stupid. Why are my nails like this? How is it now? Jin Min Cheon softly replies, why, yes, it's fine now. While Han Jia is still bracing herself, her hands gripping his shoulders to continue this sinful massage. Facing this situation, Han Jia cannot help but panic inside, this appearance is too dangerous. She glances sideways and realizes Jin Min Cheon has taken off his glasses at some point. Why did this crazy guy suddenly take off his glasses? Even though she reassures herself that he only took them off to lie down comfortably, Jin Min Cheon's rugged look right now makes it impossible for her to stay calm. She looks down at his shoulders, her eyes filled with deep thoughts, what am I thinking? Even if we are close like this is just a massage. I'm just giving a massage. 10 minutes later, the harsh reality extinguished any romantic feelings that had just sparked. Jia was exhausted, her hands trembling with no strength left. She gasped for air, completely worn out. She bitterly realized that the back of this gym enthusiast was no different from a metal block, his back was as hard as stone. Jin Min Cheon sat up casually, leaving Jia to complain inwardly that massaging a rock truly numbed her hands. In short, handsome guys should only be admired from afar, touching them would just ruin your hands. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head, should she use her feet? Jia recalled the old days, when she was still a little girl who used to jump onto her father's back to massage it. Jumping up and down, she would shout, let's start, Dad, making her father exclaim in joy, so comfortable. She thought to herself that she should do exactly what she used to do for her father. Jin Min Cheon stretched his shoulders with great refreshment and exclaimed excitedly, Jia, as you said, I think it was too stiff. Now it is fine. Seeing him recover his energy, Jia smiled gently with relief, thinking that as long as he looked fine, she was happy. She stood up, preparing to leave. Since you are feeling okay now, I will head back to my room. However, just as she turned around, Jin Min Cheon suddenly called her back. Han Jia. Looking at her with utmost seriousness, he offered, let me do it for you too. A shoulder massage. Han Jia hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. I'm fine, don't worry. I didn't work out or anything to get sore, so. Even if you didn't do anything. Though her mouth said so, her heart began to waver. Nothing could be better than this. Why don't you let me take your place instead, hee. In the end, somehow Han Jia found herself obediently sitting on the bed. She secretly cursed this simple-minded Jin Min Cheon, who absolutely refused to let her off the hook. To Jin Min Cheon, this was the law of equivalent exchange. He firmly declared, I will fully repay what I have received. Looking at his intimidatingly serious face, Han Jia had no logical reason left to refuse. Jin Min Cheon, standing behind her, softly called, Han Jia. She could only mumble in response, why, yes. Jin Min Cheon gently requested, could you move your hair out of the way? Han Jia asked back in slight surprise, to the front, and received a nod of confirmation from him. She gently swept her long hair forward, exposing her slender neck. Anticipating the upcoming touch, Han Jia trembled slightly. It's just a massage, why am I so tense? Jia tried to reassure herself that this was just a normal massage session. A slow-witted guy like Jin Min Cheon would definitely not notice her embarrassment. However, as soon as his large hand touched her shoulder, Jia couldn't help but let out a painful ah. She had run into someone who was so heavy-handed. She was just a fragile girl, so he should have been gentler. Jin Min Cheon asked anxiously. I did it gently, does it still hurt, Jia? You must have a lot of sore spots. Jia blushed and stammered in denial, it's not that. She shockingly realized that Jin Min Cheon was right, but the real problem wasn't her shoulder, it was her traitorous heart. Her heart was beating so fast that Jia had to scream internally, what on earth is this the sound of my heartbeat? Jia was terrified that if it kept beating this fast, Jin Min Cheon would hear it. But then she reassured herself that even if he did hear it, a clueless guy like him would surely think it was just from the pressure of the massage. Looking at Jin Min Cheon's serious expression and the sweat dripping down his face, Jia began to suspect if he was just pretending not to know. Regardless of what it was, while lost in her thoughts, Jia suddenly let out a startled ah. Immediately, an extremely strong pressure pressed down, making her scream in agonizing pain. Jia angrily shouted, hey Jin Min Cheon, that hurts. Why did you suddenly press so hard? Jin Min Cheon blankly denied it, pressed hard? Me? No way. Jia cried out in tears that she was about to be broken into pieces by him. Jin Min Cheon quickly explained that because her back was so stiff, he accidentally used too much force, but Jia still insisted she wasn't that old yet. A man's strength when tensed up could easily break someone's bones. Jia kept crying out in pain while struggling, it hurts, let go of me. During the struggle, Jin Min Cheon screamed in panic as her fingernails scratched him. After a moment of chaos with loud thudding sounds, they both tumbled down onto the bed. Jia groaned in pain, ugh. Just as she regained her senses and uttered a sound, an unexpected scene unfolded right before her eyes. Jia completely froze when she saw Jin Min Cheon pressing down right on top of her. She stammered, Jin Min Cheon, you. The distance was so close that she could clearly see his face and feel his muscular body enveloping her. Amidst the quiet atmosphere, only the rapid beating of their hearts remained, signaling an extremely sensitive situation unfolding. Jia gasped in confusion, hey, Jin Min Cheon, you. She looked straight into his eyes, her face flushing red as she realized how incredibly close they were at this moment. Both seemed frozen in this. Han Jia started thinking randomly to dispel the awkwardness. Is this an angle? She associated it with the mathematical definition of an angle formed when two straight lines meet. Han Jia silently lamented that the joke about angles she once heard had now become more realistic than ever in this hot atmosphere. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Han Jia's mind, causing her to panic. Wait, she gripped the bedsheets tightly, sweat pouring down from a nameless anxiety. What underwear am I wearing today? I think they don't match in color, I don't know. She remembered rushing to prepare this morning because she was too focused on her efforts for her first day of work, making her want to vanish right now due to this unbearable carelessness. Han Jia let out a soft sigh of relief, thank goodness, glad that she wasn't wearing mismatched clothes. But immediately, she startled herself with a panicked question, wait, why am I glad about whether I'm wearing mismatched clothes or not? Meanwhile, Jin Min Cheon was still right above her, sweat pouring down with his heart pounding rapidly. He thought to himself, at this point, if I don't do anything, I'm really useless, what's wrong with a man taking the initiative a bit? A bold thought flashed through Han Jia's mind, what if I am actually looking forward to what happens between myself and Jin Min? She gently closed her eyes, her face flushing red as she anticipated something about to happen. The two of them remained in that suggestive position on the bed.
2 seconds passed, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds.
Jin Min-cheon remained as motionless as a wooden statue, making the silence in the room terrifying.
Frustrated and embarrassed, Han Jia firmly pushed him away and snapped, "Get off me." Jin Min-cheon could only mumble back awkwardly, "Yeah, okay." Han Jia slumped onto the floor, asking herself in frustration, why didn't he do anything? All her efforts to set the mood had completely failed. Even opening the cat food packet was a total disaster. Sigh, nothing is going right today, and I can't even open this churro properly. Han Jia quietly fed the cat, feeling a bitter pang in her heart. Well, it wasn't a total failure, but I really thought he was going to do it. Watching Jin Min-cheon's back as he quietly turned away, her face burned with intense embarrassment, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. Han Jia reproached herself, or maybe not, was I the only one thinking about it?
Meanwhile, Jin Min-cheon silently crushed the empty pain relief patch wrapper in his hand, his mind in complete turmoil. Dang it, you— Jin Min-cheon sat dazed on the bed, toyed with the empty churro wrapper, his face full of thoughts. His and Han Jia's eyes seemed to avoid each other after that suggestive moment earlier. Finally, Jin Min-cheon decisively stood up, walking toward Han Jia, who was busy playing with the little cat on the floor. "Here is your churro, do you want to eat it, do you want to eat it?" Standing right behind Han Jia, Jin Min-cheon softly called, "Jia." She startled and turned around, trying to act as natural as possible. Why, yes, Jin Min-cheon." "What was that?" Looking at Jin Min-cheon's awkward behavior, Han Jia couldn't help but wonder. He slightly frowned, sweat dripping down his forehead, then uttered a warning like a personal trainer, "Sitting like that is not good for your back." Jin Min-cheon continued his lecture, "If your back hurts, wouldn't you feel tired all the time?" He even made up a catchphrase that sounded very convincing. "There's a saying like this, a healthy back makes a healthy body." Even though in reality, there was no such saying. As he spoke, he bent his body to demonstrate. When sitting, don't lean forward too much, you must arch your chest forward a bit. Looking at his overly enthusiastic behavior, Han Jia could only chuckle dryly, then reluctantly straightened her back and asked, "Like this?" Jin Min-cheon immediately gave a thumbs up in approval. "Good, right, just like that." Breaking the atmosphere, Jin Min-cheon quickly turned away. "I should go take a shower, it's so hot today." Han Jia watched him blankly. The girl collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, letting out a long sigh of disappointment. In her heart, Han Jia screamed in frustration, "What on earth is going on? Why did he suddenly call me like that? I thought at least he would kiss me, but there was nothing at all. This is not right, he tricked me again." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jin Min-cheon was frantically banging his head against the wall in embarrassment. He lamented, "I've been tricked so many times, yet I keep falling for it. Am I a goldfish or what? Oh my god, I should call you a blockhead. Being like this means staying single forever." Jin Min-cheon stood in a daze in the bathroom, staring blankly at the toothbrush with a tangled mess of thoughts. He told himself that if he was tricked the first time, it was the trickster's fault, the second time was his own stupidity, but by the third time, he was truly a goldfish. Perhaps he was blaming himself for being so easily swept away by the jokes and chaotic emotions with Han Jia. At the same time, Han Jia was also staring blankly at the photo of them taken together on her phone, muttering, "A goldfish." Looking at the commemorative photo at the beach, Han Jia wondered if she was indeed a goldfish. She worried about how she would face the world if people started gossiping that they were a couple of scammers. Suddenly, Jin Min-cheon appeared right next to her, making her jump and shriek in shock, "Oh wait." Han Jia clutched her chest, panting heavily. Contrary to her panic, Jin Min-cheon looked at her seriously and made a blunt announcement, "I've just brushed my teeth." "Ha, this guy is as straightforward as they come." Han Jia blankly asked what he meant, and he firmly repeated, "I said I've already brushed my teeth." Seeing that she still didn't get his point, Jin Min-cheon gently explained, "I ate cucumber earlier." Han Jia froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she recalled the bizarre clause in the contract. Jin Min-cheon approached, leaning close to her face and asking suggestively, "Didn't you say you don't like the taste of cucumber? So, can I do it now?" Han Jia was completely stunned, only able to let out a surprised gasp of wow. It turned out that was the reason why he hadn't made a move earlier, all due to the newly added rule banning kissing after eating cucumbers. Jin Min-cheon decisively pulled her into his arms, his hand gripping Han Jia's shoulder as he locked her in a passionate kiss. Under the dim light of the living room, Jin Min-cheon pressed Han Jia down onto the sofa. Both of them became lost in a passionate kiss, making up for all the restraint they had held back throughout the day. Jin Min-cheon leaned in closer, his breath rapid and his eyes filled with desire. Han Jia's heart thudded wildly as she looked at his resolute face from such an extremely close distance. Before she could even collect her thoughts, Jin Min-cheon decisively claimed her lips with a fiery kiss right there on the sofa. Witnessing this hot scene, even the pet cat mouse had to cover its eyes in embarrassment. Lost in the intoxication of the kiss, Han Jia silently marveled, "Yes, Jin Min-cheon, this fool, he is really diligent at correcting his mistakes." She felt his enthusiasm and a bit of hastiness, which completely swept her mind away. Suddenly, Jin Min-cheon's hand firmly and decisively grabbed her waist, making Han Jia startle in surprise.
Faced with Jin Mincheon's rapid onslaught and powerful actions, Han Jia gasped in bewilderment. What is this?
She looked at him with a flushed face, her eyes wide with astonishment as she realized the atmosphere between them was becoming more dramatic than ever.
In Han Jia's mind, a bizarre vision suddenly appeared at the Han Jia Construction Company. While employee Lee Mossi was dazed, colleague Gam Mossi rushed over to deliver the news. The neighboring Jin Mincheon construction site has gone on strike again. Han Jia, playing the role of a worker, could only sigh in frustration. Again? Looking at the ruins nearby, Lee Mossi wondered what on earth was going on there that left so much work to be done. Gam Mossi sighed, remarking that they had to be cautious to go the distance, while they seemed to be just wasting time in vain as the sound of machinery still roared across a corner of the construction site. Right at that moment, the hasty gentleman Jin Mincheon appeared coldly, declaring that whether to avoid or face it was entirely up to her. Returning to the passionate reality on the sofa, Jin Mincheon's hand still tightened around her waist in a frenzy, making Han Jia blush. She thought the two of them would only go as far as kissing. Han Jia felt her heart pounding wildly as if it wanted to burst out of her chest. She thought to herself, aren't you going to do this properly? But then she calmed herself down, thinking that wasn't it. Looking at Jin Mincheon pressing close so intensely, she began to panic. What she meant was, isn't this a bit too much? Jin Mincheon's hands started touching her sensitive areas, making her panic and whisper to herself, Jin Mincheon, you should stop. Han Jia compared it to driving. If he wanted to advance, he should at least use a turn signal, but it seemed Jin Mincheon was glaring his high beams a bit too much. The rush of excitement, like a 777 combo in a game, made her worry they were going a bit too far. Looking at Jin Mincheon's masculine and determined face up close, Han Jia quietly admitted that Jin Mincheon was truly a man now. She was completely dizzy because he knew exactly how to push her into such an awkward and passionate situation. In her extreme confusion, Han Jia wondered what she should do now, even though deep down she had briefly thought this would eventually happen. Jin Mincheon's hand gripped her shirt hem tightly, preparing for further actions. A burning sensation spread as Jin Mincheon's hand slid inside her shirt. Han Jia thought to herself that this day had finally come. However, at the most climaxing moment, a continuous vibrating sound from the phone suddenly rang out. Both of them suddenly froze. Jin Mincheon stared blankly in the direction of the sound, while Jia lay completely still with her eyes wide open in surprise. Good heavens, whoever is calling, please take yourself down to the 18 levels of hell. The phone on the table kept ringing persistently, breaking the mood. Although Jin Mincheon's hand was still wrapped tightly around Jia's waist in lingering affection, his eyes clearly showed distraction and confusion. Lying beneath him, Jia's face flushed with shyness. She could only softly call his name in a breathy voice, Mincheon. Meanwhile, the phone kept ringing relentlessly in the quiet room. Jin Mincheon swallowed hard, tension rising as sweat rolled down. His face gradually lowered, drawing closer to Jia in the heated atmosphere. In that passionate moment, Jia gently placed her finger over his lips. She smiled warmly, her cheeks blushing red, yet she remained rational enough to remind him, don't be silly, answer the phone. Their intimate moment had to be put on hold. Jin Mincheon reluctantly sat up to answer the call, his face filled with regret. Hello. Staring at Jin Mincheon's back as he spoke respectfully on the phone with polite replies of yes, Jia sat blankly on the sofa. She sighed softly in disappointment as the romantic atmosphere abruptly faded away. The food was right at her mouth and yet it slipped away, boo-hoo. The entire room sank into silence, with only the dim light from the laptop screen, but Han Jia still couldn't fall asleep. She tossed and turned, hugging her pillow tightly with a flushed face. In her head, she kept screaming, what is wrong with me? Han Jia told herself that if she had been drinking at that time, she could have used it as an excuse for her own indulgence. However, the harsh reality was that she had been extremely sober at that moment. The passionate images of the deep kiss with Jin Mincheon right on the sofa kept rushing back. It was so vivid that she could even feel his warmth and intensity. Thinking about that, Han Jia couldn't help but cover her face and scream out loud right on her bed. Meanwhile, her heart was still pounding wildly, with no way to calm down. She took her frustration out on the pillow, her mind spinning with confusion. Do I really like him that much? Her heart kept beating uncontrollably, and she wondered what Jin Mincheon was thinking. Oh, what was this feeling? Could it be her first flutter of love, even though she was already a 32-year-old woman? Han Jia tossed and turned, feeling extremely puzzled about their current relationship. From the very beginning, what on earth were they to each other? Were they friends, a fake couple, or simply housemates? Just when her mind was in a tangled mess, a sudden knock on the door rang. Jin Mincheon stood outside the door, hesitantly asking, Han Jia, can I come in for a moment? Han Jia awkwardly allowed him into the room. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Jin Mincheon suddenly fell to his knees on the floor right in front of her, leaving Han Jia utterly stunned. Looking at his serious demeanor, she wondered in panic what on earth had happened to Jin Mincheon. A bold thought crossed her mind, making her face flush red with panic. Could it be about what happened earlier? Does he want more?
Seeing her tension, Jin Minchul quickly explained, to be honest, it's because of that phone call earlier. Hearing him confirm there was nothing else, Han Jia breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had misunderstood. Jin Minchul held his phone with a highly tense expression and announced in a low voice, "My mother is coming here this weekend."
Is that okay? Oh no, a parent is coming for an inspection, this is going to be a disaster. Han Jia froze, her eyes widening in horror upon hearing about the sudden appearance of his mother. Meanwhile, the powerful woman with sharp eyes was holding her phone with a very solemn expression. Mother is visiting? Han Jia gasped in shock when she saw Jin Minchul kneeling at the foot of her bed with an incredible. The answer instantly broke Han Jia into a cold sweat. Her face grew tense with pressure at the thought of having to face her future mother-in-law. If it is your mother, what is she doing here? Jin Minchul confessed that she said she was coming here to work this weekend. However, even he did not truly know the real reason why his mother suddenly showed up like this. Han Jia fell into deep thought, her eyes showing clear anxiety. To work? She wondered what she should do now, because up until this point, she still found it extremely difficult whenever she had to meet that person. The image of Jin Minchul's mother in a business suit, holding a folder of documents, appeared deeply solemn and powerful. Wow, this is indeed a mother-in-law who is quite something. Memory suddenly flashed back to the old days with the title, When I Met That Person. The school bell rang loudly to signal recess, followed by the sight of students running chaotically down the hallway. Han Jia recalled her wild childhood. Especially the time when she was a middle school student at Daesung Middle School, her hands tightly clutching the school's lunch menu. It was a time when kids could not control their own energy, and Han Jia during her school days was no exception. Looking at a menu full of dishes like bean rice, spicy chicken feet, or kimchi soup, she could only cry out in disgust. Always wanting to be different from everyone else and believe, I'm about to starve to death here, I'd rather get caught than go back. She had no idea that the Grim Reaper was standing right behind her. A woman with short hair, wearing a blue tracksuit, was carrying a long baguette like a club on her shoulder, looking at them with ultimate gravity. You understand, don't you? Han Jia and her friend could only freeze, staring blankly at the looming threat that had suddenly appeared. That woman was none other than the powerful principal, holding her weapon with an unforgiving expression. Despite always preaching against violence, in the very next second, she decisively swung the club, landing a thunderous blow on Han Jia, who was holding the punishment stance. Han Jia collapsed to the ground, groaning in sheer pain. Looking back now, she quietly lamented an era when corporal punishment was still considered normal. At that moment, the cold principal warned her that if she hit her bone, it would break, so she had better lift her hips up properly. And the shocking truth was that this terrifying woman was actually Jin Minchul's mother. At first, Han Jia naively thought this would be an advantage since the principal was friends with her mother and also her best friend's mother. Now, it was indeed an advantage, but more of a double-edged sword, wasn't it, haha? However, reality was far more brutal. She bitterly realized that she was even stricter back then since she and Jin Minchul became close friends, perhaps because she had caused too much trouble back then. The harsh truth revealed itself. Her future mother-in-law was actually the principal of her former middle school. The flashback closed with a powerful baseball hit, sending the ball flying straight toward the left fence. The TV screen announced a thrilling home run, but Han Jia sat there in a daze, her face filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Jin Minchul softly asked, "Is something wrong?" She sighed softly, admitting that watching baseball reminded her of unpleasant memories from the past. Jin Minchul innocently asked, "Oh, did you play? What was your position?" Han Jia bitterly imagined herself as the baseball, while Jin Minchul's mother was the powerful baseball bat. She mumbled in reply, "The ball, your mother was the bat, and she hit me really well." However, Jin Minchul completely missed her point. He grinned brightly, bragging about how good his mother used to be at these games, even mentioning that she had learned to play golf. Looking at his proud face, Han Jia could only break into a cold sweat, realizing Jin Minchul had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Well, those were just her inner thoughts anyway. It's not like he... Right at that moment, an authoritative voice echoed from behind, "Are you two here already?" Han Jia froze, sweat pouring down her face as she realized the terror of her life had officially appeared. This was the very reason for her agonizing days in the past, the person who had done her best to chase and beat her. The woman standing in front of them was young Jisung, 57 years old, the former principal of Daesung Middle School and now her mother-in-law. Mrs. Young Jisung wore a powerful gray business suit, her face exuding a characteristic strictness. She gently asked, "Have you kids been waiting long?" Han Jia could only bow deeply in respectful greeting to hide her fear. "No, we just arrived." Right after that, all three of them got into a taxi to head back home. Sitting in the car, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Han Jia secretly observed her mother-in-law and quietly noted that she was a very calm person, a trait Jin Minchul had probably inherited from his mother. Mrs. Young Jisung suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence, "Should I be happy on the day my son comes to pick me up?" Hearing Jin Minchul reply that he always told her there was no need to pick her up, she suddenly turned around and looked straight at Han Jia with sharp eyes. Is this my daughter-in-law's idea? Seeing Han Jia's bewilderment, she confidently asserted that Jin Minchul would never suggest picking up his mother on his own, so she wanted to ask if it was her idea. Children these days, they never listen to their mothers, but if a girl so much as coughs, they get scared out of their minds. The two words Seeing Mrs. Jisung looking suspicious about whether Jin Minchul was the one who took the initiative, Han Jia quickly salvaged the situation. No, I was the one who suggested that idea. Although she was quick-witted on the outside, inside she was screaming because she still couldn't digest this new title. The feeling of being called daughter-in-law by the scary principal made her brain freeze completely. Another difficult problem arose. What on earth should she call her? Aunt, principal, or mother-in-law? The peak of her confusion forced Han Jia to secretly take out her phone and text Jin Minchul right next to her for help. Hey Jin Minchul, what should I call your mother? However, this sham husband didn't even bother to look at his phone, driving Han Jia crazy. Why aren't you looking at your phone? Assuming Jin Minchul put his phone on silent again, she had to nudge him hard. Hey, Jin Minchul. Han Jia subtly signaled him to move closer to talk privately. Jin Minchul innocently leaned in to listen, completely unaware that all their actions were under the radar of the fierce observer. With sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through their souls, Mrs. Jisung glared at the young couple whispering to each other. Extreme suspicion began to rise in her mind when she saw her daughter-in-law still calling her husband directly by his full name, Jin Minchul. Are you two still calling each other by name? Oh no, it's exposed. Mrs. Jisung squinted inquisitively, breaking the atmosphere with a question that made both of their hearts skip a beat. Are you two still calling each other by your names? Sitting in the back seat, Han Jia broke into a cold sweat, her heart thumping wildly from being caught off guard. Seeing her daughter-in-law's tension, Mrs. Jisung turned away slightly and casually eased the air. Don't worry too much. I only wanted to talk about a small matter. However, Han Jia knew all too well that any small matter from this former principal was never simple. Mrs. Jisung thoughtfully admitted that from the moment she heard about their marriage, she felt they were not a good match. Han Jia felt a pang in her heart, thinking to herself that this was indeed the classic demeanor of her former principal. Just one sentence was enough to make anyone freeze instantly. She continued to apply psychological pressure, saying that them living under the same roof sounded quite strange, though it was just her personal feeling. Han Jia admitted that it made sense for her to find it baffling, because the principal had always been famous for her extremely sharp intuition. Memories of the days being hunted down by her at school came rushing back. The image of the principal, like a robot with searchlight eyes scanning everywhere, only needing to shout, Han Jia, I know where you are. Kneel down, made Han Jia tremble and drop to her knees. Indeed, from daily life to school, Mrs. Jisung had always been a constant source of dread. Han Jia recalled when Jin Minchul brought her home to meet his mother. She didn't set high standards, but she did mention having registered him at an expensive marriage matchmaking agency. At that time, her sham husband Jin Minchul even grumbled about the cost. With that much money, how many games could I have bought? Everything happened so quickly that Han Jia could hardly believe it herself, a 32-year-old unemployed freelancer suddenly getting married after a chance encounter smoking in the park. Their relationship was an incredibly messy entanglement, from neighbor, niece, friend's daughter, to the troublesome student of the principal. It was truly an unbelievable situation now that they had become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Mrs. Jisung still wouldn't let it slide. She found it extremely strange that even though they were married and had gone on a honeymoon together, they still addressed each other by name. Han Jia waved her hands in panic to explain, It's not like that, mother. It's just that I usually call him that. However, Mrs. Jisung's sharp gaze pierced into her, repeating with deep insinuation, usually? Han Jia gulped, her heart racing as she saw her mother-in-law's face leaning close with a look full of suspicion. Oh, she is so sharp, scrutinizing every single word like this, making me feel sudden pressure as well. Mrs. Jisung repeated the word hey with a highly suspicious look, making Han Jia tremble and cry out for help in her mind. Hey Jin Minchul, stop me right now. She remembered she still kept this habit of shouting whenever she was displeased, even during breakfast. Jin Minchul, are you kidding me? While Jin Minchul was still frozen, Han Jia was horrified to realize that she had just slipped up and called her husband hey in a highly informal way right in front of her mother-in-law. The principal narrowed her eyes in question with a very displeased look. Is that what you call him? You two are a couple, yet you call him hey? She believed that no matter how close they had been as children, such a way of addressing each other between a married couple was unacceptable. Jin Minchul, sitting next to her, also began to break a cold sweat due to his wife's slip of the tongue. To save the day in this extremely critical situation, Han Jia blushed deeply and shouted with all her might, honey. The scream made both Jin Minchul and Mrs. Jisung jump in surprise. Immediately, she secretly urged Jin Minchul, can you read my message? That message. Jin Minchul blankly opened his phone and saw the screen filled with fake honey messages Han Jia had just sent to deal with the situation. The guy could only stammer okay in utter shock, while Han Jia just wanted to disappear on the spot out of sheer embarrassment.
Mrs. Jisong repeated the term honey with a deep, contemplative expression, as if re-evaluating the sincerity of the young couple. The official visit began when the three of them arrived home, under a high-pressure title, The Mother-in-Law's Home Visit Begins. Entering round one with the challenge of inspecting the house, the former principal began using her finger to swipe across surfaces to check for dust. While Han Jia was still trying to maintain her polite demeanor and reply respectfully, Mrs. Jisong suddenly picked up a strange object, squinted, and asked, "What is this?" Han Jia anxiously wondered if this would be like those dramatic soap operas where the mother-in-law starts giving the daughter-in-law a hard time. However, Mrs. Jisong nonchalantly delivered a line that caught her completely off guard. "I only said that because I often see such scenes in movies." To her surprise, Han Jia could only give a forced laugh in response, secretly marveling in her heart that the once strict principal actually knew how to joke like this now. Mrs. Jisong gestured as if she was about to check for dust again, but then laughed and said, "Just kidding." Round 1 of the home visit concluded as Jin Min Cheon quickly helped his mother put away her belongings. Round 2 began with the lunchtime challenge. Looking at the fragrant plate of galbi on the table, Han Jia nervously asked if it suited her mother-in-law's taste. Mrs. Jisong slowly took a bite, nodded in approval, and praised, "Well, it's quite delicious. I like its sweetness." Hearing that, Han Jia smiled brightly and honestly confessed, Han Jia intended to tell her mother to make it less sweet next time, but Mrs. Jisong stopped her immediately. She calmly handed over her bowl and said, "That is not the case. I think its sweetness makes me want to eat more rice. Please give me another bowl." Both Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon were amazed by her enthusiasm. Her mother-in-law even told her to send compliments to her mother, Mrs. Su Yang, for such an excellent meal. In her heart, Han Jia secretly rated her mother's ribs 4.5 stars for being absolutely top-notch. Thus, the second round was considered safely and smoothly completed. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the third round officially began with the challenge of cleaning up and talking. However, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence for 10 whole minutes. Jin Min Cheon and his mother were naturally quiet people. Meanwhile, Han Jia, who was usually talkative and cheerful, could not express herself at all in front of her mother-in-law. She sat timidly between the mother and son, screaming inside her head at this damn and troublesome situation. Looking to her side, Han Jia saw her mother-in-law still staring at her with sharp eyes. This made her shudder, thinking that she was still constantly doubting their relationship. At all costs, Han Jia told herself that she had to find a way to distract her mother-in-law, who was scrutinizing every single detail. Seeing Jin Min Cheon casually drinking water, "I feel like the truth is bound to come out sooner or later, and talking too much like this will surely get her killed by her mother-in-law." Han Jia reached out, grabbed the hem of his red t-shirt, and questioned him, "Jin Min Cheon, did you not wash this shirt?" Immediately, she realized she had just dug her own grave as her curiosity led to a brand new crisis. Mrs. Jisong's sharp gaze fixed tightly on her, making Han Jia break into a cold sweat. She screamed in panic inside her head. "Oh my god, I've messed up. His mother is watching, and I accidentally called him by his name. How on earth should I explain this?" Surprisingly, her mother-in-law chimed in agreement. "Exactly, I'm curious too. You always wear that shirt, do you ever change at all?" Jin Min Cheon grimaced with a wronged look on his face, being attacked by both women. To clear his name, he decisively opened his wardrobe, revealing a line of identical Red Devils red t-shirts hanging in perfect order. Jin Min Cheon confidently declared, "Of course I changed it, I'm not a kid. Before coming here, I just changed into a brand new one, completely new." Witnessing this unique t-shirt collection, on that day, Han Jia realized a bitter truth. Her greatest enemy at this moment was not her mother-in-law, but the pile of bright red t-shirts sitting right in front of her. At that very instant, Han Jia and her mother-in-law suddenly found common ground. Both of them stared at the pile of clothes with extremely serious expressions and highly judgmental nods. Han Jia decided that anyone standing on her side right now was an ally. She decisively stuffed the entire pile of Red Devils t-shirts into a large pink trash bag. Despite Jin Min Cheon kneeling on the floor, crying desperately and screaming out loud, Han Jia coldly carried the trash bag away under the satisfied gaze of her mother-in-law. This was phase 1 of the rebellion to purge Jin Min Cheon's t-shirt collection. Whenever she recalled that moment in the future, Han Jia never felt any regret. On the contrary, she felt it was an extremely necessary and correct action to salvage the aesthetics of their home. It was pitiful, but whatever, who told him to have no sense of style? That was truly an unforgettable time back in 2002, when the dream of the entire Korean nation became reality. Everywhere resounded with joyful cheers witnessing breathtaking plays on the football pitch. Even children like Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon at that time joined the fiery atmosphere. They witnessed every historic. The World Cup tournament that year created an incredible sensation, and following that, the vibrant Red Devils shirts sold like hotcakes. This very item had become an obsession for Jin Min Cheon until this day. One could even call it a bizarre habit of his. While everyone else had tucked theirs deep in the closet as a memory, Jin Min Cheon secretly collected them in terrifying quantities. Even when seeing them sold online at cheap prices, he did not hesitate to spend money to buy more, leaving Han Jia completely speechless at this extreme fanaticism. Looking at the trash bag stuffed full of bright red shirts, Han Jia and Mrs. Jisung did not need to ask to know who the culprit was.
If the lioness does not roar, people might mistake her for Hello Kitty.
The two of them decisively took a side each, grabbing the ears of the culprit Jin Min Cheon and dragging him away. They paid no heed to how he might have jumped for joy when acquiring all of this stuff.
This scene reminded Han Jia of their disastrous honeymoon trip before.
The three of them had entered a fashion boutique together, where the sales assistant greeted them with a smile, asking, "How can I help you?"
Han Jia pointed directly at Jin Min Cheon and declared, "It's him."
Her statement prompted the sales assistant to hurriedly guide everyone to the men's section. Han Jia sighed deeply, running her hands through her hair in sheer exhaustion over her husband's fashion taste. She told herself she should have known the moment she saw him wearing those outfits. She realized that no matter how much she criticized it, Jin Min Cheon still had the most bizarre taste in fashion.
For instance, that red and white checkered outfit looked no different from a walking chessboard. This fashion style is only suitable for the stage, isn't it?
Han Jia secretly observed her mother-in-law, wondering in her heart whether she realized her son's unstable fashion sense. She secretly told herself that she had to stop Jin Min Cheon from buying any more red shirts. However, contrary to her expectations, Mrs. Jisung casually browsed through the stalls and stopped in front of a neutral-colored jacket. She murmured, "This one looks decent, and the material isn't bad either." Before Han Jia could even rejoice, Mrs. Jisung turned her attention to the patterned clothing stall, though the design is also. The moment she saw the pile of checkered shirts as bright as a chessboard, Han Jia gasped in shock. A shocking truth was revealed. It turned out that the rainbow checkered clothes Jin Min Cheon often wore were actually a legacy inherited from his mother's aesthetic taste. Standing beside her, Jin Min Cheon was sweating profusely from the pressure. He stammered, trying to shift the responsibility. "I already told you, Mom, Han Jia will help me choose my clothes." However, Mrs. Jisung completely ignored him. She decisively picked up a purple checkered shirt to try on her son. "I know, but wait.
Stand still so Mom can see which one suits you." Witnessing this scene, Suddenly, her mother-in-law turned to her and asked with a deadpan serious face, "Which one looks better, daughter-in-law? Dark blue or purple?"
Han Jia froze, her eyes wide open in bewilderment. Inside her head, she screamed, wanting to tell her to throw away all those old-fashioned clothes, but in reality, she could only mumble, "Hee, they look so similar that I really..."
Mrs. Jisung nodded proudly. "Is that so?"
"Well, it must be because both of them look great." At this moment, Han Jia completely understood the root cause of that bizarre fashion sense. First of all, it was because Jin Min Cheon was an engineer, someone who always prioritized comfort above all else, completely ignoring whether it looked good or bad. However, just as Jin Min Cheon was about to speak up and defend himself, his mother decisively cut him off. "Shut up. I see you don't have any new clothes except the outfit I bought for you the last time I visited." She excitedly held up the shirt against her son's body and concluded, "Just as I thought, this fits you so well.
Should I buy both?"
Standing nearby, Han Jia felt as if her soul was leaving her body. She realized the second cause was that even the mother of an engineer possessed an intense passion for patterns. She wondered why they could be so crazy about plaid. Was it because it looked like geometric shapes, making it easier for programmers to pull out and use for calculations? While Han Jia was still in a daze, a store clerk suddenly appeared with an extremely fake smile. "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely wonderful, my dear customer.
Wearing this shirt makes him look like a match made in heaven with your son, doesn't it, ma'am?"
Mrs. Jia could only watch in speechless awe at the masterclass of psychological manipulation by the experienced saleswoman.
Hearing Jin Min Cheon introduce himself as a programmer, the saleswoman immediately made her move. "Oh my god, I thought so too. This plaid pattern really gives me a strong intuition, it suits you so well, sir." Jia secretly thought that this was definitely a sign from the universe, or simply that these two were a match made in heaven when it came to choosing ugly clothes. The saleswoman dealt another painful blow by announcing a buy 3, get 3 free promotion, painting a picture of Jin Min Cheon wearing a different one every day of the week. Hearing that, Jin Min Cheon suddenly let out an excited exclamation, making Jia just want to collapse because she knew for sure he had fallen for the marketing trap. Mrs. Jisung excitedly asked if there was a size that fit, and the saleswoman quickly led the way. "Of course, dear, right this way, please." Jia suddenly called him back, "Jin Min Cheon."
Then she handed him a blue dress shirt and urged, "Try this on, I want to see you with my own eyes in clothes completely different from your usual style." Living up to expectations, Jin Min Cheon stepped out of the fitting room one after another, showcasing entirely different styles.
From a neat shirt and tie combo, an elegant trench coat, to a masculine brown polo shirt.
Every outfit he wore exuded. The climax was when Jin Min Cheon put on a black leather jacket, his hair styled in a messy, romantic look. At this moment, he looked no different from a real supermodel. Witnessing this spectacular transformation, Han Jia blushed deeply, her hands trembling as she took photos on her phone repeatedly.
She screamed inwardly, yes, that's it. He should have worn this from the beginning. Seeing Jin Mincheon look so handsome even in a simple black t-shirt, Han Jia couldn't help but marvel. She wondered why someone who looked good in anything like him would normally prefer such bizarre outfits. If he dressed up a bit, he would look incredibly dashing. Jin Mincheon took off his glasses, revealing a sharp face that made Han Jia so flustered she broke into a cold sweat. She reassured herself that it couldn't be because he was exactly her type, right? While she was lost in thought, her mother-in-law's voice suddenly rang out, daughter-in-law. Mrs. Ji-sung stood next to the staff member, squinting at the simple outfit her son was wearing. She then remarked, doesn't it look a bit too simple for his age? Han Jia froze, sweat pouring down when she realized her mother-in-law still hadn't given up. The older woman decisively concluded, I think a plaid shirt is still the best option, dear. Han Jia stole a glance at the shop assistant, hoping she would step in to defend the shop's aesthetic. However, the girl quickly turned away, pretending to be busy on the phone to avoid trouble. Han Jia bitterly realized that the assistant might have already guessed what would happen. She was incredibly quick. Just then, Mrs. Ji-sung turned around, staring straight at Jin Mincheon with a sharp gaze and asked a fatal question, son, whose side are you on? Jin Mincheon broke into a cold sweat under the immense pressure, with both Han Jia and his mother staring intently at him, holding their breath for his decision. In Han Jia's mind, questions kept racing. Which side would Jin Mincheon choose? With his wife on one side and his mother on the other, this was truly a life-or-death challenge for him. After stuttering for a moment, Jin Mincheon suddenly gave a forced smile, trying to play peacemaker. Like I said earlier, I only care about whether it's comfortable or not. Both outfits I tried on earlier were very comfortable, so there is no harm in getting both. Seeing her son offer the safest compromise, Mrs. Ji-sung let out a low, deep sigh. Is that so? The three of them then silently walked toward the cashier to pay for the selected clothes, finally solving the difficult dilemma. Standing by the clothing stall, Han Jia gently touched the fabric, quietly reflecting on Jin Mincheon's answer of choosing both. She realized that was the most perfect choice to avoid displeasing anyone. Jia secretly smiled, wondering if he had truly matured. Jia told herself that in the past, he would have definitely just picked one randomly without a second thought. Although she felt a bit greedy, deep down, she still hoped Jin Mincheon would especially prioritize the outfit she chose herself. Right at that moment, Jin Mincheon suddenly approached and whispered close to her ear, Jia. Before she could even react, he whispered sincerely right next to her, I like the one you chose much more. His unexpected confession made Jia's heart suddenly skip a beat and race with emotion. She stood frozen, her eyes wide as she watched Jin Mincheon's back as he quietly walked away with a deep, thoughtful expression. Jia could only utter a bewildered "ha" at her contract husband's unexpectedly sweet gesture. Since when did his mouth and brain activate a flirting system? He. Looking at Jin Mincheon's rugged appearance and sturdy shoulders now, she suddenly found him somewhat strangely attractive. The two stood silently amidst the clothing stall, while Jia's heart continued to race uncontrollably, unable to calm down. Han Jia gently smiled and asked back to hide her embarrassment, is that so? In her heart, a warm feeling secretly welled up when she realized Jin Mincheon took her side simply because he was worried about her feelings. Wasn't that exactly what she had just been thinking? Jin Mincheon, did you take my side because you were worried about my feelings? And you didn't want me to get hurt, right? Too embarrassed by his sincerity, Han Jia suddenly threw a tantrum and repeatedly punched Jin Mincheon's back to cover it up. Why did you suddenly say that? No matter how much you praise me, I won't like you anymore. Right when she was engrossed in playfully hitting her husband, a dignified clearing of the throat sounded, making Han Jia freeze in shock. She suddenly remembered that her mother-in-law was still standing right beside them. Oh my, you scared the life out of me. Mrs. Ji-sung witnessed the young couple's intimate moment and couldn't help but blush. She gently covered her mouth and thought to herself, could it be that she heard what I said? Embarrassed, she turned her face away and spoke up to remind them, ahem, you two, I know you are newlyweds, but this is a public place. Looking at the rare flustered expression of the strict former principal, Han Jia suddenly had a mischievous thought. Her mother-in-law's voice right now was a bit, oh. She peeked into the paper bag, where her phone was still lying. Jin Mincheon thoughtfully admitted that it was probably so. Not wanting to waste any time, Han Jia immediately suggested, do you want to fix it? Right now? Although Jin Mincheon also wanted to, he was still hesitant because his mother's intuition was extremely sharp. However, a bold idea suddenly popped into Han Jia's head. She flashed a mysterious smile and asked, want to hear it? As soon as Mrs. Ji-sung stepped out and apologized for making them wait, she completely froze at the sight before her eyes. Han Jia and Jin Mincheon were wearing matching gray t-shirts with a bright red heart emblazoned right on their chests. Han Jia excitedly grabbed her husband's arm and said coquettishly, oh please, it's nothing, mother-in-law. While Jin Mincheon blushed with embarrassment, Mrs. Ji-sung could only stammer, asking where she had gotten those clothes. Han Jia casually explained that this was a matching couples set she bought from the clearance rack. Haven't you two gotten tired of acting all this time? I suspect you might have become a couple long ago without even realizing it. She delivered another critical blow by asserting, so I thought wearing it with my darling would be absolutely wonderful. I'm going to take a photo to show my friends right away. This tactic was actually drawn from Han Jia's painful past experiences. She recalled that her parents used to be very shameless about showing affection and Han Jia smugly came to a conclusion. The teacher was indeed someone who couldn't stand affection. She decided to name this campaign the Sunny Storm Plan. Although she admitted this plan was somewhat foolish, Han Jia believed nothing could stop her. With the motto, as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed for me, she and Jin Min Cheon walked hand in hand. They left Mrs. Jisung standing behind with a pale face, breaking into a cold sweat from the shock. If they could make Mrs. Jisung feel awkward at this excessive intimacy, Han Jia's plan would be halfway successful. She began to unleash her move in an extremely coquettish voice. My love, you're walking too fast, walk with me, please slow down a bit. Oh dear, this was indeed a deadly sweet trap. Hearing the sweet words that made his skin crawl, Jin Min Cheon froze, cold sweat pouring down as if he had turned into a bewildered chicken out of sheer embarrassment. Seeing her teammate wavering, Han Jia shouted in her mind, hey, we're just acting, it's just acting, don't get goosebumps out of nowhere, what if we get caught? Jin Min Cheon could only suffer in silence, feeling completely humiliated. Suddenly, Han Jia glanced at Mrs. Jisung's reaction and noticed she was pale, holding her head in absolute shock. Mrs. Jisung could only stammer a suggestion. Well, can we stop and rest for a bit, you two? Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Han Jia smugly wondered, did it succeed? The three of them stepped into a... Sitting in the shop, Han Jia decided to push the exaggerated act to a new level as she held up a spoon of bingsu to offer him. Honey, say ah. Jin Min Cheon blushed deeply, trying to resist weakly. I can eat it myself. But Han Jia wouldn't let him off. She coaxed cutely. Don't be like that, say ah. In the end, Jin Min Cheon had no choice but to close his eyes and eat in utter helplessness. Han Jia thought to herself that indeed, their relationship, from living together to their current behavior, was extremely suspicious. They had completely changed by 180 degrees. For someone as sensitive and suspicious as Mrs. Jisung, their sudden excessive intimacy would surely only increase her suspicion. Han Jia knew this was a huge gamble, but she still resolutely made her final, critical move. Noticing a bit of cream on Jin Min Cheon's face, she gently wiped it off with her finger and casually put it in her mouth to lick it clean right in front of Mrs. Jisung. Honey, there's something on your face. Jin Min Cheon stood frozen in shock, while Mrs. Jisung was completely speechless at this bold display of affection. Mrs. Jisung held her coffee cup with trembling hands, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Even though it was sugarless black coffee, she still felt it was so sweet it choked her. Why is black coffee so sweet? I didn't even add sugar. Witnessing this, Han Jia proudly thought to herself that the plan was a resounding success. She silently challenged, how is it, my mother-in-law? Do you feel embarrassed enough yet? Of course she is embarrassed. Did you two treat everyone else like thin air, huh? Realizing this was the golden opportunity to push the climax to its peak, Han Jia decided to play her trump card. But she knew that she couldn't do it alone. Han Jia leaned close to Jin Min Cheon's ear, gritting her teeth and whispering decisively, hey, Jin Min Cheon, cooperate with me. Don't just make me carry you all the time, don't you know how to be affectionate? Hearing the word affectionate, Jin Min Cheon was slightly flustered but quickly got into the rhythm. He picked up the dessert spoon, flashing a bright smile amidst a magical background of blooming roses. He uttered the cheesiest line ever, say ah, my little bird. Jin Min Cheon's sudden finishing blow completely froze Han Jia, her face flushing red with shock. She could only stand there with her mouth wide open, screaming in her mind, Even Mrs. Jisung was no better off. Her eyes widened and her face turned pale, unable to believe that her dry, stiff son could utter such earth-shattering words. After that over-the-top display of affection, both women fell into a state. Jin Min Cheon stood beside them, only able to stare blankly at the two who had clearly had enough. However, now that the stage lights were on, they had to play their parts to the end. The overly intimate gestures continued until all three of them arrived home. Standing in front of the door, Mrs. Jisung cleared her throat to break the silence. Ahem, I see you two are very cozy with each other, even more than I thought. With an awkwardly evasive look, she decisively declared, perhaps I've intruded upon you newlyweds, so I'll be leaving now. Although Han Jia still tried to politely invite her to stay longer, Mrs. Jisung immediately refused because she missed home too much. Their warm sun plan seemed to be a grand success, forcing the mother-in-law to surrender to their awkward displays of affection. However, life is not a dream. Just as Mrs. Jisung stepped out the door, a sudden heavy downpour swept in, turning the whole sky and earth white. The pouring rain seemed to completely extinguish Han Jia's joy of victory. Standing on the threshold, Mrs. Jisung gently turned her head back with an awkward smile. It seems I'll need your help again. In this battle, the initial victory seemed to belong to the bright sunshine, but the storm-named mother-in-law did not seem to surrender so easily. There is no escaping destiny, is there? The dry sound of the door locking echoed, signaling a night full of turbulence.
Jin Minchul walked into the room, his muscular frame clad in a black t-shirt, with a hint of embarrassment still lingering on his face. Inside, Han Jia was curled up on the bed, tightly hugging a pillow, her face flushed with shame and tension. Outside, the heavy rain accompanied by roaring thunder and lightning continued to pour down on the apartment. Lying on the bed, Han Jia tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her eyes were fixed on Jin Minchul as she watched him busily spreading out a mattress on the floor to sleep. A wave of guilt washed over her, making it impossible to ignore. Han Jia softly called out, "Jin Minchul." Seeing him turn back and respond with a brief she hesitantly proposed, "How about I sleep on the floor instead? After all, letting the host sleep on the floor like this is a bit." Jin Minchul paused for a moment. He looked at her with deep, thoughtful eyes and asked back, "Why do you think that?" Before Han Jia could even react, he casually stated an obvious truth, "Aren't we husband and wife now? You are my wife." Han Jia blushed and muttered, "But we are just a fake couple, so don't get ahead of yourself." Jin Minchul smiled, telling her not to worry about anything and just relax and rest comfortably. His natural, heartfelt words made Han Jia's heart suddenly skip a beat. Her face turned red as she silently. The door opened slightly, and the mother-in-law peeked in with an inquiring eye, asking, "Are you two free?" Witnessing Jia and Jin Minchul sitting closely on the bed with sweaty faces and panicked expressions, Mrs. Jisung suddenly froze. With an embarrassed face, she hurriedly apologized, "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know you two were busy." In reality, everything had started 15 minutes ago. Because of a sudden heavy downpour, the mother-in-law decided to stay for another day, just as she was packing her things to leave. However, with her instincts as a former principal, Mrs. Jisung quickly sniffed out something unusual in her son's room. Standing with her arms crossed in front of the single bed, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously and questioned, "Why is there a bed in this room? Isn't there already a bed in Jin Minchul's room?" Faced with a tough question that struck right at their secret of living separately, Jia could only break into a cold sweat and stammer, that. Oh no, were they about to be exposed? Jia sweated profusely, screaming inside because the current situation was truly too absurd to make any excuse for. What kind of newlywed couple would set up an extra separate bed in their house? Just as she was about to make up an excuse, Jin Minchul suddenly spoke up to rescue her, "When I sleep, I'm a bit noisy." Seeing his mother squint suspiciously and ask back, "Noisy?" Jin Minchul immediately added a stream of very convincing arguments. He made an excuse that since childhood, he had a bad habit of tossing and turning while sleeping, so he was afraid Han Jia would not be comfortable. Jin Minchul asserted that he had only moved out here to sleep separately for 2 days so his wife could sleep better. Han Jia froze, unable to believe that a guy whose head was filled only with games and exercise like Jin Minchul could come up with such a subtle answer. She wondered where on earth his brain, which only knew how to lose fat, got this sharpness from. However, Mrs. Jisung still looked pensive, softly whispering, "Is that so?" then suddenly swiped her hand gently across the mattress to check. This mother-in-law scrutinized so closely, she must really want a grandchild already, hee. The former principal narrowed her eyes sharply, uttering a sentence that made them both lose their breath, "It looks like it has been used for more than 2 nights. Or did you buy a second-hand bed?" Before this intense questioning, both Jin Minchul and Han Jia turned pale, cold sweat dripping down due to the extreme tension. Han Jia bitterly realized that whenever she suspected something, her mother-in-law would turn into an extremely scary scanning robot. Perhaps it was because of her that Jin Minchul now had such a stiff expression on his face. And that was the very reason they ended up in such an ironic situation as the present. To dispel the mother-in-law's suspicion, Jin Minchul and Han Jia were forced to lie on the same bed in a suffocating atmosphere. Both silently reassured themselves. However, Mrs. Jisung was not about to let them off so easily. She slightly bowed her head to apologize for disturbing the young couple since she was busy looking for her phone charger. But then, she suddenly dropped a bombshell. Right. Lately, I've read a quite interesting story. I wonder if you two have heard of a fake marriage before? Oh my gosh, she could easily replace Conan tomorrow. She calmly told them she would send that story over for them to read later, wished them good night, and quietly closed the door to leave. Han Jia lay there dazed next to Jin Minchul, still naively thinking to herself, "Mother isn't suspicious anymore, so she must trust us a lot now, right?" To prevent Mother from suspecting anything, Jin Minchul and Han Jia made a historic decision. It was the first time they slept in the same bed since moving in together. However, Han Jia still felt extremely anxious. She hesitantly asked, "Do you want me to sleep on the floor? Mother is gone and I feel a bit uneasy, this bed is too small." But Jin Minchul flatly stopped her, "Just stay right there, even if it's uncomfortable, you have to stay there. If you don't want Mother to suspect us, then it's best to obediently share the bed." Seeing no other way, Han Jia came up with his meticulous calculation irritated Han Jia, making her yell out, "Hey, do you think this is a math problem or what? Are you trying to optimize space or something? Anyone can tell you are a tech guy." Jin Minchul casually replied with a cold remark, "Isn't that right? When will these two people finally grow up?" In short, they decided that sleeping back-to-back was the best option. Han Jia told herself, if so, I will be able to sleep well. No matter what happens now, looking like a newlywed couple is the most important thing. She even graded her own sleeping posture, 90 points for protecting her sovereignty, 80 points for not looking bad, but if they were caught, the score for looking like a married couple would only be 60 points. Meanwhile, outside the room, Mrs. Jisun was silently watching with an envelope in her hand. Han Jia naively thought that even if something similar happened, nothing would go wrong. However, reality began to make Han Jia flustered. Her face flushed red as she realized an unexpected issue. Their backs were touching directly through the thin layers of their clothes. Han Jia closed her eyes slightly, clearly feeling every heartbeat from behind. She could feel his heart beating and his body moving with every steady breath. This close sensation made her confess, it really is a bit embarrassing. But then Han Jia suddenly realized she wasn't the only one feeling embarrassed. She wondered in shock, could this mean she wasn't the only one feeling awkward? Because Jin Min Cheon was trembling so hard. Thinking about it, only a eunuch could sleep peacefully in a situation like this. Feeling the intense vibration from the back behind her, Han Jia panicked and sat up abruptly, asking repeatedly, "Hey Jin Min Cheon, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Jin Min Cheon, who was wearing an eye mask, asked back in confusion, "Huh?" This made Han Jia even more worried. "Why are you shaking so much? Do you feel unwell?" The guy just sighed softly and mumbled awkwardly, "No, I'm fine." Jin Min Cheon quietly explained his discomfort, saying that when lying on his side like this, his head was raised too high to touch the bed. Han Jia was stunned to realize the struggle of broad-shouldered people. It turned out that sleeping on one side was incredibly difficult and inconvenient for them. Although Jin Min Cheon insisted he was used to it and told her not to worry, Han Jia still thought to herself that this was not okay at all. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, Han Jia. I feel like what I said earlier didn't help our current situation at all." He felt guilty that if he had just stayed quiet instead of giving such a weird response, his mother wouldn't have had more reasons to be suspicious. Seeing him blame himself, Han Jia gently comforted him, "You did a great job." She decisively interrupted him, "Oh my, what are you worrying about? I won't let you apologize anymore. Why is this blockhead always so formal?" To clear the heavy atmosphere, Han Jia urged, "Hey, lie down properly, Jin Min Cheon. Come on, hurry up." Jin Min Cheon blankly lay down straight as she wished. Seeing him lying straight, Han Jia smiled and asked, "Isn't it much more comfortable lying like this?" Jin Min Cheon softly replied, "It is comfortable." Before he could even finish his sentence, Han Jia proactively snuggled into Jin Min Cheon's chest, hugging him tightly and affectionately. She casually reasoned, "Let's do this, both of us will feel more comfortable lying like this." Faced with his wife's bold action, Jin Min Cheon froze, stammering her name in extreme embarrassment. To break the awkwardness, Han Jia closed her eyes and suggested, "I'm so bored, so I'll ask you a few questions now. Just answer however you want." Seeing him ask back in confusion, she reassured him to just take a wild guess because the question wasn't hard. Han Jia began to pose an innuendo-laden riddle. "I, Han Jia, want you, Jin Min Cheon, to give me something." She looked at him with a provocative gaze and whispered softly, "So guess what that could be?" With such a golden opportunity, who knows how this blockhead will react? Looking at her highly expectant, Han Jia smiled craftily, her hand gently sliding across his chest as a provocation. What I want. Now, what do you think it is?" Jin Min Cheon broke into a cold sweat out of nervousness, stammering to plead. "Can you give me a little hint?" However, Han Jia flatly refused immediately. "Sorry, but absolutely not. Guessing it right gets you 3 points. Now, what is your answer?" "I got it, it's a savings account with 1 billion VND under Han Jia's name, right?" The guy even added a highly practical comment, "The money in there is fully taxed, so it is completely clean." The answer, reeking of materialism, made Han Jia freeze with an expressionless face. In her mind, she couldn't help but scream, "So tempting? Oh, if I don't love this, then what on earth would I love? It's money." Even so, she gritted her teeth and yelled to break the awkward vibe. "That's completely wrong." Jin Min Cheon still asked regretfully, "But can you give it to me?" making Han Jia speechless as she replied. Isn't that already my stuff? Didn't you listen to the question carefully? It's something I want from you, Jin Min Cheon. Seeing that the guy was still clueless, she lowered her voice to offer another hint. "Alright, let me give you a hint. It's something that—" Han Jia tightly squeezed Jin Min Cheon's chin, scolding him in frustration, "Playing dumb like this, can't you say something? Where did you get this habit of clenching your teeth like that?" Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon softly called, "Hey, Han Jia." Just as she blankly replied with a "ha," he decisively pulled her into a tight, firm embrace. Han Jia completely froze, only able to stammer in shock, "Ha? Ha? Is his brain playing dumb or did it just finish loading now?" Held tightly against his warm chest, Han Jia blushed deeply and mumbled in protest, "Hey, Jin Min Cheon.
What on earth are you doing all of a sudden?"
Jin Min Cheon did not let go but leaned his head close to her ear, whispering deeply, "Is this what you wanted?"
Seeing her still dazed and unresponsive, he softly asked, "Why aren't you answering?"
Jin Min Cheon tightened his arms even more on the narrow bed.
He pressed for confirmation, right? Or am I wrong again?
Han Jia buried her face in his chest, shyly admitting, "You're absolutely right." Hearing his sigh of relief, "Then that's good," Han Jia's heart suddenly began to beat wildly and continuously.
She frantically wondered what on earth was happening to the two of them.
While Han Jia was still in a daze, Jin Min Cheon casually let out a long yawn.
She thought to herself, how can he be so natural like that?
I was planning to tease him before going to sleep, but this reaction is nothing like what I imagined at all. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon's hand gently brushed across her face, startling Han Jia. "Oh, what is he doing?" A bold thought flashed through her mind. In the midst of the highly anticipated atmosphere, Jia suddenly froze when she felt Jin Min Cheon lingering around her ear. Instead of a romantic kiss, he casually stuffed 2 orange earplugs into her ears. Jia stood frozen with a blank expression, completely speechless at this facepalm-worthy action. Jin Min Cheon even smiled warmly and assured her, "Wearing these will help you sleep much better." Right at that moment, a loud thunderclap made Jia jump, cold sweat pouring down from the sudden shock.
She could only utter in sheer helplessness, "Earplugs again?" Jin Min Cheon looked at her panicked expression and proudly asked, "You're scared of thunder, aren't you?" Jia forced a smile, trying to act tough to save face. I'm not a kid, man. Why on earth did you think I was scared of thunder?" Heh, Jin Min Cheon still didn't believe her. He said because he saw her jump every time it thundered, he assumed she was scared. Jia secretly cursed in her mind, "That's not it, you idiot. It's not because of the thunder, but..." Seeing her hesitate, Jin Min Cheon pressed on, "Then why did you say that's right earlier?" "What did you mean by that's right?" Jia's face flushed red, sweat dripping as she didn't know how to explain her highly suggestive response from before. In her heart, she screamed in frustration, "It was because you hugged me." Han Jia unconsciously gripped Jin Min Cheon's shirt, but then she decided to use the excuse of being afraid of thunder to stay in his arms. Han Jia closed her eyes and leaned against his chest, but then she realized something was very wrong. What a complete blockhead. No matter how many times she thought about it, this idiot was not just foolish but also incredibly dumb. She was shocked to realize that Jin Min Cheon had fallen fast asleep at some point and was executing a bear hug on her, a submission hold technique used by professional wrestlers. Han Jia was squeezed so tightly that she couldn't breathe, her face contorting in pain. "Wait, he already fell asleep?" Sob. She called out tremblingly, "Hey, Jin Min Cheon, please, wake up." However, the only response was a sleepy grunt, and Jin Min Cheon suddenly tightened his arms. The classic bear hug left Han Jia screaming in despair. Gasp, "Hey, where are you putting your hand?" Amidst the stormy night, the roaring thunder and lightning outside the window seemed to make the situation inside the room even more chaotic. "Hey, wait a minute, hey you." The strange noise made Mrs. Jisung, who was getting some water in the middle of the night, stop in deep suspicion. Mrs. Jisung quietly observed through the crack of the door with a deep, contemplative gaze. Inside, Jin Min Cheon was still wearing his eye mask, snoring loudly and completely carefree. Han Jia lay flat beside him, her face looking exhausted as if she had just survived a life-or-death battle, letting the cat-mouse step all over her. Witnessing this passionate scene of the young couple, Mrs. Jisung squinted suggestively and quietly closed the door to leave. The next morning, the chirping of birds signaled the start of a new day. However, to Han Jia, this felt no different from doomsday. She sat dazed at the dining table with messy hair and a pale, lifeless face. A shocking truth had just hit her. Her mother-in-law, Mrs. Jisung, had woken up early and prepared breakfast for her. Looking at the steaming bowl of rice in front of her, Han Jia could only smile bitterly in sheer humiliation. "Am I doomed?" she thought to herself. Doomed? Actually, her mother-in-law was extremely thoughtful. But due to a lack of sleep, Han Jia sat tiredly at the table, silently complaining that Mrs. Jisung had not only prepared breakfast but also personally woken her up. Looking at her mother-in-law's quiet expression, she began to imagine classic drama scenes where a mother-in-law would get angry and throw kimchi or kimbap right in her daughter-in-law's face. But then, she reassured herself that surely it wouldn't be that bad. Seeing Han Jia in a daze, Mrs. Jisung gently asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Han Jia startled, quickly waving her hands, "No." Even though she talked tough, Han Jia knew that if she didn't eat, her stomach would protest, and she couldn't predict what would happen next. Seeing his exhausted wife, Jin Min Cheon chimed in with his mother, "You're right, mother." Han Jia's eyes are already bloodshot. Han Jia glared at him intensely, questioning if he had been able to sleep at all. Jin Min Cheon immediately gestured for her to hush and put all the blame on her. "It's all thanks to a certain someone." Recalling Jin Min Cheon's terribly bad sleeping habit last night, Han Jia was still in shock. Meanwhile, the guy could only scratch his head and admit, my sleeping habit is bad, isn't it? Han Jia added, it's not just bad, it's extremely bad. The atmosphere suddenly froze when Mrs. Jisung called out in a stern voice, hey, Han Jia. Han Jia startled in terror and quickly replied, yes. Mrs. Jisung stared thoughtfully into thin air and made a proposal that sent chills down Han Jia's spine, are you free after eating? I want to have a private talk with you. Han Jia stammered back in extreme anxiety, asking if it would be just the two of them, but her mother-in-law remained silent and did not answer. The two walked silently along the deserted street, their footsteps echoing steadily in the quiet space. She told herself that they both played the role of a happy newlywed couple perfectly. But then, she shuddered to realize she was facing a top-tier educator like Mrs. Jisung. Jia feared that with her sharp intuition, her mother-in-law had definitely noticed something. Or did she already know everything? The passing thought made Jia tremble with fear. There was no use second-guessing, she might as well just wait and face the music. Just as she was feeling extremely tense, Mrs. Jisung called out softly, my daughter-in-law. Jia was startled and replied, yes, mother. Mrs. Jisung quietly pulled a white envelope out of her coat pocket and handed it straight to her. She looked at Jia with a deep gaze and asked a mysterious question, is this enough? Bewildered, Jia stammered back, mother? Her mother-in-law's answer almost made her fall over, this is money, just like the mothers-in-law usually give to their daughters-in-law in dramas. Take this money and leave Jin Min Cheon, you understand, right? Seeing Jia freeze, she even added bluntly that if it was not enough, she would give her more. Utterly shocked, Jia cried out, Jia, wait a minute, mother, you're joking with me, right? Only then did Mrs. Jisung casually admit, yeah, that's right. Han Jia was still in shock. She took a deep breath and asked, I know you don't accept me, but doing this out of nowhere, are you kidding me, mother? Mrs. Jisung kept a straight face and explained. Yes, I was just kidding. You looked so tense, so I thought I'd tease you a bit to liven up the house. Han Jia was completely speechless, thinking to herself that this kind of joke was anything but funny. Seeing her daughter-in-law still dazed, Mrs. Jisung gently urged. Well, why don't you open it up and see, dear? Han Jia tremblingly opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of cash along with a piece of paper clearly written with her name. She gasped in shock. What is this? Mrs. Jisung explained in a low voice that she wasn't snooping or searching through their things. It was just that she couldn't sleep last night, so she decided to prepare some pocket money for the two of them before she officially left. Mrs. Jisung thoughtfully recalled that last night, she wanted to look at their wedding photos to ease her mind. However, what she accidentally found was a piece of paper that shattered everything, the marriage contract. With the sharp eyes of a former principal, she stared straight at Han Jia and solemnly called out the truth. It's what people call a fake marriage, isn't it? Han Jia froze, cold sweat dripping down her forehead in absolute terror. She told herself that indeed they had made that agreement, but the current situation... Jia panicked, waving her hands and feet, stammering to find an excuse in vain. Mother, this is not what you think. She scolded herself for being so careless for not prioritizing hiding that sensitive thing. Looking at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, Jia felt extremely anxious and stuck when the evidence was right before her eyes. She gritted her teeth and screamed inside. What should I do now? What should I say? Damn it, I don't even know what to say anymore, we are doomed. Contrary to her daughter-in-law's panic, Mrs. Jisung calmly walked past and dropped a bombshell. There's no need to panic. I've noticed it from the very beginning. Seeing Jia gasp in shock and stammer she asked if Jia would be suspicious if she were in her shoes. She recalled New Year's Day when she had just found a matchmaking prospect for her son. Only 2 hours later, Jin Min Cheon brought a girl home, demanding to get married right away. And most importantly, that girl was Jia. Looking at her daughter-in-law's awkward face, Mrs. Jisung smiled slightly, admitting that although she had doubts, she was Mrs. Jisung looked at Han Jia with a deep, affirming gaze, because the person her son decided to marry was none other than her. She confessed that she had been waiting for a conclusion like today for a very long time. She gently placed her hand on her daughter-in-law's shoulder and shared her heartfelt wish, asking her to take good care of Jin Min Cheon on her behalf. As a mother-in-law, she sincerely wished the couple lifelong happiness and fulfillment together. Han Jia stood there in a complete daze, only able to utter in utter confusion. She asked in bewilderment if her mother-in-law was truly blessing them without any intention of tearing them apart. Mrs. Jisung immediately brushed it off and told her daughter-in-law not to talk nonsense, asking why she would ever separate a couple so perfectly matched. She casually added that at their age, they were both grown up and fully capable of deciding their own lives. Seeing Han Jia still stunned and unable to process the truth, Mrs. Jisung smiled gently and apologized for her sudden intrusion over the past few days. She admitted she had been worried before coming, but seeing them so harmonious made her truly happy. She asserted that regardless of the reality of their relationship, seeing them happy together brought her great relief. This is truly the ultimate mother-in-law of the year. Mrs. Jisung looked at Han Jia affectionately and softly said, "And what makes me happier is that you are still the same girl I knew back then." The sincere compliment from the former principal made Han Jia blush with embarrassment. She mumbled teacher to hide her rising shyness. The sound of the taxi door closing signaled that it was time to say goodbye. Sitting inside the car, Mrs. Jisung smiled warmly at them. "I have troubled you kids. You must be exhausted, right?" Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia quickly bowed deeply to bid her farewell. "Exhausted? Not at all, mother. Please travel safely." And so, the stressful 2 days of living together with the mother-in-law finally passed peacefully. However, just as the taxi started moving, Mrs. Jisung suddenly called them back. By the way, my daughter-in-law." Han Jia replied in confusion, "Yes, only to receive a shocking request from her mother-in-law. I want my first grandchild to be a girl, okay?" That highly damaging statement shocked Han Jia so much that she choked on her own saliva. Her face turned red as she yelled in utter embarrassment, "Mother!" Mrs. Jisung laughed heartily at her daughter-in-law's reaction and waved goodbye. Just kidding, take care of your health." As the taxi gradually faded in the distance at the end of the road, they finally returned to their normal life. Looking at the departing car, the con artist couple Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Holding the pocket money that her mother-in-law had just given her, Han Jia suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She thought to herself that this money made them feel as if they had just swindled someone. She decisively stretched her arms and shouted to relieve the tension. It's finally over." Jin Min Cheon smiled gently, looking at her with admiration. "You did great, Han Jia." Han Jia smugly praised herself. I'm indeed so amazing, aren't I?" "And you too, you did a great job." Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia thoughtfully and asked hesitantly. "Let me ask you something. Early this morning, when Mom and you went out to talk, she didn't say anything weird to you, did she?" Faced with his worry, Han Jia slightly turned her head away, breaking into a cold sweat from embarrassment. About that, how nosy. Why are you so curious about a private talk between a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law? In reality, during that private conversation, Han Jia had bravely faced Mrs. Jisung to deny the observation that they were a couple without affection. She slightly bowed her head, her face flushing red as she gathered all her courage to confess her long-hidden truth. "Because, I really have fallen for Jin Min Cheon too." Witnessing this sudden confession, Mrs. Jisung froze completely, She silently blamed herself for her previous nonsense talk, which had caused her mother-in-law to lose trust in her. Returning to reality, Han Jia vented all her frustration and embarrassment on Jin Min Cheon with a flurry of punches, leaving him crying out in pain. "Right, let me punch him more so he learns a lesson, that blockhead." Han Jia panted in exhaustion, her face still filled with anger and helplessness. She thought to herself that she had endured enough and could no longer tolerate this absurd situation. Han Jia decisively called his name, Jin Min Cheon. Faced with Jin Min Cheon's bewildered look, she stared straight into his eyes with burning determination, silently confirming that this time she would definitely take action. Han Jia, standing in the elevator, could no longer suppress her long-held emotions and blurted out, "Damn it, why don't we just start dating for real?" Jin Min Cheon froze, asking back in confusion, "What?" Seeing his confusion, Han Jia blushed, her heart pounding furiously. She stammered, telling him not to mind it because no one could predict what the future would hold. She gathered all her courage to suggest that instead of pretending to be an affectionate couple like this, why didn't they become a real couple? Han Jia even covered it up by saying that if it were real, they would definitely. However, Jin Min Cheon coldly uttered a single word, "No." Han Jia was stunned, her eyes clearly showing disappointment. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon stepped forward. He decisively grabbed Han Jia's hands and pinned her against the wall, making her gasp in surprise. His gaze deepened. Jin Min Cheon asserted that there was nothing wrong with loving each other, but the reason wasn't for acting. He looked straight into her eyes and declared solemnly, "The reason is because I like you." "Is that enough?" Han Jia froze completely. She stammered in utter shock, What do you mean?" Jin Min Cheon smiled faintly, revealing his masculine and sincere face at an extremely close distance. He gently reaffirmed once more in a deeply affectionate tone, "I like you, Han Jia." Han Jia's heart seemed to stop when she heard the official confession. Jin Min Cheon decisively made a proposal that completely melted the atmosphere. "Let's date." Han Jia froze, her eyes widening in astonishment, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. She stammered in disbelief, "You like me? You mean, the kind of liking where we date?" Jin Min Cheon said nothing. He only swallowed. Han Jia slightly bowed her head, shyly whispering, "Since when?" Jin Min Cheon leaned in close, replying with determined eyes, "It's not since when, but starting from now." His masculine assertion made Han Jia's heart flutter intensely once more. Her cheeks flushed red from shyness in the face of this sudden onslaught. In the cramped space of the elevator, Jin Min Cheon decisively pinned both of Han Jia's hands above her head. This abrupt action left her blankly repeating, "From now?" Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon froze. He flusteredly tried to make an excuse, no, Han Jia, I just misspoke. Seeing Han Jia staring at him expectantly, he frantically explained, I meant to say, now. Jin Min Cheon leaned close to her ear and whispered sincerely, I mean, right now, I really like you. Well, you didn't know that I liked you too, Jin Min Cheon. Jin Min Cheon softly called Jia and received a sweet hum in return from her slightly smiling lips. Faced with Jin Min Cheon's decisive confession, Han Jia lowered her head, her cheeks burning with shyness. Yet, she did not forget to throw out a bold challenge, I think I would know if you kissed me for 5 seconds. With her being this proactive, Jin Min Cheon froze, his face turning red behind his glasses. He stared at her and uttered a question that instantly turned the romantic atmosphere awkward, right here? Immediately, Han Jia flared up and yelled, right here? She decisively grabbed Jin Min Cheon's hand, questioning his rough action just now. What did you push me against the wall for earlier? This hand right here. Jin Min Cheon awkwardly explained that he only wanted to get closer so they could face each other. Shaking off his confusion, he decisively leaned down, looking deep into her eyes. Forget it, just 5 seconds. Han Jia gently nodded to confirm the condition for this relationship. If you kiss me for 5 seconds, then we will officially date. The number 5 began to ring out, marking the beginning of a fateful moment. 4, 3, 2. Jin Min Cheon gradually drew closer, his warm breath seeming to blend with hers. Han Jia also closed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed as she waited for the moment their lips would touch. As the countdown reached 1, the atmosphere inside the elevator became hotter and more suffocating than ever. But right at the climax, the elevator chime suddenly rang out, shattering everything. The door opened, revealing an unfamiliar girl standing frozen in shock at the suggestive scene inside. The two quickly pulled apart, their faces blushing red like ripe tomatoes, not daring to look directly at each other. The heated atmosphere and heavy breathing made the girl just want to turn around and run, not wanting to step into this extremely awkward scene. Awkward murmurs of wow and echoed among the three in a suffocating silence. Seeing the girl, the awkward feeling right now is truly enough to make someone explode. Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon could only stand frozen in the elevator, staring blankly at the floor indicator. In her head, Han Jia kept complaining, is there something wrong with this elevator? However, this suffocating silence actually helped her regain a bit of composure. She told herself to take this moment to reflect on what had just happened. In reality, deep down inside, Han Jia was screaming with excitement. Just as she thought, she was incredibly thrilled. She covered her mouth with her hand to hide her bashfulness. Han Jia wondered what on earth was wrong with her today, constantly losing control like this. Whether standing in front of Mrs. Jisung or in front of Jin Min Cheon, she couldn't keep her cool. Glancing over at Jin Min Cheon, who was casually looking at his phone, Han Jia could clearly feel her heart still pounding rapidly. She secretly thought that perhaps she wasn't the only one caught in this state of chaos. Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. He held out his phone, signaling Han Jia to look at the screen. While she was still bewildered, a line of text appeared, making her freeze in her tracks, get ready to receive a 5-second kiss. Han Jia's face turned beet red, and she couldn't help but Han Jia gritted her teeth and snapped, why have you been so mischievous lately? Jin Min Cheon casually held her shoulders, ignoring her embarrassed resistance. Meanwhile, in another development, Mrs. Jisung was sitting in the car on her way back. She leisurely flipped through the pages of her book with a deep, thoughtful expression. Her eyes showed clear satisfaction, accompanied by an enigmatic smile regarding what she had just witnessed. The couple continued their romantic performance while wearing matching shirts with bright red hearts. Han Jia excitedly fed Jin Min Cheon sweet spoonfuls, while he could only shyly cooperate. Mrs. Jisung smiled subtly, seemingly seeing through the true feelings of the young couple behind their facade of acting. Memories of the night they shared a bed flashed back, when they lay close to each other in the silence of the dark. Mrs. Jisung closed her notebook, sighing softly to herself, those two, I wish they could just be honest with each other. Right at that moment in the elevator, Jin Min Cheon could no longer hold back. He suddenly pinned Han Jia against the wall and gave her a passionate kiss. The deep kiss left Han Jia completely dazed, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden initiative. Jin Min Cheon gently cupped her face, then softly planted another kiss on her forehead, causing his own glasses to tilt. Han Jia blushed. Jin Min Cheon looked at Han Jia tenderly, his hand gently caressing her hair in the passionate atmosphere. Once again, they lost themselves in a burning kiss, holding each other tightly inside the cramped elevator as if the entire world now only consisted of the two of them. Their love suddenly bloomed brilliantly and passionately like a deep red rose. It was a beautiful sunny day when the troubles finally passed. Mrs. Jisung came like a gust of wind, leaving praise over the phone saying, the galbi was very delicious, and then swept all the dark clouds away from the lives of the two. Jin Min Cheon and Han Jia embraced each other happily, officially confirming they had started dating. The elevator was honored to sponsor this love. Meanwhile, a strange girl who stepped into the elevator could only freeze with an expressionless face. She whispered to herself, so I will just pretend I didn't see anything.
A long time ago, back when both of them were still elementary school children, a silly heart drawing surrounding the names Han Jia and Jin Min Cheon had appeared on the classroom blackboard. Nobody knew which god had played that foolish prank. They only knew that back then, little Han Jia was so angry her face turned red, while little Jin Min Cheon could only break into cold sweat out of embarrassment from their friends' teasing. However, no one could have expected that 20 years later, the old prank would actually come true. It was all marked by a passion. Returning to reality at the second cafe, Naji silently observed Han Jia with a deep gaze and softly called out, "Manager." She curiously pried further. "Did you visit a dermatologist over the weekend or something? Your skin is..." "The secret is the elevator kiss, girl," Han Jia thought to herself. Startled by the sudden question, Han Jia asked in confusion, "Huh?" Han Jia gave a stiff smile and replied, "Ah, is that you, Naji? Why the sudden compliment? Doing that won't get you anything, you know?" Naji hurriedly denied that she was flattering her, explaining she just wanted Han Jia to recommend her beauty clinic.
Han Jia could only exclaim, "This girl." Faced with her junior's eagerness, Naji suddenly had another thought. She stroked her chin and pondered. "Ah, could it be that it's not because your skin got better, but because your facial expression looks brighter?" Naji looked at Han Jia. To hide her embarrassment, Han Jia shouted loudly, "Hey, if you have time to babble like that, go do some work, go wipe the tables or something." Han Jia then ran quickly to Li Shu and whined, "Appa, the manager is scolding me." The girl still did not let it go and called back mockingly, "The more you scold us, the more suspicious we get." Han Jia could only scream out loud in helplessness. She gently put her hands over her burning cheeks, secretly questioning herself, "Is my expression really that joyful?" As night fell, the lights in their apartment still shone brilliantly. Han Jia secretly thought that if anyone saw this scene, it would be. Right at that moment, Jin Min Cheon appeared with a bright smile on his face. He was carrying a huge stack of beautifully ribboned gift boxes and gently said, "Han Jia, you worked hard today." Jin Min Cheon gave a warm smile, handed the gift to Han Jia and said gently, "When I was coming home from work earlier, I saw this and immediately thought of you." Seeing her boyfriend's caring gesture, Han Jia couldn't help but feel touched. She secretly thought how wonderful it was to have someone who always thought of her and was willing to share his joy with her. To return the affection, she excitedly showed off, "Hey, your gift is also just as big." Jin Min Cheon gasped in surprise, "Wow," as he took the huge gift box from her hands. By the third day of their dating, as night fell, Jin Min Cheon excitedly called out Han Jia's name as soon as he got home. On the fourth day, Jin Min Cheon appeared again with 2 bags full of food in his hands and warmly welcomed her, "You've worked hard today." Jia also cheerfully replied, "Yes, you too, Jin Min Cheon." However, this enthusiasm showed no signs of stopping. Moving on to the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, Jin Min Cheon even brought home stacks of steamers piled high above his head. The guy grumbled while carrying the heavy packages, "Jia, I'm so tired today." At this point, Jia could only whisper a reply with a face starting to look exhausted and overwhelmed by the huge amount of food. Jia lay slumped on the sofa amidst messy food boxes, tiredly replying, "You too, Jin Min Cheon." Looking at the empty ice cream and sushi boxes, Jia suddenly exploded from the sheer excess. She screamed in distress, "How can I lose weight in time if I eat this much?" She even grabbed her cat Mouse and shook him hard as if looking for agreement, "Don't you think so too?" The poor cat could only look at her in bewilderment at his owner's sudden outburst of anger. Jia rolled around on the floor, struggling intensely with her thoughts, "I know it's a gift, and I know he understands that I really like it, but..." She scratched her head in frustration, "How can I be in love without getting fat?" Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom where Jin Min Cheon was relaxing, Jia told herself she didn't want to ruin his mood because she knew well he did it all out of love for her. However, she understood that if this continued, she would be in big trouble. Jia lay silently on the sofa in extreme anxiety, her eyes glued to the electronic scale sitting prominently on the floor. "Banned, takeout food is officially banned." Han Jia decisively held up the announcement board, leaving Jin Min Cheon completely stunned. She roared with determination, "From now on, no more buying takeout food on your way home." Facing her nominal husband's bewilderment, Han Jia furiously questioned him, "How many days in a row do you think you've been bringing takeout home?" "I'm going to gain weight." "Wait, I've already gained it." Jin Min Cheon smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up, and shared a professional philosophy, "If it tastes good, it has 0 calories, sweetie." These words only added fuel to the fire. Han Jia screamed, "Does someone who only eats chicken breast like you even have the right to speak?" She clenched her fists in frustration. "Besides, if I'm receiving a gift, why does it always have to be food? Is there really nothing else to give me? Like clothes, jewelry, wow." Suddenly, Jin Min Cheon recalled the image of a radiant Han Jia from the past and asked thoughtfully, "If I give you something else, it's fine, right? For example, how about flowers?" The sudden question caught Han Jia completely off guard. She stammered to Jin Min Cheon flashed a radiant, triumphant smile as if he had just discovered the ultimate truth. As soon as Han Jia returned home, he eagerly appeared. Han Jia, you worked hard today.
However, instead of a romantic bouquet, Jin Min Cheon laboriously carried in a giant grand opening flower stand, adorned with a bright red ribbon, standing conspicuously in the middle of the house. Witnessing this literally massive gift, Han Jia froze, covering her face in utter despair and screaming in absolute helplessness. Looking at the huge grand opening flower stand sitting in the living room, she could only bury her face in the sofa and sigh, "Those are flowers, but they are so bizarre, I don't even know where to begin." Seeing her miserable state, Jin Min Cheon asked innocently, "What's wrong? Did something happen, Han Jia?" Han Jia erupted, shouting, "Of course something happened. Why on earth did you buy that?" Jin Min Cheon scratched his head, explaining that because she said any flowers would do, he figured the bigger, the better. He naively added, "Hey, a grand opening flower stand is still flowers, dear," leaving Han Jia utterly speechless. "I mean, yes, they are flowers, but..." Jin Min Cheon added another remark that made Han Jia even madder. "I also found it strange that they suddenly discounted it. Just as I thought, cheap things are never good. A bargain hunter failed in love." Han Jia gritted her teeth in endurance, then resolutely sat up. "Jin Min Cheon, let me be blunt." Jin Min Cheon asked in shock when that trouble started. Han Jia tiredly replied that it was probably after the first 2 times. Leaning back against the sofa, she sincerely confessed, "I'm very happy that you gave me gifts, but it's just too much. It made me wonder if being in love means constantly cramming gifts like this?" Seeing Jin Min Cheon's disappointed face, Han Jia quickly stopped his apology. No, there is no need to apologize to me." Han Jia pressed further, curious about why he kept giving gifts like that. Jin Min Cheon replied in a deep voice, "It's because I see you happy." The answer hit the bullseye, making Han Jia jump up and point her finger confidently. "Exactly. You really understand. What I like here isn't the gifts, it's you." Han Jia's face flushed red. She softly called his name, then suddenly stood straight up, declaring authoritatively, "Anyway, from now on, I forbid you from buying gifts, got it?" Just as she was about to leave, Jin Min Cheon firmly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "Hear me out before you go." He looked at her suggestively and asked, "Han Jia, so you mean even if I don't give you gifts, if I don't give gifts, can I offer my body instead?" Jin Min Cheon leaned his face close to Han Jia, whispering about those ways. He cornered her into the sofa cushion, his hand tightly holding her trembling hands. Han Jia could only let out a soft gasp. Jin Min Cheon brought his face even closer to Han Jia, his eyes deep and intense as he stared into her flustered eyes. He gently whispered, "I'm just looking." Jin Min Cheon kept a serious expression as he repeated what she had just said earlier. "Didn't you just say it? What you want isn't just the fruit, but also..." He tightly intertwined his fingers with hers, feeling the warmth spread before whispering softly, "You, just that thing." Jin Min Cheon squeezed her hand firmly and asserted, "If you tell me clearly, I won't make mistakes anymore, from now on, for the sake of our relationship." He lowered his voice, his breath softly brushing against Han Jia's blushing face. The room suddenly fell so silent that only the rapid beating of their hearts could be heard. Han Jia looked at him with anticipation, while Jin Min Cheon was also struggling with the intense emotions surging within him. She sighed softly with implication, then suddenly flashed a provocative smile directly at him. She boldly teased, "Hey Jin Min Cheon, are you really good at that?" The sudden question left Jin Min Cheon completely frozen, and he blankly asked in shock, "What?" Han Jia leaned in close to Jin Min Cheon and snapped, "Don't play dumb with me. Didn't you look just like a sly fox earlier?" She casually took off his glasses and put them on her own face, continuing to scold, "You keep pretending to be clueless and pushing it onto others. You are so arrogant, Jin Min Cheon." Being nearsighted and now stripped of his glasses, Jin Min Cheon could only stare blankly at his wife, who was wearing his glasses with a fierce expression. Jin Min Cheon stammered in confusion, "But wait, did I make another mistake?" Han Jia smiled, took off her glasses, and gently replied, "No, I'm praising you for doing a great job, don't you know?" She declared as she walked away, "Because of your hard work, Han Jia will give you 82 points tonight." Jin Min Cheon put his glasses back on, secretly translating the real meaning, which means I should try even harder. Jin Min Cheon was still puzzled. He muttered, "What are Han Jia's points? What are you saying?" Han Jia paused, turned her head to look at him. "Do I really have to explain?" She firmly raised a finger and asserted, "Figure it out yourself, asking all the time is so tiring." Han Jia flashed a bright smile, explaining her strange reward point system. "It means I will give them to you whenever you make my heart flutter." Her words made Jin Min Cheon's heart race with emotion. Han Jia slightly tilted her head to look at him and whispered, "And that is also the correct answer to my previous question. Just be yourself, don't try too hard, just be normal." Han Jia waved her hand slightly in farewell and quickly retreated to her room. "I'm going to sleep first, you should sleep early too, you did really well today." The door closed, leaving Jin Min Cheon sitting dazed on the sofa with his heart beating uncontrollably. He put his hand on his chest, clearly feeling each racing heartbeat, and clenched his fist as if trying to suppress the intense flood. Jin Min Cheon's face was drenched in sweat as he bowed his head in extreme confusion, wondering if he should just be himself, just act normal.
Meanwhile, behind the door, Han Jia was not doing any better. She leaned against the door, her face flushing red and sweat pouring down from sheer embarrassment. Han Jia covered her face, screaming internally. Oh my god, what on earth did I just do? Why did it just slip out like that? Her eyes filled with deep thoughts as she secretly admitted to herself that she was actually scared out of her wits too. She sat flat on the floor, completely giving in to her racing heart. The one who was acting the least normal was definitely her. Han Jia let out a heavy, gloomy sigh. Oh god, that blockhead Jin Min Cheon, she didn't know what to do when he suddenly came onto her like that. Seriously, she needed to calm down. Hugging her knees, Han Jia's mind began to wander with suggestive thoughts. If Jin Min Cheon had gone any further, today would have been quite dangerous indeed. While she was lost in her wild imagination with a bright red face, the room door was suddenly flung open along with a loud call, Jia. Han Jia jumped in shock, screaming at the top of her lungs before tumbling onto the floor in utter panic. Furious, she snapped, are you crazy? Han Jia was lost in thought when Jin Min Cheon quietly cracked open the door, hesitantly speaking up, about what you said earlier about me just being myself, I think I understand what you meant. Seeing Han Jia's puzzled look, he followed up with a suggestive question, I just wanted to ask, is it something that ends with the letter N? Han Jia was utterly taken aback, questioning herself, ends with the letter N? The word kiss instantly popped into her head, and she wondered if he wanted to kiss her again. Even though her heart was screaming, nagging her mock husband for always thinking about that, Han Jia still blushed, sat timidly on the floor, and muttered, just do whatever you want to do quickly. She closed her eyes tightly in anticipation, confident that right after those words, Jin Min Cheon would rush over and give her a passionate kiss. However, reality hit Han Jia with a painful blow when Jin Min Cheon excitedly suggested, then let's go outside. Instead of a romantic date, the destination turned out to be the gym in the middle of the night. Jin Min Cheon was full of energy, lifting weights while continuously cheering her on, alright, just one last time, dear. Doing it one more time won't kill you. You can do it, keep it up. Han Jia, wearing a tight workout outfit, was straining to complete the exercise with her face contorted from exhaustion. It turned out that the thing ending with the letter N he was talking about was workout, Luyan tap. The 32-year-old manager could only— Late at night, Jin Min Cheon carried Han Jia on his back along the deserted street. He asked with concern. Are you okay, Jia? Han Jia tiredly rested her head on his shoulder. Although her body was exhausted, an indescribable feeling of happiness welled up inside her heart. She thought to herself that despite all this chaos, the fact that they were actually dating was still a good thing. Han Jia grumbled affectionately. Not okay at all, I'm about to die of exhaustion. If I can't go to work tomorrow, it's all your fault. Scene changes to a beautiful sunny day. Cha Soo-yeon is leisurely strolling down the street and enjoying a delicious waffle. While mid-chew, she suddenly freezes as she spots a familiar figure in the distance. It was Choi Sang-woo, intimately putting his arm around a strange girl's shoulder as they walked down the street. Cha Soo-yeon was stunned, her eyes widening in utter shock behind her glasses. Her heart tightened, her breathing becoming rapid and difficult. Gasp, gasp. Suddenly, a horrifying scene appeared. The waffle fell to the ground, lying in the middle of a tragic scene with splattered red stains on the stone pavement. Cha Soo-yeon called out his name in despair. Choi Sang-woo. However, reality seemed to have a different tone. Choi Sang-woo was driving, but his expression was extremely awkward, occasionally stealing glances towards Cha Soo-yeon. Sitting in the passenger seat, Cha Soo-yeon clearly sensed something unusual. She thought to herself that he was acting so unnaturally, as if he was constantly staring at her. Immediately, she decided to observe his actions closely. She noticed that Choi Sang-woo had switched to a completely different new phone and was always trying to hide it secretly. When Cha Soo-yeon suggested having dinner together, Choi Sang-woo immediately broke into a cold sweat and laughed it off, declining, I'm sorry, sister, I have plans today. Cha Soo-yeon squinted suspiciously at her junior, an uneasy feeling rising in her heart. Don't tell me you are going to meet that friend. Choi Sang-woo flusteredly explained that he suddenly remembered owing that friend a debt, so he had to go pay it back right away. To clear up everything, Cha Soo-yeon decided to secretly tail him. Standing amidst the crowded street, she was both anxious and questioning herself, could his friend be that girl? Instantly, Choi Sang-woo's figure appeared in the distance, walking closely beside a girl with long flowing hair. When the girl turned her head slightly, Cha Soo-yeon was stunned by the other party's highly attractive appearance. Panic-stricken for fear of being caught, Cha Soo-yeon quickly hid behind a wall, her heart pounding. Did they see me? Going stalking yet being so cowardly is terrifying. She stealthily watched and saw the two of them chatting very intimately. The girl even flashed a bright, happy smile while being next to Choi Sang-woo. Cha Soo-yeon tried to reassure herself that in such a crowded street, there was no way they could notice her, and she was probably just overthinking. However, looking at the glance, witnessing that girl gently covering her mouth and smiling gracefully at Choi Sang-woo's jokes, Cha Soo-yeon fell into a state of chaos. Could they be more than just old friends? She walked despondently in disappointment, trying to use her reason to suppress the negative thoughts. Calm down, nothing has happened yet. They are just good friends. Although she constantly told herself to believe that Choi Sang-woo was not the unfaithful type, Cha Soo-yeon still could not stop herself from breaking down. At this moment, Choi Sang-woo was walking brightly beside a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair. He praised her endlessly. "You are truly my savior, thank you so much." The girl gently smiled and replied, "It is nothing, I just happen to be free." Not forgetting about the promise, she tactfully asked, "Anyway, Choi Sang-woo promised to treat me today, right? I am really looking forward to it." Choi Sang-woo closed his eyes and sighed, bowing his head respectfully. "By your command, my queen, today is on me." Seeing that gesture, she teased, "Oh, a queen? I prefer being a princess." Choi Sang-woo cheekily shot back, "Please have some self-respect, my queen. Your age is after all." Immediately, she snapped, "I will kill you." The two of them walked into a spicy noodle shop, completely unaware that Cha Soo-yeon hid behind the partition, gritting her teeth in resentment. Why did she have to run into them here again? Why on earth did it have to be like this? On the other side, Yeonju eagerly asked in rapid succession, "So, Choi Sang-woo, is it delicious? Is it good? Is it tasty, huh?" Choi Sang-woo's face was bright red, his tongue sticking out from the extreme spiciness. He screamed in agony, "Delicious my foot! This is insanely spicy. Who on earth can eat this stuff? My tongue is about to fall out." Cha Soo-yeon narrowed her eyes as she realized the harsh truth. Did she purposely choose something that Choi Sang-woo hated? Holding the glass of alcohol in her hand, she casually offered some advice. "Oh my, we've only just started, kiddo. Here is my piece of advice for you. Girls love spicy things like this." It means her stress levels are reaching their peak right now. Choi Sang-woo asked back in bewilderment, "What do you mean by that?" She took a sip of her drink and teased, "Ha, seriously, the only thing that has grown is your body, right? You should have understood that instantly." Seeing Choi Sang-woo eating messily, the woman within gently handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth and teased, "Here, let me wipe it for you. You eat just like a little kid." Choi Sang-woo's face flushed red with embarrassment as he hurriedly brushed her hand away. "What are you doing? This is so embarrassing." Yet, she simply smiled with deep meaning. Witnessing that intimate scene from afar, Cha Soo-yeon completely broke down. She could only utter in shock, "Oh. I see, I understand now. So, Her heart clenched in pain. Cha Soo-yeon silently left the shop amidst choked sobs, leaving behind the chime of the doorbell and the staff's welcoming greeting. Sitting back at the table, the woman seemed to realize she had taken the joke a bit too far and softly asked, Was that a bit too much?" Before Choi Sang-woo's bewildered face, she explained that if she kept teasing him, someone might come over and nag her. She smiled gently, her eyes distant with nostalgia. "Seeing my lovesick little brother reminds me so much of my younger days." Meanwhile, Cha Soo-yeon was trudging down the street with a troubled mind. She kept questioning herself in frustration. What is... Suspicion continued to envelop Cha Soo-yeon's mind. She could not accept that friends could be that intimate. In her head, she pictured the other woman pampering Choi Sang-woo, calling him a kitten, and gently wiping his mouth. Everything seemed to have gone beyond her limit of endurance. Cha Soo-yeon gritted her teeth in resentment. Do normal friends really do those kinds of things? Little did she know she had completely misunderstood because she couldn't hear the actual conversation. Memories of Choi Sang-woo flooded back. The image of him kneeling before her by the swing, with urgent eyes, appeared vividly. What should I do when I can't forget? If so, please teach me. That's all I wanted to say. Cha Soo-yeon stood frozen in the middle of the street, her face darkening with negative thoughts. However, she quickly shook her head to dispel the groundless doubts. Vaguely, there was no way that could be true. She tried to regain faith in her junior. She told herself that although Choi Sang-woo was silly at times, he would absolutely never lie to her. Cha Soo-yeon slapped her cheeks hard to wake herself up and declared boldly, "I won't be angry with him until I find out the truth of the matter." To calm her hot head and hurting heart, she made a firm decision. "Alright, let's go eat now. Once my stomach is full, all doubts will naturally vanish." That was just Cha Soo-yeon trying to reassure herself, but reality was far more brutal. Just as she was nibbling on her macaron, the figures of Choi Sang-woo and that woman appeared before. The nightmare did not stop there, as everywhere Cha Soo-yeon went, she ran into that woman's shadow, from restaurants to bookstores. She scratched her head in misery. Why? I don't want to meet them anymore, so why do I keep running into them? A dark thought suddenly flashed through Cha Soo-yeon's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Did she plant a spy camera on her? She began to suspect that she was the one being targeted, not the other way around. Determined not to let herself fall into a passive position, Cha Soo-yeon followed the other woman into the restroom. She stood with her arms crossed, radiating an intense aura right behind her opponent to apply pressure. The two stood facing each other in the cramped space. The atmosphere was so suffocatingly tense that neither was willing to back down. Before Cha Soo-yeon could even speak, the other woman proactively turned around and spoke in a challenging tone. If you have something to say to me, just say it, instead of constantly tailing me like this. Completely outclassing her amateur detective skills, those words hit the bullseye, leaving Cha Soo-yeon utterly frozen. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead as she was caught red-handed tailing the woman. The woman smiled calmly, looking straight at Cha Soo-yeon and asking if she had anything to say. She casually exposed the fact that Cha Soo-yeon had been following her through various shops, sending Cha Soo-yeon into a panic. Despite being caught red-handed on the spot, Cha Soo-yeon narrowed her eyes and asked if the other person knew who she was. The other woman smiled slightly, apologizing for not being good at remembering faces, and guessed they might have met at a wedding or a birthday party. This was a masterclass in psychological manipulation. When Cha Soo-yeon admitted this was their first meeting, the woman's eyes suddenly grew sharp, questioning why Cha Soo-yeon had proactively approached her if they were strangers. Cha Soo-yeon froze, cold sweat trickling down as she secretly admired the woman's brilliant eloquence and ability to turn the tables. Unexpectedly, the woman covered her mouth with a light chuckle and delivered a critical blow. Our Choi Sang-woo, is it because of him? The phrase our Choi Sang-woo made Cha Soo-yeon's heart clench in shock and jealousy. She stared intently at the other woman, summoning all her courage to ask directly about the relationship between her and Choi Sang-woo. The other woman calmly pondered before casually dropping a bombshell that completely devastated Cha Soo-yeon. We eat and sleep in the same house every day. Cha Soo-yeon stood frozen, her face darkening in shock at such an ambiguous statement. Her mind immediately raced to the classic invitation to eat ramen, which implied an overly intimate relationship. The other woman looked at Cha Soo-yeon thoughtfully and turned the question back, asking about the relationship between her and Choi Sang-woo. Cha Soo-yeon lowered her head, sweating profusely from humiliation and disappointment, mumbling that they were actually just colleagues. Her pride completely shattered, she felt like an outsider. Hearing this, in the restroom, Soo-yeon could no longer hold it in. She firmly pointed at herself and declared, from now on, I am that idiot's girlfriend. Faced with this strong assertion, the woman opposite her remained calm. I don't know what your relationship with Sang-woo is, nor do I want to know, but right now, I am his girlfriend. That's all. With that said, she suddenly burst into laughter with great amusement. This strange reaction left Soo-yeon completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Back at the dining table, Sang-woo yelled in anger and embarrassment. Oh my god, sis, did you do that on purpose? Have you been teasing me all this time? So it was all just a prank. The woman offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, I just got too into character. Your girlfriend's reaction was just too hilarious. Seeing Soo-yeon still shocked and trembling with embarrassment, the woman confidently introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I am Choi Yeon-ju, Sang-woo's older sister. Soo-yeon mumbled in extreme embarrassment. I am Co Soo-yeon. Hearing this name, Yeon-ju showed great interest, as she had already heard many stories about her. After a moment of contemplation to find the right way to address her, Yeon-ju suddenly blurted out. Hello, sister-in-law. You have my approval. The sudden address startled Soo-yeon, who gasped, pardon. Yeon-ju casually explained. The dramatic encounter came to an end as Yeon-ju waved goodbye to leave. Let's talk more next time we have a chance. You two stay, see you next time. Soo-jeon politely bowed, yes, see you again, sister. Contrary to his girlfriend's politeness, Choi Sang-woo indifferently gave his sister a friendly finger gesture to send her off. Yeon-ju could only sigh and tease him. What kind of indifferent goodbye is that, little brother? But Choi Sang-woo, do you even know the meaning of that finger? Choi Sang-woo decisively shouted back, stop lecturing me, just go home. After his sister left, Choi Sang-woo sighed helplessly, sigh, oh my god. He turned to Soo-jeon with an apologetic look, anyway, my sister always looks for trouble with me. I'm really sorry. Soo-jeon, still slightly embarrassed, softly replied, no, it's fine. It seems like the relationship between you and your sister is really close, isn't it? Hearing this, Choi Sang-woo immediately refuted, close? Didn't you see that? She's just trying to make a fool out of me. Suddenly, he squinted at Soo-jeon suspiciously, wait, aren't you working from home today? Hit right where it hurts, Soo-jeon stuttered to cover it up, I just wanted to buy some things, so I came here. Then I ran into your sister, and then it just turned out like this. She secretly screamed inside because Choi Sang-woo continued to explain, I'm sorry, my sister must have had another episode. Seeing Cha Soo-yeon ask in confusion about the episode, he explained that it was probably an occupational hazard for a wedding planner like his sister. Choi Sang-woo believed his sister was normally very cautious. However, the moment she caught a whiff of romance, she would turn into a literal monster. Cha Soo-yeon let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, I did it again. She then probed, so the promise you mentioned today is about this? Choi Sang-woo nodded in confirmation, yes, I just needed some help. Cha Soo-yeon smiled gently and reminded him, you should have told me. Once again, if you ever need to go with someone you know in the future, just let me know.
However, Choi Sang-woo's expression suddenly turned solemn. He lowered his head and apologized. "It's my fault, manager." Cha Soo-yeon asked in surprise, why is that?
"No need to apologize."
He replied, "No, it's not about this, but something else."
A mind-blowing secret is about to be revealed. This left Cha Soo-yeon thoroughly bewildered, wondering, something else?
Choi Sang-woo gathered his courage, looked straight into Cha Soo-yeon's eyes, and confessed, "It's better to just say it. The truth is, I've thought about this for a long time, so instead of avoiding it, I will tell you direct." Just as she thought, it must be those words. Cha Soo-yeon stood in a daze, her heart tightening as she prepared to hear the breakup from Choi Sang-woo. She lowered her face, bitterly accepting reality. "I understand." Her eyes looked at Choi Sang-woo with deep sadness. "Thank you for everything, Sang-woo."
Choi Sang-woo replied in confusion, "Yes."
Cha Soo-yeon walked away dejectedly, her lonely figure standing in the middle of the parking lot. "For the few days we spent together, I was very happy." Tears fell rapidly, and Cha Soo-yeon sobbed, "I know I'm troublesome.
But I also wanted to treat you well.
I've tried my best, but it seems it's not working anymore."
Choi Sang-woo froze in shock.
Cha Soo-yeon continued to choke up, "But don't worry too much.
I don't blame you."
Feeling that the situation was going too far, Choi Sang-woo frantically stopped her. "Wait, hold on a minute, sister.
Why are you suddenly saying these things? I haven't said anything yet, why are you crying? Cha Soo-yeon cried and gasped, "Isn't this the reason you've been avoiding me lately? Because you have someone new."
Choi Sang-woo widened his eyes and shouted, "No way.
What on earth are you thinking?"
Choi Sang-woo took a deep breath, his face flushing red from tension. He decisively extended his hand. "Here." Cha Soo-yeon stared blankly, her eyes still blurred with tears. "Huh?"
"A small, dark blue," he confidently asserted, "but I want to give you this.
This is proof that I have become a couple with senior Cha Soo-yeon." Cha Soo-yeon was completely shocked, her eyes wide open and her face blushing red from disbelief.
In the middle of the empty parking lot, Choi Sang-woo extended the ring box toward her and sincerely asked, "Will you accept it?" Just stepping into the house after a grueling gym session, Jin Min Cheon didn't forget to praise his girlfriend. "You did great, Jia." Han Jia was exhausted, only able to mumble back, "Yeah, you too." Seeing Jin Min Cheon ask if she was tired today, she gave him a searing glare and grumbled, "Well, whose fault is that? How many times has he said just one last time already?" Witnessing Han Jia's exhausted state, Jin Min Cheon suddenly showed a mysterious smile. "You've worked hard, so now I will give you a reward." Han Jia paused, her eyes clearly showing anticipation. "A reward for me?" She hesitantly asked to confirm, "Jin Min Cheon, you're giving me a reward?" Seeing his confident nod, Han Jia blushed deeply, her hands unconsciously intertwining in sheer embarrassment. "I mean, if you suddenly talk about a reward like that, it surprises me a bit." "What are you going to reward me with?" Jin Min Cheon leaned in close, his eyes turning deep and intense. Suddenly, the guy solemnly declared that if she didn't train properly, she would be punished with more weightlifting. A jolt of electricity surged through, making Han Jia scream out in terror, "Ah!" In sheer horror, it turned out to be just a bizarre nightmare. Han Jia woke up in bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Looking out at the clear blue sky through the window, she still couldn't shake off the shock and questioned herself, "Oh my god, I only did leg day for one day, so why did I dream of such bizarre things?" The real soreness from yesterday's leg day began to kick in, making Han Jia cry out ouch in sheer pain. She struggled to take every single step out of bed, holding tightly onto the wall to keep her balance. Walking and mumbling, Han Jia complained, "Oh my goodness, Jin Min Cheon. It's been so long since I last exercised. You should have given me some easier exercises. This is going to ruin my work." While lost in her complaints, Han Jia suddenly bumped into a solid wall of flesh. She looked up and froze completely at the sheer charm of Jin Min Cheon. He was not wearing his glasses, and a bath towel was still draped around his neck, looking incredibly attractive. He softly asked, "Are you awake?" Taking off his glasses instantly transformed him into a handsome CEO. Han Jia stared blankly at Jin Min Cheon, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Seeing her staring at him, Jin Min Cheon asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" She quickly covered her face with her hands, stammering to back to reality. Jin Min Cheon was wearing glasses and an apron, pressing the protein blender which made a buzzing sound. He turned to ask, "Aren't you going to drink the rest of this protein to build muscle, Han Jia?" Han Jia sluggishly replied, "No, I think chicken breast is enough protein for me." Looking at Jin Min Cheon's back, she secretly admired his extremely impressive appearance whenever he took off his glasses. She pondered, though not wearing glasses was his usual look, what would this guy have looked like as a child? Memories of a young Jin Min Cheon with an adorable bowl-cut hairstyle suddenly flashed back, making Han Jia startle and exclaim, "Oh!" The sudden scream left Jin Min Cheon bewildered. "What's wrong, Han Jia? Why did you suddenly scream like that?" Han Jia could only whisper "wow" to herself in sudden realization. Seeing her acting strange, Jin Min Cheon asked again if she wanted more protein. Han Jia brushed it off immediately. I already told you I don't need it. Hurry up, we're going to be late.
She gulped down the entire glass in one go, prompting Jin Min Cheon to warn her with concern. I know you diluted it, but drink slowly, dear, or you will get indigestion.
Han Jia quietly watched Jin Min Cheon eating salad. She thought, I remember now.
Ah, that's right, Jin Min Cheon. She wondered if he must have been very handsome as a child, but if it was just about looks, things would have taken a completely different turn. Childhood memories flooded back, showing a young, mischievous short-haired Han Jia. Han Jia urged Jin Min Cheon to fulfill his promise. Hurry up, you promised. The young Jin Min Cheon blushed, hesitated for a long time, and then muttered, Oh appa.
Is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Witnessing that adorable sight, Han Jia and her friend couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter.
Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Jin Min Cheon immediately ran into the men's restroom to wash his face, trying to wash away the humiliation. Waiting outside, Han Jia started to feel guilty. She secretly questioned herself whether she had gone too far by teasing him like that, even if it was just practice for the performance. Seeing Jin Min Cheon walk out wearing oversized dark glasses with a grumpy look on his face, Han Jia quickly ran after him to comfort him. Hey, please don't ignore me, Jin Min Cheon.
I apologized, don't be mad anymore.
Even though Jin Min Cheon insisted he wasn't angry, his frustrated attitude made Han Jia realize that he was truly sulking. Pleading, she said, this is the first time I've seen you without glasses, and you're even cuter than I thought, so I couldn't help myself. Hearing the word cute, Jin Min Cheon froze with a serious expression. Don't say that, don't call me cute anymore.
I'm a boy.
The young boy confessed that he wanted to be praised as cool, instead of constantly being called cute by his family, from his parents to his older sister, every time he took off his glasses.
Han Jia froze for a few seconds and then burst out laughing. So that's why? Is that why you refused to take off your glasses?
Jin Min Cheon asked back in confusion, and Han Jia immediately put on a mischievous look to analyze him.
Jin Min Cheon, is it because of your big round eyes and long eyelashes that you get called cute? Are you wearing those huge glasses to pretend to be manly? Faced with his embarrassed silence, Han Jia threw in another trick. Really? Just kidding. An epic plot twist of teasing that hit rock bottom. She laughed heartily and ran away, not forgetting to challenge Jin Min Cheon to take off his glasses so she could double-check. This action left the young boy screaming in helplessness from being teased too much. Oh come on, just once won't hurt, right?
Back in their school days, Han Jia teased her friend with a sly smile. Suddenly, she paused as she recalled her mindless words from years ago. Since you insist, take off your glasses.
You look much cooler that way.
Han Jia secretly admired her past self, not expecting that she had been capable of saying such smooth words back then without even realizing it. Returning to reality at the breakfast table, Han Jia hesitantly called out, Jin Min Cheon. Seeing him reply with confusion, she finally gathered her courage to ask about the thing she had been wondering all this time.
I've always wondered, those glasses, do you wear them just to look cooler?
Jin Min Cheon looked blankly at his wife, not un-
Han Jia smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I just want to know if there's any special reason?
Jin Min Cheon paused in thought, then calmly explained that he wore glasses simply because they made him feel comfortable. He began to explain the nature of his programmer job, which required him to stare at a screen filled with complex lines of code all day. Jin Min Cheon asserted that wearing contact lenses would make his eyes uncomfortable and dry very quickly. Therefore, a large pair of glasses like this would make his eyes much more comfortable, and they even had blue light-blocking lenses.
Hearing the tech-savvy explanation, Han Jia nodded to herself, right, we are grown-ups now, who cares about being fancy?
She told herself that she shouldn't suddenly force him to drastically change his lifestyle like that, as doing so wouldn't achieve anything anyway. When it was time for work, Han Jia waved goodbye to her husband. Alright, see you tonight, have a great day at work. Jin Min Cheon also smiled and replied, yeah, you too, Jia. Watching Jin Min Cheon's back fade into the distance, Han Jia recalled the playful jokes of her old friends whenever they teased his glasses. Although she knew wearing glasses was necessary, she still secretly confirmed one truth, regardless of everything, he looks way hotter without them. While lost in her train of thought at the second cafe, Naji's voice suddenly called out, what's wrong, manager?
Is something the matter?
Han Jia startled and replied, no, it's nothing. However, at that very moment, her eyes suddenly caught what Naji was holding in her hand. Han Jia froze, her eyes widening in horror as she saw the text on the folder. The text clearly read, is this hotness because of summer? Spicy chicken feet. Han Jia gasped in utter shock, that is. The clear blue sky signaled a new beginning, but for Han Jia, she was facing a ghost from her past. She stood in front of the S-Book bookstore completely disguised with a beanie, sunglasses, and a face mask. Going to buy a book, but looking like she was about to commit a robbery. Han Jia stood frozen when she saw the work titled, Is This Hotness Because of Summer? Spicy Chicken Feet. This was the very story she had written during her immature days when she didn't know how to look cool. Han Jia secretly admitted that it was her most embarrassing debut book. She stealthily hid behind the bookshelf, her eyes narrowing warily as she observed everyone's reactions. Yet, at the same time, seeing readers all over the bookstore intently holding her brainchild, Han Jia suddenly felt a surge of creative happiness. She couldn't contain her excitement, raising her shopping bag high and shouting in satisfaction. The feeling of pride made Han Jia feel like she was flying. She hugged the book tightly, dancing and cheering in triumph. This is it, this is definitely it. However, returning to reality at the cafe, Han Jia once again froze. She saw Na Ji casually sitting and reading that exact book. Han Jia's heart beat wildly. She wonderingly questioned herself, why on earth did Na Ji have that book? Is it still being sold? Han Jia reassured herself that this was definitely just a coincidence. Na Ji could absolutely not know that she was the author. Yet, curiosity began to overcome her reason as she recalled when the book was quite popular. Years had passed, but whenever she saw someone reading it in front of her, Han Jia couldn't help but feel embarrassed yet curious about their expressions. Her face suddenly darkened with an eerie look. Han Jia crept closer and softly asked, "Do you find the book interesting? Give me a review." This sudden action of the manager made Na Ji jump in terror. "Wow, you scared me. That face of yours is terrifying." Na Ji thoughtlessly commented, "How should I put it, the emotions the author put in here are outdated now. It's a bit childish and cheesy, especially the female lead." Each criticism was like an arrow piercing through Han Jia. She could only collapse in pain from being judged as an amateur writer. However, Na Ji suddenly added, "But it's quite fun, isn't it?" "How to say, it's a bit old." Na Ji flipped through the pages of the book while mumbling, "I don't know why it's so fun either, and I even heard this book won an award." Hearing her own work being praised, Han Jia suddenly blushed and let out a deeply satisfied, joyful smile. This made Na Ji ask in panic, "Manager, why does your face look so strange?" To cover her embarrassment, Han Jia quickly changed the subject, "But why are you suddenly reading this book during your break?" Na Ji casually explained that it was all because of the book review on the cafe's bulletin board, which boss Yeonju personally updated every week to recommend books to everyone, helping the cafe gain a huge benefit. Han Jia was shocked to hear Na Ji reveal the massive reward. Each review for the suggested books would receive a hot bonus of 100,000 won. The manager widened her eyes, screaming in sheer shock, "What? You can get up to 100,000 won for just one review?" Na Ji excitedly added, "Over 52 weeks, meaning if you post enough for a whole year, you'll have enough money to travel abroad." Han Jia froze, silently admiring the extreme generosity of her close friend Yeonju. Na Ji explained that perhaps the boss wanted to support the authors, but it came with conditions that were not easy at all. The review had to be genuine, at least 500 words long, and most importantly, it had to recruit at least one co-reader. Han Jia began calculating in her head, with 4 weeks. Doubting the authenticity of the information, Han Jia asked, "Is today April 1st? Is it an April Fool's joke or something?" Na Ji firmly asserted that she wasn't lying at all, and even the money spent on books could be refunded with a receipt. Han Jia trudged out of the cafe after work, her face filled with heavy thoughts. Seeing his wife behaving strangely, Jia and Min Cheon asked with concern, "What's wrong, Han Jia? Did something happen at the cafe?" Han Jia looked at Jia and Min Cheon with a solemn gaze, then posed a hypothetical question. "Hey, listen carefully, Jia and Min Cheon. If someone offered you 100,000 won to write a 500-word book review, would you do it?" Hearing his wife's hypothetical scenario, Jia and Min Cheon frowned with suspicion. He immediately warned her. "This deal smells like a total scam, honey." Han Jia hesitantly replied. "It's not trustworthy, right?" Jia and Min Cheon was still in disbelief and asserted, "It can't be from that cafe." He then began to lecture her. "Listen to me, Han Jia, money doesn't come that easily." Han Jia could only gasp in confusion. "Ha?" Jia and Min Cheon started to calculate. 100,000 won for 500 words, so that's 200 won per word? He became extremely serious. Just typing a few words and getting that much money. It sounds tempting, but don't be too. Looking at the book Is This Hotness Because of Summer, in her hand, Jia fell into deep thought. "Sigh, just as I thought, even if this is a bit bad, the one who doesn't write is the fool, right?" she muttered. She reassured herself that she had already asked Siwoo thoroughly, and everything was absolutely true. In Jia's eyes at this moment, writing suddenly became as sparkling as a bar of solid gold. She told herself, well, it's legal anyway, and besides, it's even considered a bonus for the staff. However, Jia couldn't help but feel guilty, fearing that if anything went wrong, it would be extremely awkward. She silently apologized to her close friend, "I'm sorry, Yeonju, I didn't intend to write anymore." Jia scratched her head in agony, wondering what on earth she was doing after telling her friend she wouldn't do it. She sat blankly at her desk, her mind completely torn between passion and reality. But then, another thought flashed through her mind. At the end of the day, this was still a form of writing. Jia suddenly snapped out of it and asserted confidently, "That's right, I completely agree with that opinion." An intense inner conflict broke out. One side argued that looking at the definition of a book review, it was indeed so. The other side, however, reminded her that if she picked up her pen to write again, her pride as an author would be wounded. Finally, Jia decisively shouted, "Shut up," and Jia questioned herself, what was pride at a time like this when the prize money was calling? She was burning with determination, as if fighting for her own financial freedom. Jia's eyes blazed with resolve. After all, they did say she would get 100,000 won for each review. Even though she knew Yeonju would definitely be angry and remind her of her promise. What, Han Jia? You said you wouldn't write anymore. Jia still couldn't resist the allure of money. She worried about what would happen if she lied about it, but then quickly brushed it aside. Well, overthinking wouldn't solve anything anyway. Jia decisively placed her hands on the keyboard, thinking there was no harm in giving it a try, checking out quickly, and ignoring the consequences. She furiously typed away, telling herself that if caught, she would just say it was a novel, so she stopped writing. After a moment of effort, Jia let out a satisfied sigh of relief since she had finished checking the word count. Jia held her breath, her trembling finger hovering over the mouse button. She told herself that just one more click and it would all be over. With a determined shout, she decisively hit send. Instantly, the notification sound rang out, making Jia jump in surprise at Yeonju's incredibly fast response. She nervously opened her phone, her eyes widening in utter shock at what was appearing on the screen. Han Jia jumped up and down in joy, holding her phone in front of Jia and Min Cheon to show off her achievement. She cheered triumphantly upon seeing that 100,000 won had actually been transferred to her account. Even though Jia and Min Cheon kept insisting that this was a scam, Han Jia flatly denied it immediately. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Na Yeondeok was staring blankly at his phone screen. He let out a tired sigh, unable to believe what he was seeing. Sitting across from him, a smug voice spoke up, asserting that she had been right from the very beginning. It was none other than Yeonju. Yeonju looked at Na Yeondeok with sharp eyes, smiling triumphantly, and asked if he now saw that she wasn't wrong at all. Yeonju, sipping her wine, smugly looked at Na Yeondeok and declared that everything was happening exactly as she predicted. I told you, there is no escaping destiny. She was confident that no matter where Han Jia was or what she was doing, she would always find a way to make her friend pick up the pen again. Na Yeondeok looked at his phone screen, still a bit skeptical about the value of the post. This is just a book report. A book report like this can't really be called anything special. Yeonju immediately countered, arguing that this editor had never specified what genre they wanted Han Jia to write, and that a book report was essentially a form of creative writing. Faced with her sharp reasoning, Na Yeondeok had to sigh and admit, fine, I give up, I lose to you. Yeonju smiled suggestively, I'm glad you realize that, Mr. Editor. Na Yeondeok carefully read Han Jia's review, secretly admiring the strange charm in her words. It was definitely her signature style. This book report looked completely ordinary yet was incredibly engaging, just like some random comments on the internet. He still wondered if these thoughts were actually worth 100,000 won, especially remembering how Han Jia had flatly refused payment in the past. Yeonju casually asserted, it's not about the money, I'm just giving Han Jia something else. What Yeonju wanted to give Han Jia was the right atmosphere. She deeply understood the psychology of writers, knowing that those called authors are often very vulnerable to public attention. Yeonju's plan was actually extremely simple. It was to create a comfortable working environment with an attractive salary to rekindle the long-cooled inspiration within Han Jia.